Able to settle it down. Nature's for Makar. 10 seconds left. Makar double clutches. Lets it go. He scores! Oh, hail Kale! Number 8 gets the power play goal with 8 seconds to go in regulation. It's a miracle in Music City. All right, here we go. Landeskog moved to his left, getting booed. How dare you boo Landeskog? Landeskog tries to cut it in and he misses. But the final from Music City is 4-3 Predators with a bizarre ending.
Hey, it's a little Dolly Parton right there. I'm working 6 to 7. That's what I'm doing today. 6-7. Oh my gosh. Steve Nelson. I didn't even realize that when I said that. Because I'm not Gen Z. I'm a millennial. Do millennials do 6-7?
We shouldn't. But we do.
It's the dumbest thing. It's so dumb. Oh my gosh, I'm watching recent South Park and the kids are making 6-7 jokes and Cartman's vomiting from laughter due to 6-7 jokes. It's great. It's great. Hey, it's 6 a.m. It's 6 in the morning with Brett Kane. I am Mark Springer. You may know me. This is my Troy McClure. You may know me from such shows as the Kreckman and Lindahl show and The Blitz and Between the Pipes.
Tonight.
Damn right. Berto and I, we'll be back in 12 hours. Myself and Mark Bertinoli. But I'm here with Steve Nelson. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here. Brett Kane's having himself a second baby, so here I am. And I'm looking forward to this. I'm ready to go. You don't think I'm a morning person? You are wrong. You're so wrong. William on the text line says, I'm a millennial. I don't even know what 6-7 is. Google it. This is some dumb thing. Okay. Avs lose last night. Final score was not 6-7. Actually, there was a 6-7 game in the NHL recently. Florida Panthers on Saturday beat the Columbus Blue Jackets 7-6. But last night, in a shootout, the Nashville Predators beat the Colorado Avalanche 4-3. Looked like the Avs were not going to get a point in this game. They were down 3-2 with 10 seconds to go. But they're on the power play. They got themselves a power play late in this game. Eric Haula tripped Cale Makar with just under 2 minutes to go. And as a hockey team does when you're down 1 with under 2 minutes to go and you go on the power play, well, that goaltender is pulled. That goaltender being Scott Wedgwood, who returned from a back injury last night. His first start in over a week. The Avs had themselves a 6-on-4. The old 6-on-4. Caveat being that the opposing team, in this case Nashville, could ice the puck. And no icing repercussions, but did not matter as with 8 seconds to go, Cale Makar scored his 10th goal of the season to tie this game at 3. It was his first power play goal of the season. That's kind of crazy that it took until December 9th. Today's December 10th. Last night was December 9th for Cale to score his first power play goal of the season. Nice little kind of, deep fake at the top of the zone from Cale to get the Nashville checking forward to bite one way. Cale goes to his right, fires a puck on net.
Little shooty
shoot from Cale at the point. And, I love, now they got in recent weeks, Gabe Landeskog back on power play 1. I know that the return hasn't been great on the power play since his return, and it certainly wasn't great beforehand. But Gabe Landeskog's such a great net front presence, whether it's tipping pucks, just screening the goaltender. He's so savvy there. And then Lehkonen in the slot. That's the setup I like. If you listen to Between the Pipes, that's what I want. I want Lehkonen in that slot. I want I want Landeskog net front, and it's a 2-player layer screen in front of Saros. Makar's shot gets through. It goes in. They go to overtime. Avs salvage a point at the very least. It was a very entertaining overtime period. Nathan MacKinnon had a great play midway through this overtime session. He's out there with Valeri Nichushkin. It was either Taves or Makar. Might have been Taves, but either way, Nichushkin circles out. And that you see that a lot in this 3-on-3 overtime. If you get into the offensive zone, there's no need to force anything. With 3 players on the ice, and a turnover can be costly, and then you can get a rush the other way. So you're patient, you pull it out. That's what the choo-choo train did there. Fed McKinnon in the middle of the ice, who was very patient entering the zone, ended up with a good look on net, but wasn't there for Colorado. Nashville had a good look the other way. This freaking Adam Wilsby defenseman walked Cale Makar. Great little skating play, and Wedgwood made a big save. To a shootout we went. The Avs did not score in the shootout. And in fact, the only goal scored was the very first shot of the shootout. It was Ryan O'Reilly, former Av. Really nice top shelf shot from Ryan O'Reilly, former Avalanche.
Top shelf far side.
It was top shelf far side. Peter McNabb. Great to hear your voice this morning. Natchez, Nichushkin, Landeskog did not score. The controversy in this shootout, this was the weirdest shootout I've ever seen, because the second shooter, there was a second shooter, there was a second spitter, there was a second shooter. His name was Philip Forsberg. No relation to Peter, okay? Who also did play for the Nashville Predators once upon a time, Peter Forsberg. Philip Forsberg, kind of out of control. He's the second shooter for Nashville in the shootout, and he runs into Scott Wedgwood. He's out of control, and he just, boom, collides full force with Scott Wedgwood, who's just back from a back injury. That had to suck. And keep in mind, too, Wedgwood, the 2 opening goals he has. I mentioned this to Raj last night. I'm getting old now. I'm in my mid-30s. Back tightens up, and it's your first game back. I hope I don't tweak this thing again. And a little rust from Scott Wedgwood allowing 2 goals in the first period, but clean the rest of the way. Well, the Brady Shea shot from way deep in the third period that was just this seeing eye, nothing shot. Kind of a lucky shot that gave Nashville a 3-2 lead. But nonetheless, Wedgwood gets run over in overtime. Okay, he's fine. He gets up. Then Nichushkin goes. He doesn't score. Then Steven Stamkos, longtime Lightning captain, now on the Nashville Predators, he shoots. He and Wedgwood makes the save. Now Gabe Landeskog is up, the final shooter, with a chance to tie in the shootout. But wait, we have a delay. There has been a buzz down from the NHL, from the officiating center in Toronto, from the health expert on site. I don't know who it was, but someone who's responsible for this buzzes down to the refs and says, hey, you got to get Scott Wedgwood out of here, because we think he might have a concussion or a head injury from 2 shooters ago when Philip Forsberg ran into him. And so they pull Scott Wedgwood and put Mackenzie Blackwood in. Now, Blackwood didn't have to see any action because Landeskog ended up missing his shootout shot. But I think some of the controversy was why did you let Scott Wedgwood stay in? Why did it take you so long? And now you're delaying Gabe Landeskog. Now you're icing him. I think Rycroft on the broadcast last night likened it to icing a kicker in football. Thought that was a good comparison. Not saying that was really the difference in the game, but it was a very odd shootout with that delay between Wedgwood getting run over. And I tweeted out, I was like, can you call a penalty in the shootout? Is there any repercussions for that? I think this is what Raj said last night. If you score in the shootout, but you run the goaltender over, maybe they could waive that goal off. So I pontificated. I said, well, maybe one shootout strategy is just make a business decision and just, first shooter, just run the goalie over. Just truck him. And yeah, you don't score, but you you knocked the opposing goalie out. And now the backup's in for the rest of the shootout because there's no repercussion if you truck the goaltender in a shootout, apparently. But there you go. Avs losing a shootout. They're not good in shootouts. Like Marty Necas recently had the best Avs shootout move I've seen in like years. The Avs don't have players with those like silk hands who can like whoop, whoop, whoop. And the goaltender's like losing his balance and gets deked one way. He goes the other way. The Avs don't have like Nathan MacKinnon is such a bulldog in the open ice, like in game, and he'll wrist that thing down your throat. But for some reason in the shootout, like that just doesn't work. You gotta have these like dangle moves, like a Trevor Zegras, and the Avs just don't have that, and they suck in shootouts. I think they have one overtime win on the season. That was the game in Vancouver. That game did not go to a shootout. I don't know the next time the Avs are going to win at a shootout. They're not built for it. But they get a point. You know, they salvage a point with 8 seconds to go, thanks to Cale Makar. And here's another thing I want, you know, somewhat tongue in cheek, but the Avs power play is struggling. It has not been great this year. Even the new lineup that I do like, and I do think we will see dividends pay off from that. Landeskog back on power play 1 net front. I do think that will pay off eventually, but maybe just pull the goaltender on every power play. Make it a 6-on-4 every power play. I mean, you do risk an empty net goal. You can control the thing more. It worked for him last night. Just pull the freaking goaltender every time. In fact, in the KHL a couple years ago, the Russian hockey league that Alexander Georgiev's now playing in, there was a team, it might have been CSKA Moscow, that they experimented with in 3-on-3 overtime, pulling their goaltender and making it a 4-on-3. And it did pay off at least once. In fact, the Minnesota Wild tried that in the NHL a couple years ago, and it worked for them in an overtime. I don't know. That's how bad the power play has been. And it's their one flaw. It's really their one flaw, which is crazy considering the talent that they have. But that's how bad the power play is that I'm like, let's try pulling the goalie. That's where I'm at. Make it a 6-on-4. Avs go 2-1-1 on the 4-game road trip. Not bad. And I said this last night. Most, if not any, 4-game road trip. This is a parity league. And I know the Avs are the best team and the Stars are, and that's what makes this even more frustrating is, last night's loss doesn't hurt you, at all, because they still have 2 regulation losses on the season. It's December 10th. And they still have only 2 regulation losses. 49 points now. But Dallas has 47 points because Dallas is playing damn well. So it just makes your 7th overtime loss of the season still on 2 regulation losses. It makes it sting a little more, which is stupid because they're playing damn well. They've had a damn good season. But of course, Dallas is also in the same boat. So it makes a loss last night feel worse than it is. But most, if not any, 4-game road trips in the NHL, they're tough. Especially that last leg. I don't care if it's 4 games. I don't care if it's 7 games. The last leg of a road trip, you're ready to get home. You've done it. You're bored with it. You're tired with it. Last night was the last leg. They'll return home on Thursday night to face the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion, Florida Panthers, who are not the same team that they have been because they're without their 2 best players. It's amazing what losing your 2 best players can do. That's Matthew Tkachuk and Alexander Barkov. Barkov's out for the whole year, so it's going to be very tough for Florida to repeat, but it will be a fun game on Thursday night and an opportunity for 2 points for sure, back on your home ice and a down Panthers team. Steve Nelson, how are you on this Wednesday morning?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's nice to be in the presence of the radio machine this early in the day.
That's why they call me the radio machine. You call, I answer. You want me to radio? I machine. Hey, Steve, let's have some fun here, okay?
Okay.
Let's play a song. You want to play a song?
You don't have to sell me on playing a song. I'm a music guy.
Yeah, you are. That's a sax man right there, Steve Nelson. So the Altitude TV folks, Mark Moser, my dude, love me some Moj. Moj in today? Moj is in today, right, Steve?
Who told you that?
He's going to be in for like an hour, and then I think he's going to have to catch the team flight back.
Okay.
So I believe we're getting
Okay.
a little bit of the Moj. We're still going to get Coach Bednar on at the usual time at 8 a.m.
All
and
right.
then I think they need to catch their flight back home.
Okay. So love me some Moj. Connor McGahey, my dude. Kyle Keefe. I produce for him. I produced for Kyle Keefe for like 2 months when Kyle Keefe wanted to do radio for 2 months. And Mark Rycroft, who I will text. I used to text saying, "Hey, dude, want to come on with Nate and Andy? Sorry, man, I'm working at my liquor store this afternoon." But love these dudes. They're all so much fun. So they're in Nashville. They had a couple days in Nashville. You tour the Music City as one does. Maybe you go to a recording studio, a country music recording studio, the country music capital of the world. And those fellas like them some country music. Me personally, not my cup of tea. And maybe I'll even explain why after we hear this song. Maybe this song will illustrate why country music isn't necessarily my cup of tea. I'm not hating on it. If that's your thing, that's your thing. There's been a few country songs I'm like, okay, I can do this. So they wrote a song. They recorded a song. It's called Colorado Wagon. And they've been teasing it. The album cover, and I give them credit for, the photo shoot of this album cover. They do look badass. Like, I'm sure they all looked at those photos and was like, wow, we look badass. Like, we look like some music stars. But they dropped the single today, or teasing it, or I say today, last night. They dropped the single last night. It's called Colorado Wagon. Steve, let's play it. This is Mark Moser, Mark Rycroft, Kyle Keefe, and Connor McGahey with their chart-topping single.
The mountain view, weather skating, winning, grinning, making other teams cry. Feeling so good, I might be high.
The song is good, boy, but we ain't bragging. We're just talking about the Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
All right.
That's
a keeper.
Oh my God.
I think that's the last one.
the best
one ever. It's a number one hit.
You know what? I think it's the third time I've listened to it. Maybe it's these headphones. Maybe it's the FM radio tingle. It was better.
It's a number one hit.
It was better that time around. Kind of dug it. Okay. Oh, I like how we can play that on Twitch too.
Because we have the rights.
Yeah, we got the rights to that one.
Yeah.
That's our property, baby. Look, I've done some stupid things. I did a rap. This show did a rap, and then I did a rap.
That much butt.
I've said that. I say some dumb things. I mean, this is the entertainment business, baby. Go big or go home. So I give them all the credit in the world for going for it. I don't know. Like, obviously, there's a few lines in there that are a little rough, but what do you expect? I mean, they're not music stars. Actually, like, not bad. That hit me different that time. If that's the first time you heard that, maybe it hit you like it did the first time I heard it. Listen to it 2 more times. It'll grow on you. I'm telling you. And that's not the reason they lost last night, okay? It's not the reason they lost. Yes, they write a song called Colorado Wagon, And yes, the Wagon lost last night. But you know what? From paint my reindeer and call me a goblin to Colorado Wagon, we're on one. We're freaking on one this season.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
Okay. Your thoughts on that song, 303-504-0925. 720-235 says, that song was funny. The 719-433 says, what an awful song. Look, we live in a polarizing time. Nobody can agree on anything nowadays. I'm telling you, listen to that song 3 times, 719-433, and it'll grow on you. All right, it's 6 a.m. I'm Mark Springer. Got Steve Nelson on the 1s and 2s. When we come back on the other side, hey, the Broncos have... See, Steve, if it was my show, I'm playing the Nance. And I don't expect you to know that. The Broncos are playing the Green Bay Packers.
The Broncos!
Yeah! On Sunday. It's their first test in a hot minute. What do we expect? We'll talk about that next.
Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
All right. That's
Oh my
that's
God.
a keeper.
Oh my God.
I think that's the last
That
one.
felt
The best one ever. It's a number one hit.
Yeah, we bleed 6 a.m. It's in our blood. We bleed American, and we bleed 6 a.m. I'm Mark Springer. I'm in for Brett Kane, who's been out for... How long has Brett been out, Steve Nelson, who produces this great show?
Since a few days before Thanksgiving.
Okay. So it's been a hot second.
He's getting some quality time with baby Bo Val.
Yeah. Bo Val?
Yes, baby Bo Val. Val works for both Big Val and Jonas Valanciunas, so that's a 3-for-1 in the name there.
Oh, baby Bo Val.
To go along with baby Jamal Kale, who is now 3.5, I believe.
What is Brett naming his kids?
Well, this might be getting a little too inside baseball, but when baby Jamal Kale was born during the Western Conference Finals, the Avs versus the Oilers, during the Cup run, so Brett said, no matter what my baby is, male or female, like baby's getting named Kale McCarr. She's going to be baby Kale.
But that didn't happen. There's no way the wife signed off on that.
Well, then a year later, when the Nuggets won their championship, he said, well, now my baby can't be just Avs exclusive, so who am I going to name her after now? So then she became baby Jamal Kale.
Okay.
So we needed to continue the naming nomenclature.
This is baby Bo Val?
Baby Bo Val.
Bo is in Bo Nix?
Yes.
Okay.
Bo Nix is especial.
Thank you, J.K. Toppins. I know you like that clip, Steve. Okay.
I play it way too much. I love that so much.
Just played Colorado Wagon for you before the break, the new hit single. Steve, did you know that I was told this by Nate Kreckman, at least recently, that the number one country song in the country was written by AI? Yeah.
Really? Right now?
Yeah. That's what Nate told me.
What's artificial intelligence in the country world? A 12-pack of Coors?
You just type in "right about my truck" and more about my truck. And then AI's like, got it.
Nailed it.
As for your reaction, Nathan on the text line says, yeah, more like on the wagon. They're on drugs, folks. When they wrote that song. And I do want to, okay, so Moser's playing, rhythm guitar. I think, because Moser can't play the guitar, but you also hear this, picky guitar. None of them were playing that. But they did sing, and I liked the variation in styles. Kyle Keefe was very, hillbilly country. You got the bass from Connor. Moser just has that way about him. That humor. And Rycroft, he brought the cool. So
Connor,
there you go.
Actually, I'm pretty impressed with how low Connor got on some of those notes. If you know...
Oh, he gets low.
If you know the country singer Josh
Shorty
Turner,
got low.
Oh, yeah, next thing you know, Connor hit the flow. But, I mean, he sounded exactly like Josh Turner, I thought, if you know that guy.
I've heard the name. 720-235 says, do we have an update on Mr. Wedgwood? He got ran over in overtime. And that is an he got pulled for concussion. Does that mean that, is his status in question for, let's see, it's going to be a Blackwood start no matter what, because they're kind of alternating right now. As long as Wedgwood and Blackwood are healthy. They actually started Blackwood 2 straight this week, and they did not want to go to Trent Minor. So, gosh, of course, it's Nashville again, at home this time on Saturday. We'll see what Wedgwood's status is for that game. That would be his next penciled-in start, I'd assume. And Jared Bednar, as Steve Nelson said, will be on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane at 8 a.m. I'm sure the guys will ask him about a concussion/upper body injury update on Scott Wedgwood. But I would expect, even if he didn't get hurt, Mackenzie Blackwood is starting on Thursday night. And to correct myself, the 720-350 texted in, they won in overtime in New York. That's right. I had said they'd only won once in overtime this year in Vancouver. No, McKinnon with the sick backhand game winner on Saturday. So they have 2 overtime wins now on the season. Couldn't get their third last night. Lost in a shootout. Okay, Broncos, Packers. Sunday afternoon, Nance, Romo. Man, we gotten so much Nance and Romo in our life. which is it a good thing or a bad thing? Because I think a lot of people right now hate Tony Romo. He's fine to me. Yeah, he does his GM. He does a lot of that. But, whatever. I'm here for the game. That's what I'm there for. So this is kind of background noise to me. But let's see. The Packers are road favorites in this game. No respect for a team that is on a 10-game win streak and is 11-2, and it's in their barn. This game's in Denver. Packers minus 2.5 on the road, minus 135 on the money line. Look, it's such an interesting game because it's their biggest test in a hot minute. Like the Houston game was, but wasn't. Like I'm just talking about level of opponent here. Because Houston has a great defense. I think I don't care what the numbers say. I actually watched a fair amount of Texans football this year somehow. They were on primetime on Sunday nights. Obviously, watched them play the Broncos. That defense is excellent. Okay, so is Denver's. I think Denver's a little better. I think Nick Bonito, Pat Surtain is just a better combo. I like Will Anderson. I like Derek Stingley, but just give me what Denver has. And overall, top to bottom, I just like Denver's defense. But Houston is it's neck and neck. Okay. But C.J. Stroud has to leave that game. Davis Mills comes in. I know Davis Mills has like a miracle comeback win against Jacksonville, and then he beats the Bills. That's more of an indictment on the Bills, I think, than anything else. So, yeah, that was a test for Denver, but I think it gets skewed because Davis Mills has to come in. You really got to go back to the game in Philly, Week 5, where they had the comeback win against the defending champs. And Philly has struggled since. They're now like 8-5. Philly's lost like 3 of their last 4 or something like that.
What about the good vibes bunny? What about him?
Who's that?
You didn't see the whole thing with the Philadelphia Eagles, the good vibes bunny?
No. What is this?
But before this past game, somehow, I don't know who in the organization decided to do it, but they brought in a massive inflatable Easter bunny looking thing in the locker room that was supposed to bring good vibes.
And you're telling me it didn't?
I don't know.
Because they lost on Monday night.
The bunny did generate Jalen Hurts having 2 turnovers on the same play, so I guess the bunny brought that into our lives. But yeah, and they were asked about it.
You can't force good vibes. They come naturally.
And it's not even close to Easter, and so they were saying, what's the deal? And Saquon Barkley said, it's just good vibes. It's a bunny. What else do you want to know?
Man, that's when you know you're desperate. Because you're like, let's try a good vibes bunny. I don't know. Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin? What?
I think it was...
Thank you, Tony Romo. But no, Green Bay, they're a fairly complete team. And it's, they've had the Broncos have had a lot of close wins of late, And I guess there's the Kansas City game. Okay. How dare I overlook the Kansas City game? But that's where we are, where I'm overlooking the Kansas City game because the Chiefs are 6-7, 6-7, bro. Now it's in my head. Yeah, the Chiefs were a test. Were they? I don't know who the Chiefs are. Commanders was close in overtime, but it was Mariota. The Raiders close game. Okay, now it's Green Bay. This is big boy. This is the first true.
What's your point?
This is the first true big boy game. Now, they were home dogs against the Chiefs. They were bigger home dogs against the Chiefs because everybody was thinking that, Kansas City's going to get it right. They've been to 3 straight Super Bowls. Mahomes is in his prime. Who cares if Kelsey's old and beholden to Taylor Swift? They're going to get it right. Now, the Broncos won as home dogs. Can they do it again? Against a team that is not as washed as Kansas City. A team that is well over 500. A team that is what? I think 9-3-1. Pull it up here. Yeah, 9-3-1. Won 4 in a row. Micah Parsons is the best pass rusher they've seen since Will Anderson of the Texans. They got Quay Walker, the linebacker, back.
Michael Parson
is a good player. It's a good defense. It's not great, but it's good. And they have a capable offense that, should be able to move the ball. And this Broncos defense has shown the Commanders scored 26 on him. Defense has been a tick leaky, just a tick leaky the past couple weeks. But was there an element of just thinking, it's Washington without Jaden Daniels? Oh, yeah, the Raiders get 2 touchdowns and a backdoor cover field goal. Who cares? Who cares? But this is interesting. If the Broncos win this game, they clinch a playoff berth. They're in. And this will silence a lot of the doubters if they win this game. And the Patriots are suffering from this same syndrome. Don't get me wrong. The Patriots' schedule has been somewhat light. One difference being they've won their games more so by a wider margin. They had that nice win in Buffalo early in the season. The Patriots will host Buffalo on Sunday. So both of the 2 top seeds in the AFC are getting some tests. And I think maybe Green Bay is even a tick tougher than Buffalo right now. Buffalo's a weird team. I think the Broncos have the tougher opponent. It would be a statement win. Now, it's a game, if you do drop, it is an NFC team. Doesn't hurt you in any playoff scenarios. In fact, they have the tiebreakers over the Patriots. But if the Broncos lose this game, people are going to say, there it is. You finally played a good opponent and it was in your building and you couldn't get it done. But I kind of like Denver in this game. Jordan Love's a good quarterback. They have some weapons like Christian Watson, younger receiver. He's been in the league a hot second now. He's healthy. He's playing well. They have depth, whether it's, Romeo Doubs or Dontavian Wicks. Josh Jacobs is a good running back. So they're balanced. Like, they have a good defense. They have a good offense. I don't know if either is great, but they're good, if not very good. They're balanced on both sides of the ball. But there's nothing in this league right now that is like elite, except for the Broncos defense and the Texans defense. Those are the 2 elite units in the NFL. Just because this is a step up in competition does not mean that this Broncos defense, once again, cannot just outright win them this game. And then all Bo Nix has to do is be a very strong game manager like he has been in the last 3 weeks. Whereas completion percentage, I think it's been around like 65% in the first 2 games. The Chiefs and Commanders, or excuse me, Chiefs Commanders game. And then against the Raiders, he was north of 80% completion percentage. And I know it was the Raiders, and the Commanders, and even the Chiefs, but still, like, those are good numbers. All you got to do is manage that game. A Pat Bryant is starting to come into his own as maybe your number 2 receiver, reliable, good smart route runner, good pass catcher. This is the time of year where the rookies, they get the experience, and that's also RJ Harvey, who had his best game on Sunday against the Raiders. So the rookies are starting to learn. They're starting to figure it out. They're starting to play with confidence. And you can get reliable production from rookies at the skill position spot. Quarterback's a different beast. I'm not talking quarterback. I'm talking receiver and running back. So maybe you have Evan Engram. Maybe you can go there. He didn't do much against the Raiders. You're probably going to need something like that. You're probably going to need that pass-catching tight end against the Packers. You're going to need Cortland Sutton to have a game maybe. He hasn't had one of those in a hot second. You'd love for him to hit a deep ball to Troy Franklin's or Marvin Mims. Should they put Marvin Mims on the field on offense? Seems like they're barely doing that. He's an excellent punt returner. But they just need to be efficient on offense like they have been. Don't even necessarily need the deep ball. That was something we were really harping on earlier in the season. Got to get that one game-breaking play. Really, you just need to be efficient like they had been and not make mistakes and let your defense win you the game because it's an elite unit. The elite units in the NFL this year are defense. So, I mean, fascinating matchup here on Sunday. When we come back on 6 a.m. with Brett Kane, I'm Mark Springer alongside Steve Nelson. There's an old man back in the NFL. He's old. He's 44 years old. The Colts are desperate. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about Phillip Rivers possibly playing on Sunday against a top 5 defense. Speaking of those great defenses, the Seattle Seahawks. Is Phillip Rivers going to make it out of Seattle alive? We're going to talk about that next. All right, help me out, Steve Nelson. What's going on here?
We're talking about an old man who's going to hurt himself.
Is this Johnny? I'm young. I mean, I'm not that young, but is that my vibe? I'm sorry if I sound like an idiot right now.
This was the last song I think Johnny Cash recorded.
This is Johnny Cash. That's kind of who I would have guessed this is.
But do you know who did this song originally? A lot of people don't know this is a cover.
Mozart.
Close. Just as musically talented. 9 Inch Nails.
Okay, they covered this song?
Other way around. They wrote the original.
Wait, Johnny Cash is covering 9 Inch Nails?
This is a 9 Inch Nails cover. A lot of people don't realize that.
Okay.
But this is what I was playing because you talked about old man.
I know what you do.
Phillip
You're
Rivers.
you're a very themey guy, which I do appreciate about
Love
you.
a good theme.
Yes. Yes, Phillip Rivers, old man. I love how 44 years old is old. I mean, it's ancient in NFL parlance. But it's really not that old. Like, there's memes out there of, like, just some, old senile guy playing football. It's like, no, you have your wits about you when you're 44 years old. But, like, look at Aaron Rodgers. I swear, watching Aaron Rodgers play at 41 years old this season, any time that he was in danger of getting hit, he would, he's just chucking that ball. He did not want to take a hit because he knows his... these are like beasts in their mid-20s, like 200 to 300 pound physical specimens, athletic as hell, bearing down on you. And Aaron knew, if I take one of these hits, like, I'm going to break a collarbone. Like, my bones are dust at this point. And sure enough, Aaron Rodgers did take a sack that led to a fracture in his left hand, and he busted his nose, and I wonder what Phil's gonna look like, what Phillip Rivers is gonna look like if he were to take a hit from. And you look at who the Colts are playing down the stretch. It ain't cupcakes. At Seattle versus the Niners versus the Jaguars at the Texans. All 4 of those teams have good defenses, Seattle and Houston being the best. Jacksonville's no slouch. The Niners, no Nick Bosa, but still a solid defense. I part of me worries for Phillip Rivers' health, like his physical well-being. Hell, I mean, he could tear an Achilles like Aaron Rodgers did a couple years ago, like 2 plays in. He's 44. He's been coaching football. All that said, high school football, all that said, he is their best option. That's how sad this is. He is their best option. It is so hard to play NFL quarterback at even like a replacement level. Brett Rippon, who's on their practice squad, look, he's fine. He's like the low end of the okay. Riley Leonard out of Duke, maybe he's got a knee injury, Duke and Notre Dame. Look, he was fine in college. That's nothing I'm trusting. It's nothing I really want to go with. Phillip Rivers is a future borderline, at least, Hall of Famer. Dude can sling it. I don't think the arm... apparently his arm looked good in the little workout that he had. I know that like Peyton Manning's arm died. As long as Phil can still zip it, even if he's 44 years old and can barely move, hell, he could barely move when he was in his prime. That's how hard it is to play this position, that he gives them the best chance to win. But man, that first sack he takes is going to hurt. He might disintegrate into thin air. He might spontaneously combust. In fact, Steve, do we have, will this work if I hit this button? Steve, hit that Fox injury music for me if you can. Because I know that the Seahawks game on Sundays on CBS, But I fear that this will be the sentiment. Seahawks have a good defense. I'm rooting for Phil. It's going to be a hell of a story if he does anything productive. Like, write the damn movie tomorrow. Or I guess on Monday. But I don't know. I'd have an ambulance on standby. Just in case. That's got full body cast written all over it. Oh, boy. Hey, awesome. What a weird season. It's been the goofiest NFL season. This is why the Broncos, even though their offense is, it's like, it's not great, it's okay, but an elite defense. This is one of those, an elite defense can win a Super Bowl type seasons. All right, coming up next, it is Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Thanks for having me filling in for Brett Kane. I've been Mark Springer alongside Steve Nelson. Your boys are coming up next. Moser, Lombardi, Kane. No Kane. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane. They're coming up next.
Mountain View. Weather skating, winning, grinning, making other teams cry. Feeling so good, I might be high.
The song is good, boy, but we ain't bragging. We're just talking about the Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
Good morning. Welcome to it.
That's a keeper.
Oh my God.
I think that's the last one. That's the best one ever. It's a number one hit.
Well, I don't know about that, but it is Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Good morning. Happy Hump Day Wednesday. Moj. I think it's time to retire the Colorado Wagon, my friend, after that performance last night.
It might be. They played a pretty good hockey game. We'll talk to Coach about it here in about an hour. I thought they played a pretty good hockey game.
Moj, I thought your line in that song, by the way, was tremendous.
I did too.
Your line, I mean, you sounded like a country music singer.
Really?
Like a legit one, yeah. And I'm not joking, this is serious stuff.
Kiefer, on the other hand,
Oh,
he
poor
went for
Kyle.
that high note. He sure did. He shot for it.
We got a lady named Nelly and a stud named Nate. A Lucky and Val and a guy who
Seriously.
wears eight.
I'm being totally honest. I mean, that you could go on tour. It's not like I listen to a lot of country music. I like that Wallen guy. But you sound like a legit country star. I mean, there's no differentiation there.
I felt I sounded like Loretta Lynn a little bit. She's
Little Lynn.
God rest her soul, Loretta Lynn, the queen of country music.
I hate shootouts.
we had fun doing that. Yeah, and they can't. We'll talk to Coach about this, guys, in about an hour. But they, for some reason, they can't get any shootout goals. I mean, look, the Predators only got one. When you look at the vast majority of shootouts, penalty shots and everything else, the goalies rule. The goalies always are better than the shooters, always. But some goalies don't like it at all. Like, remember John Sebastian Giguère for the Colorado Avalanche, Vic? Mm-hmm. He was the worst shootout goalie in the history of mankind, and he fully admitted it. He was absolutely terrible. So, it's one of those things, I don't know.
It
Damn
doesn't
shootouts.
make sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Shootouts.
They have some of the
And by the
best
way-
players in the world with some of the best skill in the world. The fact that they're no good at it is mind-boggling to me, Moj. It is.
Let me go back and take a look here. In fact, let me go to the NHL website, and I'll take a look at something. The Avs actually tried to score in overtime. Nathan McKinnon tried to score the puck. He tried.
Yeah.
And UC Saros had a really good game. His glove hand last night was very snappy and very quick. He had a really good glove last night, but that's why he's also paid, over $10 million a year on a brand new 8-year contract, is because he's been a really good goalie for an awfully long time.
Well, here's the other part of this, and I think we're bearing the lead. Okay, the Avs losing the shootout, but they came back, and Cale Makar with his first power play goal of the season, just the 5th power play goal on the road this year for the Avalanche. Hell of a play, and Bedsy talked about it after the game a little bit, Moj, but it was the push to get it. Like there were 2 to 3 shifts in a row. As soon as they pulled Wedgwood there, I mean, it was all gas, no brakes, and they pushed for it, man. That was encouraging because sometimes when you keep running up into the same wall time and time and time again, you just need something to bust through, and it felt like that was the moment. So maybe their power play could start to gain a little juice.
Yeah, I certainly hope that's the case, Matt, because they need to get it cranked up. Dallas last night won again in Winnipeg. They had 2 power play goals. The Dallas Stars, do I want to call them power play merchants? I kind of do. But, look, their power play is what it is. It's very good, and they score on it a lot. If the Dallas Stars had the Avs power play right now, they would be way behind the Avalanche. But they have their own power play, and they're scoring goals. I'm just looking at the overall numbers last night. I was on the way out of the rink. And, by the way, Vic, the Avs tied last night the latest puck drop in the history of the franchise.
Wow.
I mean, we walked out of the building at midnight, and I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Why so late?
I look at all.
Okay, well then, what is the source of the problem? What is it?
It was on TNT for the rest of the world.
So it's
Kenny
another
Albert,
TNT
Brian
deal.
Boucher, and Jody Shelley, was it Jody? Yeah, Jody Shelley were there. It's a TNT deal. That's right. And when they pay the big bucks, they can do whatever they want. That's why sometimes when we see the Nuggets, they tip at 8:50 Denver time.
Peacock.
You're like,
well, 9 o'clock. They had a 9 o'clock game this year.
You're like, what are we doing? But I look at the shots on goal, guys. I mean, they outshot the Predators every single period and by large margins in the second and the third. And I don't think they didn't play a bad game. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's a bad game. I mean, listen, Kale scores that power play goal with 8 seconds left, but Brady Shea's go-ahead goal, guys, he's just just muffined it from the net. It's like this. It's like a dying quail. And it skips right at the goal line, hits the post, and goes in. You're like, come on, man. Come on.
Total blueberry muffin. I mean, it was. And here's the thing. I didn't even realize this. I'm looking at some of the advanced numbers, especially at 5-on-5 last night. The Avs dominated the Preds in the second period.
Yeah,
that they didn't get rewarded for it is surprising. But what's crazy, and this almost feels like a typo, at 5-on-5 in the third period, the Preds had 8 high-danger chances, and the Avs only had 1. Isn't that a little crazy, Moj?
I guess a little bit. That had to do with the puck banging down low, Wedgwood making a save, and then them trying to go for the rebounds. And they could, the Avs defended pretty well, but they just couldn't put their stick on it. They couldn't lift it. They couldn't do this. They couldn't do that, whatever. Predators are a desperate club. Listen, they had lost to Carolina on Sunday 6-3, but before that they'd won 4 of 5. And Riker said it best last night. Again, you had the number 1 team in the league, points-wise, versus the worst team in the league, points-wise. But that wasn't the matchup because the Predators have players. They've got dudes. They just can't.
Oh, wait. So any given Sunday or anybody can be. So when I say the Nuggets have to watch out for a certain team and your retort is, this is the NBA. All
right. Well, all right. Put a pin in
that. We'll get that logic. So what you're saying now is that anybody can beat anybody, and gotcha, Moj. I see.
Here is Jared Bednar last night after the game talking about the overall fight of the team.
Good on our guys to stick with it. I liked a couple of our power plays tonight. First one especially, didn't capitalize. Then you kind of get down to the nitty-gritty at the end of it. 6-on-5. It was hard working, and we managed the puck well. We had a couple looks, draw a penalty. Gives us a little bit more of an advantage for 6-on-4, and I like the fact that we didn't force anything, but we took a couple good looks at the net, and eventually Kale's shot finds its way through. So it's a big goal for us, gets us a point, and I mentioned it before. You know how I feel about the shootouts.
Speaking of the shootouts, something I've never seen before. I don't know that I've ever seen a concussion spotter in the NHL, which maybe you have, Moj, and I watch a lot of hockey, man, but it just doesn't happen too often where somebody up above pulls a player off the ice. That was unheard of to me.
Actually allowed him – wait, before they pulled him off the ice, they allowed him to proceed in the next shootout shot.
Right.
I don't mind that a concussion protocol person – says, hey, listen, man, Wedgwood got hit pretty hard because Forsberg toe-picked. Listen, they're former teammates. Forsberg doesn't have any animosity towards Scott Wedgwood. He comes in, his shot, the save is made by Wedgwood, but he toe-picks and falls forward, and he blasts his head. I don't mind that a protocol specialist says, hey, listen, we got to check this guy out. Let's err on the side of caution. But you don't leave him in there for another 5 minutes and then let Steven Stamkos come in and shoot on him and then take him out. Mm-hmm. The whole thing to me was bizarre. Matt, I have never, ever, ever seen that before, ever.
Moj, I've always been, when they went to the 3-on-3 in the shootout, and they did that a few years back, I was like, okay, this is a cool little wrinkle. This is different. It really opens up the game. And many times I said, now it's stupid. And it's stupid because it's run its course. Players and teams, some teams don't even engage in the 3-on-3. We've seen that already this season. They don't even engage. They just
Nashville did though. To their credit,
great
last
overtime
night,
period.
I know.
We had 9 total shots in 5 minutes, which I think was terrific. Yeah, Minnesota won't engage.
The skills
Minnesota
competition,
will not engage.
I just don't understand the sport where you play a skills competition in the regular season and then you change every rule in the rule book for the postseason. Everything changes.
Let me tell you why I do like it, because as opposed to the NFL where for some reason they still allow ties, like at least give us like a 70-yard field goal kickoff and just start moving it in or something like that.
There has to be completion. But like the college football rules are perfect.
But how do you do that in hockey?
But that's not it. It would be akin to college football doing 7-on-7 flag football in overtime, taking guys off the field. Leave the game alone. Don't change the rules. Just limit how you play it. I mean, you get 5 minutes.
Play. Well, Vic, that's what we used to do,
Right.
you dillhole.
That's what they tried to get away from.
And people were tired of ties. People, there was no satisfaction. Listen, in today's day and age, you tell some Gen Zer, hey, man, each team is going to skate out with a tie. You go home with sister kiss and tie. No, people don't want that, man.
Then I don't have an answer.
They want to finish.
Then I don't have an answer.
I got one. The Avs got some of the most skill in the league. I don't know what's going on with the shootout. Look, I understand that you already earned the point, and you don't want to take it. Are you too cool for school? I'm not exactly sure. But, Moser, it just doesn't compute with me that you have Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar. And, look, those two guys didn't even get the nod last night. And I don't blame Bedsy for not putting them out there because they're not scoring when they get out there. I get it. I know why he did that.
He goes with, again, we'll talk to him about it here in less than an hour now, but he goes with a feel. And they do practice this kind of thing, Matt, in practice. They
did just last week.
Yeah, they practice a shootout, and some guys just have the ability to do that, and some guys don't in the shootout situation. I don't know. The only guy who scored in the shootout was Ryan O'Reilly.
It was a hell of a goal, too.
It was a hell of a – I mean, there's not a goalie in the league that could stop that shot, okay?
No.
So he made the perfect shot. He did it. But, again, like I said, in the vast majority of shootouts, in the vast majority of penalty shots, the goalie wins, okay? The goalie gets it done.
The only good news, and more than good news, you get a point out of it, but the way they got that point, we talked about it on the show yesterday, that Cale Makar had yet to score a power play goal, and he scores in the most dramatic fashion, which was great. I mean, that got me out of my chair. That was great.
Moj, when Nate shows
it got me out of my chair as well. I mean, you could see them maneuvering around the zone. You could see them with the puck, shooting it. They kept going and going and going. And finally, they get rewarded for it. Listen, they earned that penalty. They earned that power play opportunity. They earned everything they got last night. It's just hockey is a unique game because you have one guy that can change everything. One guy.
MacKinnon became the first player to 50 points for the second consecutive year as his hot start to 2025-26 continues. A couple things to get to here. Did you hear JML in the postgame? He was super critical of the concussion spotter pulling Wedgwood the way he did. Super critical. I was pretty surprised. Yeah. He called it ridiculous, which, again, I'm with you, Moj. If it's a safety concern, that's one thing. But when you go watch the replay, I think the most vulnerable part of that moment where Wedgwood got run over by Philippe Forsberg coming down in the shootout is the fact that he was doing the splits. He was so vulnerable in that regard. But if you actually watch it, his head never hit the ice, which is why I was surprised that they pulled him at all. Here is Bednar last night on if he'd ever seen that before.
Well, the spotter from the collision, I guess that's their call. I have nothing to do with it. If they see something that they think is fishy, they call down, and for safety of the players, you just do what they tell you to do, whether you agree with it or not.
Did you see how much Nate laughed when the official came over to tell him? I'd never seen Nate laugh like that.
Yeah, I haven't either. And again, I don't mind that the protocol specialist did that, but you have Gabe Landeskog who has to score.
Right.
Had to wait there
and
forever.
He's just standing in his own zone for 6 minutes, and you're like, man, that's not cool. He probably has something in mind. I'm not saying the outcome would have been any different whatsoever. It was just a very bizarre situation.
Can I ask you guys a question?
I'm a little torqued, Vic, only because this building, the crazy stuff I've seen in this building in my lifetime,
floods, famine,
things happen. Yeah,
weird things around and come home
in that building. Right. It's bizarre. Yeah,
a guy smuggling catfish in his crotch to enter the game.
Last night, we also got the long-awaited debut of
Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
Well,
and And I was listening to Connor on with PhD yesterday, and he was underselling it very hard. He's like he knew what was coming, and the fact that you guys led off with Riker, that was a choice. That was a choice. It was like, but I did appreciate it because when you let off with Riker, it was like, oh, okay, now I know what I'm in for immediately.
Well, when we did the rough cut,
a
couple weeks ago here in Nashville, Riker actually sounded the best.
Did he?
And so maybe he was in a different spot, but he got
nervous, stage fright.
Yeah, and he was a little subhuman going to the studio.
I see.
And then when he got there, he had forgotten his lines. I mean, his first line, the first 29 games went pretty well.
Right.
And then after that, he said, "What do I say? I forget what I say." And it took him literally 20 minutes. He couldn't finish his line. He's like, "I got to get out of here and regroup." That's how it started.
Well, regarding the Colorado Wagon, and this is what stuns me, as well as the Avs have played, and we know they're off to a near historic pace, and we talk about how they can do no wrong. I look at the standings again, and what? How are they only 2 points ahead of Dallas? Dallas doesn't stop winning.
No, they don't. Their goalie was the number 2 star of the week in the NHL, Ottinger. And again, Vic, I said they are power play guys. If power plays did not exist, the Dallas Stars would be 12 points behind the Avs, at least.
What are they doing on the power
points.
play that's so damn good?
They shoot it, and they retrieve, and they shoot again.
And they play hard. It's not much of a finesse game. I would say it's more of a get it to the front of the net and see if you can't get some greasers. Wouldn't you say so, Moj? Which at times,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, which at times I feel like the Avs are kind of the opposite. It's a little bit, get the extra pass, move the defense, find the open shooting lane, which can be challenging, especially when every team you're going up against sees you as a litmus test, which is what happens every night, especially when you're on this type of a roll. The one other thing I did want to get to from this game was Kiefer went into the locker room ahead of time with your album covers. I don't know if you caught any of that, but this was Mackenzie Blackwood reacting to, and if you haven't seen it, it's on the Altitude TV social media page, but it's Moj, it's Kiefer, it's Riker, and it's Connor, and I tell you, you nailed the album cover, Moj. You nailed it. Here's Mackenzie Blackwood, though.
This is the new album that is dropping tonight. You have a comment?
No comment. Take this away. What the hell is this?
But I will say the biggest compliment and what you guys should all hang your hat on is when you get and this is just my opinion, but when Gabe Landeskog compliments your looks or a picture of you, I feel like you've done something right in life, and this was Landy's reaction.
Can you hold these? What's your initial reaction?
I mean, it looks pretty legit. I'm not going to lie to you.
Hey, looks pretty legit.
That's like when a Ferrari goes, you know what? You're pretty fast.
That's right.
You know what? You handle pretty good. I made the point yesterday. I'm like, the album cover, because Grayson, he's the one that took the photos, he and Quentin, and then he worked hard to kind of grain them up, to do all that kind of. I don't know what you put. It's not sepia. I don't know
who did this.
One of our social media guys.
Oh.
And Grayson. And I thought to myself, I think the album cover is going to be better than the actual tune inside the album, right? The actual vinyl. And I think it turned out that way, yeah. But we had a lot of fun doing that. It was cool. The guy Mark Zelmer, who owns the recording studio, did a great job with us. It was hella fun. We had a really fun time. So. Look, you pull out a 2-1-1 road trip, which I think even for any team in the league, you go 2-1-1 on the road, you're fine with that. You come on home and you keep buttering your bread because you have 0 regulation losses on the home ice, and then here come the damn Florida Panthers on Thursday.
What time do we have Coach Bednar on today?
Top of the hour. Top of the hour.
So soon.
Yeah,
40
soon.
minutes.
40 minutes.
What time do you leave, Moj?
Right after the coach.
Okay.
Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios where their passion is justice. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the Champ Mazda text line, there's some good ones rolling in. People didn't appreciate at 7 a.m. starting off with
Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
Jesus. This guy says Kiefer sounds like a dying quail on that track. Another one.
Yeah,
horrible.
he does.
Horrible. Make it stop. This isn't how I expected to start my morning. This is awful.
Yeah, it's not good, but I'd say you got to deal with it, I guess, right?
Moser,
you just deal with it.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Welcome to it. Happy Hump Day Wednesday. We're transitioning from Raiders to Packers now as we enter the home stretch for the Denver Broncos, and it's a big one because there are 4 important games, and as it looks right now on paper, guys, they're 4 challenging games. How about this one? Did you know Bo Nix against the NFC in his career, and of course the Broncos, they swept the NFC East this year, so they're technically the NFC East champs, right? Isn't that how it works? But against the NFC, the NFC in general in his career, 8-1, almost 2,200 yards, 20 total touchdowns with a 94 rating. It's pretty damn good against one conference. Lamar has that record too, somewhat similar against the NFC, where they just dominate the opposite conference for whatever reason. But Green Bay is only 1-7 in the state of Colorado against the Broncos all time. Their lone win was in 2007. They won 19-13. Vic?
I'm so excited for this game because all of the naysayers, you're going to find out real quick what the Broncos are, who they are, what they are. I can't wait. And frankly, it's a good message to Denver for the remaining schedule on what they need to do and what they need to be. Green Bay they're in their own race. They got to win. And it's a good team that's getting better. And we know what Denver is. I can't wait. And also, as I warned you all at the beginning of the week, prepare for the onslaught of cheeseheads in Mile High Stadium. As much as we really respect what we do here in Denver for, the longest season ticket sellout in football, and you can't get a season ticket, this and that, and I get it, man. I love it. You're going to get a lot of Packers fans there. A lot. And it's going to make you mad. So I'm already mad just thinking about it. I'm already mad. I'm angry.
In the 15 regular season meetings between these two teams, guys, the home team is 13-1-1. So, I don't know, pretty good sign early, especially going against an out-of-conference opponent. They're coming off their biggest win of the season.
That's 15 games in the last 60 years or so. Wow.
Isn't that impressive? That's wild.
Since the Broncos let's go till the Broncos got in the NFL. So, yeah, it's about 57 years. They hardly meet up at all. So what you're saying then is that the New York Giants should have been the one to draft Bo Nix, and then he would just own the NFC East. That's what you're saying then.
Well, I don't know if it would have worked like that because they would have been in the same conference, right?
Oh, yeah. Then they would have been in the same conference. Right.
And clearly, if they were in the same conference, then Bo would have been scared. I think that's how it works.
You saw that. Who's the one that tweeted that out at me? Sent part of the text thread, the easiest schedules in the league.
Me. That was me.
Okay, that was you then. The goatee sent it out.
I did.
That the Patriots and the Broncos, to this point in the season, have had the easiest schedules in the National Football League.
Does it surprise you?
No, it doesn't. But again, when the season starts, though, Matt, they're not the easiest schedules. But as the season goes on and teams aren't as good as you thought they were and guys get injured and so on and blah, 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 the Patriots and the Broncos, the 2 number 1 teams in the entire National Football League, have had the easiest schedules. Doesn't always work that way, but it has this time. It's kind of interesting.
Let's take a look a little bit at this Packers team briefly as we will begin to unpack this matchup more and more throughout the course of the next couple of days. Offensively, guys, and defensively, they're a solid team, which is why I think they're favored in this game. They are more balanced. I can't remember which one of you said it, but one of you did a little bit earlier this week, that they're a little bit more balanced than the Broncos are. They're getting Jaden Reed back, who is one of their weapons on the outside. They just got Christian Watson back. But you add that to Luke Musgrave and Dontavian Wicks, Romeo Dobbs, their first-round pick Matthew Golden. and they've got another little gadget guy, Savion Williams. But they got a good collection there of skill players. Unfortunately for them, they lost their starting tight end, Tucker Kraft, who was also their leading receiver a little bit earlier for the entire season with a knee injury. But when you take that receiving talent with the 1-2 punch of Josh Jacobs and Emmanuel Wilson in the backfield, with the way Jordan Love is slinging it right now, tied for the fewest interceptions in the league, that's a formidable attack. That really is, Vic.
I don't trust a team with a tie on its record.
Okay.
In fact, the more I think about it, has there ever in the history of the Super Bowl era been a Super Bowl champion with a tie on its record?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. I will look that up.
Because I'm going to come out right now and say no.
I'd say no. If you're that un-American to tie a football game, you're not winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
No, you hate to shoot out the NHL, but you're fine with a tie in football.
No, I'm not saying I'm fine for a tie in the NHL. I'm saying, what's the solution? In football, the solution they found pretty easily. And yet they still tie, which is silly and stupid. Listen, my solution is always going to be the same. It's never going to change. My solution in sports to prevent ties is keep playing until they can't walk.
We got one. We got one.
Who's that?
Really?
Who's that?
Pittsburgh Steelers won a Super Bowl after finishing the regular season with a tie. In 1974, they went 10-3-1, including a 35-35 tie with the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
How about that?
Too long ago.
Oh,
I don't
too long
remember
ago.
it. I was only 6. If I don't remember, it didn't happen.
Over 50 years ago, yeah.
The Baltimore Colts did it in 1970 as well.
Again,
good for them.
the Colts were in Baltimore, not the same team. They're now in Indy. It doesn't count. If you tie, you will not be trusted.
Also, in this game, I know why he does it, and I don't blame him at all. But when I'm watching Romeo Doubs play, and he's got that extra cappy thing on his head,
the Guardian cap.
Weird.
It's very distracting to me, and I blame this on myself that he's got this. He's got his helmet. He's got the Guardian cap on it. So he's got this big bulby thing, and he's a damn fine player. Don't get me wrong, he's damn fine, but he's got the big bulby thing that goes on.
All right.
And then when you watch him run around and look tough, you can't look tough in a Guardian cap. You can't look like
it feels like his head is heavy. It's like it's too heavy.
By the way, at the beginning of the year,
you're wrong.
One of the biggest things the Packers did to try and improve this roster, as we all know, is they acquired Micah Parsons via trade, gave up 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark, a defensive tackle, to do so. It's worked out pretty well so far. Parsons, 12.5 sacks on the year, tied for 3rd in the league with Benito, and just 1 forced fumble. So you know you're going to have Micah Parsons coming off the edge. Good news is Bo moves around pretty well in the pocket. Quay Walker, he's a good player. That defense is legit as well. They're the 6th best scoring defense in the league, holding opponents to just 19 points per game. 5th best defense as far as yards per game and yards per play. Here's the other part of this. Offensively, I mentioned, Jordan Love tied for the fewest interceptions in the NFL this year, but the Packers in general tied for the fewest giveaways, just 8 this year. So they're not beating themselves all that often. So you've got to win and beat them at home, which I think it's good that you beat the Raiders the way that you did, because you did beat them, even if after it was all said and done, they added a little accoutrement. But I like the fact that
don't French out.
Don't French it up here.
Don't you even French it out on me, bro. I can't
take it,
man. I didn't walk out of the rink until midnight last night, man. Don't French out on me in the morning.
Vic,
tell him. Please. Vic, tell him.
I got my issues with the French. People who listen to the show understand already. I don't do the French. I just don't.
Imagine just sitting on a nice cafe outside the Seine.
No, see, I don't.
Sipping a little espresso.
Matt, the French hate you. You don't know. You don't know that. The French hate Americans. They hate you. They hate most people.
How can you be that angry when you live in Paris?
Crap.
How am I that angry? Because I've seen it firsthand. Anybody?
No, I'm not questioning you. I'm saying, how is that possible?
Because they're the French.
I get by pretty well in Paris, man. I had one person talk behind my back one time, and again, I can understand it better than I can say it. And I knew they were mocking me, just sarcastically behind my back, and I said something to them like, I know what you're saying, and they're like, and they just kind of scurried away. It's happened to me, but for the most part, it's okay. But listen, all this accoutrement, the Packers, what if I tell you the Packers defense is top 5?
What if I tell you that they're going to be facing...
Does that blow your mind?
Top
does
5
it feel
in
like
what?
The Packers should in total yards allowed.
Right.
Because they are.
Right.
They're top 5, and they're top 5 in points allowed per game, or they're right there, close to it.
Yeah, they're 6th.
I'm telling you, man, they've got a good defense, almost as good as the Broncos, and their offense is better. So that's, I guess, why they're favored. That's why the line, it blows me away too, though. Opens up at -1.5 and goes to -2.5. All the crazy money came in on the Packers already. It's crazy.
You know, every game that the Broncos have on the slate, every remaining game, all 4, they could lose. They could, and still make the playoffs. They could win, sure, but they're very losable games. They're very good teams. This is going to be a fun springboard into the playoffs. It's going to be a very revealing run into the playoffs. You know, we're at that point now where expectations, hey, they keep winning, why not? But, man, this is different. This is a different part of the season. It just is. This is December football against 4 teams that are hungry, each and every one of them. And that last game, here's what you want to avoid, guys. You want that last game to be meaningful, but not too meaningful, if you know what I mean.
Do you guys care about power rankings, he asked, knowing they don't?
It's a great question. It depends where it comes from. At the end of the day, power rankings, unless you're playing college football, they don't mean crap. We know what they mean in the college game. It changes everything. But in the pro game, the meritocracy game, the playoff game, what does it really mean?
Are you at all interested in ESPN's?
Sure.
I find it amusing from time to time, but you might as well have just asked me, "Hey Moser, are you interested in the kind of brand of underwear I wear?"
Yeah, that's why I asked it the way I did.
It's about the same thing.
11 shows in, I get your guys' vibe. It's like, hey, whatever anybody else thinks, kick rocks, right? That's if I had to boil down Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, it would be Moser and Lombardi thinking whatever anyone
Matt,
else
this
thinks.
is why,
go
though.
ahead and kick rocks.
This is why.
Yeah.
I have eyeballs. Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
And because I do, I can make my own judgment. You know, that's why when people talk, these freaking politicians and whatnot, it doesn't matter what aisle you're on or whatnot. You know what they are? They're just human beings. I mean, they're smarter than you are. It's just they've been elected to be these people. Well, these, quote, experts who do these power rankings, just nerds who get behind a computer and, put it into AI. I know what my eyeballs tell me, and they know what their eyeballs tell them. They ain't always right.
Beep boop, beep boop, beep more. Are you interested in? Are you interested at all in ESPN's, Moj? Just out of curiosity's sake alone.
Yes.
Just
now
do the damn
you've
thing.
piqued my interest. Yes.
Rams at 1, Patriots 2, Seahawks at 3, and Broncos 4, Packers 5.
Wow. So they think. Okay. So now this is where the power rankings are correct. And this is where I believe them wholeheartedly because
they agree with my point of view.
Yeah, because I think the Rams, when I watch them play on both sides of the ball and what they've got and what they do and how they do it, I think the Rams are the best team in football, and I've been telling you that for a month. And I guess ESPN agrees with me.
Vic, any reaction there? You think that the Seahawks, Patriots, and Rams are all better than the Broncos, even though only the Patriots also have 11 wins?
You can make an argument for any of those. And I can make an argument that Denver's – it doesn't matter. I mean, look at me. I have zero interest in power rankings in December when the playoffs are right around the corner. We'll find out soon enough who the best teams are. We'll find out you know what? We'll find out Sunday what those power rankings mean.
Are we seeing a similar situation unfold to what we saw with the Broncos in 2011? A Denver legend weighs in, and we'll do that on the other side. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on Altitude 92.5. Remember now, whether you are at home or on the go, we're always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thank you for being here on a Hump Day Wednesday. Into the break, I asked you both a question. Are we seeing a similar situation unfold right now to what we saw with the Broncos in 2011? A Denver legend weighs in. Either one of you have any idea what I could be talking about?
No idea.
Moj?
No idea.
Well, let's listen to Tim Tebow and what he has to say about Shedeur Sanders and what he's gone through.
Hold on a second. I loved Tim Tebow. I loved every part of that run. I have defended it. I will say that the moment he threw that pass to DT, that was one of the most memorable plays. But when you refer to somebody as a Denver legend,
is he not?
A Denver legend.
Well,
I think I could list, honest to God, Matt, and I'm not trying to be a jerk here because I respect the hell out of Tim Tebow, and I defend him more than most. He's not a Denver legend. He's not a Denver legend, man.
Hold on a second. Matt's got a point here, Vic, and let me explain why.
No, he's
that
not a Denver
one
legend.
year. Him for his career, he's not a legend. But that one season,
that was a legendary season. Yeah,
was legendary. Okay?
Speaking of
Capped
legendary,
off for him with the pass to DT.
First of all, he's got a really strong support system, and that really matters. I think especially when you get a lot of praise and a lot of criticism. And I just think my encouragement is you can't control who speaks about you, but you can control who speaks into you. And to have those right voices, trusted voices that aren't yes people, but are loved ones and wise counsel and people that care about you to truly speak into you. And I think so many people will say, I just ignore all the voices. Well, you can't, because it's just part of life. Like, you hear it. Like, you cannot not hear some of it. But the question is, are the other voices going to speak louder into your life, your family and the wise counsel and the loved ones and the people that you bring in close? And I think that's really important, and that would be just how I'd encourage him. But just being around him several times and his dad, I know he's got a good support system, and rooting for that young man.
That was Tim Tebow yesterday, joining 92.3 in Cleveland. Guys, do you see any resemblance? Are there any comparisons that you draw?
Are they trying to rip us off?
No.
I guess that means we're a little bit better, right? Because we're 92.5.
92.3.
92.3. Hi.
Do you see any similarities, Moj, in the way the Shedeur situation has gone down and the way Tebow's went down?
Not even close. Not even close.
Because
Shedeur
I don't
can
think
play.
so at all.
Shedeur can throw. This wasn't some song and dance craziness at the end of games. No, man. It's not even in the same ballpark. Not even close.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the play on the field. I think we all understand what I'm talking about. I think it's disingenuous to even assume that you don't know what I'm talking about with the amount of hype for a backup quarterback, a guy who, the difference being in Tebow, at least in my opinion, where they were drafted. Tebow, at least at some point, there was an obligation to play him. With Shedeur, it was going to happen because there was so much momentum for any other fifth-round draft pick quarterback. I mean, could you guys even name me another quarterback who was drafted or undrafted after Shedeur right now? This year?
No, I can't. I can't.
Wasn't Tyler Shuck?
No, he was second round.
Was he?
But, Matt, we look at it, we realize that there are extenuating circumstances regarding Sanders. I don't know why he dropped to the fifth round. I would have taken him a lot earlier if it's me. I have no clue how that all worked out, the politics behind the scene. But he has first-round talent. I don't know why the hell it happened. So he's not your average bear when it comes to fifth-round quarterbacks, in my opinion.
I thought it was interesting because as far as the backup quarterback game, we remember how that goes. I mean, we remember what it was like when he went and had a cup of coffee with New England and then had a cup of coffee with the Jets. Like, there was all of that circus. And I think that that's what Cleveland expected when they got Shedeur. But it turned out to swing back to what you were trying to say, Vic.
Sure.
This ain't like Tebow because this dude can ball, man.
Well, yeah, the circus aspect of it, you're 100% right, Matt. There's circuses in both parties here. However, here's the line of delineation between Tebow and Shedeur, and I think we know this to be fact. Tebow was drafted way too early. It was an experiment by a brand new coach who was doing things so off the wall. That year, did anybody think Tebow was a first-round quarterback? Anybody?
No.
Josh McDaniels?
Okay, one person did. Shedeur was drafted too late. I think we can all agree on that. For whatever circumstances you want to bring, we were all shocked and stunned. So just because you're drafted 5th versus 1st, that doesn't tell me anything. That just tells me some coach out there regarding Tebow thought, wow, let's do this. He's doing this with his hands. It's a laboratory experiment. It just didn't work.
We'll see how it goes this weekend for Shedeur. They're in Chicago. It's supposed to be negative 20 degree with wind chill. Best of luck to all parties involved.
Oh, my
yeah.
What is it?
Negative 20 wind chill, which I'm telling you, when that wind whips off the lake like that,
that would be one of the coldest games in NFL history.
I know. It's supposed to be really rough this weekend. So we'll keep an eye on it. I do want to transition and hit one more thing
quick,
here.
Though,
yeah.
Real quick. When I lived in Chicago, I had washed my car one time, and I had a bottle of Windex that I left on the passenger side floor. And I came out, and it was slush. Do you know how hard it is to freeze Windex with all the crap that's in that? Dude, that's how cold it got. I was beside myself.
One of the great stories I've ever heard on this show.
I'm glad he shared it.
Yeah,
here is Ian Rappaport
discussing
something that we talked about yesterday because it's real and it's spectacular.
It is an unbelievable story, and yes, there is a very real chance that Rivers is the starting quarterback for the Colts this Sunday in 2025. The reason I say that is because Riley Leonard, who I'd say impressed a little bit this past Sunday, is dealing with a grade 1 PCL injury. His status is up in the air. So Philip Rivers flies into Indianapolis on Monday, works out with the Indianapolis Colts. As you mentioned, Tom, looks pretty good. Gets up Tuesday today and decides, you know what? I'm actually going to do it. So the person who was coaching St. Michael Catholic in Fairhope, running the Colts offense, ran it so well that the Colts decided we're just going to get not the play caller, but we're just going to have him play quarterback for us so we can do the same thing.
So the backstory on this one, guys, is that Philip Rivers got signed to Indianapolis's practice squad. Daniel Jones got hurt, had a fractured fibula, then he popped the Achilles. Riley Leonard came in, the rookie out of Notre Dame last week. He got hurt with a knee injury, and they were going to have to turn to Brett Rippon. But Shane Steichen, apparently, their head coach and Philip Rivers are very good friends. I guess they were together in L.A., as Moser was enlightening us about yesterday. But allegedly right now, at the high school level where Philip Rivers coaches his son's team, he's running the Colts offense. And apparently he and Steichen are breaking down plays and talking all the time. And so I guess they've been very, very familiar. And so that's why this is happening here. That's why.
I saw you take a swipe at me yesterday on social media. I saw that.
I did?
I didn't have time to really jog
my memory
because I'm working. Well, the guy Moser says is whatever you call it. Well, maybe it wasn't on social media, on our text chain.
Yeah, it was the text chain. Yeah.
I forget what I said. You tell me though. I guess here's the thing. When I was reading the story about it, he's throwing the ball very well. He knows the offense inside and out. It's a no-brainer in that regard. But I guess his conditioning is not good. Like he's got a little puffy and whatnot. Really? I dig that. Hey, man, what, Matt, I'm going to be dead serious here. Number one, I think this is a grand experiment that I'm here to witness. Watching this 44-year-old with all these kids come out of retirement to play in the National Football League is fascinating to me. And number two, what other options do they have? Seriously, what other options?
I don't know, but I never thought I'd live to see the day where a 44-year-old man, which, the age doesn't bother me as much as the fact that he hasn't played in 4 years. He hasn't played forever. It's not the age. He's coaching his kid at St. Michael's. His kid is 17. He's the starting quarterback. And he goes from that environment to now playing for a team who's making a run at the playoffs. It's a crazy story. Could be the stuff of legends. Could be, that's legendary if he makes it work. That's legendary.
Especially because he would have to go to Seattle this weekend, where they've turned opponents over 8 times in the last 2 weeks and only allowed 9 points in the last 2 games. So best of luck to Phyllis Rivers as the Colts, I guess, are set to start him this weekend. We're set to talk to the Avalanche head coach, Jared Bednar, on the other side. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Right now, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. We welcome Jared Bednar to the show. And, Coach, before I turn you over to Moj, I don't know if you know this, but he just updated his resume. And I don't know if you can technically put GarageBand on your resume, but he and Kiefer and Connor and Riker, they all did it. This was a little taste of their new single. And I understand that coming off a loss last night, probably not the best time, but because it was just released, I figured I'd give you a little taste, but save you from the worst parts of it.
Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
Yeah.
Yikes.
The pause says it all.
Yeah, Coach, honestly, when we were laying that down, I felt the same way, to be honest with you. I felt the exact same way.
Yikes.
Yeah, at least you guys, I did see the album covers, and at least you guys looked like a band.
Right.
You might not sound like one, but you look like one.
Well, with all the music technology, you should be able to sound like one, too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, if they can make Jessica Simpson sound good, they can make us sound good. Hey, Coach, last night, when I look at the numbers, and again, I don't dive too deep into the geekness of everything, but there are patterns with your team that I look at, and I know when you're playing well and when you're not. All indications are, to me, with the numbers that I looked at last night and possession time and so on, that you played a pretty damn good hockey game. You just couldn't win in the shootout. How do you view it?
Yeah, I liked large portions of the game. I'd say we had a couple extended shifts that they got pretty dangerous on in the third period, but I liked our first, and I thought we got even better and more dangerous in the second. We had a tough time tracking down some loose pucks, rebounds, like we're a step early at the net one time, a step late the next. We're 3 feet off it. It just, it was just one of those nights where I felt like we had good traffic and lots of pucks to the net and doing a lot of good things, and then just couldn't sort of find the loose pucks and scoring opportunities we needed. Or if we found them, they were just not right on our tape, and it was a little bit of work to create high quality scoring chances. But they can do that to you right now because they're really their game's really sort of picked up over the last 10 games since we played them last time, and they were a handful for us again last night.
Coach, not to get all big picture, but I'm not a fan. I'm over the shootout. It was fun and novel at first. Yeah. How would you decide a tie game after regulation? What your ideal situation? How would you get it done?
I don't know. I guess I feel the same way about 3-on-3, but I think you can play it. I wouldn't want to keep extending the games longer and longer for the reason, one of the reasons being look at the start time last night, and we're going to play another 3 minutes of overtime or something like that. It's just more taxing on more of your top guys, and so I don't know. I don't love the shootout either. I don't know. You could go to a 3-point system and make it more important to try and finish in regulation. I'm just not sure how you do it. But if the shootout is what it is, there isn't any in the playoffs. We're experimenting with new guys and different guys and trying to go back to some of the guys that have had recent success for us in the past. But it's not easy to do either some nights. So it's some years you got guys that are just automatic, and then our guys have kind of gone cold here a little bit. But I got to keep focusing on our game, and we'll take the point last night because I'm glad we stuck with it and found a way at the end of the game to get a big goal, 6-on-4, and our guys did a nice job with that and using the whole clock and staying with it and trying to dig in and find a way, and they did that, so I'm proud of them for that. And, now you just got to move on, and it sucks to lose that point quite often here this year because it could be difference making by the time the whole season's over. But I don't know how you solve it.
Jared Bednar joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Coach, I just curious of your evaluation of your goaltending over this road trip. Wedgie nicked up a little bit last week. You start Blackwood in a back-to-back. You know, I think overall performs pretty well, and then you do get Wedgwood back last night. After it took a little while for McKenzie to kind of get his rhythm coming back off that injury, how do you feel about that position right now?
Yeah, I feel good about it. You know, number one, you know, we'll come home, or as of last night, you get two guys healthy again and playing pretty well. So you have options. And, you know, I think like playing a tired goalie on a back-to-back and just being able to win, I think it's great. It's a good challenge, a good test for Blackie. And then you got, you know, Wedge, who does get dinged up, who's now healthy. And we've seen, like, already this year, like, our goaltending, when we have two guys healthy and you can play a rested guy and they can sort of feed off one another and push one another, it's kind of when we've been at our best in the net. Like, Wedge did such a good job for a long time when he was the only guy healthy, but when we got them both back, I really liked it, and I thought it was really competitive from those guys. So I like that moving forward here. And, yeah, I think that they were both did a good job under the circumstances, you know, because getting dinged up and then, you know, being out a week and then coming in last night is no easy task either.
So last night?
I did want to ask you, Coach, about the shootout situation last night. Very bizarre. Not sure I've ever seen it. And clearly it didn't end up mattering because, obviously, unfortunately, you guys lost. But that was bizarre. And the look on your face and the look on Nate's face when the ref skated over to explain the situation, I've never seen that look on your face on the bench before.
Oh, because you knew something was going on. There was no reason for the refs to go over to the penalty box. So, you know the situation. There's a spotter, and if the spotter sees something, but I mean, the spotter was late. You know, like he gets run into. Then there's another shooter. Like, I don't know how long it takes to decide if you know. So that was what was really strange. You know, he gets run into, and then he still faces another shooter, and then they come to him. Like when we're shooting, you tell him he's got to go off the ice. It just seemed like the timing of it was strange. I don't think that's, you know, you need to pull him out in that situation. You know, you've already left him for one shooter. What's another shooter if it goes that far? And it's not like a situation where you're playing hockey game with a bunch of traffic. You're just in the shootout. But I understand why they're there and what they do, and it's not an easy job. And no one's like, I'm assuming no one's ever happy when you pull your player off, and especially if you know they're good. You know, if they're telling you, like, our players are so aware now that, like, if something happens or they get hit and they don't feel right, they're usually going, "Hey, I don't feel right," and because they're not going to risk it long term or make it worse. So I think the spotter's there just for that precaution of in case some like guys around them don't notice that something's wrong, and you know, and the guy's a little bit messed up and can't sort of figure out that something's wrong or can't communicate it, then they're there for that safety recall. And, you know, but you just deal with it last night. Like you said, it didn't matter, so there's no use raising a big fuss about it.
Well, the only way I guess it would have mattered, Coach, is that Landy's standing around his own zone for like 6 minutes. You know, I mean, Riker seemed to indicate, hey, they're kind of icing the kicker here. And I don't know if it would have made a difference or not. I don't know if Gabe, if he just gets the go-ahead, would have scored or not. But you know, he's standing around his own zone.
Yeah, no, I didn't love that either. You know, it's just, you know, I got bigger fish to fry.
Right.
And it seems like on a nightly or weekly basis and to worry too much about it. But it was definitely strange. I definitely haven't seen that before.
Coach, I did want to ask you about Nate because obviously he's the first to 50 in back-to-back years. But I'm wondering from your perspective, I know you get asked about him and his work ethic and his skill and his talent. But I'm wondering, when you feel he became the best player in the world, how many years ago? How long has this been where he's been at the top now?
Yeah, 2022, I love this season. I think that season, I think he had 99 points the year we won in 2022, and his defensive game for me just it skyrocketed that year, and what he was able to do on the defensive side, the commitment to I don't want to say play the right way, but it really is playing the right way, being hard defensively, being able to, shut down other teams' top lines while still producing, at a higher rate than he had before. But he's continued to improve since then, right? And there's a lot of pressure on those guys to produce every night. The more you produce, the more pressure's on you to produce. So dealing with that and handling that on a nightly basis is hard enough. And then you got the coaching staff yelling at him all the time to check harder and do the right things and track back and be more physical. And really when his main focus is probably to, continue to try to help produce. So there's a balance there. But he's been so good at that for us this year, and again now scoring at a higher rate than maybe ever before. And it's just I find it remarkable what some of those top guys are able to do and how they're able to push their game forward from year to year, month to month, or whatever it is to try and help their teams have success. It just seems like those guys are leading the way is just on a whole different planet.
Coach, hey, are you ready to go home? Are you ready to go home, Coach? If this road trip has only been 4 games, but it feels like it's been 20. I don't know why. We've been out before for 12 days, and it just skips by. But this one feels long to me.
Yeah, I think it's some of the quiet time and time off in these road trips. The first few days it went quick. I like when we go out on the road. And especially when we're going East Coast and we're playing a bunch of games, instead of just going out for 1 or 2 and coming home, I feel like this year we've been home and gone a lot. We haven't settled in on the road or home. So when we get out here, if we're rested, especially early in it, I like those back-to-backs and hammering out games. It was nice to get some afternoon games in there. But, we've only been in Nashville for a couple of days, and it feels like we've been here for a week because we got in. Had the evening after and then the day off, and then yesterday being the late game, and then because it's so late, we got to stay over before we go home. It feels long for sure.
Coach, last one for me, and this is more of a philosophical question. So, when you're playing golf and you're playing against a guy that you want to beat, and you're making pars and birdies, and that dude's making pars and birdies, you're like, man, what do I got to do here? And then you look at the NHL standings, and you're kicking butt. And right behind you is Dallas. They're kicking butt. Does part of you say, hey, man, it's okay that someone is chasing us. This makes us sharper. Or does that even matter to you?
Yeah, I think it can. That's certainly the mentality that you want your team to have, right? The last thing you want for your team to do, and there's going to be ebbs and flows through the season, the last thing you want your team to do is, have all this success and then get complacent and your habits get poor and because then you're not really, even though you're sitting pretty in the standings at the current time, you're not really, getting your team to the point that you want it to be at for the playoffs, right? The longer you can play with good habits, the right intention, the commitment, the competitiveness that you need, the more you're kind of honing those skills. And every game's going to give you a different challenge. You got to find ways, like last night, to get it to overtime. And if that's playoffs, then you're playing 5-on-5 again, and may the best team win. But I just keep going back to we don't control Dallas. We control us. So we just got to do everything we can do and let the chips fall where they may. We're going to give it everything we got. And I'm happy with the way our team is playing and what we're doing and the results we're getting. And, so there's no use stressing out over Dallas. They're definitely a good hockey team and they're definitely doing very similar to what we're doing. So it's going to be tight and we know that, but we control what we do, and that's all we need to worry about. Everything else is just it's just a distraction.
Coach, I should have given you a better analogy because I don't remember ever playing golf with you when you were making a bunch of pars and birdies. So my bad.
I was going to say that. I've never done that.
Yeah, my bad.
If you'd have said, Nate, when you're making a bunch of bogeys, and the other guys may also making a bunch of bogeys, I'd have been like, yeah, I know that feeling.
I was wondering why you walked that back because I like the par golf and Dallas just staying right there and you just got to focus on yourself. Well, we appreciate your time as always, Coach. Get home safe and enjoy that sleep in your own bed tonight.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
That is Jared Bednar, the head coach of the
Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
All righty, Moj. We say goodbye to you too right now as well, correct?
Time to get on the bus and head on home. Yeah.
All right. Well,
I'm glad to be coming home.
Safe trip, buddy.
We'll see you in studio tomorrow morning. It'll be
buddy.
nice to have a little company again. I mean, that'll be nice.
Right on.
I say that now, but when he gets here, I'm going to be wishing
You're
him
gonna
back
hate
in
it, yeah.
Nashville. All right, on the other side, Vic and I are going to break down the clinching scenarios for the Denver Broncos because playoffs are on the line this weekend. We'll share details next.
Do you like to win? I mean, in anything. Well, I got the guys and gals for you. Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplis Law wins. They win in record-setting ways. A serious law firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis right now. Whatever your case may be, you want to win, you go to Dan and his firm. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. A proven winner in law. Hit him up, dankapleslaw.com.
Well, we just sent Mark Moser on his way. Moser is headed back from Nashville with the Avs. They've been gone a while. They have been gone a while. And I completely understand why Coach Bednar and Moser both are just ready to be home. Because, Vic, after you go from city to city to city like that, and you're in and out of, what have they been in, 4 different hotels in like the last week? It's time. That's it.
You know, as much crap as I give Moser, and I do give him a lot, it's the reason I actually do this show, not for the sports talk, but just to give Moser crap.
Right.
The fact that he can do this show, folks, do his job and do it while traveling, and it's not easy. It's crazy. It taxes your body. It taxes your mental health. It's taxing all around. So I agree. Get him home.
Yep.
Get him home so I can make fun of him even more.
Speaking of getting them home, we're welcoming home the Denver Broncos this weekend, and there's a lot on the line these last 4 games as we enter the home stretch for the Broncos. Clearly competing for the AFC West. That Chargers win, that was a goofy one. And actually, before I move on from that, because they did win, the Broncos have a little bit of heat on their heels, which I think could be a good thing. It certainly, similar to the Stars and the Avs right now, it will allow them to focus on what they're doing because they know their margin for error isn't as big as maybe it could have been. But how about this number, Vic? Did you know in the last 20 seasons, quarterbacks who completed under 50% of their passes and had fewer than 150 passing yards, that were sacked 7+ times, were 0 for 14. Justin Herbert is the first such quarterback to win while completing under 50% of his passes with less than 150 passing yards, getting sacked more than 7 times in the last 20 years. How about that?
That's a credit to him. I don't know. I don't know how the Chargers are doing it when they lose their tackles. They lose so many offensive weapons, and they're still right there, 2 games behind the Broncos. It's really a credit to them. It's a credit to Herbert and that coaching staff. They're scotch taping their way through this season. So, you know, you said something, though. Let's say the Chargers had lost that game, and let's say that the Broncos are now 3 clear. I don't think it changes much at all. I still think the remaining games are tough. I don't know what I guess I don't know what your expectations are and what you're looking at that number 1 seed as if number 1 seed or bust.
No,
right?
no,
Is that what you're saying? Or?
No. I'm saying that I think from a fan perspective, right? Fans get nervous. You want the number 1 seed.
Sure.
You want the home field advantage. But if the Chargers had lost, you know, for all intents and purposes, there's the division. I don't believe the Broncos.
But let me ask you this: does it make the Chargers, had they won or lost in that game, does it make them any less dangerous in the season finale? Doesn't. I don't think it changes a thing. They'll still have something to play for.
Probably not. No, probably not.
Kansas City could be completely eliminated from the playoffs on Christmas night.
Yep.
It doesn't make them any less dangerous.
It's a very valid point. I just think as far as wrapping up the West is concerned, you'd clearly feel more comfortable had they lost. I mean, that's not even debatable. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, right? Like at least all right, the number 1 seed is still very much in play. And these numbers, courtesy of Romy Bean, CBS4, she does a great job. Combined record of remaining opponents in this battle for the 1 seed in the AFC.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
No. We love Romy. Broncos opponents, these next 4, combined records of 33, 18, and 1. 3 of the 4 are 9-win teams, just 1 team under 500.
Mm-hmm.
For the Patriots, the combined record of their final 4 opponents, 24 and 28.
Yeah.
However, they play 3 division games, but they are 3 of 4 teams under 500.
What about home road splits? Because I know the Broncos have 3 to the 4 at home, which is a big deal.
I think so, too. And the Patriots, there's 2 at home and 2 on the road. And this weekend, they welcome in Buffalo. And how grateful would we all be to watch Josh Allen storm into Foxborough and leave with a win like a thief in the night? I mean, that would be fantastic. But that's what's at stake right now.
Buffalo team, by the way. This is you're so right on. Don't pay attention to the records as much as the desperation to me in December. It's the desperation. It's those teams like, we got to do whatever we can here. We're letting it all out. Those are the teams I worry about. I really do. And every single team the Broncos play in this stretch has desperation for whatever reason. Some more desperate than others. Those last 2 games, those will be the toughest 2 games on the Broncos slate all year, in my opinion.
Tell me if this adds a different dynamic to the equation as we're looking at the Broncos and Patriots in this race for the 1 seed. Denver will clinch a playoff berth, and I'll just make this as simple as possible, with a win. If for some reason they tie the Packers, there's all a bunch of other stuff going on. But as far as making the playoffs, punching your ticket to the postseason, winning you're in this weekend, Vic, I think that's pretty simple. However, for the Patriots, New England also clinches a playoff berth with a win, so pretty simple there. There are also other scenarios with a New England tie against Buffalo and some other losses around the AFC that they would officially punch their ticket. But how about this one? New England clinches the AFC East title with a win. Do you think that the Patriots, if they wrap up the division against Josh Allen, have the same motivation headed down the stretch? Do you think that wavers at all?
Yeah. Well, they're going to want the top seed. I mean, that's the thing about these games. There's always something at stake. There's always something. Whether at the beginning of the season, the Broncos' primary, stake was let's make the playoffs, right? Isn't that what it was? Let's make the playoffs again. All right, so they got that. Now it's, all right, hey, can we win this division? All right, yeah, we can win this division. And now it's, can we get the top seed? Is that possible? So the stakes change by the week, it seems. So you can manufacture whatever motivation you want, Matt. You really can. You can manufacture anything. Oh, well, we have nothing to play for. These young guys, they got to prove to me that they can stay on this team next year. There's always a form of motivation in every game.
That is true. That is true. So we'll see what happens as the action gets underway this weekend. Clearly, the Packers coming in, Jags after that, Broncos in Kansas City on Christmas Day, and then home against the Chargers to end the regular season. Tons of interesting and exciting Broncos action coming up. I did come across this note, which I found fascinating, because I know we went through the draft of George Payton and Sean Payton, the several drafts they've been together, and the one that George Payton had before Sean Payton arrived. And we went through hits or misses, and you said R.J. Harvey is a hit. There were other players in this draft class, like Jahdae Barron. You said inconclusive yet. But explain to us why you feel like R.J. Harvey was a hit.
He's a hit because he's thrust into the starting role, and they're still winning games, and he's been productive. Has he been as productive as some would like? Maybe not. Clearly, he's not doing what the guy he replaced was doing. Clearly. You'd rather have J.K. Dobbins here. But he's doing enough to get by. And in my world, what more? What do you want him to do? This is who he is. As a rookie, he'll get better. But as a rookie, this is who he is. It's not to say that they could use a 150-yard running back, but J.K. Dobbins wasn't even doing that when he was healthy.
I'm interested. Chime in on the Shot Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Are we definitive with that? Is R.J. Harvey a hit in the draft? I'm curious to know what our listeners and Broncos fans think, but I did come across this number. R.J. Harvey is just the sixth rookie since 1990 to have 5 or more rushing touchdowns and 4 or more receiving touchdowns in his rookie year. How about this company he joins? Saquon Barkley, Alvin Kamara, David Johnson, Matt Forte, and, of course, Hall of Famer Edgerrin James.
I might sound foolish here when I say this.
That wouldn't be a surprise.
Name another rookie running back that is shining this season.
Okay, that's a fair point, especially considering we had one drafted inside the top 10 in Ashton Genty. But
the one in New England is
Travion Henderson.
First one that came to mind. The one is in Chargerland was until he got hurt.
Omarion Hampton, yes. I think those are probably the three that jump out to me right away. I don't think is Woody Marks in Houston a rookie or no?
I don't know, but I can tell you, there aren't many. So I want you to compare him against his contemporaries here.
Scattaboo, Judkins, Ollie Gordon, Dylan Sampson. Yeah, Woody Marks is also a rookie.
He's on a better team. He's on a different style offense. He's fine. He's fine, guys. There's nothing. There's a lot of other things that the Broncos need, but the running back position right now for a rookie to step in and handle it, he's fine.
Actually, if you look around the league, a decent amount of rookies are making an impact. You mentioned Hampton, you mentioned Henderson, we mentioned Genty. You add Harvey to that mix. Quinshon Judkins has been very good outside of the fact that he didn't pitch the ball on the 2-point conversion last week against Tennessee for Cleveland.
Judkins is explosive, man.
Bill Krosky-Merritt in Washington, I know their season has been rough, but he's also had a nice start. He kind of came out of nowhere. Kid played at Arizona last year, but barely did. Cam Scattaboo, he was having a really nice season before he got hurt. That kid Tootin down in Jacksonville, who's right now running back 2 behind Travis Etienne. I mean, they traded Tank Bigsby away to free up some more carries for him. Dylan Sampson with the Cleveland Browns has also made some nice plays. As I mentioned, Ollie Gordon, Woody Marks, like I said, Houston's running back, and even Devin Neal, who's starting for the New Orleans Saints. So interesting there as we just stumbled upon that. There are actually quite a few rookie running backs making an impact.
You know what you're telling me? Is that position is getting younger and younger every year. That position is now get the best available body before they get banged up and throw them in there. That's what it is.
Well, that's why they didn't pay Javonte, and that's why you're seeing running backs typically not make it to the second contract with the team that drafted them unless they're special.
Because they go through the grinder.
Right.
They get hurt.
Yeah, it is interesting, though. Good to see that draft class actually making a big impact. Let's listen to Sean Payton specifically on the Broncos rookie running back, R.J. Harvey, after the game in Vegas the other day.
We drafted the runner, like what we saw from him as a runner, and then we saw enough his senior year as a receiver that we felt, but it was like the opposite with Kamara. When we drafted Kamara, we drafted the receiving threat, and then it was like, wow, we saw something different when we handed it to him as well. And with RJ, we drafted the runner first. And when you see him, you guys have spent time with him. He's quiet, but he's put together. He's short, but he's put together well. And so he's grown up quick, because of the injury to JK.
Interesting there to say that they drafted the runner, and then senior year he saw what he could do at receiver, which is accurate if you look at his history. But I was impressed with the patience he showed in the running game. There weren't too many negative runs, Vic, and I will say this: there's a couple plays that are tackles for loss, like 5 yards deep in the backfield, and some of those swing passes that weren't necessarily very accurate from Bo if Harvey doesn't make a move. So if he can continue to build upon what we saw Sunday, I'm going to feel better about it heading into the postseason.
Can I make an admission?
You absolutely can.
Because I'm not afraid to tell you when I had no idea. When the Broncos drafted R.J. Harvey and his name came up, I was like, God, where did I hear that name? I didn't know much about it. I was like, who the hell's that? You covered CU closely. You still do.
Yeah.
Do you remember the CU game against Central Florida?
I remember the wheel route he took to the house. It was about their only good play of the day down there in Orlando.
Yeah, I remember that too. A game CU won. One of their most impressive wins, road wins, since Prime arrived, correct?
Yep, absolutely. No
but
question.
At that point, did you say to yourself, this guy, wait till he gets to the pros, this guy?
To be honest with you, I didn't, only because the Big 12 class from last year at running back specifically was absolutely loaded.
I mean, Devin Neal. I was thinking guys like Devin Neal. I wasn't thinking R.J. Harvey.
DJ Giddens played at Kansas State, now with the Colts. Ollie Gordon, Oklahoma State, now with the Dolphins. There was a bunch of guys in the conference last year who could really tote the rock.
So sometimes, what we see and what they see entirely different. I didn't see this. I didn't have any anticipation what he can do in the pros. I was as surprised as anybody.
I'll say this. I did not think, out of all those guys I mentioned, Taj Brooks also last year played at Cincinnati. There's a couple others that escaped me. Or maybe Taj Brooks, at Texas Tech, I meant, not Cincinnati. Or maybe I got those backwards. Either way, it's really irrelevant. The point was he was not the best Big 12 runner I saw in person last year, and I saw a lot of these guys in person last year. So when they drafted him as early as they did, I kind of raised an eyebrow like, oh, second round for Harvey. That seems a little high. I mean, I think he's a player, but is he going to be good? And clearly the versatility was something that was attractive to them. Yeah. They understand he's a little undersized. But to Sean's point, as he brought up there, I mean, he is thick. He's built well.
You all right?
Yeah, excuse me. Just something caught in the throat. So, look, I understand. Somebody else on the text line said Kyle Monungai, another rookie running back this year. It has actually been a very good class. We did mention Cam Scattaboo as well. All right, I did want to transition here because something else happened in the NFL yesterday that, again, for this being 2025, how is this a real story? How is this real life?
It is an unbelievable story, and yes, there is a very real chance that Rivers is the starting quarterback for the Colts this Sunday in 2025. The reason I say that is because Riley Leonard, who I'd say impressed a little bit this past Sunday, is dealing with a grade 1 PCL injury. His status is up in the air. So Phillip Rivers flies into Indianapolis on Monday, works out with the Indianapolis Colts. As you mentioned, Tom, looks pretty good. Gets up Tuesday today and decides, you know what, I'm actually going to do it. So the person who was coaching St. Michael Catholic in Fairhope, running the Colts offense, ran it so well that the Colts decided we're just going to get not the play caller, but we're just going to have him play quarterback for us so we can do the same thing.
Vic, if Phillip Rivers is actually who the Colts turn to when they play Seattle, I think that's on the road too this week. What are your expectations for the 44-year-old quarterback who hasn't played in 4 years?
I hope he proves us all wrong. I do. I mean, it's funny to make jokes. You know, it's funny to say, what is this? What are you doing? I hope he goes in there and does something special.
It'd be pretty fun to watch.
You know, I've been a lot of things, and I've been 44 years old before. And I know I'm certainly never been a pro athlete, but the body breaks down, man. The body breaks down. And I know Tom Brady did it, and I know LeBron's doing it in the NBA, and some people are different. But when you go from 0 to 100, he's coaching football. I doubt in football he's being chased by a linebacker and he's forced to. What do you do in that situation? Well, how does your body respond? Will your calf remain intact, or will that explode on live TV? I don't know what to expect in a game. I don't want to see him get badly hurt. It's like an elderly man falling down a staircase. I don't want to see that.
You just feel bad. You're like, oh,
you know?
Ooh. That had to be a couple of ribs.
I remember I was walking around our offices there, and I ran into, you know those glasses we have, those glass windows in front of the salespeople's office?
Yes.
So remember this, Nelly, when I ran straight into a window because I didn't know the door was closed?
It
was like an elderly man lost, and I hurt myself just walking.
I still have a picture on my phone of the nose print and face print you left on that office window. And by the way, one of our salespeople was interviewing for a job when you just face planted.
And he got the job.
And he got the job because
Yeah.
he can handle a fast-paced work environment where Vic is walking into clean glass.
You know what I hope? I hope Phillip Rivers doesn't look like Mad Dog Russo attempting that basketball shot
That was
yesterday.
really bad. That was really bad. I thought he tore his Achilles.
I'm going to say this again. It stuns me. And this is a shout to all the media members out there.
Yeah.
It stuns me how many members of my craft are terrible athletes. I mean,
does it stun you?
It stuns me. It stuns me because I wonder, did you get into this business because you've never played? Did you get it? I cannot believe how many people in my business are uncoordinated. And I'm not saying I'm all that. But you can walk and chew gum at the same time. There are some people in this business. What the hell is that?
I like there's a guy on social media, MGrads, who always says, if you want to talk about basketball and be credentialed as a media member, you got to be able to, at the bare minimum, make an offhand layup. Whichever one is your offhand, right or left, you got to be able to do that, and then you got to pass to talk about basketball. So I'm with you. I think a lot of people out there would feel the same, but also surprised, I don't know. I mean, like we talked about the other day, we're disgusting lowlifes in the media. That's all. I mean, just savages who crawled out from under the bridge, troglodytes even. It's a sad state of affairs in the Colorado sports media game. I do, on the other side, want to talk a little college football because the Heisman Trophy ceremony is coming up, and a former Colorado Buffalo says this year's race isn't even close. We'll explain next. Follow along on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started now at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moj is on a plane back from Nashville, so we said goodbye to him a little bit earlier at the beginning of the second hour, Vic. But I do want to talk a little college football with you. And I teased into the break, there was a former Buff that says the Heisman race isn't even close this year, which is true, and we'll get to him. But what I should have said was, according to our own Vic Lombardi, Notre Dame was supposed to have broken the sports world in half yesterday. But all I saw from everybody was complaining about them crying, including from Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark. So explain to me why everybody was wrong and why they broke the sports world yesterday.
What do you mean by broke? I never said they were going to break the sports world. What?
Help me out. Your tease, I did remember your tease from yesterday was like 10 o'clock, big presser. Got to listen to it, big presser.
There's, understand there's some litigation going on, right? And it's going to happen. And, you can say what you want, but they've already achieved one thing. Bowl season is done. Bowl season's done. Moving forward,
forever?
when the CFP is where it's at, and that's what it is. Bowl season. These bowl games, the more and more they go on, do you know how many bowl games exist, by the way?
Not a specific number, but there's probably 20, 30.
36.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
36 bowl games. They're done. It's over.
What do you mean? I didn't see that announcement.
Well, moving forward it is.
Because
the CFP and the playoff is going to take precedence over that. Now, you can...
Wait a minute, it has for years. Why is it all of a sudden because Notre Dame missed the college football playoff, now they're just done?
Well, this year, how many teams just decided to say they can't fill these bowl games?
That's
Five
true.
teams said no.
That's
they can't
true.
fill them. It's over. Nobody wants to play in these anymore. The attraction of the bowl game isn't what it used to be. It actually costs a school more money to attend a bowl game than you get?
Absolutely, yeah.
It costs you a hell of a lot of money.
No question. Now, let me ask you this, because this has been kicked around behind the scenes as a possible solution for that, and I agree with you. Look, I'm giving you a hard time because, no, bowl games are not just over because Notre Dame all of a sudden decided not to play in it this year. It's been happening for the last 5 to 10 years. It's going to continue happening. However, what say you to the idea of moving that bowl game to the beginning of the next season and playing it then?
I love it. Playing a bowl game at the beginning of the year, like the inaugural game for each team. Hell, have every team play a bowl game to start the season. I love it.
I think it's got to be just if you made a bowl, like week 0 becomes bowl week, and that's how we kick off the season.
Great.
You'd have some interesting matchups, certainly more Power 4 matchups than you would typically in week 0 or week 1 in college football. I think it could be fun.
For a team like Notre Dame, they have to, if you've noticed over the years, Notre Dame plays its toughest games at the beginning of the season because it's not a conference, and conference games do not allow them to schedule tough non-conference games in October. So this year, they played Miami and Texas A&M to open the season, 2 top 10 teams. I don't think I know another team that played 2 top 10 teams to start the season, back-to-back.
Top 10? I'm not sure.
Top 10,
Texas?
back-to-back.
Who did Texas open with? Because they opened at Ohio State.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure who their next team was. I have to go back and look at their schedule. So, every team has to deal with their respective schedules differently. All I'm saying is, you asked me, would they break the system? The system's already crumbling as we speak.
Hold on. I didn't ask you if they break the system. You told me that they're breaking the system. That's how the conversation
went.
Well,
the ACC relationship is over. I think we know that.
That's true.
Over. So where do they go next? I don't know. Do they form a relationship with the Big Ten, the SEC? Do they try to go with the same program they had at the ACC with another conference? Or do they strictly go full independent and just wait? And the wait is simple. They're waiting for the Super League. We all know where this is going. We all know. As soon as these contracts expire, as soon as things settle down, Super Leagues are coming. And I don't know how many will be in that Super League, but Matt, would you agree that that's coming? Am I just talking out of my you-know-what?
No.
The Super League is going to happen.
Eventually. However, something happened yesterday that may delay that inevitability, but I do believe be it 15 years down the line, 20 years down the line, that's probably what it will look like, because yesterday college sports really became just another version of professional sports to a entirely different degree, which we'll discuss coming up at in the 920 segment.
Let me handle this. There's a question on the text line. If you were to play bowl games at the start of the season, it would be an injustice to the seniors who accomplished blah, blah, blah. Let me clue you in on something. If you're not playing in the CFP, those seniors you speak of, most of them that are any good, they're not playing in those bowl games anymore.
Yeah.
They're gonzo. And this is what really bothers me. And this is why I was so happy Notre Dame opted out. I'm so happy. I need you to pay attention here. So let's say Notre Dame abides by the CFP's decision, which they had the rug pulled out from under them. Let's say they play in this game. And they set up to play BYU, a very good team. So Notre Dame's going to have 6, 7 opt-outs of guys who are going to the NFL. Gone. They're not playing in the bowl game. Then they've got about 5 or 6 more of dudes who may enter the portal, not to mention backups who may not play. And then they've got 2 or 3 injuries from dudes who perhaps they've been dealing with something, and they're not going to wait an extra month to get on it. They're going to deal with it now. So do you have anything resembling the team that just won 10 straight on the field? Do you have Jeremiah Love? Do you have anybody that resembles the team that just played? No. So what happens? You go to BYU and you play in that game, and you could lose. And then all you do is justify the selection committee's decision. No. Screw that. You have everything to lose and nothing to gain. And for those who say, oh, what about the kids? The kids? They voted to sit this one out. They ain't dummies. And quit calling them kids. This is a business now. At the University of Utah, they got capital money coming in. This is no longer kids.
Yeah.
Diego Pavia is my age.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because we're going to talk about what happened with Utah coming up, like I said, in the 920 segment. However, I want to transition because I did mention the Heisman race is coming to an end. And to be honest with you, what a snoozer it's been this year. I mean, quite frankly, one of the worst I've seen in a while. But former buff Joel Klatt on the Joel Klatt Show says this year's race isn't even close.
Think about what this guy has done. He's number 1 in the country. They're 13-0. He made throw after throw after throw in big moments on the road all year long. It didn't matter the opponent. He beat now the number 2 team in the country on a neutral site and number 5 team in the country in their building. No other player has a resume like Fernando Mendoza, and candidly, it's not even close. And anybody that argues differently is wrong. I don't know how else to say it.
I hear what Klatt's saying, and I think if you're looking at resume, which is how this thing is voted on, then Mendoza, and again, by the odds, he is an overwhelming favorite. At this point, I think Travis was a little bit ahead of him because, let's see, what day is it? The 10th? It's got to be this week, the Heisman ceremony, I would imagine, in New York. About 1 year ago this week, we were in Times Square watching Trav get that. But when you look at Mendoza, I mean, Indiana's recorded the best season in school history, the only undefeated team in FBS ball. He'd be the first player in Indiana history to win the Heisman Trophy. And quite frankly, he leads all of FBS in passing touchdowns. He's the only player to have 30 passing touchdowns and 5 or more rushing touchdowns on the year. So I don't know who else you'd pick. However, I think the best player in the country is actually Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame. I'll give you your Irish hat.
That's happened before, though. There have been seasons where the best player in the country doesn't win the Heisman, but we all know who it is. Christian McCaffrey was the best player in the country.
Yep.
Christian McCaffrey was the best player in the U.S. of A. Did not win the Heisman. We all know why. The Heisman is what it is. It's a popularity contest. I am so over the Heisman, Matt. I've been over the Heisman for 20 years.
I still think it's cool.
Oh, I think it's the most overrated, overblown waste of time that we do in college sports.
Why?
Because it's a waste of time.
Why is that?
Because it's not a fair evaluation of who the best player in the country. It doesn't have the same prestige it once had. There are all these other awards they come up with now. There are like 30 different awards at the end of the season. They do the award show. I think I'm not the only one who says this. The Heisman was once a can't-miss, hotly debated, everybody tune in to see. It's now, don't even bother watching the show. It takes an hour just to get to the final tally. Heisman is just, come on. What is it?
I mean, what's a better metric to measure the best player in the country that we have? The Maxwell?
That's the point. There is no metric. There's no metric. It's usually, last year it was unique. It was an offensive/defensive player. Usually it goes to an offensive player to skill position, correct? It's usually running back or
it's usually quarterback.
All right. Yeah. You know what? There was a season when Ndamukong Suh was the best player in the country. It wasn't even close.
Sure.
He was the Heisman winner. But who got it? Who got it the year that he dominated college football? And when I say dominated, it wasn't even close. It's a dumb award given to a popularity. It's stupid.
Let's see. In 2005, Reggie Bush won the Heisman in 05.
Great player.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, great player.
I think that's okay. But no, I get what you're saying. However, I got to tell you, being there last year, you do make a valid point that
man, I've been there several times. I've been to the New York Athletic Club. I've seen the Heisman up close. It's a wonderful event. I'm not knocking the ceremony and the pomp and circumstance, but it's not what it used to be. Is all I'm saying. I've seen it for 50 years.
I would,
and what it is today is nothing compared to what it was years ago.
All I was trying to say is I agree with you there. I really do, and I understand what you're saying. When I was there, I kept thinking to myself, is there anybody else outside of like Colorado fans that actually care about this?
Sure. Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. When it's your
regional.
player involved, you're exactly right. When it's your player involved, then obviously you're all in. CU and CU fans were all in last year because it involved Travis Hunter. But you look at this year's field, you may have very little interest in the Heisman. Do you know what week they're going to award the Heisman?
I believe it's the end of this week. It's got to be.
We don't even know.
It's got to be, just based upon last year. I want to get back to one comment you made about bowl games, and we'll do that a little bit later. And we'll continue to break down the college football playoff as I sit in with you and Moser while Brett is at home getting baby number 2 settled with the family. And on the other side, we are going to take a look at the biggest stories of the day. Avs, Broncos, Phillip Rivers back, and Cam Johnson of the Denver Nuggets makes a bold declaration. We'll share it all on the other side. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. Happy Wednesday. Moj is on a flight back from Nashville, so he'll be back with us tomorrow. Vic and I in studio hanging out. Vic, let's start off with what everybody's talking about today. It's that old reliable Colorado Wagon.
Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
That is Moj. That is Riker. That's Connor. And that is, what did I say? Moj, Riker, Connor, and who am I missing?
Kiefer.
Kiefer, thank you. Oh, my God. Sorry, Kiefer.
What is this music? Are we at a rave or something?
No. But what did you think of the Colorado Wagon debut?
I thought it was fine. They really went out of their way to push it. The song was not complete, but the album cover was fantastic. The effort was fantastic. The creativity, fantastic. I thought Moser had the best voice in the entire thing, and that's about all I'll say about it.
I can't believe I totally spaced Kiefer's name. Of course it was Kiefer, because he was the one that, let's be honest, he sounded the worst. Had a nice voice crack in his verse or whatever you want to call it. But this was Jared Bednar last night on the game that Colorado lost in a shootout to Nashville to end the road trip, but did push to tie the game at the end of the third period.
Good on our guys to stick with it. I liked a couple of our power plays tonight. First one especially, didn't capitalize. Then you kind of get down to the nitty-gritty at the end of it. 6-on-5. It was hard working, and we managed the puck well. We had a couple looks, draw a penalty. Gives us a little bit more of an advantage for 6-on-4. And I like the fact that we didn't force anything, but we took, a couple good looks at the net, and eventually Kale's shot finds its way through. So it's a big goal for us. It gets us a point. And, I mentioned it before. You know how I feel about the shootouts.
Vic Kale-McCarr with his first power play goal of the year, despite the fact that he was already leading the NHL in points for a defenseman. Unfortunately, the Avs suffer the loss, but they did fight last night, and they'll get back with a little home cooking coming up later this week.
That was fun. To see that go in at the very end, right? You're into it. Come on, man. Just get a point. Get a point. Get a point. And that goal snuck in. It's about time, because we talked about it yesterday. It was Moser who said McCarr had yet to score a power play goal, and he did it just in the nick of time.
Next up, Avs and Panthers on Thursday night from Ball Arena. And then Saturday night, they host the Predators again, unfortunately. They have a weird one-off road trip next Tuesday in Seattle, but then don't play again until next Friday at home against Winnipeg. So for all intents and purposes, the next 2 weeks should be a good amount of home cooking for the Avs, as maybe they can get a chance to get their legs under them. A lot of hockey in the last couple of days. Bo Nix in year 2. Bo Nix through 2 seasons. How about 8-1 against the NFC as the Broncos are set to welcome in the Packers? Here's what Sean Payton had to say about his sophomore quarterback after yet another win, 10 in a row now, this one over the Raiders on Sunday.
With a quarterback in his second year, it's each week, growth. And there's certain things that might happen where the next time it's corrected. There's certain things each week that takes place. And his job is to lead his team to the end zone and to win. He's something. He's tough to sack, and his off-schedule accuracy is really good. So yeah, I think it's it comes with playing.
What are your expectations for Bo as we head down the home stretch? Packers, Jaguars, Chiefs, and Chargers.
Survive, advance. I'm not looking for style points. I don't care. I mean, this is what it is at this point. Win. Just find a way to win. You know what? I think that Bo is sort of tired of dealing with the criticism when he's produced 10 straight dubs. And I don't blame him. We get extra critical if it doesn't look good. I tell you what looks good, a W. What looks good is 10 wins, 2 losses. That looks good. So you give me that, and I'll be happy with it.
You know what else looked good? 31 for 38. He was efficient against the Raiders. He really didn't try to force too much, took what the defense gave him underneath in that cover 3, and Sean Payton was impressed with the way he was able to navigate that coverage.
We probably called 7 shot plays in that game, and they're doing a pretty good job staying on top in their zone. Typically, when you play a Pete Carroll team, it's going to require a lot of throws that come underneath the coverage. The game went a certain way, and I told you after the game, and then again today, I really liked how the game unfolded.
Hopefully the two of those guys continue to build that chemistry and build that rapport as they continue to get more games under their belt. And you'll remember, as the Broncos went down the road at the end of last season into the stretch as well, Bo did raise his game. He played better and better and better. So I'm hoping now with the price of poker going up, the intensity going up, playoff atmospheres on the way at Empower, I hope we see a better Bo. Not that I'm saying he's been bad, but I think he's ready to meet the moment this year. At least I'm hoping so.
Again, he has one distinct advantage over Drake May. He's had to win games late, and he's come back how many times this season? 5?
6?
How some teams have comeback wins and the quarterback gets the credit, but the kind that you can see, like the Giants game, that was Bo, right? That was a lot. I know the defense helped, but he did a lot to come back. There are games where the team wins and you're like, yeah, that was sort of a team comeback. But he's done it this time already more than most, and that's going to come in handy down the stretch.
Speaking of Bo Nix, I know we mentioned that Phillip Rivers got signed to the practice squad in Indianapolis. Did you know that he's actually been training with Bo?
For the last several years, Phillip Rivers has been working with QB Country, one of the quarterback gurus of this space, helping tutor young quarterbacks. Among the quarterbacks he's worked with, a lot of them you've heard of. Bo Nix, you've heard of that guy. Drake May, you've heard of that guy. Riley Leonard, you've now heard of that guy. So Rivers could potentially join the quarterback room to help tutor the guy that he worked with leading up to the draft to help him put his best foot forward and play for the Colts. There's a lot there. I know you guys want to discuss. It is all real, and it is all absolutely spectacular. Dadgummit.
Dadgummit. Have you ever pulled out a dadgummit in your life?
No, but I really admire those who don't curse, and Phillip Rivers is one of them. Deion Sanders is the other. The other night when I was doing that symposium deal with him, and he said he doesn't drink.
Nope.
He doesn't curse.
Nope.
Those are two things I do, and most of us do, and I can't imagine how you go through your entire adult life. He said he stopped cursing when he was like 19 or something.
Yeah.
Matt, I wish I could do that. I wish I could. I can't.
I don't have the
cursed
willpower.
on this show.
I don't have the willpower. I do have a filter, but I don't have the willpower in a private moment to clean up my act all the time. In a random question yesterday, Mike Tomlin was asked about Phillip Rivers. His reaction, it made me laugh.
Can a 44-year-old who hasn't played in 5 years come back and play Phillip Rivers?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The Colts are supposed to work him out.
That's none of my business, man. I'm trying to get ready for the Dolphins.
Sorry,
He
what
ain't
did
playing.
you say?
Yeah, he ain't playing. I love it. These coaches, what people don't understand is how focused they are on their issues. They're not even, the blinders are so on, they don't even know what's happening in the rest of the world half the time.
Do you realize that he's a grandfather already? That he's going to be playing allegedly? We haven't heard officially yet, but that's the way it's trending, that he's going to be playing an NFL game as a grandfather.
You talking about Phil Rivers?
Yeah.
He's got a 20-year-old daughter. She already has a kid?
Yeah. Well, look at what he's done. Set a great example. Start early.
Yeah.
You want 10, you better start in your early 20s.
Yeah.
How about this?
At least they're coming from the same source.
I'm just saying.
So say what you want about Phil Rivers.
I see what you're saying. By the way, how about this? Other athletes that have played professional games as grandfathers. Brett Favre did it in 2010, which I didn't even realize. Julio Franco did it in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have to go all the way back to Gordie Howe in 1979 and Stan Musial in 1963.
Well, how didn't Frank Gore do it?
Frank Gore?
Yeah. Didn't his kid play in the NFL when he did?
Yeah, but I don't think his kid had a son yet. I don't think we had a Frank Gore Jr. That's the whole point.
Well, LeBron could pull that off if Bronny ever wanted to get busy.
Well, I don't know how much longer LBJ still has, which is maybe another conversation we should have at some point upcoming in the next couple of weeks. Jay Gruden on Shedeur Sanders. It's getting better.
I saw a lot of improvement, really. I was very impressed with his feet were a lot more calm in this.
There you go, Coach.
They were very good. You know what I look at quarterbacks? I like to see how they handle adversity throughout the game. And the third quarter was a debacle. They had a block punt, an interception, a fumble by the running back.
Sampson.
They were down down. Now how do you handle yourself in known passing situations? And I thought that's when he became his best, going through the progressions, hitting the running back Sampson on 2 big plays. I know he hit a screen pass, but I just liked his calmness and poise in the pocket when things weren't going so well. I like the fact that he looked like he was competing. It looked like he was, you know what I mean, he was focused. He wasn't a happy-go-lucky, I'm just happy to be here type of guy. This guy really wanted to win and bring his team back. I like that about him. You know, the interception was a poor play, but for the most part, the improvements that I've seen him from his first game and a half of play was very significant. And that's what you're looking for in a young quarterback. You know what I mean? This is a building block process, which I keep telling you guys. You know, he throws an interception. I told you he sucks. He throws a touch, and I told you he's the greatest thing ever. Let's just keep watching him play. These are going to be 4 very important games for Shedeur and the franchise of the Cleveland Browns coming up.
The only rookie quarterback to throw for 300 or more yards this year, Shedeur Sanders. Vic, we talked about this a little bit. Not all the hay's in the barn. He may have made Kevin Stefanski and the entire Browns organization look ridiculous for how they've played this.
Bro,
I believe he's accomplished that. But as far as it comes to earning that job, there's plenty of work to be done.
When you're watching sports and you see an athlete make a play, whatever play, at any point, and you're like, okay, yeah, the touchdown pass that he threw to Fannin in the back of the end zone, and when he had to throw it, the loft he had to put on the ball, everything that went into it, that's all I need to see. They don't have another quarterback on their roster who can make that throw, who's inventive enough to make that throw, who's daring enough to make that throw. That's all I needed.
But you know what they do have on that roster? A quarterback who makes a whole heck of a lot more money than he does, and they're into for the next 2 years. It'll be fascinating to see how it plays out. I think they would be fools for getting rid of him. But if their plan is to go back to Deshaun Watson, you have to trade him in the offseason.
What if they have no choice, though, Matt, financially? What do they do? Did you see Deshaun Watson's dead cap stuff?
Oh, but
it makes Russell Wilson's look easy.
That's what I'm saying is they may not have an option, even if he shows them. But here's the thing. You got 4 really challenging games. How about this one? Chicago this weekend? Supposed to be -20 with wind chill, which to me, growing up there, let me just tell you, that hits home because I remember when I was a kid, my grandmother used to bundle me up in scarves and mittens.
Man, now
and
I know
4
why all you
hats.
Chicago people came to Denver. Why we have so many damn Chicago people here. I have spent winters there. I have seen the winter there. That ain't fun. That's ridiculous.
Not at all. Cam Johnson on his podcast, The Old Man and the Three, says he's seen enough from his teammate to make this claim.
He's just clicking on all cylinders right now. 50 points in Indiana, efficient outings in Atlanta and Charlotte. I think he was at 22, 24 points in the first quarter against Charlotte the other day on dang near 100% efficiency. So he's just taking what the defense gives him. Defense gives him a 3, he takes it. Defense gives him a lane, he takes it to the basket, little floaters. And he's still averaging high assist numbers to go with it. So what he's doing right now, I'd definitely say he's on pace for his first All-Star.
We talked about this extensively yesterday, whether or not we feel like Jamal Murray is on his way to his first All-Star nomination. Here's my question. Where do you have Jamal as far as guards in the league in 2025?
Guards, I'd have to look at the big list, but hearing Cam Johnson describe Jamal, and Jamal yesterday, I was at Nuggets practice, and people, hey, what do you think about Player of the Week? What do you think? And he's like, yeah, fine, whatever. The biggest change to the Nuggets this season has been the approach Jamal Murray has taken to start the season. David Adelman was asked about it yesterday, and he said, you know what? It wasn't as much physical as it was mental. They sat down and talked to Jamal, and he was able to take that constructive criticism. Some of us don't like constructive criticism. Some of us blanch at stuff like that. He was taking it, and he was told, man, you got to show up in October, November, because it's going to help us in March and April. And he has. He's answered the call. This is the best basketball he's played early in the season of his career. He is an all-star right now. Whether or not he'll get it remains to be seen, but he's playing like an all-star.
We've given you a lot of numbers this week on Jamal Murray and how well he's playing. Just one more, if you don't mind. This year, the best late shot clock three-point percentage for this regular season so far, Jamal Murray. 3-point percentage late in the shot clock, 0 to 4 seconds left. How about almost 57%?
Yeah, slow heart rate, and we've seen it in the playoffs. He's made so many clutch shots in the playoffs. Do you think a November shot scares him? Not really.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Live from the Backus and Shaker studios, their passion is justice. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the other side, the University of Utah probably ended the college athletics game as we know it, but it's complicated, and we'll explain next. Sorry, just had to do my best Moj there. If you were watching on Twitch, YouTube, or Altitude TV, you saw that. And we appreciate you for tuning in, however it is that you listen to us here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Moj is on a flight back home after a very long Avs road trip. I'll tell you, Vic, after I wrapped up the CU season in Manhattan a couple of weeks ago, I could not wait to get to the airport. I practically ran through security to just get home. Because after these road trips, time after time after time, you just want your own bed, man.
Plus, the airports suck. But Moser, you don't have to worry about that. He flies
I was going to say. You know who didn't fly private to go see Shedeur in Cleveland, and we talked to him about this the other day? Was Coach Prime. He flew commercial. No, I can't. And I asked him, I was like, how did that go? He was like, it's way cheaper. So I just imagine he'd get mobbed because everywhere he goes, he does get mobbed. It is bizarre. I want to talk about college football because we
How'd you get to that game in Kansas, by the way? Did you take a kite? How do you fly to Manhattan?
Yeah, I flew to Wichita. I drove to Salina. Then I drove to Manhattan. And then back to Wichita and left at 5 o'clock in the morning. It was a hell of a trip. One I don't wish to make anytime soon. I'll tell you this. I think the Big 12 move was necessary for Colorado for a lot of different reasons. Clearly, the WAC-12 fell apart. But I miss the destinations. I do. You just can't
the
trade.
The geography's a little different, right?
Oh, it's a little different. Now, the trips are cheaper, and they're probably a little bit shorter, but I pay a little bit more to have to go to Oregon or L.A. or the Bay Area. Anyway, nobody cares. What people
do you notice that? But hold on, for an aside. Do you notice that some of the best college football cities in the country are in towns that are not exactly, well, it's not Denver.
No.
Right?
No.
Right. You're talking about Tuscaloosa. Right now, you're talking about Lubbock, Texas. South Bend isn't exactly metropolis.
No. No, it's not.
We can go up and down this list. I mean, Georgia, I've never been to Athens, so I have no idea what that. Now, they're nice, quaint towns. I'm not trying to rip on the towns, but there's not much else going on, is what I'm trying to say. Very few of these great college football programs are in large cities. Miami's the biggest I know, and Miami, that's a rare item. You tell me. Give me another one.
No, it's very bizarre. And when I was growing up in Chicago, all we had there was Northwestern or Illinois, but that was in Champaign-Urbana, so it's just like...
Bloomington's a fun little town.
Yeah.
Watch Breaking Away. It's a fun little town.
It's interesting. I do like these small college towns, and that is probably the benefit of the Big 12 over the Pac-12 is the fan bases are better. Like down in Fort Worth at TCU, the whole tailgate atmosphere is way cooler out there, and they shut all the streets down. Yeah. And so, yeah, I'm with you. I do like those college towns, man. That's why I still live in Boulder.
Before I forget, can we pump this up? Finally got back to me. We talked a little bit about Jim Mora on the show yesterday. Right. I would have loved to have seen him at those high school games. Well, I'm going to ask him tomorrow because he's going to join us, the new head coach of the CSU Rams. What time is that slated for, Ellie?
I'll check. I think they actually wanted Friday.
Oh, wait. What's tomorrow?
Thursday.
Oh, okay. I don't even know what day of the week it is.
I feel the same way.
So Friday, Jim Mora will join us. Good. I can't wait. I want to see what he has planned here. I really do.
And I'm curious, to be honest with you, to ask him about his approach, and maybe we'll have time to set it up in this segment, or I'll save it for Friday. But I'm not entirely sure, and I understand. Look, I cover CU. I'm in Boulder. I lived in Boulder a long time. I understand how it sounds, but from a feasibility perspective and a what's the word I'm looking for? Realistic perspective. I'm curious what his response would be to a question that I have for him. So I'm thrilled that we get a chance to do that. Thanks for setting that up, Vic. I do appreciate it. However, yesterday, and something that we have to talk about, the entire college athletic landscape changed again. And this one is a little complicated. So I want to give you a little bit of context. We talked about this yesterday, but with name, image, and likeness and this era of players getting paid, things are changing rapidly. It's become an arms race. Well, somebody just dropped a nuclear bomb onto this thing because Utah has officially broken the seal on private equity. What does that mean? I'll explain in a second. But I did find this very, very fascinating clip. In 1984, Grambling's head coach Eddie Robinson went in front of the U.S. House of Representatives on a meeting about the future of college athletics. And this is what he had to say back in 1984. I found this a little prophetic.
I feel now that after these years and the great contribution that this organization has made to intercollegiate athletics, that the tail is about to wag the dog. It is television now. It will be recruiting tomorrow. It will be academic standards after that. Then it will be buying athletes next until the whole college athletic structure tumbles down.
More or less, that's what we're watching.
Oh, it's been
in
real
real time.
For years.
Yeah.
Eddie was so on point there. The amateur rules, all that crap. You know, the term, the one that bothers me, especially for college football and college basketball, if you want to use this term in other sports, it's fine. I cannot stand when people push the student-athlete term. Matt, you know as well as I. You know as well as I that that's a very subjective term based on who it is and where they play. Student-athlete. Uh-huh.
I have a lot of thoughts on that, and I don't want to get us too sidetracked, but I think you're absolutely right for many different reasons. One being that a lot of these guys don't go to class. 95% of them do classes at home. Now, they have academic...
They've never seen inside of a classroom in school. Are you kidding me?
I think Shedeur went to one class at CU for whatever it's worth. So you're right. Now, that being said, there's also a separate part of this, which, again, this is subjective, and this is more my personal opinion, but it's also what you feel the value of a college degree still is in 2025. I think it exists for some professions, but certainly not like it used to. Experience in the job marketplace, and anybody who's actually out there understands this, can be in most professions. Unless you're a mathematician or an engineer or a scientist, experience is almost always more important than a degree.
And don't get me wrong, all right? I'm not mad at students going to school to achieve what they hope to achieve. That's the whole point of college. The whole point of college is, principally speaking, is to get the necessary means, knowledge, and experience to get to life, to get to wherever you want to go. And football players, where do you want to go? You want to go play in the NFL. Basketball players, where do you want to go? You want to go play professionally. But the fact that you have to call them student athletes, the top of the top, come on, what are we doing?
But that's the other point, is that it's not that way for everybody, because only a very small percentage of players who play college football make it to the professional level.
Sure.
And so you do have to be prepared for life, but the reality is that's not their priority while they're trying to make the NFL.
Listen, not everybody's Charlie Offerdahl, who I saw and I talked to him the other day at the high school championships. That kid went to go play college football, and now he's going to dental school. That's a student athlete.
Right. Right. Ben Finiseth, who plays for CU, he's honestly going to be a rocket scientist. Like, he's already got a bunch of patents going. So there are those kids that still exist. However, most of them, especially the ones who are trying to play in the NFL, look, there's always time to go back to school afterwards because they made a whole bunch of money. And I don't know. Look, it's complicated, guys. It is. And I'm not saying that there's one right answer for all of this. I also believe it's subjective, and whatever your own personal experience is will shape how you feel about this.
I know so many guys that are in the league and that have played in the league that really took class seriously. I really do, and I admire them because it's not easy. Hell, my good buddy Ryan Harris, dude's going to law school right now. He's doing things on the side that most people would ever hope to do. So I don't want to generalize and put everybody in the same pack, but the era of the student athlete is gone. It's a business. It is a business. These guys are pros, and they're going to continue to be pros, even more so because of the story you got coming here.
So before I hit that, the last piece of context I want to give you guys, we played him yesterday, but Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham, we played the clip yesterday. He talked about how they've created a mess, and no matter what, it is a mess. And we spoke about how his quarterback the last 2 years, the guy who 2 years ago led Arizona State to a Big 12 title and a college football playoff, that guy, Sam Leavitt, he's probably going to be the most coveted player on the market when he hits the portal, which we all assume he's going to do. They've been talking about it like he's going to do it when the portal does open, but that's not going to happen until after the first of the year. But this was Dillingham yesterday when asked for clarification on some of his comments, because the one thing that making a bowl not the CFP, still just any old bowl game, at least for now, allows you is to have 15 extra practices, which essentially more or less is like an extra spring ball that you get for the preparation for these bowl games.
Because every problem creates a problem. Every fix creates a problem. That's why I said there's not I'm not smart enough to figure out the fix. I just know it's not a kid's problem, it's an adult problem. The adults started the problem, and somehow kids are getting dragged into it for the better in a lot of ways. But we still got to create a system that is the best for them. And I don't know what that is, I'm not that smart, but I know it's not the one we're in now. But I hope the players continue to make more and more money because they provide a lot of money for organizations, and they're what make this thing go. And eventually, I think that's what it's going to lead to, but right now it's just not there yet.
So that's a very reasonable head coach, not somebody who's lamenting the way things used to be, but somebody who's on the leading edge, who's trying to adapt with the times. He told his players, Vic, look, guys, even if you're planning on hitting the portal, you are more than welcome to play in the bowl game, which a lot of guys would be like, no, you're going to hit the portal, see ya. You're gone. You're not on our team anymore. But Kenny's trying to adapt with the times. He lost 3 starters, including his left tackle and his quarterback.
Yeah, it's almost like a week-to-week game. It's at the end of the regular season, you don't know what you got for a team. Because when the portal opens, when all this stuff takes place, you don't know what you have, which is just another reason why bowl season is going to change. And I love your idea of starting the season with bowls. It makes so much more sense. By the way, I forgot to mention, my idea to fix this, 16 teams in the CFP, plus 4 teams, all right? Those little teams, the Tulanes and the JMUs and all those.
The group of 5s, yeah.
Yeah. Those 4 get to play a play-in game to get into the 16. Simple. Why can't they play a play-in game?
Can we hit that tomorrow? I want to hit that tomorrow.
Sure.
Let's bring that back up.
If you would ask Notre Dame and Vandy to play a play-in game, they'd do it tomorrow.
I want to hit that. Let's do it tomorrow. But I do want to get to this Utah story. So the University of Utah is entering into a landmark private equity agreement raising over $500 million. Private equity, companies, hedge funds, venture capitalists, whatever it looks like, they've been knocking at the door of college athletics for a while. They've got the money that all these schools need year after year after year sustainably to keep providing each different roster with millions and millions of dollars. So what does this mean? Well, their proposal calls for the creation of Utah Brands and Entertainment. It will be a company to oversee the athletic department's revenue sources. Otro Capital would be the minority owner of Utah Brands and handle operations such as ticket sales, media, stadium events, concessions, and trademark and licensing matters, Vic. So what they're doing is they're essentially creating a for-profit entity that will run Utah's athletic department, more or less.
Hold on, let me Google something real quick. Maybe you can help me if you're listening. Are universities tax exempt? All right, put that in the Google later. Yes, the vast majority of public and private universities in the United States are tax exempt. They primarily qualify for this status as nonprofit educational organizations under Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. All right, so you're telling me that a tax-exempt entity is now going to go for profit via what? How are they doing this?
Private equity. And they're creating a new for-profit arm that will essentially run the athletics department at Utah.
So you lose your tax-exempt status then?
I don't know if it matters that much because the private equity firm's probably footing the bill on whatever that looks like.
So, but now the University of Utah has to pay taxes, is what I'm saying. At the end of the day,
maybe on athletics. I'm not sure. That's a good question. That's better served for a lawyer than it is for me.
Yeah, I know. These are the questions that are going to come up. These are, once you start playing this game, now that's a different deal. Listen, man, I agree. You got to find a way to pay the bills. I agree. But if this is what we're doing, the other question I ask you is this, Matt. At the end of the day, who makes the ultimate decision? Who makes the decision that sways a player or a coach? Who is it?
I'm glad that you asked. It depends because it's going to come from a bunch of different people. There's now going to be a lot of cooks in the kitchen. All right. You talked about the nonprofit status. The University of Utah, through its nonprofit University of Utah Growth Capital Partners Foundation, would have majority ownership of the company, and Utah Athletic Director Mark Harlan would serve as chairman of the board. The AD would continue to oversee student athletes and their scholarships, coaches, fundraising, and NCAA compliance. The president of Utah, Taylor Randall, said Tuesday there were some objectives in that. First, we wanted to maintain the financial viability of the core of this institution, recognizing that the athletic department is part of that. Secondly, there was a strong desire to preserve Olympic sports or non-revenue sports, particularly women's sports. That's all.
Therein lies the conflict, is separating the non-revenue sports to the ones that make the money. And you're never going to be able to play that game. At the end of the day, let me answer the question that I asked you. Who makes the decisions? Let me tell you who makes the decisions. The money does. Whoever's fronting the money, whether it comes from a corporation, whether it comes from a big booster who joins this, whatever, the money makes the decision. It's not going to be an administrator sitting at school with a pencil in his hand. Because guess what? If they make a decision that the money doesn't agree with, the money goes away. The
Most
money
likely
makes the decision. And that's where it can get crazy.
And what happened here is Utah jumped the gun. Utah went to this private equity firm and has now, as an individual university, taken on this influx of cash, or will take on this nine-figure sum.
Matt, we have seen with our very eyes, and listen, I'm a capitalist. We have seen what private equity firms have done to different businesses. Have you kept track of what they've done to the newspaper business in this country?
Of course. I mean, here in Denver, it's very,
to the
very
Denver
evident.
Post. Has anybody paid attention to what private equity can do to a business? They care about one thing, and that one thing isn't how many games Utah wins. That one thing is how much their return is, and that's it.
And so by jumping the gun and by doing this individually, Utah now has this influx of cash. They're trying to keep up with Texas Tech. They're trying to keep up with BYU, who just had the Crumble Cookie CEO as an alumni donate a bunch more money to keep Kalani Sitake. They pledged to have $10 million to spend above the cap, above the House Rev Share cap, which, again, aren't we supposed to have a cap for a reason? It's very complicated, but the point is this. The Big Ten was in conversations to do this as an entire conference. The Big 12 is in discussions to do this as an entire conference. In the Big Ten, USC and Michigan basically said, kick rocks. We're not signing anything. We don't need any money. Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around, because the rest of the Big Ten, we don't really care if you guys don't have the funds that we do. It gives us our competitive advantage. So they were actually able to delay any private equity partnership. In the Big 12, I'm not exactly sure they're going to be so lucky, because a lot of these schools are now going to be desperately trying to keep up with Tech, BYU, and now Utah. But because Utah did it first, will there be any conflict of interest between a potential conference partnership with any private equity firm? Mm-hmm. I mean, it gets so complicated, but what you really need to understand here, and I'm sure a lot of you are lost because it is complex, college football and college athletics, starting in 2026, even as different as it has become, will never be the same. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the other side, we'll wrap things up on a Hump Day Wednesday. Congratulations to Eric Winter, our second chance drawing winner from Avs Ticket Tuesday. He won a Sakic bobblehead and tickets to see Avs and Panthers tomorrow night. Again, if you did not win, which if your name's not Eric Winter, probably didn't, limited ticket packages that include the Sakic bobblehead are still available at coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Mark Moser on his way back from Nashville. He'll rejoin action tomorrow. And we've got a lot to get into as we gear up for Broncos and Packers this weekend as the Broncos head into the home stretch. But one thing that we have not talked about, I know, Vic, you went on a little bit of a rant earlier on just how much you do not think that the Heisman Trophy matters anymore and, it's ceremonial.
I don't want to demean it. I mean, it's still a special thing. I mean, I saw Travis Hunter break down last year. It was very emotional, but because we have a vested interest, right? Because we're Colorado. It's just more of a regional thing. It's not what it used to be. It didn't take the entire country and wrap its arms around it like it did years ago. There are too many other distractions, too many other awards.
On the Champ Mazda text line, somebody said they're creating this, and we're talking about, coming off the last segment, speaking about what Utah's doing with a $500 million infusion from a private equity firm out of New York to create a new athletic department that is somewhat separate from the university. Someone says they're creating this so that they can have the quotations for-profit arm and still keep the university themselves tax exempt. It's a loophole because you were asking if universities are tax exempt and they're creating for-profit arms, then do they lose that tax exempt status? And somebody says, no, it's the loophole that they're exposing. And Charlie Baker, the head of the NCAA, was speaking yesterday at some symposium, and he lauded Utah for how they handled this, the fact that they still maintain and leverage control with a majority share of whatever this new venture is going to be. So, look, the NCAA is just trying to keep up at this stage. Let's transition, though. We're nearing the end of the NFL season as we head to the home stretch. The end of season individual awards conversation is about to start heating up, and we've got a few very close races. Vic, let's start with the MVP of this NFL season. Mm-hmm. Matthew Stafford currently minus 180. Drake May, 2-1. Mm-hmm. Jordan Love, 10-1. Josh Allen, 15-1. At this stage, those are the only four that are really involved in this. But quite frankly, it feels like a two-man race between Matthew Stafford and Drake May.
Yeah, it sure does, doesn't it? Yeah. And the winner, I mean, you could take either one, and I can make an argument either way. I really could. I mean, for a young quarterback in his second year to lift a team the way he has, argument made. For an old quarterback like Matt Stafford to navigate a season like he has, and the numbers he's put up are ridiculous, argument made. I can go either way with that one. I really could.
Who would you pick right now if the season were to end today?
Give me the numbers. Do you have numbers in front of you?
Matthew Stafford leads the league in touchdown passes by 9, I believe, and Dak is second. Okay. I don't have the full numbers, but I will tell you that one for Matthew Stafford. And I also will tell you that all of Drake May's metrics are basically never been done before or haven't been done since Brady, including the fact that he leads the league this year in passes completed with 10 or more air yards attempted.
Yeah, he throws the deep ball about as well as anybody. That much I know.
If you had to lean one way?
I'd give it to Stafford. Just barely. I'd give it to Stafford. Only because I wonder, what would the Rams be without Stafford? What would the Patriots be without May? And I see a Patriots team that's pretty balanced, and they run the ball well. They run the ball extremely well. And I know the Rams do too. But I think the Rams offense is a product of Stafford understanding, how to manipulate defenses. I mean, that's where I lean, but I would not be upset either way.
I think I'd agree with you there, but what Drake May has done in year 2 is just
impressive.
Been so impressive. So I can't fault you if you lean either way, truthfully.
Matt, everybody talks about Drake May. If Drake May were the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos, what would be different? It's still, Broncos.
That's a good question.
They're 11-2.
Hey, would you feel better? Real talk. Would you feel better?
I have no idea. Would he be able to come back and win games in which you're down?
Who do you think's a better player, him or Nix?
Well, I think just from the eye test, he looks more refined. but they have the same record.
Would the Broncos be undefeated right now if Drake May was their quarterback?
Oh, hell if I know. I could tell for every Drake May argument you make, and I'm not trying to diminish his status because he's done some wonderful things. Bo's done things that Drake hasn't. Bo's taken his team and won from behind, 5 or 6 times?
6.
6 times?
Yep.
How many times has Drake May done it?
Not 6, but they haven't needed to. They've been blowing teams out.
I know. You're right. You can see that side too. I mean, if the reason you have somebody come back wins is because you put yourself in that spot because you can't move the ball in the first 3 quarters, right?
Yeah. So interesting race there for MVP. I don't think it's been settled yet. I do think that either one of those guys could sway the scales in their direction with a really strong finish over the Final Four. So we'll see how it plays out. Coach of the year, though, I think is interesting. If I asked you who's your coach of the year right now, who would you say?
God, that's another tough one. Because I think sometimes the best coaching is done by coaches who aren't necessarily, they don't have the best records. They just make do with what they've got. I mean, the Seattle coach has been a stud. Obviously, what Shanahan has done in San Francisco with all the injuries, phenomenal. You can make a case for all the coaches who have great records right now. They've all, hell, Sean Payton, my goodness. You could make a strong case for Sean Payton. I don't know the answer to that one either.
Mike Vrabel is the favorite. Minus 300, 1-3.
So why is he, let me ask you this, why is Mike Vrabel given a better benefit than Sean Payton? They have the same record.
I think it's because it's year 1 for him there. Isn't it? Or is this year 2?
I think it's year 1.
It's year 1. I think that has to be it.
Yeah.
They've won 11 games in year 1 in that division that Buffalo, I mean, they've had a permanent lease on the AFC East now for a little while.
Yeah, but did he have to eat $90 million in dead cap space over 2 years?
No, sir. No, sir. But
Sean Payton has.
Does this mean that Vegas thinks that the Broncos are a better team?
Because of who the coach is?
Just curious what you think.
If the Broncos hosted the Patriots at home, like the Packers are here this weekend, the Packers somehow are favored, right?
Yeah.
If the Patriots came to play the Broncos, who would be favored?
Shoot, that's a good question.
Who would be favored in that game? I can tell you this, if the Broncos visited the Patriots would be favored. I'm pretty sure that would happen, right?
Yeah, they would. If the Packers are favored, it would definitely be the Patriots. I'm trying to think what I would cap the line at. It probably wouldn't be too much different from what we see it right now. But I'm thinking that if the Packers if it came out 1.5, I'm thinking they'd probably make New England a 3.5 point favorite. That's probably what I would say.
You know what we're getting to is I think there's less doubt about the Patriots because their offense is a bit more balanced.
And it has been more productive, right? But
Yes.
I don't think that's necessarily indicative that that's necessarily going to be the way it is in the playoffs.
It's not the end all.
Right.
It's not.
Right. So just interesting. By the way, Sean Payton, 30-1 for Coach of the Year. Not even in the conversation. Mike McDonald is second closest at 7.5 to 1 odds. So there you go. Interesting as the NFL season wraps up. We will keep an eye on the end of season awards. That will do it for us on a Wednesday. But before we get out of here, Nelly, time for a fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Phillip Rivers coming back to the NFL has sent me down a rabbit hole of what the world looked like when Rivers was drafted. So he was drafted 4th overall by the New York Football Giants on April 24th, 2004. And at the time that happened, the top song in the country was Yeah by Usher. The top movie at the box office was Kill Bill Volume 2, which was replaced shortly thereafter by Man on Fire. The day that he was drafted to the league, it was only 2 days after Pat Tillman tragically died. And at the time, there was a young website. It was about 2 months old. It was called Facebook, launched by a Harvard student named Mark Zuckerberg.
God, life was so much simpler.
That was 2004. Actually, about 1 month after Rivers was drafted, Vic's close personal friend, Lance Armstrong, launched his Livestrong bands.
I used to rock those all the time. I mean, if you didn't, you weren't any cool. Life was so much better back then. I don't care what anybody says. By the way, I got one of my own. I got to correct myself. Earlier in the show, we were talking about the Heisman winners. And just because you're the best player in the country doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win the award. You asked about Ndamukong Suh, his senior year, who won the Heisman Trophy when he dominated college football. I said Reggie Bush mistakenly because I looked at something that said 2005. That was, in fact, when Suh was a freshman. His senior year was 2009, so it was actually Mark Ingram, the Alabama running back.
That even makes it worse.
I know, doesn't it? Thanks so much, everybody. Talk to you tomorrow.
A stud named Nate, a Lucky and Val, and the guy who wears 8. Well, I didn't come here looking for trouble. I just came to do the Super Bowl shuffle. No.
Coach is back on a Wednesday after the Avs fall in the shootout to Nashville, the league's best team against the league's worst team last night in terms of points. They do secure a point on the road. And as you guys know with me, that's all that matters.
It's all that matters,
when
Raj.
you play hockey.
I could care less.
Could care less. Nothing matters. You got a point when it didn't seem like you were going to have any.
McCare!
Shootouts are made up. The points don't matter. But what we got last night, not only was it a Cale Makar goal with under 10 seconds to go, it was a Cale Makar power play goal, his very first of the season. Woo! In cardiac arrest time. The first time in NHL history last night that 4 games were tied with under 15 seconds to go in regulation. The Avs were not the latest of those bunch. Connor McDavid scored with under 5 seconds to go to send Buffalo and Edmonton to overtime. Buffalo gets the extra point in that game. And then Anaheim scored with 1/10 of a second to go in regulation. So a bunch of craziness in the NHL. The Avs end up losing. No Nuggets last night. No Nuggets tonight. They'll be back on the court tomorrow evening. And the Avs will be back at home against the Florida Panthers at 7 p.m. at Ball Arena. We gave away tickets yesterday. Congratulations to our winner, Eric Winter. He was the second chance drawing winner from the Avs Ticket Tuesday. He won a Joe Sakic bobblehead and limited tickets to see the Avs and the Panthers tomorrow night. Again, you can go see that game with that limited edition Joe Sakic bobblehead available at coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. Avs Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Good game last night, man. It was fun. If Nashville played with that much enthusiasm against other teams, they would not be the last place team. They're now second to last ahead of Vancouver, but they really gave it their all last night.
Give it the old college try.
Oh,
man.
They were Gordy Gohards the whole evening.
I like Gordy Gohards.
Yeah, you could tell it.
They had their Tommy Tough Guy socks on.
Sure
man.
did.
I love it. Yeah, it's interesting about pro sports. You just forget about it, and the Broncos have reminded us pretty much every week that in pro sports, all these teams have really, really good players. And they can show up any given night and give you everything you got. And the Broncos have seen that from the likes of the Jets, the Giants, the Raiders a couple times, even though the second Raiders game was a clean victory over a bad football team. But that's pro sports. Pro sports, especially when you have salary caps, you forget is even if there are so many points that separate an Av team from a Preds team, you just look at them and say any given night. And for the Avs to not necessarily have their A game, especially in that first period defensively, some squandered opportunities there
for sure.
And then the second period just kind of a meh overall, just a bit of a meh period. I was listening to the call because I was moving yesterday. That was a lot of fun, by the way. Didn't realize that I need to start using my grip strength a little bit more. I was done by the end of the day.
Forearms are just noodles.
Done. Just tapped out.
Shredded.
But I was listening, and basically the second period was just as unproductive on both sides as you can find. And then a wild finish. It was a wild finish. So,
yeah, he got 4 goals to start the evening. Brock Nelson is doing his very best to prove to Bill Guerin, who's the GM of Team USA, also the GM of the third hottest team in the National Hockey League, the Minnesota Wild, who are 7-2-1 in their last 10 games.
So weird. I actually had my head of video operations at Utah State was Bill Guerin.
Huh.
Weird.
I'm assuming it was a different Bill Guerin.
Yeah, different. Very different.
I don't think hockey Billy Guerin knows much about
the video,
the ins and outs of college football.
Doesn't know the Exos system very well.
Probably not.
That's what it's
called. Nelson's doing his best to prove to Guerin that he deserves to be in Italy on Team USA. That little toe drag that he had in the first was awesome. The dude's got 11 points in his last 11 games, including 6 goals. He is becoming the stalwart scoring second line centerman who can really do everything. Bill Guerin. Spelled slightly differently, but yes.
The Team USA is probably Guerin or something?
Guerin.
Yeah, this was Garren. Different Guerins of sorts.
A beautiful goal from him. Nashville jumps back with 2 quick ones themselves. It was clear that Wedgwood was kind of shaking off a week's worth of rust at the beginning, and then you get a beautiful, not beautiful, but a gritty, hard-working goal in front of the net from Arturi Lehkonen, and then kind of nothing happened until the 10-minute mark, 8-minute mark of that third period where this weird little wounded duck, like a 2015 Peyton Manning throw over the middle of the field, somehow finds its way in. And at that point, you go, holy crap, they're going to walk away with 0 points against Nashville of all teams. Nashville. And what happened? The power play came through. I thought the power play looked better last night. I thought the third power play of the game was crap. Complete nonsense. Number 1 and 2, really solid. Ripping pucks at the net, left, right, and center, trying to go through Gabe Landeskog in the front. And yes, they have a 6-on-4 opportunity at the end, so it is technically a 2-man advantage. But what do? They get the puck to the top of that power play unit. Makar freezes a player. I think it was Ryan O'Reilly at the top, but I can't. I'm not entirely certain who it was. Freezes the top penalty killer at the end of the game. Gets a shot through. And who's sitting his big old Swedish butt in front of the net? It's Gabe Landeskog, and you get a point.
Big moment for Gabe there, just to do what you love to see Gabe do, and that's what I think. Just activating Gabe more in power play opportunities is going to continue to help this team.
Yeah.
By doing all the little things, whether it's running defense as a human screen, whatever it may take. I think that's having Gabe Landeskog in veteran presence, physical presence on the power play is going to ultimately get you where you need to get to in that particular part of your game.
That dude is completely and fully back. I don't think there's going to be a spot for the rest of the season, barring, knock on any wood that you have around you, barring any injury. That dude is playing in the top 6 for the remainder of the season. That dude does not move off power play 1 for the remainder of the season. And what I thought was going to be touch and go for the majority of this year is Gabe Landeskog a $7 million player, right? Because when we talked about this over the past 3 seasons, it was what the worst case scenario is. It's not that Gabe never comes back. The worst case scenario for the Avalanche was Gabe comes back and is a 4th liner, and he's costing you $7 million a year, and the only value you're getting out of him is, well, he's the leader in the room. Not only do you have him as the leader in the room, he has changed the identity of this team. They play more physical. They're a little bit more in your face. They don't shy away from contact. They're better defensively. They are statistically the best defensive team in the National Hockey League right now with just 70 goals against. They also are the best offensive team in the league with 118 goals against, the best differential by 19 goals over Dallas right now. They're better because of what he brings to the ice and what he brings in terms of mentality. But he's playing and producing at a top 6 clip.
Anytime that there's a player that is elevating back to form, in the case of Gabe Landeskog, or sometimes a young player that's elevating, period, like we saw with Gavin Brindley, that means that somebody else typically on your roster might be giving way to that opportunity to happen. My question would be, with you talking about a big Swedish derriere planted in front of UC Saros, what's going on with Val Nichushkin? Because that's kind of that's a role that he has occupied for this team.
Yeah, it is.
And be the big physical guy that just gets in front, deflection master. Right now, Val Nichushkin on this season, he has 7 goals, 7 assists, and his 14 points are outside of the top 150 in the NHL.
Well, I mean, he's played 22 of your 30 games. So he hasn't played the entire season, which means he hasn't been healthy for even, let's call it.
What bothers him?
It was a lower body injury the whole time.
Yeah, of course.
Why
don't I even ask the question anymore?
He doesn't have any.
They're all LBIs.
He doesn't have any assists since the Anaheim win. He's got 2 goals in his last 5 games. That was a 1 goal coming against Philadelphia, 1 goal coming against New York, the Islanders rather, when they lost 6-3 that game. So you're not seeing the consistent scoring that you're typically used to out of him. I thought he had an off game last night. He's not playing nearly as much as you're used to. He's normally like a 19 to 21 minute guy, and he's playing significantly less than that. I think they're just kind of treating that player with, we need you healthy, so we're not going to rush you back, much like they did with Landeskog at the beginning of the season. So if this continues for the rest of December, I'll be concerned.
Okay.
It's the start of a trend. It is not a trend yet, in my opinion.
How does Gabe Landeskog's involvement in the power play 1 and or obviously in the top 6 What does that do to a player like Val Nichushkin that in the absence of Gabe Landeskog seemed to be emerging as that player, certainly like when this team needed him, and it's hard to say that he came through when the team needed him, when he was unavailable, when the team really needed him.
Right. When he was on the ice and you didn't have
Correct.
Landeskog,
In big moments.
Nichushkin was arguably your most important player not named McKinnon or Makar.
100%.
Now, when you needed him, he was suspended. So that will always be part of the Val Nichushkin story, unfortunately. Right? The way that I've always put it for the past few seasons is the monster will always be in the closet. You just never know if it's going to come out.
Crystal ball, you look into it. What do you see from Val Nichushkin in, say, March, April, May?
I think it's behind him. I hope it's behind him.
Well, just not even that type of stuff, but just current form projecting out with Gabe Landeskog in the top 6 and occupying PP1.
I put him on the right side of Nelson and Landeskog. You can't. The reason why he's playing third line minutes right now is because Nelson, Landeskog, and Colton are working so well together.
Right.
When inevitably Ross Colton starts to peter off, and he has already started that. Where are you, Ross? What's going on? Now he's playing well, but he's not producing. I think you're starting to see Ross is going to go back down to that third line. He'll play with Jack Drury and Victor Olofsson. Nichushkin will move up and play his off wing on the right side of Nelson and Landeskog. And your top 6 is McKinnon, Lehkonen, Natchez is your top line. Nelson, Landeskog, Nichushkin as your second line. That's what I see in March, April, and May, and hopefully into the early part of June with the Stanley Cup final. That's your top 6. They're in a great spot right now. It sucks that you've been historically good to start the season and you have just a 1-game lead, or it's a 1.5 game lead since you have a game in hand right now, but you have a 2-point lead on Dallas because they've been just as good. I mentioned Minnesota briefly to start the segment. Like, they're 7-2-1 in their last 10, and they've lost ground.
That's great.
To both Dallas
Wild.
and Colorado. Colorado is 7-1-2 in their last 10, and they have lost ground by a point to Dallas because they just keep winning. Like, those are your 2 best teams in the league right now. It is Colorado and Dallas, and they are almost guaranteed to play each other in round 2.
Raj, I'm starting to buy in because it's proven out. Just get a point.
Just get a point.
Take it to a shootout.
Just get a point.
And as long as your netminder doesn't get run over an escape blade through his neck.
It's the whole Nashville experience. Playing hockey in Tennessee at Bridgestone Arena, even when I was coaching, we would go out to Nashville at least once a year. And that Nashville Junior Predators, not New Jersey Predators, NJP. The Nashville Junior Predators organization at AAA, at AA, and in the women's game, girls game. It's fantastic. They run a really good ship there. The ice from youth to professional is complete crap. And it always has been and always will be. Bridgestone Arena, whether it is water mains breaking and not being able to play, or during the COVID season when you go out for pregame warmups, then you come into the locker room and officials come in and go like, hey, Cale Makar, you're not allowed to play hockey tonight. And he goes, I was just playing hockey 45 seconds ago, but I can't play. And then you come in last night, Philip Forsberg on his own home ice toe picks because the ice is so bad in a shootout and nearly decapitates Scott Wedgwood. That place sucks. I don't care if the NHL loves the Nashville Predators and loves that market. I don't want the Avs playing hockey there ever again.
And quit chugging beers out of Catfish.
Yeah, you think you're cool. You have too much yellow in your uniform. It looks weird. Go back to your honky tonks.
I'll tell you how weird Bridgestone Arena is and the Nashville Predators culture is. They had a 33-year-old head football coach from Western Kentucky drive the Zamboni one day. And that was me, baby.
Better believe it. Go Hilltoppers, huh?
Yeah, it didn't go great. Well for the Preds. They went to the Stanley Cup that year.
They sure did. Lost to the Pittsburgh Penguins in 6 games. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. The coach is back. That's Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan Emmy on Altitude 92.5.
Let's go back in time a little bit. We've had a lot of SEC guys on here. They've never admitted it, but we all know that SEC was NIL before NIL.
Hey, you know,
I love that
look
laugh.
at it, look at it. Hey, you know what? I say, hey, coach, you've been out of coaching for a while, and how are you going to adjust that NIL? I said, well, it's a minor adjustment. And they said, what do you mean? I said, back then, we used to walk through the back door of the cash. Now we just got to walk through the front door of the cash.
Coach O, nothing better than hearing that dude's voice laugh about how, everyone in the world was doing this.
Southeast Conference.
Yeah, we get it.
The
we
Southeast
know.
Conference is the reason we have NIL transfer portal. It's the three acronyms, man. And it was like this nasty, dirty triangle, dang near a Bermuda Triangle. It was the acronym of NCAA that wants to continue to fill their coffers. And one way that they do fill their coffers, probably the most significant way for all those out there that don't fully understand what the NCAA even does anymore. Well, they count the direct deposits that come in for March Madness is a big one because they own all the rights to that one. But then also the deals for ESPN that's the biggest one. And then of course CBS, Fox, you name it. ESPN's always been the biggest one. And ESPN has always had a very, very intimate, tight relationship with the SEC. So that would be the third of the Bermuda Triangle. And the Southeast Conference is Coach Ed Orgeron, even though at the end of that he said he was joking. And it was kind of like that's a joke, right? Yeah, everybody knows that's a joke. Because he doesn't want to have a statute of limitations to come back to potentially investigate him from what happened in 2019 or before that. But everybody knew that there was egregious levels of cheating happening, particularly in that conference. And there was a point in time when the SEC nearly had some of its own members getting ready to turn in other members for blatant $400,000 bags that were being dropped off at 4- and 5-star recruits' houses, literally on their front door, back door, as Ed Orgeron talked about it. The problem was that conference understood that if one person told on somebody, it was going to unveil everything in that conference. And you knew who really didn't want that to happen? The ESPN and NCAA acronyms, because they love filling their coffers with money, and they continue to do so.
As we switch our focuses this week from a horrible team in Vegas, a 2-win team in Vegas that you did dismantle despite a 7-point differential. You dismantled Las Vegas. Ever since that Marvin Mims punt return, the game was over. Correct?
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, it was over.
Game was over.
Game, set,
Once
match.
Mims took it back, you were fine. As we switch our focus to what I think and what Berto and I came up with as the best team that the Broncos will play the entire season in the regular season. Do you agree with that statement, Green Bay? They are the best team on Denver's schedule.
Yeah, right now. That's right. If you were playing him at Lambeau, that statement would be an absolute. I still reserve the fact that Green Bay is going to have to deal with a lot of elements at Empower Field, including the crowd noise. It's going to be an unbelievable atmosphere.
Dude, this game it started off as a 1.5-point spread. It is now ballooned to 2.5.
Okay.
In favor of Green Bay on the road against a team that has not lost a game at home this season. They're 6-0 at home. It's a dominant defense. I don't understand. Is it just because of the Toyota-thon thing?
What is? It could be the Toyota. Yeah, Jordan Love's
just
awesome.
a freak during Toyota-thon.
He has finished the season well in each one of his 3 seasons as a starting quarterback. Last year got a little bit on. It was not quite as even, certainly into the postseason, as his 2023 season was, where it got better and better, and then it was just rolling. I love Jordan. It's my guy. I don't see Jordan Love showing up to Empower Field and shredding this Broncos defense. I don't. And I think that Sean Payton's going to prove yet again that he is able to call the right game for that one game to win the game. And that's what I see is going to happen in this game.
Your Green Bay wins this year. Detroit, 27-13, week 1. Solid win. Good win. At the time, you could argue great win because Detroit, going into the season, was one of the teams out of the NFC that you went, yeah, they should They should get there if everything goes well. 27-18 over Washington. At the time, pretty good win, right? A team that had got into the NFC Championship game. You beat them by 9 points. You go on the road the next week to Cleveland. You lose by 3 on the road. Bad loss.
Very bad.
Very, very
bad. That was
bad
also
loss.
a wild one. Wasn't there a blocked field goal?
Yeah.
It was that day that there were blocked field goals left and right.
All across the league.
Across the league.
Right, because that was
Falcons and somebody else had a bunch of blocked field goals.
Well, was week 3
Rams.
the Broncos-Indy game, or was that the Chargers game? Week 3 was Chargers, so
Yeah.
it was coming off of the heels of the field goal debacle that was Denver at Indy. They then go the next week to Dallas. They tie 40-40 against Dallas. They go on their bye. They win 3 straight games against bad teams, Cincinnati, Arizona, and Pittsburgh. Although Steelers fans will argue that because you have a chance to win, you're a good team. You can win your division. You lose to Carolina before Carolina started playing really good football. That was the first of their wins to get them back above 500 and now tied for the NFC South lead. You lose to Philadelphia by 3. Good or a bad loss? Home against Philly by 3, 10-7.
Bad loss.
Bad loss.
Yeah.
Week 10.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Does that diminish Denver's win against Philadelphia then?
No. 10-7. Bad loss.
Cool. All right. I'll give you that. For a team that is predicated on not only a very good defense, I think they're just as complete as New England is.
Correct.
A good defense, a quarterback, a franchise cornerstone quarterback, and a solid run game with Josh Jacobs. Now you've rattled off 4 straight wins on the road against the Giants, home against Minnesota when Minnesota is playing horrible football, on the road against Detroit, and home against Chicago. Now, the Chicago win, because it was coming up to crunch time, I look at that as their best win on the season.
It was huge. I think the game at Detroit was a big one too. But it just seems like that's what the Packers always do. Jordan Love shows up on Thanksgiving and starts playing his best football. Remember that 2023 game at Detroit was I am here. I am in the vein of Bart Starr, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, in terms of Green Bay quarterbacks that you say, that's my guy. Now, has it been that way the entire time that Jordan Love's been the starter? No. Last season didn't feel like that. Earlier this season didn't feel like that. With the at Lions and then home versus the Bears, those are 2 good wins. That's probably why the spread is where it is. It's recency bias. Where you look at the average sports bettor is looking at the Broncos' recent, we'll say, score lines against the teams
I do believe it's based off of score, because sure, the last 4 wins, 2 of those wins, you go, well, Washington by 1 point against a hobbled Jaden, or not a hobbled Jaden Daniels, a Marcus Mariota who actually looked pretty darn good against you. You go a really crappy 10-7 win against Vegas. But the win against Kansas City is a good win. Bo Nix nearly threw for 300 yards that game. The defense ended up winning it for you. You made Patrick Mahomes look pedestrian, and then what does Mahomes do 2 weeks after that? He throws 3 picks and another loss. Now, against the number 1 defense in the league in Houston, and he did that against you being the number 2 defense. So I guess the win against Vegas and the win against Washington, you could go, oh, what did you really do? But you handled Vegas, right? If anyone actually watched that game, you went, it wasn't a football game after 15 minutes. So what are we doing diminishing those 2 wins?
You shouldn't be.
Just because Green Bay had one really solid win against Chicago a week ago?
I would say that people respect Green Bay's offense right now more than they respect the Denver Broncos offense.
Do they respect it more because of Jordan Love, or do they respect it more because of Josh Jacobs?
And to that, I would say yes. Because if you ask the same questions nationally about how people feel about the Denver Broncos offense, if you ask the question, do they respect Bo Nix or do they respect RJ Harvey? You're not going to have probably everybody across the landscape of sports betting. The markets tell you yes to both Bo Nix and RJ Harvey. And you would say yes, probably, to Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs.
He's a top 10 quarterback right now, Love, but they're very comparable, Love and Nix right now.
Oh, the stats aren't
22 touchdowns for Love.
I'll tell you what's very different is the interception number.
Interceptions. That's the one thing you can look at.
He's the best in the National Football League right now.
In terms of starters, yeah, I think it's him and Stafford at 4 picks.
I thought Stafford, didn't he throw a couple more in the last 3 weeks? I thought Stafford
4 total, but I think he had one pick going into his last 2 weeks. He threw 2 picks during the loss
and then 1
2 weeks ago, and then 1 last week, but he threw for 3 touchdowns as well when they murdered Arizona. So just 4 interceptions for Stafford, 4 interceptions for Love. That's the big difference between them right now. Is that, sure, 22 passing touchdowns for Love, 3,000 yards. Nix is just behind him at 2,950 and 19 touchdowns. He's thrown the ball away 5 more times.
Do you think maybe, just maybe, the Green Bay Packer, Wisconsin-based fan is just betting on their team, just like we hear Aaron say right here on the Shop Mazda text line? And then I would add, conversely, Broncos fans might be tired of getting faded late in games with just insanely strange things happening, like what happened against the Raiders. Because
that wholly bad beat.
But like the way that the Broncos play, do you really want to wager a spread? I would wager money line.
No, a 7.5. I mean, you can wager spread. A 7.5 point spread in a divisional game, regardless of who you're playing, is an insane bet. That's a very easy point to buy down to 6.5. So I would put that on the better. That's a dumb bet to take. You buy down the point, you go 6.5, and you walk away with your touchdown win.
It didn't look dumb until Brandon Jones decided to just lay on top and start hip pumping.
Dude, that was such a soft delay of game call. It was so soft.
It's the right call. It's a weird time to call it, but you can't do that at any level of football. Just stay.
He kind of got up over him.
It was obvious. It
He
was
did
so
the
unnecessary.
Allen Iverson step over. It's not like he pinned the dude to the ground for an extra 3 or 4 seconds. He tried to rip the ball out, which happens all the time in a 2-minute situation, right? A guy makes a tackle, tries to rip the ball out of his hands, and there's a second or two where you go, hey, what are we doing here? And instead of running the opposite direction, he AI stepped over him like he hit a 3 in the corner.
Yeah, I just I don't know that anybody loves betting right now on the Denver Broncos. And I think that's the reason the spread is what the spread is, as opposed to it being I don't know what are they, doesn't ESPN do like predictors or whatever?
Yeah, Moj loves that. Moj's a big fan of the ESPN predictor tool.
Have you looked at it for this one?
The matchup predictor is 52.9% for Green Bay and 46.7% for Denver, and I have no idea what that means. I don't know what goes into it. I don't know what stats are part of that. I don't know what the algorithm is. Moj loves it. I see it all the time, and I think it's a fugazi.
It doesn't seem like it comes to fruition all that often when I look at it.
This should be a pick'em game. This is what this should be. This is the best team in the AFC. Right now, with tiebreakers, it's the best team in the National Football League, undefeated at home, in a place where nobody wants to go to. And just because it's Green Bay, you're not favored.
This is a good money line game to pick the Denver Broncos because it's at Empower Field. Because it's at altitude.
Yeah, you'll get some value on that, sure.
I think there's serious value.
Sure. It's going to be beautiful. It's the only thing I think you have working against you.
I don't know, man.
Is that it's going to be gorgeous. It's supposed to be like 60, partly cloudy, hardly any wind.
That's when it hits the lungs, though, man. When you're training it at sea level,
really,
and you think it's nice, like, oh yeah, and then about 3 quarters in, you're like, and then the ball's flying perfectly at altitude, which means it's flying further.
Oh, it's sailing just a touch.
That's what I saw when Jordan Love was overthrowing passes in that 2-minute drill when we watched joint practice a year ago.
Well, he knows how to play at altitude. You coached him at altitude.
It's not about that. It's about you throwing to your guys that you know their speeds, but you know it not at 5,280 feet. And that sounds crazy, conspiracy theory, quarterback, psychopath type stuff. I'm telling you, it matters. Home field advantage matters more in Denver, Colorado than just about any place in football, and I'd say Green Bay is the other one, or Buffalo. I think that the 3 places where home field advantage really matters are those 3 buildings for various reasons.
Is that a slap in the face of Kansas City? That you don't give Yeehaw Stadium Arrowhead. You don't give Yeehaw its due.
Yeehaw wasn't insane, awesome levels of home field advantage when their team stunk.
It was always a miserable place to play
loud
in December
and,
and January.
and it's a rickety building and it's older,
cold
it's
as hell.
cold, all that stuff. But when you go to the ends of the earth, which is uncommon for National Football League franchises like Green Bay and Buffalo, or you play somewhere where the actual game feels different to the competitors that are visiting from a place that is truly different. All you got to do is hit a golf ball here and hit a golf ball elsewhere. I mean, it is what it is. It flies significantly further here. You don't think that also has something to do with football as well? It does.
Well, to what percentage? Like, how much does a ball sail on you? I know that I can hit a ball 10 yards farther, 15 yards farther in golf here than I can at sea level.
1 yard.
1 yard. And that matters. 1 yard is the difference between a guy being open and a guy being covered in the NFL.
What kind of pass game when you watch the Packers, do they like to just gnaw on the pin on the grenade, spit it out and throw it over the wall? You betcha. That 1 yard might make the difference between a 70-yard explosive touchdown pass or an incompletion.
Stoney's on Lincoln is the best place to watch Thursday night football tomorrow between Atlanta and Tampa Bay. They'll be playing with all their TVs at Stoney's. They'll have the Nuggets and the Avs games readily available for you as well. You can grab a dew and a brew, hang out with Tyler Polumbus. Earlier on in the week, you heard some promos talking about how I'm going to be hosting that, but Thursday night, Coach and I will be on a flight to Annapolis to go see the Army-Navy game. For the first time you and I have ever been to that game. I was shocked that in your 20-plus years of being around the collegiate game, Army-Navy has never been something that you've been able to go to because, well, you've been working.
You want to know where I've watched it?
Where?
At a recruiting dinner during an official visit weekend.
Okay.
It's always been a Saturday game the week after our regular season or 2 weeks after the regular season, depending if we were in the conference championship or not. And there's Army-Navy, and I'm sitting with some, 5-star quarterback or, depending where I'm at, maybe a 2-star quarterback and be like, oh, this is fun, man. I'd love to go to that someday. Well, here's today.
Coach and I will be out there live from Radio Row on Friday. So on Thursday night at Stoney's, you guys can hang out with not me, but Tyler Polumbus and enjoy the best sports bar in Denver. We'll see you guys there. Stoney's on Lincoln tomorrow night at 6 p.m. That's the Coach Mike Sanford. Chris Mitchell filling in for KJ today. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy on the Morning Sprint.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and it is a great weekend to make some friendly wagers, maybe not so friendly, and Circa Sports Colorado is the app that you need to download today. It's the perfect place because it is made for sports bettors, and most importantly, it's made by sports bettors. So check out Circa Sports Colorado today, and while you're there, check out the property in Las Vegas, Old Town, in that Fremont Street Experience area. It's the newest property by far and the best property to go hang out, watch sports, and get the perfect getaway from maybe some cold weather coming up here. Not necessarily this weekend, but the next or the weekend after that. Check out Circa Casino and Resort in Las Vegas, Nevada. And make sure if you do download that app, you go to the App Store and you search Circa Sports Colorado. As a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're having a fun time talking about old man Philip Rivers at 44 years old signing to the practice squad yesterday. Me and Berto, as coach, was out, but Sanford back today. Fun treat for you guys coming up at 11. We'll be joined as the Nuggets are idle for an NBA Baseline with our friend from Altitude TV, Chris Dempsey. The quarterfinals of the NBA Cup are happening, and the Nuggets are not playing. They'll be back on the court on Thursday.
0 for 3?
0 for 3. Who cares?
Never made it out of the group stage.
Much like a shootout, the NBA Cup is made up and the points don't matter.
Okay.
They don't.
I've always wanted to see what it at least feels like to root for a Nuggets team in the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup.
Make it worth something to me.
I want to know what it feels like. I want to travel to Vegas for the dang thing.
Make it worth something to me. Make it worth, a jump up in the draft. Make it worth one extra spot in the postseason. Make it worth I get to choose my first round opponent. Something like that. Other than we're going to give the exorbitantly rich NBA athletes even more money to win this thing. Because guess what? I don't care.
Just to hope that they even kind of care about it.
Right.
Even though they don't really.
The way to get me to care about it is make it worthwhile for my rooting interest.
Yep.
Somehow, some way. Now, I don't believe the draft thing is the right way to go.
It's probably not.
Because, and I'll get back to Philip Rivers, because I want to get a 40-year-old man's perspective on, you know what? I was rounding down for you, Coach. I'm a friend.
You can round down. That's fair.
I want to get a 40-year-old man's
I would have rounded up to 45.
thought process on a 44-year-old playing NFL quarterback. When we were talking about the NFL and how do you fix tanking, and we brought up that comment that was made on Barstool of hey, you have to get to 4 wins in order to retain your draft pick. And then the conversation around that is, if you're Geno Smith and you're on the 2-win Raiders, why would you ever want to get to 4 wins to give your team the ability to draft your replacement? The same thing happens for me with the NBA Cup, is that if you're guaranteed a top 10 pick, why, if I'm a Denver Nugget, am I pining for a top 10 pick? Because the cheaper player on a team that is up against the aprons could then come for my job if I'm anyone not named Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray. So I don't know if the draft pick way...
It's not the right way.
It's the playoff thing.
It's got to be something with the postseason. I don't know. Do you think this... How long does this survive?
The NBA Cup?
Yeah.
They're so invested in it.
So it's
here to stay.
It's here.
It's here to stay, but I think fans will bully the league into make this worthwhile for me. The bright red courts don't do enough. The banners at the end of the season for the Lakers, who are a first-round exit, don't do enough for me.
Yeah, even the new uniforms, the new jerseys that are kind of NBA Cup-ish, they're really not, because teams
wear them all the time.
Yeah, they wear them whenever.
There's nothing special about it.
Yeah.
So you know what? It's been nice that the Nuggets have a couple of days off, and we'll ask Dempsey coming up in a few minutes here about the statuses of Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. Talk about the player of the week and Jamal Murray as well. But Coach, you weren't here to talk about the official signing of 44-year-old Philip Rivers, who is, I believe, your college contemporary. Were you guys the same graduating class, or is he a year before you?
He is a year before me.
Okay.
But ironically, this is very small, 2 degrees of separation. I worked with his teammate, Clayton White, in coaching. Clayton White played linebacker for NC State, very proud NC State alum. And I'll never forget this. We were together at Western Kentucky in 2010. And he came up to me one day. He goes, "You know who you remind me so much of? Philip Rivers." And I go, "Isn't he a Southerner?" And I'm from Orange County, California. He goes, "Yeah, but you guys walk the same. You carry yourselves the same. Even the way that you guys speak. He has a Southern drawl version of the way that you speak.
Yep.
You guys get animated the same." And so I've always kind of felt like I was somewhat connected to Philip Rivers. And then take it even further, one of my college roommates, his name is Sean Steichen. His younger brother is Shane Steichen. And Shane Steichen, now the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, I would stay in close contact with him for years as he was starting to navigate the coaching industry. And you know what his meal ticket was in the National Football League? Is that Philip Rivers loved Shane Steichen. Loved him. He was his quarterback coach when Norv Turner was the offensive coordinator for the Chargers. And he always loved having Shane as a sounding board because Norv was older, old school. It was like the perfect thing. So I kind of saw this coming. Shane loves Phillip Rivers. He's indebted to Phillip Rivers, and he could go out right now and operate and execute the offensive system of Shane Steichen with really no prep whatsoever. And that's why it's going to be a really interesting fit. Do you think he plays?
Riley Leonard is technically week to week. Now, he went out there and he gutted through a big-time loss. They got blown out on Sunday. There was no chance that they were going to win that game once Daniel Jones went down. Jacksonville looks solid. I think he plays, man. There's no reason to do this without getting him to play. Now, he's technically still in the practice squad. His Hall of Fame eligibility will not be impacted unless he is elevated to the active roster. So I feel like you have to do this, don't you? Berto's big thing was there's no way he's the best option, right?
Well, when I explained that piece of the Shane Steichen puzzle, and really, I think that Shane Steichen would say my growth in my career is directly correlated to Phillip Rivers believing in me. And then I would say that Phillip Rivers would cite Shane Steichen for extending his career and giving him an opportunity offensively within a scheme that allowed a guy that was, how old was he? 41 the last time he played?
He was 40.
40.
39, his age 39/40 season. He is now 44. He hasn't played since 2020.
That's crazy.
Now, he made the playoffs in 2020 with the Colts. It's the last time Indianapolis made the playoffs.
It's also cool that he just had his first, this makes me feel young, even though I'm a contemporary of him. He had his first grandchild.
We talked about this yesterday. Can you name the only other quarterback in NFL history to play while being a grandfather? Relatively recent. So you're not going back into the Bart Starr and George Blanda.
Kurt Warner? No.
It's a great guess. Really good guess. He's a contemporary of Kurt Warner.
Wasn't Trent Green?
Nope, not Trent Green. One more guess. I'll give you one more here. Contemporary of both of those guys. Better than both of those guys.
Obviously not Brady.
Nope, not Brady. Worse than Brady. Brett Favre. Brett Favre in his final season, his age 41 season as the quarterback of the sub-500 Minnesota Vikings, was a grandfather for a short period of time in that season, back in 2010.
Is that weird that when you connect the dots, that a grandfather was sending out pics of himself as well?
I don't need that.
Okay, but he was. But he was.
What I can take solace in is that I don't think Phillip Rivers is that guy. Really don't.
Definitely not.
He's got 17 kids.
Although he does just look at his wife and she gets pregnant.
I saw a meme yesterday of who's the owner, Carly Ursay.
Yeah.
Yesterday, and the great picture of her with the headset on and the flat bill Colts cap. It's like the coldest picture that
awesome.
the NFL has going right now.
It's really good.
It's the complete antithesis of the meme JJ McCarthy is circulating, where he's got that fake tough guy look, and then any quarterback that sucks that week, they'll Photoshop that jersey onto JJ McCarthy. Carly Ursay just looks like a cold-blooded killer.
Yep.
And
ball gal.
I say ball gal. I saw a meme of Carly Ursay looking off into the distance. He goes how am I already pregnant? That 2004 draft. So he was drafted.
I saw the same meme of Phillip Rivers. It was a female meme, not actually his wife. And it said that look in her eyes when she finds out that for one winter, I'm not going to be pregnant because he's signing.
2004 draft, when Phillip Rivers was drafted. Now, Eli Manning goes number 1 to the Chargers, the famous trade between San Diego and New York. Phillip Rivers goes number 4 to the Giants. They swap teams. That 2004 first round is absolutely loaded, dude. Eli Manning, number 1. Larry Fitzgerald, number 3. Phil Rivers, number 4. Sean Taylor, number 5.
R.I.P.
Kellen Winslow, really good tight end for the Browns for a handful of years. Number 6, Roy Williams out of Texas. The wide receiver goes number 7. D'Angelo Hall goes to Atlanta at number 8. Ben Roethlisberger, 11. Jonathan Vilma at 12. Vince Wilfork went at 21. I think in the 4th round, Chris and I were talking about this earlier, Hall of Famer Jared Allen goes in the 4th round of that 2004 draft. In 2004, you know who the MVP of the league was when Phillip Rivers was drafted? Peyton Manning.
That's crazy. 2004.
Jake Plummer was the quarterback of the Denver Broncos when he was drafted. And the dude's probably playing football this weekend.
So, signs the practice squad. Is there been any news?
Nothing yet.
Okay.
So he is working out. He's with the team. What Philip Rivers is as of this point, it is if Riley Leonard doesn't look good enough to go, doesn't look good enough to keep us in a playoff hunt against the Seahawks, we're putting him in against the team that has the third most sacks in the league at 44 years of age.
So fun.
Take some Metamucil, brother. Chris Dempsey joins us on the other side. Make sure you guys don't forget, tomorrow is another Denver Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Keywords on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to the Rockets and the Nuggets, and a special bonus, Aaron Gordon bobblehead. Our keywords will start at 6:20 a.m. Chris Dempsey on the other side.
You see this, that
Hour 2 of the morning sprint rolls along. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. You heard Nikola Jokic say it, so I don't have to introduce him. Chris Dempsey join us for his weekly NBA Baseline. Demps, what's up, brother?
Well, that's pretty awesome. Nikola Jokic said that for us. That's really good. I'm doing great, man. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. No NBA Cup for the Nuggets, so a couple of nights of rest, and that's something that I think this team is greatly appreciative of. I know you're not being able to play for the money and go to Vegas, but I know you and Sanford like that. I don't really care. Can you give me the latest on Aaron Gordon and Christian Braun and their return from injury?
They're still weeks away. Christian Brown's out of a walking boot, though, so that's positive news. But just in terms of a return to play, I mean, I don't expect either of them prior to the new year. So, we'll see. I mean, I guess of the two of them, Christian might have a slim chance of being back before the new year, but I would be mildly surprised if that was the case. So I'm not expecting to see either one of them until sometime in January.
Demps, based off of what we've heard reported, Christian Braun ankle injury and Aaron Gordon hamstring.
Correct.
So I'm assuming that Christian Braun's ankle injury was not of the run-of-the-mill medial ankle sprain. It's probably high ankle sprain if it's this much time.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be as bad as an ankle sprain as you'd ever see. The Nuggets haven't been super specific with the details about it, but the first thing they said was that he would be reevaluated in like 4 to 6 weeks, not playing, but reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. And so, typically a high ankle sprain, you could be playing by week 4. It'll be when he talks to the media, it'll be interesting to see what he says.
So typical of the high ankle sprain, if that's indeed what it was for Christian Braun, there's a minor procedure that probably to most human beings wouldn't consider it minor, called a tightrope surgery.
Mm-hmm.
There's no word that Christian Braun had any type of surgical operation, correct?
Yeah, not that I know of. Okay. No, not at all. Mm-mm. No, he's just been, looks like a lot of rest and whatever else you do to get yourself through an ankle sprain, but not a surgical procedure, no.
Last week, Demps, Jamal Murray, his first NBA Player of the Week, or rather Western Conference Player of the Week award. He averaged almost 30 points, 4.5 rebounds, 7.5 assists, while shooting 60% from the floor and almost 63% from beyond the arc. If you guys haven't seen it yet, follow Demps on Instagram at Chris A. Dempsey. You do a really good breakdown on what Jamal was to the Nuggets last week. Can you bring that to the program this morning?
Yeah, I think when we look at Jamal Murray, I get the question kind of a lot, and it's just like, why is he playing so well right now? Why is he? And my answer actually is kind of surprising to some people. I just think that he's the same player as he was last year and the year before. I just think he's a healthier version of himself, and that is. The lion's share of what we're seeing out there. We're seeing a body that's in great condition, that's injury free right now, and he is a super explosive basketball player because of it. Now, yesterday at practice, David Adelman also talked about a conversation that he had with Jamal Murray prior to the summer, maybe right after the season, and in that conversation, they talked about just mentally where he should be mentally and not charging into the summer too hard, but pacing himself and making sure that he's doing the things that will get him ready, for a successful season. And so his take on it was mentally that Jamal's in a great place and has been and has taken on more of a leadership, just embraced all the things that come with championship mindset and hitting the ground running when the season starts. But for me, that is, obviously that's part of it. But for me, this is just a player that he looks as healthy as he has since like the bubble to me, like when he was really running around and being very explosive. And then I think you marry that with the fact that he's just a super smart basketball player. And this is the area that I don't think that he gets a lot of credit for. When he manipulates defense as good as any guard in the league, and his ability to be able to play on ball and off ball is a really good combination that you don't see a ton of in the league, not to that effectiveness level. Usually a guy who's used to having the ball in his hands kind of doesn't know exactly what he's doing with the ball if he's spending chunks of time without the basketball, and then vice versa. So it's just he is at the intersection of just great health and great basketball IQ, and we're seeing it all play out in a positive way on the court.
Demps, this morning in the Denver Gazette, Vinny Benedetto had an awesome article on Tim Hardaway Jr.'s impact on the culture of the Denver Nuggets locker room. I didn't even really put that together than the fact he's been a great sharpshooter that you haven't had coming off the bench, and does a lot of things really well for this team. But what have you been able to see and hear about just the impact of Tim Hardaway Jr. to the culture of this team?
Yeah, it's just so cool. It was like one of the things that nobody really thought about that when they brought him in. And, he's a veteran, which is just a level-headed veteran. And your locker room can never have too many of those individuals. And then on top of that, you're talking about setting the example in terms of work ethic, setting the example in terms of sacrifice on the court. David Adelman lately has talked a lot about screening and how well the Nuggets do as a screening as a basketball team. Right at the top of that list is Tim Hardaway. I mean, that guy, he sacrifices himself, but also, good screeners get themselves open, and he understands that as a shooter. He wants to get himself open. So whether it's cutting through to allow somebody else to free up somebody else, whether it's that screening, whether it's defense, one of the things that he just takes it all so seriously. And I think when it's not, the Nuggets don't have a young locker room. They have some young players, but it's not a super young locker room anymore. But the more that you can put just solid individuals into that equation, the better off your team will be. And he's a hungry player. He wants to get to the NBA Finals. He wants to win an NBA Final. And so he brings all that onto the court as well. I think it's fun. He does he has a little, I don't know what we call it, ritual or tradition. So, that talcum powder, whatever powder that is that they rub on their hands before they go into the game.
The LeBron powder
in the air yeah, exactly right. So he will pour some of that. It's poured onto the actual stat table. So as the players are walking by, they can just dip their hands in it and do whatever, and keep it moving. Well, he writes the word win in it every single time. And I asked him about that. He said, yeah, he's just been doing that for years. Because I noticed that he did that when I was in Phoenix. He said he'd been doing that for years, but he's just a mindset guy. He's a one-track mind, which is let's do what we have to do to win, and that plays super well in that locker room.
Dems, let's bounce around the rest of the league. I do want to talk about something that's happened since the last time we talked to you, and that is LeBron's double-digit scoring streak going by the wayside. And it's ridiculous. The last time that he didn't score 10 was January 5th, 2007. Now, we've been making fun of Phillip Rivers coming back as a 44-year-old quarterback for the Colts. Now, that was all the way back in 2004, so LeBron was a spring chicken at this point. Big deal. Is that 10-point mark for all of those years? Is that a made-up stat, or is that actually a big deal?
It's a little both. It's a little of both. I think it's really wild that it's been that long since he's scored in single digits. It's consistency. I think if you think that it's easy to score in the NBA, then you'll just go, yeah, well, whatever. Points get scored.
Yeah, can you talk me out of that mentality? Because I feel like that's how I fall into. Is like, well, it's 10 points, man. If you're the best player in the world for a decade and a half, 2 decades, you should be able to score 10. That's why I feel like I'm diminishing it.
Yeah, and I think that for me, what about nights when you're injured? What about nights when you're sick? What about nights when you might have been, your co-star is not out, and then the entire defense is focused on you to stop you? In those instances, somewhere along the line, you might have had like a single-digit game, and I think for, on a scale of 1 to 10, if we're saying a 10 is like that is the most important stat ever, and 1 being obviously the least most important, I think this is a solid 6.5 to 7. I just think there's a lot of consistency there, and for LeBron James, wow, I mean, it's longevity and just the ability to do that night in and night out for many years when the defense is every single night trained to stop you first, and they just never have been able to.
Debs, when you look at the the juggernaut that is the Oklahoma City Thunder, they have not lost a basketball game since November the 5th, a strange 2-point loss to the Trailblazers of all teams in Portland, but neither here nor there. When you look at that team, now adding Jalen Williams back healthy for the last 5 games, looks like he's back to shape. He's averaging 17.8 points per game, fitting nicely back into a roster that was already playing great basketball. Are we looking at a collision course of the Nuggets and how they've been rebuilt and the Oklahoma City Thunder? And do you think the Nuggets, from what you can see when they're healthy, with what the pieces that they've added, can match up with that team that right now is 22-1?
Oof, yeah, that team. Yeah, I think when the Nuggets are healthy, I think the Oklahoma City problem won't be as big an issue for them as it is for pretty much anybody else. Just because I think the way they're constructed, look, when you're playing that team, you have to have multiple people who can defend multiple positions, and they have that. They have the ability to be able to be switchable when they need to be switchable. They have the ability offensively to be very dynamic, not to be kind of static. So there were times last season and then quite honestly the season before where, you could, because the Nuggets had done certain things a certain way for years, right, under Michael Malone. Defenses started to catch up to that, right, and there started to be real plan for the two-man game. We saw some of that come to fruition last year. And what are you going to do now to vary your attack to be able to have offensive success? So, the Nuggets have been able to do that too. Now, Oklahoma City is the best defensive team we've ever seen. And I say that knowing there's a lot of old heads are probably like, okay, yeah, whatever. What about those teams back in the day? And those are very physical basketball teams back in the day. And I'm talking like 90s, that kind of stuff. But the basketball is also different. This team, it locks you down in a way that nobody else really does, and scores on the back end of that too. But I think the Nuggets are the most well-equipped team to be able to deal with that of any team in the NBA. Last year they almost did. This year they're better than that. Even though OKC is also better, but I think that it's a 7-game series for sure. And OKC was scared last year, and they should be scared again this year.
Dems, before we let you get out of here, Sacramento and Denver tomorrow night, 8 p.m. You can hear it on 9:50 a.m. before they come back home for a 4-game homestand against Houston twice, Orlando once, and Utah on the 22nd. They'll be back at home on Thursday, Christmas Day at 6 p.m., an ABC game, or an ABC game, rather, 8:30 p.m., I apologize, on ABC and ESPN against Minnesota. Last thing around the NBA, Giannis, Anthony Davis. Do either one of them get traded this season? And if they do, who's first?
Boy, I would think that right now, the way if the Giannis reports are accurate, I would guess that he would be the first to be traded of the two, because it appears as if he's like, you know what, I've done all I can do here. This equation is not changing, and I really want to leave. And I think Milwaukee would oblige. I think they would. He's a very, very tricky trade because if we're saying that Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world, this dude might be the second best player in the world. He legitimately. And how do you get full value for that, especially if he's going to then say, I want to go to the Knicks, and the Knicks, there's just a lot of moving pieces there. But I think for Milwaukee, I would do it. And I wouldn't worry about a list from him, because you really could hit the reset button in a real way with him, in terms of assets that you acquire in the trade. You're going to get a couple of really good players back, and then you should just get all the first-round picks and pick swaps, right? I mean, so if that's he's already won a title there in Milwaukee. They're grateful for that. He stuck it out. But I think of those two, he would be the one that I would think would be moved first. Or maybe it's so complicated that he's not moved first. But I think of the two situations, that situation is definitely looking at moving the player more than Dallas is looking to move Anthony Davis. I think Dallas is, especially right now that they have gotten their backcourt kind of sorted out and like their team makes more sense now from a roster standpoint. I think they're looking at themselves and going, you know what, we get Kyrie Irving back in this equation. I think we're pretty close. And so I think that's what's going to keep Anthony Davis around Dallas a little bit longer, because they're just playing more competent basketball lately now that they've added guys like Ryan Nembhard and all those guys, to their backcourt instead of making Cooper Flagg the point guard. It just makes more sense. And so they look at themselves as a team that might be closer to being, let's say, a deep playoff run basketball team, certainly than the Milwaukee Bucks are. The Milwaukee Bucks are just it's a mess.
Who needs Luka? That is Chris Dempsey with his weekly NBA baseline report here on the Morning Sprint. Demps, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week in the middle of the Nuggets homestand.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
Appreciate you, Demps.
Of Altitude Television. Don't forget, tomorrow, another Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Keywords on the 20s. Woo! NFL notes are coming up next.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here. And if you're looking for the ultimate Colorado ski and snowboarding experience, then you need to head to Loveland Ski Area, where the snow is good, the views are breathtaking, and the vibe is pure Colorado. With terrain for every level and fewer crowds, Loveland's your escape to winter adventure. In this holiday season, share that escape with someone you care about. A day on the mountain beats anything that you could ever wrap or throw into a stocking. Just 53 miles from Denver, you'll be on the slopes before you know it. Plan your day or your season by checking out skiloveland.com. Loveland Ski Area, more snow, less crowds, more freedom.
Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. Granderson out today. Chris Mitchell filling in for the second day in a row. My friend.
Mitch? Go get you some C. Mitch.
Very well done. Mr. Mitchell, what's first?
All right, fellas, let's get these NFL notes started off with some power.
Yeah!
Everyone's got their NFL power rankings updated after last weekend, and the Broncos are holding pretty steady around the nation. The Athletic bumped them down to 4 after being 3 last week. Bleacher Report and CBS Sports holding the Broncos at 2. NFL.com and The Ringer holding at 3. ESPN had them at 3 last week, but bumped them down to 4 at 2. Jeff, what gives, man? USA Today got them at 5. Sports Illustrated have them at 6. All that to say, guys, what does this team have to do to get these dirt sheets to staple them to that top 3 spot?
You know what you got to do? You got to bring the Green Bay Packers record here at Mile High from 1-7 to 1-8. It doesn't matter how you beat Green Bay. If you beat Green Bay, you automatically go into the conversation of, is it New England? Is it LA? Or is it Denver? There will be no ranking lower than 3 if you beat the Packers. I would argue there's probably no ranking lower than 2 if you beat the Packers. That's a legit feather in your cap. If you can make the argument for Matt Stafford because he's an MVP candidate this year, sure. If you can do the same for Drake May in New England, sure. They are one of the best 3 teams in the league. I think they have a better argument for top 2 as long as they beat Green Bay.
See, Mitch, as you came in there with a little heat there, giving the power, baby. You knew who got the power with the drop in power rankings after your 10th straight victory because it was against the Raiders. Who cares? Sean Payton got power because he loves pointing to his team. Nobody respects you. Nobody believes in you. What is it ever going to take? That's the perfect motivator.
St. Sean the Chippy.
And I know Sean loves using these things. I mean, after there's been so many of these wins against critical spots of the season games, like the game against Kansas City, the game at Houston, where the locker room has just been full of a message that nobody respects us. Nobody likes us. It's kind of like Alabama back when they won their 7th national championship. Like, no, nobody's going to put any respect on our name. Because Nick Saban was just filling their heads full of all kinds of chip on their shoulder. So Sean Payton ultimately gets the power because of these dumb power rankings that don't respect the Broncos.
Are you a big bulletin board material coach?
A little bit. I try to not do the obvious ones. Like if it was like, that's pretty dang obvious, I try not to do those.
Okay. There needs to be some sort of nuance.
Nuance. I like the nuance.
You can't be too obvious and too chuggy.
Chuggy. I don't like chuggy.
We don't like chuggy.
What is chuggy?
I'm using a word that my wife, I think it's very
Are you using that with your with your newborn daughter?
Chuggy. Oh, Chris, keep it going.
Aye, Captain. In case you missed it for some reason, the dastardly, heinous, godless Chiefs cannot win the AFC West this year. The evil has been defeated. .jpg. Yes, of course, Sean Payton knows this.
.jpg.
He watched the Chiefs-Texans game on Monday, but in the words of Don Draper, he's not thinking about it at all. From the Denver Post's Luca Evans, Payton told reporters that he is just focusing on what the team can do to win the division and what they can do to get the best seed possible. Quote, how do we finish this next quarter pull of the season starting with a real good team in Green Bay? Meanwhile, the Chargers are just 2.5 games back of the Broncos and still, to quote Sean Payton, very much alive in the AFC West race with 4 games left. Is this really going to come down to Week 18 when the Broncos and Chargers play again, or do we foresee the division getting locked up around Christmas time, perhaps?
Gosh, I hope so. Broncos control their own destiny, and if they do wrap it up, it'd be behind 3 incredible weeks of football against great teams that are leading divisions and or obviously the Chiefs that have won the division for 9 years. But I don't think the Chargers are going to go away lightly. I don't think they're going to eliminate themselves. The Broncos control their own destiny in the sense that they can lock it up, I believe, on Christmas Day, right? If they win the next 3, where the Chargers game would be insignificant.
Correct.
It would probably be significant for home field advantage.
I think you can lock it up 2 weeks from now if the Chargers lose back-to-back games and Denver wins back-to-back games.
Correct.
Now, the Chargers have 3 out of 4 games remaining on the road. Their next 2 weeks at Kansas City, where you could kill the Chiefs. Chiefs are dead if LA wins.
How about a wild Justin Herbert playing with like you called it a hamburger hand?
Badass.
It actually looked like a hamburger helper, like the pot sticker logo
the
for the mitt. Yeah, it was a hamburger helper hand. And it was actually like filleted hamburger because it had just been surgically But he's like throwing stiff arms with it, man.
What a terrible miss in terms of marketing.
It was a miss.
How much money would you have had to have offered Justin Herbert to draw the hamburger helper smiley face on his left hand?
It would have been great. It would have been awesome. I needed that in my life.
If you're Justin Herbert and you have more money than you will ever need,
Still do it.
what's the number?
Just do it.
Just for free?
Do it
just
for,
to be that guy?
Do it for, what, a half a milski? 500.
I think I would need at least $1 million to do it.
God, that's a great thing. You know what's weird about that? He
Again,
just
if I'm
had
Justin
surgery
Herbert.
on it. It's like, it looked like just a glove, though.
It was way more than that.
But then it's got to be way more than that. And then he's under center taking snaps, too.
Yeah, he handled the ball just
when
fine.
When I was watching that game,
One fumble?
Having been around Jim Harbaugh, I could imagine the week of pep talks that Jim Harbaugh, because he loves just manipulating in a very cheesy, maniacal, serial killer kind of way. Be like, Justin, nobody in the history of the game has recovered from hand surgery as fast as you're going to. We're going to run under center power, and you're going to do it to perfection. And Justin's like, okay, man.
Sure. I got it.
And then it happened.
I'm going to go home to Madison Beer. It'll be fine.
That's the power of Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh speaks things into existence. And the surfer bro Justin Herbert that people questioned his toughness several years back, now has turned into the baddest, toughest dude on planet Earth. His hand was literally like, it was the potato stirrer's hand on Scary Movie.
It looked like Master Hand from the Super Smash Brothers video games. Would you rather Master Hand or would you rather Hamburger Helper? I'll take the Nintendo money before I take Hamburger Helper.
I'm going Hamburger Helper.
Although American foodstuffs, there's a lot of money in that, man.
Yeah, there is.
There sure are.
Yeah, there is. People are going to keep eating.
See, Mitch, keep it rolling.
All right, speaking of the Chargers, they just wrapped up a real clunker against the Eagles on Monday Night Football. Eagles looked totally funky on offense. Quarterback Jalen Hurts threw 4 picks, including one to ice the game for the Bolts. From ESPN's Tim McManus, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni says he was very involved with the Eagles offense last week and says he will continue to be involved with the offense until morale improves. The Eagles have the highest salaried offense in the NFL, yet they rank 24th in total yards, 22nd in passing and rushing, and 19th in points. It begs the question, how do you fix an offense that features Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, and Jalen Hurts? Are they destined for another first-round meltdown?
I think they're destined for another offensive coordinator because, hey, little note to Nick Sirianni, don't tell the world after that debacle of offensive football that I got involved. They don't need to know that.
The last time that the Eagles offense sucked, he was running the Eagles offense.
It was Brian Johnson, right? And then he essentially did the same thing, semi-demoted him, and then hired a real offensive coordinator.
Go do that.
In Kellen Moore. Just like, Nick Sirianni's never really been a play caller at any point in his career.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, he was like by title only with the Chargers.
He's just a program builder?
Yep.
Okay.
Program builder. And he's kind of a cheesy guy too.
A little bit.
A bit of a cheese.
A little bit. But it works
cheese
for
Richard.
most of the dudes.
I was looking for the right term. Cheese Richard. I don't think you can say cheese,
Probably not.
Yeah, Moser would say it.
I firmly believe that if he gives up play calling duties completely and doesn't get involved and think he is more important than the players, the Eagles will be fine. Like, Saquon is good enough, A.J. Brown is good enough, Jalen Hurts beat the Chiefs at the height of their powers and absolutely smoked them in a Super Bowl. You have all of the fixings to make this thing work.
Yeah.
Just don't do too much, right? We're talking about hamburger helper. Get the cook out of the kitchen at that point.
When you were
Let it
talking
bake.
about hamburger hand, were you talking about the mitt or were you talking about the fact that it looked like ground beef?
Kind of both.
Initially, I was thinking about it as ground beef, and then I saw the white glove. Pretty impressive.
Mario hands.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Mitchell, what's next?
All right, elsewhere in the AFC playoff picture, the Indianapolis Colts got themselves a real quarterback problem. A problem big enough that it spurred them to sign former Los Angeles Charger and Indianapolis Colt Phillip Rivers. From ESPN's Stephen Holder, Rivers had a workout with the Colts on Monday evening, the same day as his 44th birthday. Rivers retired after the 2020 season, but with injuries to Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, and Riley Leonard, fate forced his hand to unhang up the cleats. Coach, Raj, What the hell, man?
I love this. I love it.
Is this really the best the Colts could do? How over is it for Indy right now?
It's pretty over, and you know what? I have to retract me being the smartest guy in the room for the better part of a month, saying that you should have been Colts fans. Now, I wasn't Nostradamus. I didn't have a crystal ball. I couldn't say that Daniel Jones was going to go down with an Achilles injury, but Coach Sanford was on the other side of this table saying, even without the injury, the Colts were going to lose football games. Therefore,
called it.
You should be Colts fans in that game and not Chiefs fans. Looking back with complete hindsight, being fully clear, I was now wrong. Now, its injury helped for me to be wrong, but I was wrong. Phillip Rivers gives them a better chance than Riley Leonard, especially a hobbled Riley Leonard.
Yeah, Riley Leonard's essentially a quarterback-driven run, power zone read guy that's banged up right now. You know who else was just like that? Essentially Anthony Richardson. Neither one of those guys are bona fide NFL starters. You're not going to win games down the stretch in must-have win type games. You're not going to get it. You know what just dawned on me, Raj, as we were
What's up?
We were down a very strange path of what Justin Herbert's hand was like. Are you too young to remember the Nintendo classic game Mega Man?
No, I know Mega Man.
Okay, so look at Mega Man.
I played it on my Game Boy Advance.
Look at Mega Man here in this picture. Mega Man had a white glove opposite his mega shooter.
Okay.
So it's like a quarterback that's he's got his howitzer on his right arm. And then he's got the white glove on the left, man. I think Justin Herbert is Mega Man.
He's Mega Man.
Yeah, great. By the way, great game.
The powder blue works very well
Yeah,
for the Chargers there. I think you've got it. It's not hamburger.
Why have I not been Mega Man for Halloween?
Because I don't know if I need to see you like that.
Oh, Raj,
there's a lot of protrusions coming out in the spandex.
No. Well, yeah, in one particular area. Call that a suspicious bulge.
Tuck it.
Okay, a little uptuck. Shall we?
Chris, keep going.
Sure thing. From ESPN's Brooke Pryor, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin expects wide receiver DK Metcalf to be ready for Monday Night Football against the Dolphins after being hospitalized on Sunday with stomach problems. Metcalf had a season-high 148 yards on Sunday against the Ravens. Tomlin said he got hit in the midsection during that game, and when Pepto didn't fix the stomach issues, Metcalf got checked into a hospital, stayed at a hotel, and then returned to the team on Monday. Now, the Ravens secondary is pretty generous, but if this Rodgers-Metcalf connection turns out to be legit, is that enough for the Steelers and Tomlin to do the impossible and win one single playoff game?
No.
Where would they most likely be? Probably would it be here?
They're not going to win a playoff game, dude. I think they'll make the playoffs, which is the most Tomlin thing in the world.
Here he is
to make
yet
the
again.
playoffs with a team that has no chance. And he came out with a quote Tomlin did. If you guys heard this, I've been on the hot seat for 19 years, which
is very true.
So true.
For every coach, for the record.
Right, but even more so for Tomlin.
Yeah, I mean.
The guy never has a losing record.
I know.
Ever. So when we look at this team and who they're supposed to be playing in the playoffs, they will be the lowest ranked division champion, right? So they'll play in the first round. If they win that first round game, no, depends who wins in the wild card round. If chalk plays out, Pittsburgh comes to Denver round 2. If chalk plays out today. Now, I don't think chalk plays out because the 4-5 matchup would be Pittsburgh and LA, and the Chargers, I think, would walk into Pittsburgh and wipe them. I would prefer to play Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers against this pass defense or pass rush? Come on.
The difference with this Steelers team, when's the last time they've won the division? Because they'll play a home game, correct?
If you win the division, you play a home game, yes.
Because they've been...
You would host, again, if it started today, you would host the Chargers.
They've been second place to either the Ravens or the Bengals, depending on if Joe Burrow is healthy or not, for their playoff run, if I'm not mistaken.
The last time they won the division was 2020. They lost in the first round.
There you go. Okay. Who'd they lose to that year?
Lost in the wild card to...
Was that the Bills?
Nope, we talked about him yesterday. Baker Mayfield and the Cleveland Browns.
Oh gosh, that's a bad.
48-37 is the final. Baker Mayfield goes nuclear.
At the time, that was a really bad home playoff loss.
263 yards, 3 touchdowns for Baker Mayfield in that game. Ben Roethlisberger threw 4 touchdowns and 500 yards. But what did Ben do in that game, Coach? 4 interceptions on the day. KJ's NFL Notes performed admirably by Chris Mitchell. Dude, Alan Roach, watch out for your job,
question.
brother. No doubt.
As one of our texters said, Walter Cronkite here in the studio? Could it be true?
Chris Mitchell, fantastic job on KJ's NFL Notes. They're brought to you by our friends at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll wrap up hour number 2 on the other side. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Raj. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio.
Able to settle it down. Nature's for McCarr. 10 seconds left. McCarr double clutches. Lets it go. He scores! Oh, hail Kale! Number 8 gets the power play goal with 8 seconds to go in regulation. It's a miracle in Music City. Cale Makar, who has gone 30 games plus without scoring a power play goal, lets it rip through a screen and ties the game at 3 with 8 seconds left.
I know they lost the game, but that moment was awesome. It's nuts that a defenseman has 10 goals this season, and it took him until game 30 to score on the power play.
It's also nuts when you hear Connor McGahey, he hit his C note.
Yes.
He went there, man. He elevated octaves right there. He hit his C note, man. He was up high in his throat.
What's that thing that dangles in the back of your throat?
Tonsil?
Is that your tonsil? I don't think it's your tonsil.
Are like the side.
That's your uvula.
Your uvula.
Whoa! Are we allowed to say
this
that on the radio?
This is a family show, Chris.
See Mitch coming in with the uvula?
Cool it back there.
Cow. Is that really the uvula?
It is.
I've never heard that before.
He's correct.
My mind is blown.
If Connor was a
what does
cartoon,
that thing do?
I don't know.
It just dangles?
I'm sure it has some sort of biological necessity.
It's a good old-fashioned Oklahoma dangler.
If Connor was a cartoon character,
he would be a uvula.
Scene, no. That scene would have been illustrated and animated with the uvula going back and forth like crazy.
It starts from out afar and then it goes and zooms all the way in to where it's inside his mouth and the uvula is just going bananas.
Yes.
Didn't have uvula on my bingo card today.
Still feel dirty using that term today.
How am I in my Phillip Rivers era of my life in terms of age, and I've never heard the term uvula.
When's the last time you took a biology class?
Yeah, probably didn't pay attention.
It's just that thing that dangle in the back of your throat. I think there's rap songs about that. I don't know if we can go down that.
Last time Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers came to Empower Field, Raj, the 2-5 Denver Broncos, with Russell Wilson as their quarterback, defeated Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers 19-17. I was at that game. It was bad. It was bad Green Bay Packers football for a team in 2023 that went on to have a very good season. A very good season. One that really had a lot of Packers fans thinking Super Bowl as that season turned around, as of course. That was a team that ended up getting, I believe, so the Packers won down the stretch all but 2 games in their final 8. So they finished 6-2.
Not bad. It was the first year that you can remember fans around the league going, they did it with Favre and Rodgers, and now they've done it with Rodgers and Love. What do we have to do to break the quarterback cycle in Green Bay? Now, since 2023, it feels like you're above water with Jordan Love, but it's not Aaron Rodgers is ascending to Hall of Fame status like he was pretty much as soon as he took over in Green Bay. It's been a little up and down roller coastery with Jordan Love, but back in 23, that was the thought process that went into the other fan bases around. It was like, how the hell did we allow them to do this again? They got it right again. And in 2023, when we saw those joint practices, you said it to me,
24,
Coach.
right?
Sorry, 2024, when we saw those joint practices, who was the best team on the field?
By the end of it, it was the rookie Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos that looked the team who, by the way, Vegas, didn't they set the odds of wins going into that season at what, 3.5? The over-under on win total for the Broncos in 2024?
I thought it was slightly higher.
It wasn't much higher. It was pretty dang low.
This from the text line, the 519 says it helps keep your mouth moist and regulates your gag reflex, the uvula.
Can you cut it off?
It's probably not very good.
As a kid, I always thought that getting your tonsils removed meant
was
getting
removing that.
Yeah, that's what I.
He's had his tonsils removed.
I was
twice.
I was a perennial strep throat kid, like just strep throat all the time.
Oh, you were a sick kid?
Just strep throat.
Were you the kid? Were you the kid with
I
double
was sick
snot
kid.
rockets going down your nose?
No, not really. I just got all the things. Like I got shingles as a kid. I got strep throat as a kid.
Poor
I got
kid.
just bad.
Polio would have gotten you in the 50s.
Oh, dude, I would have gotten the black lung, pappy.
It might get you down.
No, easy. Yeah. Raj, I've told you in some of the conversations that I've had with Jordan in 2 trips that he's made to the Mile High City, like it's almost like I have the same thing. Like, oh man, like almost to the point where when I saw this game was played here in the offseason when they released the schedules for 2025, I was like talking to my wife. I'm like, oh, the Packers are coming here. She's like, honey, we probably shouldn't go because it hasn't gone great. The post game and even for me post practice moments with Jordan here in the Mile High City haven't been awesome. And it's been a lot of this sentiment about the fact that the altitude does play a factor in several things. So am I just wild, Raj? Am I just out there thinking that this is a conspiracy theory? Is this another tinfoil hat TikTok video about the Packers having problems in the Mile High City? Or might there be some history on my side?
No, there's a lot of history. Green Bay is a stunning 1-7 against the Broncos here in the Mile High City. 1-7. You know the last time they won a football game here?
I'm guessing it's not in the 2010s. I'm guessing it's the 20-aughts.
It was October 29 of 2007 when Jay Cutler was in his second year in the league, when Brandon Marshall and Elvis Dumerville were in their second year in the league, a 19-13 win. And who was the guy that had the 82-yard reception in overtime from Brett Favre? It was Greg Jennings against the hottest hitting safety in the league. Well, no, it wasn't Darren Sharper. It was Dre Bly who he torched on the left side of, back then, was it Invesco in 2007, I'm sure? Invesco Field at Mile High. 19-13. It was the only win that the Packers have had here. They lost in 1975. They lost in 1978, in 1984. They lost in 1990. They lost in 1999. Technically, they were the road team in 1998 in the Super Bowl. So let's add that one to the ledger. Wasn't exactly Mile High. I think they won that game in Tampa Bay.
That'd be like Sea High.
The only game they've won, the 2007 game, they lost in 2015 as the Broncos were en route to... Was that missing the playoffs for the first time? November of 2015 would have been missing the playoffs for the first time since the Super Bowl. And then they lost in 2023, 19-17. They don't play well here historically. It's just like New England. Like, you don't want to come here.
You just read years where the Packers were very good football teams too, because they haven't had long stretches of inept football, because they have had what it feels like 4 franchise quarterbacks almost. That's it. And then just a couple of small little years of gap between Bart Starr. I know there's a bigger gap from Bart Starr to Brett Favre, of course. But Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love has been a very clean pass-off, unlike any other franchise in the history of football. It was, unfortunately, there were long gaps between John Elway and Peyton Manning and Bo Nix. Not the case in Green Bay. They've been on a pretty torrid pace for the last 30 plus years.
Yeah, and the last time that they came to Denver and beat the Broncos, that was a pretty bad Broncos team, man. Sophomore year, Jay Cutler, like they picked number 12 that next season.
That Jay Cutler was ripping cigs, probably in the locker room.
I've been big on my trivia for you today. Can you name the player the Broncos selected in 2008 at number 12 overall? He has ties to you somehow.
12 overall?
12 overall, first round, 2008.
Yeah, Ryan Clady.
Ryan Clady.
Boise State Bronco, baby.
Boise State. They had a great draft that year. They took Ryan Clady at number 1. They took Eddie Royal in the second round at 42nd overall. They would also go on to select Peyton Hillis in the 7th round at number 227. Not bad in 2008 for the Broncos out of there.
Pretty solid.
They also got Ryan Terrain, the running back out of Arizona State. Solid.
I remember Ryan
solid
Terrain.
draft in 2008, man. And then they started to turn it around. That's like when the Cutler years started to feel really good. You got Noshawn Moreno out of Georgia the next season. You found a way to, I guess, screw up the Robert Ayers pick, but like Demaryius Thomas came in 2010. Not bad, man. It was the start of the Broncos starting to, turn it around after John Elway had left and you went through the Gracie years and the Plummer years. Plummer years were fun.
They were good.
But
they were good.
You had an AFC championship against the Steelers that you probably should have won.
Yeah, I mean, the Plummer years were good. But no franchise has had the passing of the baton quite like the Packers have at the quarterback position. It's an admirable thing. And the reason I would say with the Packers that they've had so much consistency and continuity at the two most scrutinized positions maybe in sport, head football coach in the NFL and quarterback in the NFL.
For sure.
Is because they don't have an ownership group that is a narcissistic megalomaniac that is just Jerry Jones style or Woody Johnson style is just firing coaches and quarterbacks left and right. They're owned by the people. Therefore, they're not able to react and pull the trigger as quickly. They allow their draft picks to work through it. They allowed Jordan Love to work through it. And now they're in a position, but here's the problem. That franchise does not play well at a mile high. And this is a damn good Broncos team, especially on defense.
That'll do it for us today. For the coach, Mike Sanford, for Chris Mitchell behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Again, as a reminder, Stoney's on Lincoln is the best place to watch Thursday night football tomorrow as Atlanta and Tampa are playing with all of those Stoney's TVs. They'll also have the Nuggets and the Avs games readily available. Grab a dew and a brew and hang out with Tyler Polumbus. Stoney's on Lincoln tomorrow at 6 p.m. PhD's next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
Yeah, Raj and Coach going Army Navy. That's awesome.
That is cool.
You've done it. I've done it. Tyler, you ever did that in the broadcasting thing?
I've never done that.
It's a very cool thing.
My son-in-law is a West Point graduate, and they were
Really? That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
let's just start there.
My daughter, him, and their 2 kids just spent a week last weekend, a long weekend at West Point. They stay there, and then they take the train down the city and did the Rockettes and did the ice skating
Awesome.
and did the tree stuff.
All
and,
of it.
You know, Macy's. They got into FAO Schwartz.
Yeah.
She said the line was unbelievable.
Well, you know.
But
I have been to FAO Shorts, though. Yeah.
But they walked and they did a tour of the campus, you know, with the kids. And there's one of them, there's some dude in his like military fatigues, a teacher. And my oldest granddaughter got to go up to the board and she wrote on their board because she's like spelling now. She's like first grader. Beat Navy. And they were like,
awesome.
They were jumping up. They loved it.
Are you a grandfather again today?
No, you want to hear that story?
Kinda. I mean, I want to hear good stories.
So I went to the airport, picked up daughter number 2 to help daughter number 1, who's having baby number 2.
Okay.
Was going to be induced today. They had to get up like at 5.
Yeah.
And be at the airport 5:40, 5:45, something like that.
Wait, let me guess. They said hospital's too busy. Can you wait a day?
Hospital's too busy.
What?
Too many babies being born today?
Is
that really a thing? I didn't even know that was a thing.
They said all of a sudden all these babies came in the middle of the night, blah, blah, blah. So wait a little bit. Wait a little bit. And we'll call you back around 7 or whatever.
Tonight?
This morning. So
this morning.
They were up at 5. They got a call from the hospital at 5. Hey, we're packed. We'll call you back.
It was going to lighten up by 7?
We'll call you by 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Called them at 7:30 or so and said, hey, it's probably going to be afternoon or early evening. So it's still on hold.
And you're about to go on the road.
And I'm about to go on the road.
Oh.
Because I was thinking if it would happen this morning.
Yeah, the timing would have been
then
fantastic.
I would have stopped by the hospital instead of here.
Yeah,
you know, and then headed in. But
I get it.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. How's everybody feeling? Are on pins and needles or a little anxious?
I think mom-to-be is ready, you know, in 9 months. I mean, I think she's ready.
She's ready to pop.
She's ready to get this thing out of her.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's all cool, all good. And
I'm sorry you're not going to be there for it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the hospital stays busy. Maybe another day.
You know, you never know, right? Yeah. You never know how it goes. Okay, so you've had kind of a roller coaster little day here today.
Yeah, and I got up at 5:20.
Of course.
So I'm like calling, what's going on?
Here we go.
Blah, blah, blah. And they go, well, they told us to hold the hospital busy. And I'm like, gosh, I'm up at 5:30. What am I doing?
Yep.
And I'd already started the coffee, right?
Well,
I've already started the coffee, and I'm like, oh, really?
No return from that.
Yeah, so I did lay down about 7:30. Yeah, but anyway, whatever.
Is the flight leaving a little bit later today? Or
no, same time.
What are you doing? Okay.
At the same time. We're supposed to be there by 1.
Okay.
For a 1:30 board.
Yeah.
So I figured I could, you know, even if I fudge it, I could get there even from here from 45 minutes.
Okay. All right. Oh, you're good. I'm glad we're happy to see you. I'm and happy for your family and the whole thing. I feel like it's this is your time here. Like, what's on your mind? How you doing? We've got plenty of things to get into.
Gosh,
do you want to hear the guys sing Colorado Wagon? Do you want to?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, we really don't have to play that ever today, just for the record.
All right,
like I know some people were excited about that. I'm just telling you, we'd be doing everybody a favor if we don't play that.
You don't want to do a little like it or spike it? You know,
not particularly.
No, you don't. Don't even want to hear what the people
they
have to
put
say
a lot of effort
I didn't
into
bring
that.
my headphones in, so you can play it if you want to.
No. Hey, if you guys aren't into it, it's fine by me. I'm not part of it. I mean, it was just endlessly talked about.
He's doing the thing where he's begging us to.
I
Hey,
am
DMac, will you please play it
I
for
am
us?
absolutely not doing
Will
that.
you please play Colorado Wagon? I really want to hear
You
it.
could not be more wrong on that.
I actually really
By the
want to
way,
hear
did
it.
you do a
I don't even
podcast
have
in the
it.
podcast room today, or you just was in there?
I was just chilling there for a second. I was in there for like 2 minutes.
Oh, I saw you come out there. I just wanted to maybe.
No. I just.
I know it's been
The
dubbed
DMac Memorial Room.
The DMac Memorial.
I have used it a couple times.
For Channel 31.
Right.
but not with the real cameras.
No, I bring.
So
mine.
You really haven't used it.
I've used a room.
You've sat in the room.
There's lights on and the logos behind me. There's that. So, I mean, it looks.
I did a conference call in there one time.
Tyler did a conference call.
But you guys aren't podcasting from there.
No.
Yet to be used. Officially.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll happen. Sure, there won't be any problems with it.
How much did the Bucky Bucks spend for you on that?
For me?
Yeah.
Nothing. Zero.
Really?
I had nothing to do with it.
Oh.
No. Do you not understand how and why that got built?
Yeah, I was standing right there when it happened.
No, you realize this is for the puck around and pod out. This is for the hockey boys.
Yeah.
This has got nothing to do with
the guys
me.
that live in four corners of the city
Yes.
that are going to drive all the way up here or over here or down
One
here.
guy's up in the mountains.
You realize that's the reason it exists.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know they've done 4 or 5 episodes since that's been built, and they're still in their respective.
Yes. So
things. So none of them will change.
it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful studio.
Well,
They did
the
a great.
desks are a little.
Wow.
Have you sat under those desks?
I mean,
those things are smaller than school desks.
Yeah. Well, you look at me. I mean, you think
have you sat under them? I tried when I did my conference call the other day. That was the first thing that hit my mind. I was like, my knees don't fit under this thing.
Okay. I can tell you about the Packers if you want a little bit. We can get into football a little bit.
I want to hear Colorado Wagon.
You want to hear Colorado Wagon?
Yeah.
Well, Scott's not interested. He
No,
doesn't
I
even
don't
have his
care. I
headphones.
don't mind.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry
Listen, we live in a society where
seriously, I don't even know
self-grandizing is huge.
I don't even. Oh, I guess I got.
You were begging us to ask you, and now you're going to act like you don't have it?
No, I don't. I don't. I have to. Dan put it up. I don't even know. I could look around for it, I guess.
I bet Dan is capable of hitting play.
Colorado Wagon. It's not that important. Don't worry about it. Did you see the Avs game last night? Did you see what happened?
Lost in a shootout.
Yeah, they suck at shootouts.
Isn't that amazing?
It is remarkable.
What's the record for the most losses in a shootout?
That is a great question.
Are they up to 7 now or 8?
They're up to 7 overtime losses, but they're not all shootout losses. So I'm not sure.
Oh, that's right.
How many? But I think most of them are.
I want to say they've lost all 3 or 4 of their shootouts, though.
They haven't won a. In fact, last night the Predators and Avs, neither team has won a shootout. The Predators are the last place team, and but that's what they had in common going into it. But it wasn't just that they lost in a shootout, and people question like, oh, why didn't Nathan McKinnon take a penalty shot? And I don't think like that now at all, because he sucks at them. He really does suck at shootouts.
Doesn't make much sense, but okay.
Okay, but I'm not going to argue with him not being one of the top 3 because there's nothing to show that he's any good at it. So what Bedsy is doing is just like, can anybody do this?
Yeah, it's like youth soccer. Anybody want to try to hit the goalpost?
So like they brought out Gabe last night for his first attempt at a shootout this year. But before they brought Gabe out, the sequence was Philippe Forsberg for the Predators and Scott Wedgwood used to be teammates. So Forsberg goes in. Now they score on their first one. I think it was Ryan O'Reilly. They score on the first one.
He's pretty good at that.
Yes, he is. The Avs get shut out on their first. Then it goes Forsberg. Well, he catches a toe pick, and he barrels into Wedgwood. Like he just barrels. He misses the shot, but he goes right through Wedgwood as the goalie, and Wedgwood's all splayed out like Patrick from SpongeBob and kind of bangs his head maybe a little bit or whatever. And okay, they untangle them, and then the next Av guy goes, and then the other Predator guy goes, and then they call timeout. So do you understand? Like he barrels into Wedgwood. Wedgwood takes another shot. Then they call timeout. They call down and say, oh, he's in concussion protocol. He needs to come out of the game. Right. Are you following me on this?
Yeah, that's awful stupid.
So they've taken their 3 shots. They scored 1. He got hurt theoretically hurt on the second shot. They left him in for the 3rd shot. Gabe's waiting there to take the Avs shot. I mean, Gabe scores or the game's over. And we had to go through this whole process to put Blackwood to stand there, and he might not even take a shot. He might do nothing. It was NHL people. I love hockey, okay? But your sport on some things is maybe the stupidest thing of all time. And this is a great example. And then they're asking Bedsy, like, how would you fix, overtime? I don't know. Like he has no clue. Nobody has a clue like how to fix anything.
But I think he's right on that. I don't think anybody does know.
It made me wonder, as a strategery, Why don't you just have Josh Manson for your first shot in a shootout? Just go 1,000 miles an hour.
I'm taking this son of a gun out.
Just take him out. Just pretend, stick handle, toe pick.
Whoops.
And just whoopsie daisy right into the starting goalie. Why don't you do that? There doesn't appear to be any consequence in a negative forum for doing it. Like, you don't draw a penalty. You're not given something. Like, why in the world weren't the Avalanche awarded a point?
If anybody gets penalized, there
are no penalties.
No, but if anybody gets penalized, it's the Avalanche. You now have to take their starting goalie out.
Well, that's right. After he already took another shot, they were laughing on the bench. Bedsy and McKinnon, all these guys, they were laughing because of how dumb this was. Because it was one of the more insane things you'd ever seen in your life. Nobody's ever seen it. It's never happened before. Swear to God, nothing like. Have you ever seen a goalie injured on a shootout?
You sure would like to say Toronto's really up on things, aren't they? That they're going to let, because if Wedgwood got hit, the Avs had to take another shot. Wedgwood took another shot, and then they say, "Oh, by the way, timeout. He's in concussion protocol." Wait a minute.
Two shots ago,
there's been like 3 minutes, 4 minutes in between.
Scott, Tyler, it was one of the most ridiculous things you'd ever seen in sports. That's how dumb it was. And so there's Blackwood. Now he's got to put on his helmet, and he's got to put the stupid gloves on, and I mean there's a little rigmarole to just get a couple minutes. And Gabe's sitting out there just like doing like figure eights, waiting to take his shot. Well, of course he misses. So Blackwood got all dressed up for nothing. Wedgwood, of course, is not concussed. It was obvious he wasn't. And the Avs, they lose. But they get a point because Cale Makar scored a goal with 8 seconds to go on a 6-on-4, which was really exciting. Like we're all freaking out. Cale's pumped. It's the first power play goal Cale's had all year.
Wow.
And it's only the 5th power play goal the Avs have had on the road all year. Their biggest problem now specifically is road power play.
What we talked about in the first 10 games was power plays. It's still kind of an issue.
And believe it or not, as good as the Avs are doing, the Stars are right behind them.
Yep.
And it's those two teams and nobody else.
How about this? So they struggle on the power play. Does that have any correlation to shootout?
You wouldn't think so.
God, I don't know. I don't know how that would be. Like, what would be the correlation?
I don't know. That shootouts are kind of a skill type thing, and power plays, your one-up man advantage. There's a little more skill now that you need to have over the other team.
I got me.
Oh,
who knows? All right, are you done?
Or maybe it's a scoring thing.
Are you sticking around, or are you good? Are you going to leave? We can talk football. We can talk mock drafts.
He came in just for you.
You know what? Here's the funny thing. I thought about almost catching my own flight tonight so that I could go and see my granddaughter.
Why don't you do that?
Well, because now she may not even be born tonight. I would have spent an extra $400 or $500.
By the way, that could be rough if they don't induce her till late in the evening. That I might request a next day one.
Yeah, that might be. Well, my nature takes over after that.
Yeah. Why don't you just stick here? No. Tell the Nuggets. I'll see you. I'll
pound sand.
Well, not pound sand. You don't have to be rude about it, but you just be like, I got something going on. I'll see you tomorrow night.
You don't understand the quality peanut butter and jelly sandwiches they serve on those flights.
Well, that is true.
I am like Jones for a peanut butter.
Oh yeah, buddy.
All right.
Okay, no dumb question.
Yeah.
Strawberry or grape jelly with your peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?
Grapes a staple, strawberries a reward.
Oh, that's a good line.
That's fair notion there. Strawberry does taste better, right?
Well, strawberry is very good.
But grape is more traditional.
If you're going to have in the morning like a nice omelet, some potatoes, white toast, strawberry jelly on that right
Pretty
there.
solid.
Yeah, that's
good
where
right
you go
there.
for that.
You got me going. Is that what they serve on the plane?
No, that's
just breakfast.
We haven't gotten a breakfast on the airplane.
All right, here it is.
Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
All right, it's PhD on 92.5.
I think everybody's trying to figure that out right now. They do a great job. Vance does a hell of a job putting his guys in position, and they're just not really a weak link out there. When you look at their front, their backers, their back end, they've got players across the board. I mean, the sack numbers are pretty crazy. Their run defense is pretty crazy. So you couple that, then you got a legitimate shutdown corner. I think the safeties are excellent. McMillan does a great job. Moss does a great job. So they got a lot of great players, and they put them in great position, and they go out there and they play. I think there's a lot of similarities when I look at our defense in regards to the style of play, how hard they play, how hard they finish and tackle, and so it's going to be a great test for us.
That is Matt LaFleur as the Packers go through their motions on a Wednesday. The Broncos are practicing now, and we'll get reports from Dove Valley as the day goes on. This is the best team, I think, Tyler. I think they're better than the Eagles. I'm trying to think of the other good Broncos wins this year. I don't know. I think this is it. I think this is the best team they're facing all year.
Well, it's a good one. You know, they had a weird stretch in there where it was like, maybe the Packers aren't going to be that big of a deal by the time we play them later in the season. But they're good, man. Jordan Love that's an efficient son of a gun, man. He does not turn the ball over. He's only turned the ball over 4 times this year, at least in interceptions. I don't know how many fumbles he's had, but he takes care of the rock, man. So this is going to be a tough test for us. I think that the Packers are a team that is really good in defense and pretty dang good on offense.
Mm-hmm.
Probably better. I think statistically speaking, the Broncos actually have a better offense. But when I watch it, they feel more dangerous than ours.
Well, by the numbers, it is damn close with both these teams in every meaningful metric, except for giveaway takeaway. It's the most remarkable thing that the Broncos are 11-2 and they're -3. The Packers are +4, and you're like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense for a team that's 9-3-1. They've got a pesky tie in there. But, yeah, man, offense, they are yards per play 8th. Broncos are 15th. Points per game, they're 10th. 24.8. The Broncos at 23.7. That's 14th. So, I mean, relatively close. The Broncos actually, believe it or not, even with the injury with J.K. Dobbins, are ranked higher in rushing yards, but not by much. 121 yards per game to 117. And passing yards, the Packers are, slightly, Tyler, ahead of the Broncos, 223.2 to 220. That's 12th and 13th in the league. So you're like, whoa, this is like kind of crazy how similar these two teams are, more or less at everything that matters. Neither one of them throws a lot of interceptions. Jordan Love, you're right, four interceptions. They've also
stupid good.
Given away 4 fumbles. So only 8 giveaways on the entire year. That is first in the NFL.
Yeah. Now, they don't create a lot of turnovers on the other side of the ball.
They do not.
But because they've barely turned it over at all, the ratio is still okay. They do give up a lot of sacks, and they've had some offensive line issues over the weeks. Their offensive line's kind of settled in over the last couple weeks, but there should be opportunities for pressure. And if you're going to beat the Packers, it starts with rattling Jordan Love. That's how it starts.
They've they're only 4th in the league in allowing sacks. The Broncos are 1st, and it's only the difference of 1 sack. That's the difference between 1st and 4th in terms of allowing sacks. And 3rd down, this is where they really get you. They're incredible on 3rd down.
50%, man.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, they're crazy good.
Now, one of the reasons they're so good, first of all, they're very good on 3rd down, period, but they don't get to a lot of 3rd downs. The way LaFleur's got them operating, they're incredibly efficient. And yeah, okay, that's fine that they complete it, but you got to watch out what they're doing on 1st and 2nd down. Against the Bears, they struggled on this a little bit because they did give up sacks. They did allow stuff, and Jordan Love did throw an interception, but it didn't cost them any points. They had the Bears this week, which they beat. They've got the Broncos, and then they have the Bears again. And everything about it's about the Bears and the Packers. It's one of the better rivalries. It's just, what they do. And I do wonder if this one just it's just a weird game for the Packers kind of period. It's just an odd opponent. they're playing each other because they both finished
Well, I think they'd be up for
division.
this one for sure. I mean, you only got 4 games left, and you're going up against a team with one of the best records in the NFL. So I'm not expecting any sort of letdown for the Packers if that's what you're kind of hitting.
I'm just pointing out what they've got going, but there is some strange history between these two teams. They haven't met a lot, 15 times. The Broncos have never won, ever, in Green Bay. Never. They're 0-6-1. The Packers are 1-7. Meaning the Broncos are 7-1 against the Packers here in Denver. Historically, no matter what's been going on with these two organizations, both teams really struggle in each other's places.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but
what do you think? What do you think it means? I'll throw it out there.
I mean, I don't think it means much of anything. I don't do much with historical context when we're going back 15 years. You know what I mean? But I will say, just generally speaking, when you have to play Denver, you better hope you don't play them at home, because when you let this defense take advantage of that crowd, you got the crowd noise, they get to tee off on the snap count, they've got the silent count, all those sorts of things. That's tough living when you got to play Denver at home. So I think this year it's relevant. I don't do much with the relevancy of it historically, though.
Benito and Micah Parsons both have 12.5 sacks. Excuse me, sorry. Defensively, the Broncos are better than the Packers, especially in third down, where the Broncos are first in the league, and the Broncos defense is first in the red zone.
Yeah, they got a damn good defense over there, though.
They are 19th on third down, 18th in the red zone. Their pass rush, in terms of sacks, they're tied for 11th, and the Broncos are first in the league, and Micah Parsons does lead the way. But they're incredibly efficient.
I mean, they're 5th in total defense. They're doing something right, for sure.
There's no doubt about it. And the Broncos are, listen, they're right there. If you just want to cut this quick to the core, both of these teams do similar things very well and are having very similar types of seasons. They're both doing great. And there would be no shock whatsoever if this turned out to be the Super Bowl. None. It could easily happen. So there you go. So the matchup for the Broncos and the Packers is fantastic. There's a ton on the line for both teams. Both teams are coming off wins and looking good. I don't know. What do you think the separator in this is going to be?
Well, I think if you pressure Jordan Love, if you get after him, that gives you your best fighting chance in this game. If Jordan Love stays upright, if he stays clean, that dude can dice you up. He protects the ball. He doesn't turn it over. Offensively, you got to stay balanced, and you got to take advantage of what feels like a bit of a surging RJ Harvey here. You want to do that because this is a really good defense, and you don't want to get one-dimensional on him. And then if you can keep Bo upright, do those 3 things, you're going to have a really good chance to win the game. But it starts with pressure and Jordan Love. And offensively, I do think that you need to be more balanced than you've been in some of the games of recent history.
What separates Jordan Love from Bo Nix?
Well, how many turnovers does Bo have?
Turnovers had intercepted. Hold on, 9. That's 14th in the league, and they've lost 4 fumbles, same as the Packers. So 9-4.
Okay.
So 5.
That's one thing. I mean, that's significant. The dude that's only throwing 4 interceptions, and all you got is 4 games left. That's got to protect the rock. Bo does a pretty good job with it too. I'm not taking that away from Bo. It's not like Bo's a liability in that department at all.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a liability in that department. I just think there's an electric component that comes with Jordan Love that you don't really feel as Bo Nix. Sometimes you get in the fourth quarter, but Jordan Love feels like an electric quarterback.
Bo doesn't? Or Jordan Love just is a little bit more?
I think you get glimpses of it from Bo Nix sometimes in the fourth quarter, but no, Bo, I was really impressed with the game plan last week. I was really impressed with Bo Nix's execution of the game plan against the Raiders. I don't think he could have played any better. Bo Nix was dialed. That wasn't electric. That's not a quarterback that's pushing the ball down the field, making huge plays. Bo took what the defense gave him, and that was cool. And he wisely took advantage of the soft spots within the defense. Not electric.
Okay. The other big separator is penalties. The Broncos are 31st in the league. They just can't get out of their own way. That has been just a kind of.
I don't know how we're winning games with that.
It's
How that hasn't
crazy.
caught up to us is freaking wild.
The fact that we're basically the most penalized team in the league, and we're -3 in giveaway takeaway. Well, you know what it is. That's a lot of close games. A lot of close games, and the upside of that is that you're really good in other areas. Like you don't take sacks. You really don't turn the ball over necessarily that much. You don't get many takeaways either. And so you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball constantly, and you're just figuring out how to get out of it.
Well, listen, I want the Broncos to win out, of course. I'd much prefer the Broncos win out. I do think there is something to be said about having a wake-up game towards the end of the season, and sometimes that can be beneficial. If I had my druthers, I'm going to choose to win out. I was talking to Nate about this yesterday as I was filling in just on the first segment over there. And, if you are going to lose a game, this might be the one that you want to lose. Why? Well, number one, it gives you time to kind of rebound.
Mm-hmm.
But number two, NFC versus AFC.
Yep.
And you are in a tight race with the Patriots.
Yep.
So the last thing you want to do is drop an AFC game.
Yeah, if you go under the perimeter, every NFL game is always important. Always important. Okay. But there are games they're all important, but in that bracket of all important, you can rank, which ones aren't quite as important as all the other all important games. And you're right about that. Your least very important game are like road non-conference games. But home non-conference games too, especially in a situation where you're already going to be a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
You're right about that. And when you have the Jags, the Chiefs, and the Chargers left, all of those will mean more, theoretically, if we're trying to break ties and everything.
Well, when it comes down to chase the number one, for sure.
Yeah, this isn't the end of the world if the Broncos were to lose this game. It's not. It's a great test, though. It certainly is a great test.
The Broncos very well might have to win out to get the number one seed, though. That's the unfortunate part, because the Patriots, I'm not sure who's going to knock them off.
Well, they got the Bills, the Ravens, the Jets, and the Dolphins.
Maybe the Bills. They'll handle the rest of those.
You would think, but we're. What is McDaniels doing in Miami all of a sudden?
Well, they've got a hot squad. Yeah,
wasn't he supposed to be fired by now?
Yep. He was supposed to be fired after like week 3.
So that's the final game for the Patriots. Listen, these division games, any division game is like, they're always closer. They're always tighter. But the Broncos do have it in their own hands. It's funny, there was a mock draft that came out that Scott sent us. And in it had the Jets taking, what's his face there out of Indiana? Oh, I'm forgetting. Fernando, yeah. And then the kid from Oregon was going to, and from there on, to the Raiders, by the way. And the Broncos were at 32 because that's how they do the mock drafts. And that's just where the Broncos are. But it was kind of cool in a mock draft sort of scenario to look at and be like, oh, yeah, that is where the Broncos are right now. They are the best team technically in the NFL. If the draft was happening today, theoretically, you'd be drafting 32. So this game itself is, and plus this game is, there's always chock full of Broncos, Packers, Super Bowl memories, right? Like that's part of your, growing up, seeing that happen, thinking that the Broncos would never win one, and there you go. You beat Brett Favre and the favored Packers. So there's just some cool things with the Broncos and the Packers. I think it is remarkable that neither team is very successful at each other's place. And yeah, what does history actually matter? I don't know. Probably not that much. It's probably just a weird quirk more than anything. And if this game was in Green Bay, I'd probably be taking the Packers. But the game's here. I think every game, Tyler, the Broncos will play will be separated by 4 or less points the rest of the year, period. And whether they're on the upside or the downside of that 4 points, well, chips will fall where they may, right? But I don't see any game the rest of the year being more than 4 points one way or the other, do you?
Well, that's what history would tell us, right? It would sure be nice. Gosh, it would sure be nice. I think it would be a nice little confidence boost for this team if they could handle a team like the Packers, if they could shoot any of the 4 remaining teams. If you could handle any of the 4 remaining teams with a decisive victory, it's going to go a long ways. It's going to go a long ways for the confidence of that room because, despite the fact that they're winning games, despite the fact that they're saying everything right in the public forum, trust me, I've been through this. I've been on this team with this dynamic, with this exact formula, and there are concerns behind the walls. Believe me when I tell you that. There are plenty of concerns whether one side of the ball is going to hold up their end of the bargain. So it would sure go a long ways for overall team unity if you could handle some of these teams.
All right. Well, we're excited for it and to talk all about it and get your thoughts on it. 303-504-0925. And we'll update you on what both teams have cooking. Injury-wise for the Broncos, I think we're looking pretty good. We'll see if Nate Atkins is good enough to return. I suppose that's one of the storylines. The Packers, I think, are in relatively good health as far as I can tell. Brandon McManus is their kicker, right? We got a little DMac return action there. He is 15 of 21 for the year, 80.8%, which isn't like great, but that is another little, Broncos Packers twist. And you got a situation where Matt LaFleur and Sean Payton Tyler, your head coach, calls your plays from the sideline. Both dudes do that. They have offense coordinators, but this is how these guys roll.
Yep.
So off we roll, man. It's going to be a fun week, no doubt about it. I want to get into the college basketball stuff, football stuff rather. But first, what are your thoughts about Phillip Rivers and doing some Phillip Rivers on Zoom?
All right. No Zoom. Let's go.
Of course, that joke is the last time he was a quarterback in the NFL was COVID and the Zoom and all that stuff. So it's his first press conference in front of people.
I can't wait to see how fat this dude is. I can't wait. I was watching a video last night of John Gruden, and he went out to Phillip Rivers' house, and he was getting Phillip Rivers' older kid, and he was listening to his cadence and everything. Phil's holding his youngest, which is a baby. Phil's got a big old dad belly going on there.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be hilarious to see a fat Phillip Rivers.
Scott is on the phone. What, Scott? Yes. Hi, Scott.
Hey, you guys are just talking. I don't know if this is no dumb question, but it made me think.
Okay.
You talked about Denver penalty-wise is 31st in the league.
Yeah.
We talk about all these close games they've won and blah, 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 blah. If the Denver Broncos were 15th in the league in penalties, how many close games would have they played?
I bet it would be half as much. It's 9 out of 11 are by one score right now.
Well, you'd probably be undefeated because I think the only games the penalties caught up to you were early in the season.
That could be I think you'd have more. I think you'd have half that, and Tyler's right. You may be undefeated.
And that's interesting to think about, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That you're able to win 11 games and you're 31st in penalties.
It's actually stunning. And again, you're -3, 21st in the league in giveaway takeaway. I mean, these are numbers that usually. Well, for example, real quick, the Raiders are also highly penalized in -3. They've got 2 wins. It doesn't really make a whole heck of a lot of sense what's happening to the Broncos.
Well, because usually it's also a bigger indicator of just a lack of discipline on a football team, and it catches up to you in other areas besides just the penalties.
So how the hell are they doing it?
Weird.
Well, they're doing it because they're number 1 in the league in sacks, and I'd be interested to see the average third down conversion for opponents throughout the year. They got to be up there leading that too, don't they?
Yes, they are. They're first in the league in red zone and third down defensively. Yes.
Yeah. So that's how they're doing it by not getting turnovers. They're getting people off the field.
Yes.
And now, I mean, I can remember in the middle of the stretch, you're moving the ball, first and 10 on their 40, hold. After like a 20-yard gain, hold. I just wonder if there's one area they could clean up. If they could clean up the penalties the last 4 weeks.
Yep.
I'm with you guys. I think they can beat everybody on their schedule and maybe beat a couple of them by double digits.
I totally agree. I don't know. They're trying. I mean, it's Sean talks about it all the time. It's the thing that's bugging him the most. I would think that would be an easier thing to clean up. Like penalties, all right. You got to be a little bit more disciplined here, I suppose. It can't be the hardest thing in the world.
Cleaning, and Tyler can talk to this, cleaning up penalties would seem to be a lot easier than trying to find the ability to put pressure on a quarterback.
Right. One's a talent thing, one's a mental thing.
All right, Scott, we're glad you called in.
Yeah, I thought that made me think when I was driving.
Actually, could you just go away? You already went away. Could you just go away for real?
This easy.
All right, geez, I was going to hit him with a
Colorado Wagon.
Let's going to get that in.
Colorado Wagon.
The Big 12 commissioner is calling Notre Dame a bunch of babies. And what the truth is with college football next.
Hey, are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? If so, go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I think relationships matter in life. That's why I go back to the dealership. I have a great relationship every single time since my rookie year. I keep going to Phil Long Ford. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. They take care of me. They get me in. They get me out. They always get me the vehicle of my dreams at the best possible price. Same thing's going to happen to you. Guys, it's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Don't waste your time. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
God, it is a trip watching highlights right now of Philip Rivers throwing a football. He looks good.
I could eat it up all day.
Okay. I mean,
he looks good. He's in a controlled environment. He's throwing. This is going to be a disaster. I mean, I hope it's not.
Wow. All right.
I actually love Philip Rivers, and I don't know if that's uncool for a Broncos fan to say. I freaking love Philip Rivers. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time. He's got incredible energy. Teammates absolutely love him. I mean, who could say a bad word about Philip Rivers? Remember back in the day when we thought Philip was the bad guy, and it turns out it was actually Jay Cutler? There was a period of time where you thought Phil was the bad guy. No, I root for Philip Rivers. So I would love to see him come out and ball out. But what the hell do you think we're about to watch? We're about to watch a 44-year-old that hasn't thrown a pass in 5 years, that's got a dad bod that's been growing for the last 5 years, step in on 5 days' notice and start this weekend, by the way. That looks like what the trend's going to be. He's going to be starting this weekend against the Seattle Seahawks. Good luck.
I got to admit, I'm pulling for him.
Me too. I hope I'm wrong. It would be an incredible story. I mean, we saw Joe Flacco surprise all of us once.
Yeah, it's likely if it's going to happen, the storybook time for it to happen would be this week. But Flacco kind of had that moment there with the Bengals, and that was, kind of it, too. There wasn't another moment. I didn't realize Riley Leonard and Philip Rivers, according to Riley Leonard, live 3 minutes away from each other. And that Riley Leonard has thrown and worked out with Philip Rivers in previous offseason. So, I thought, isn't Riley Leonard going to be upset? I mean, I guess not. Philip Rivers is like a hero to him. It's like one of his kids.
Yeah, he was talking about the, just what everything he's learned from him, 5-step, 3-step, the intentionality behind all of it. Yeah, he said he calls him his mentor.
So, I don't know. It's a pretty damn good story. I'm not really afraid of the Colts either, by the way. I don't think it really impacts the Broncos one way or the other. I don't think they're going to be a contender for first place. So, and they're playing Seattle. Is that right? Is that in Seattle or in Indianapolis?
Don't know. Let me look it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be difficult. Seattle.
Yeah, in Seattle. Good luck, pal.
Oh, God. That is
44-year-old coming off the couch for the last 5 years, hasn't touched a weight, hasn't been on a treadmill. Oh, but his conditioning, that's going to get solved in a week time here, right? I'm mocking it. I'm really rooting for him. I swear to God, I'm rooting for him. I love Philip Rivers. And I hope they got him mic'd up, too. And I hope he starts talking trash, and I hope he starts yelling, Ron! Hey, Ron! Ron, come here! Ron, is it third down, Ron?
See, in the movie, he leads the team to this crazy comeback, and they win, right? But in reality, he just may get blasted on like the third play and not be able to move. He is a big guy, though. He definitely got bigger. He didn't want to tell everybody like exactly how much he weighed. But
he's going to be fat.
Philip Rivers, that's a trip. Well, that'll be a damn interesting game. That'll be a really interesting game. Okay, this college football thing. I love my guy, Vic. I do. I love him. He is one of my favorite people in the world. And I do appreciate, Tyler, his passion for Notre Dame. But he was teasing like Notre Dame was going to have some sort of press conference that was going to change college football forever. And I just heard the guy just,
What did he mean by that?
I don't know. Oh, and Vic said this morning, too, that this would be the end of bowls. Bowls are over now.
Because Notre Dame opted out?
Yeah, and other schools are too. So bowls are over.
To be clear, he's not wrong on that. I mean, what the timeline on it, if he's implying like it's over now, he's wrong. But give it 5 years, he's probably right.
Okay. Listen, these bowls, if people don't understand, they're run by independent organizations. And the people that make the most money are the people, the commissioner, and the people that are on the committee.
I don't know how anybody makes money off bowl games.
Well, it's like eight people.
I literally don't know how the sponsors make money. I don't know how the teams make money. I don't know how anybody makes money off these things. It does not make financial sense to me. Nobody shows up. Yeah. Nobody watches.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a TV. There's TV rights, and they have revenue sharing. And the TV deals for these bowl games are all packaged. So you get millions of dollars just, but to your point, schools lose money on bowls all the time because you only get paid so much for being there. And it depends. Do you want to take the band? Do you want to take the cheerleaders? How many days are we staying? What hotel are we in? It's all that sort of thing. The school's got to buck up for all that crap. That's true too. Anyway, the Big 12 commissioner, Brent Yorkman, he was yelling at basically Notre Dame here.
I will say this, and I'm a little outspoken about it. I don't like how Notre Dame's reacted to it.
So
okay, I think Pete's his behavior has been egregious. It's been egregious going after Jim Phillips when they saved Notre Dame during COVID. We all knew, and it was very transparent. Hunter was very transparent about it, the chair, that as Notre Dame and Miami got closer together, head-to-head would be a factor. Okay? BYU lost. They became closer together, head-to-head, and made a difference in that decision. So I think he is totally out of bounds in his approach, and if he was in the room, I'd tell him the same thing.
So how do you fix college football?
I don't know. I mean, it starts with 16. You start with that.
16?
Yeah, go to 16.
Oh, okay. Sure. Why not? You can go however many you want. The truth is, there is no fixing college football. There isn't going to be some sort of unified body.
Can I tell you the crazy part about it? It doesn't need to be fixed.
Okay.
There
you go.
I say I want it to be fixed. I want there to be better rules. I think if a coach leaves, a kid should have a free transfer. Sure. If a coach can bail on you, you should be able to bail on the program as well. Maybe you get one free transfer. We got to dial back all this. It's just too much. It's just too chaotic. There also needs to be some guidelines in place for these kids that take money, right? They're taking money. They're taking NIL money, and they're bouncing 6 weeks after they take $2.5 million, right? I saw Troy Aikman talking about that. He said, I did NIL once. I paid a quarterback for UCLA. He was there for one season. He bounced. I never got so much as a thank you from the kid for the money I paid him.
Wow.
And I'm never going to do it again. Yeah, there does need to be some guidelines here. And that's why, not to go totally backwards here on a stale conversation, but that's why they did this so backwards from the get-go. If they would have just started with the university pays these kids a direct salary, you would have been able to control all of it because you're signing a real contract to a real business. Instead, as Ed Orgeron would say, we used to walk in the back door. Now we're just walking in the front door with the dirty money.
Zach Allen talks about facing the Packers, what we can learn about what Zach has to say. And Cale Makar was the hero and a little bit of a goat by his own admission. You'll hear that coming up as well. It's PhD on 92.5. And now, the starting lineup for PhD. It feels like this is some sort of intro song.
At 5'2",
Really?
entering the arena. Wait,
Really?
what? I didn't even say a name.
Hey, by the way, you got the cut today, huh?
I did.
What
I
was
did
the
get
decision on
I
the
did get
beard?
the ears lowered. Yeah, I got the ears lowered, shaped up the beard a little bit to grow it out. Yep, bringing it back.
Oh, you're bringing it back.
The big old beard's coming back.
Really? What was the decision there? What was the reasoning there?
I wanted to.
All right. Is that about as deep as you go on that
Well,
one?
I mean, how deep does it go when you make a decision on your appearance?
It depends. Depends what's going on in your life.
I mean, I didn't do a pros and cons list, or if that's what you're asking.
You missed the beard? You feel like that's
It's been a minute where I've been clean shaped on the beard, and it's time to go back to Harry Wolfman.
You're gonna grow it like out, like down, out, like what's the shape of it gonna be theoretically?
Same shape as always, just it's a little bit boxy,
Okay.
but it comes out and yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Clean and mean. You're out at Stoney's on.
Keep it trimmed every now and then. You get it shaped along the way. That's the
Yeah,
only way
no,
to
you
do
look-
it.
you look
You got to
good.
get it shaped along the way.
You look good. You look solid. You look clean. As
This is the foundation right here. And now you grow from this.
All right. Yeah, you're.
What's going on with that beard?
No, this is just. I'm just a disaster. There's nothing going on. This will be gone tomorrow. It's gone long enough. It's just pure laziness. No, nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah, just no.
'Cause it looks
no
good.
thoughts. No, it doesn't. It looks terrible.
It looks great.
It looks like a disaster. But it doesn't seem to matter. Like just. Nobody seems to care, really. Like, you would think that appearance would matter a little bit. And as I get worse looking, the more I can be seen. And nobody gives a crap.
Well, see, I'm actively going for the worst looking approach. Like, that's actually what I'm doing.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I look better with a tight beard.
Uh-huh.
But I'm actively pursuing a worse look.
All right. Well, hey, by the way, apparently it does not matter. Like, in terms of, life, it appears to be completely irrelevant what you actually physically look like these days. At least that's what I'm coming up with. I'm convincing myself with. Stoney's tomorrow.
Stoney's
tomorrow. You're out there with Tullamore Dew, where you can grab a Dew and a brew. You got a lot going on tomorrow. You got a ton going on. You got the Nuggets and Avs at the same time. You've got the Avs going against Florida, but it's a late puck drop, even though it's here at home. Then you got the the Nuggets going against Sacramento for the fourth time.
I thought you were talking about my schedule because I got a big day tomorrow too. I got to go straight from the show. I got to do CBS hit after the show.
Oh,
Then
look
go
at
from
you.
CBS to Stoney's and
That is unbelievably convenient.
Yeah,
that is literally like across the street from Channel 4.
CBS, we're doing a View House, so, but that's all right. I mean, that's just 2 minutes from here. So
it's on the road.
Yeah.
Well, you can grab a Dew and a brew with Tyler, and you can ask him about the View House. Romy, hanging out with Rome?
Hanging out with Romy.
All right, she's the best. So we'll see you there at Stoney's at Lincoln tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Well, speaking of that, I actually have, Romy just does. Romy, does she ever stop working? She is all over the place. And she had Zach Allen with her recently. Here's Zach Allen talking about the old Packers.
Green Bay's a hell of a team, and everyone kind of saw how they've been ascending the past few weeks, and they're in win now mode. Obviously the offseason kind of proved that, and they got talent across the board, offense, defense, special teams. So it's going to be a tough one, but we're at home, which definitely helps us a lot. So definitely want to do their fans proud.
Do you embrace the underdog mentality?
I think we're kind of past that a little bit. I think for us, it's we handle it with a really good kind of mindset, and if there's definitely outside noise, but we do a really good job of blocking it and kind of staying process driven and just going with the flow.
Why'd you laugh there?
Well, I mean, are we still underdogs at this point? Is that what, I guess we are, technically speaking, according to Vegas, but you got 11 wins. Seemed like it's pretty tough to be considered underdogs at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Romy's just going, I know what Romy's saying, because they are underdogs.
Yeah, according to Vegas.
It went to 1.5. And then it started at 1.5. It went to 2.5. It's steady there. The over/under is at 42.5. I got this one, boy. I'm right on that because I got it like 23-20 Broncos right now. I'll probably stay there. So I have I didn't know what the over-under was, but there you go. I'm right on the number at 43. Got something like that. My initial feeling. You got an initial vibe on the game?
I don't know. I think I'll wait till Friday to make a prediction on it. I mean, this is a tough game. I know that much. And I think the Broncos are capable of winning every game here on out. Unfortunately, the 4 remaining opponents are capable of beating you too.
If the Broncos were to finally lose a game, why would that happen? What would it be?
Like in all likelihood, just the offensive woes finally catch up to you. Defense has an average day rather than a fantastic day.
Mm-hmm.
Defense gives up 24 points instead of 17. What are they averaging? Like, is 17, 18, something like that?
Who, the Packers or the Broncos?
No, the Broncos defense.
Broncos defense is allowing points per game, yards, points, 18.1, which is 4th in the league.
Yeah.
And the Packers are at 19 points, which is 6th in the league.
So, I mean, you go from giving up 18 points to 24. God forbid you gave up 27 in one game. That means the offensive woes probably catch up to you.
And we're winning, we're losing by a field goal or something? We're losing close?
I just told you I was doing my prediction on Friday. I'm not, you just asked me how it happens, and that's the formula. I mean, the formula for success has been tremendous defensive play and average offensive output.
I'm looking for the best, probably the best win for the Packers was they've been on a nice little tear though, huh? They beat the Giants. They've won 4 in a row. So they beat the Giants 27-20, which, they just kind of hang in there and won. They beat Minnesota 23-6. Then they have their one-score games. They beat Detroit 31-24 and Chicago 28-21. And they do have Chicago next weekend on Sunday Night Football in Chicago. I'm trying to see, who do you think, is that their most impressive win? They lost to Philadelphia. They lost to Carolina.
Oh, I still think the Detroit win's good. I know Detroit's down this year.
They beat Detroit twice.
But that's in division and having success there. The Bears game, did you catch much of the Bears game? It was on at the same time, more or less, as the Broncos. But
I rewatched it today. I saw the whole thing.
Yeah, that was a good game that came down to the wire, and Caleb Williams tossed an interception in the last play of the game, basically. Unfortunately, they had a dude wide open, too, for a touchdown, and he just threw it to the wrong guy.
Caleb was laughing. It was one of those games where I'm sure he was disappointed, but he's laughing like, like that. Like, we've just gone through this real big battle, and, hey, it didn't go our way, but you're not, like, devastated by it. It's just a really good game. It was just a good game.
Yeah.
By both teams.
It was a fun game.
So, I don't know. This is such a quirky game for both teams.
Why?
Just
what's quirky?
It's wacky. It's different. You don't see him all that often. It's coming at a weird time of the year when you've got so many other things going on. It's just different. It's just, I don't know. It's just quirky. Do you remember the last time the Packers were here? Do you remember the game? It's notable for something.
Was I playing in it?
No. It's just a couple years ago. It was Sean Payton.
Oh.
The Broncos won 19-17. And it's the game that Sean Payton, after the game, talked about death grip in the wheel outside of the sushi restaurant doing circles.
Gotcha.
And literally said the next morning, why can't I be happy?
Yeah.
And that was Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's done something a little interesting today.
His tweet?
Yeah, you saw it, huh?
I did.
Yeah.
It was time to go dark about 5 years ago, buddy.
So the genesis of this is that Barstool Sports is saying Jalen Hurts is Russell Wilson 2.0, meaning he's a little cringy, a little corny, and when he goes off the rails finally, it'll just be over. And then this guy, Michael Ritter, who writes for Bleacher Report, but I mean, he's got like 2,700 followers. He's hardly like a big name. He writes, 2017-2020 Russell Wilson would be the best quarterback in the NFL if he played today. Well, that's a nice little compliment. Russell Wilson responds to that by saying, man, I got to get back to balling and being me. Back to my first 10. It's time. Time to go dark.
That's all I was asking for you the whole time you were here, dude. The day you walked in the door. I was begging you to go dark. I was begging you to not sell the NFT waters. I was begging you to not open stores at the airport. I was begging you to not open up stores at Park Meadows before you'd ever played it down. Like, that's what I was begging you to do. Go dark. Stop being Russ selling everything, shaking all the babies, as Sean Payton would say, kissing all the babies and shaking all the hands, and just go back in the lab and play some ball. That's what I was begging him to do. Too little, too late now, pal.
Who's the starting quarterback for the? I'm a little.
For the Giants?
Yeah, it's Jackson Dart, right?
Yes.
He's healthy. He's not injured.
No, Jackson's start.
Jackson's starting. Oh, who's the backup?
Jameis.
Okay.
What are you confused by?
When is Russell Wilson going to play again? Like, where? When? With who?
Yeah, I don't know. He might legitimately be out of options.
Like, what is he talking about here with this tweet?
There's always 2 to 3 teams every year that need that bridge guy, so maybe he falls into one more opportunity at it, but yeah, I don't know.
Or do you think he's looking at Phillip Rivers today and being like, hey, that could be me? How did you think Russell Wilson was on TV? Seriously.
Well, I didn't watch it. I mean, I caught a couple clips on Twitter. Did you watch it?
No, God, no. Who could possibly watch it? I'm just watching clips.
He was who I thought he was going to be. I mean, he was football guy. He was taking football guy serious.
You know, I guess if Russell Wilson is willing to go the Joe Flacco, Ryan Fitzpatrick route, you're right. I mean, I suppose there'll be teams that'll sign him up. I mean, would the Colts be better, Tyler, today if they had Russell Wilson or Phillip Rivers?
If it's not Russ, then Russ needs to be out of the league. Like I said, I'm pulling for Phillip Rivers. He's a fun dude. He's a fun storyline, but I expect that to be a train wreck.
I mean, isn't this a joke that he's playing this Sunday?
I don't like. It's almost like to a joke to the degree of like, who is in the position of authority to say no? So he's like Shane Steichen's buddy that he just happens to talk to throughout the week, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, this seems like a good idea. Like who in the building is like, we couldn't find a better option than this? I hope I'm so wrong on it.
How are you feeling today if you're, I get it, Riley Leonard's hurt. All right, quite okay. Brett Rippon has actually played NFL football.
Hey, if I'm Brett, I'm just happy to have a job, bud. I mean, I'm not
keeping your head low.
No, I'm not ticked off. I'm not anything. I'm thrilled that I'm employed in the NFL.
I mean, he's probably going to be playing in this game too, because how long is Phillip going to last? It is mind blowing. It is absolutely mind blowing to watch highlights as we are right now of Phillip Rivers taking snaps in practice. It's you don't know what to say. And then Russell Wilson is.
I wonder what the longest period of time ever of a guy between when he retired and when he came back to play is.
I have no idea.
This has got to be close, right?
It's got to be
5 years.
Are you talking just playing period or quarterback?
No, just anything.
Well, there may be some bizarro world where a guy stopped playing at like 23 and came back at 32. Something weird like that.
Maybe.
So I don't know is the answer, I suppose. We could try to dig that up. But if this isn't way up there, then what would be? I mean, this is next level weirdness. Tom Brady at least kept himself in shape. I don't think, Phillip was pushing away from the buffet anytime soon over the past 5 years.
No. Well, you got 10 mouths to feed. You got to sneak it in when you can.
A lot of leftovers, man. A lot of leftovers because the kids never finish anything. We have no dumb questions on the way. Jeff Legwold out there at Broncos practice will give you the latest and greatest as to what's going on. And Jared Bednar shakes his head, not at just the singing of Colorado Wagon, but one of the weirder moves in the NHL last night, and it concerned the Avalanche. You'll hear it coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, the holiday season, it is here, full of hustle, bustle, packed with activity. But when your energy is drained and you're not sleeping well, that sex drive just falls apart, right? Not the same. It's tough to feel festive. These could be signs of low T, low testosterone. If that's what's going on, this is your season to take action and get treated. So guys in their mid to early 30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. It happens gradually, and before you know it, you're just not the same. What's going on there? The sex drive is down. You put the weight on. The Colts ask you to be a quarterback. Listen, if these things are happening to you, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic website. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. Even with 10 kids, you could get your low T up. It's 10 questions, yes or no. Takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. You go from there. What are your options? We'll chat about it. The appointment's $99. You get the consult, a T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment, the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So don't go another season with low T. No need to wait. 5 locations up and down I-25, so call today. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Mock drafts are out. A couple of them are. At least this is the first one from Field Yates, and he's got the Jets doing a deal with the Giants. So he's okay. Is the Giants in that situation? Well, the Giants are going to hold on to Jackson Dart, right? So, and the Panthers or the Titans will hold on to Cam Ward.
Yep.
Right. So that makes sense.
And the Browns will.
What are the Browns going to do?
Browns will hold on to Shedeur Sanders.
You think so? Do you think so?
He's got a good chance at it. I mean, listen, he's going to have to play good ball here. He's going to have to have another game or two like he had last weekend. But if he does, the momentum's going to be too strong. It's like, you remember, gosh, it was the interview that Elway just did with all the old heads, right? Like it was Woody and I forget who else was in it, right?
Tom Woody,
and Elway was like, look, I knew I only had one chance of moving on from Tim Tebow. I had to get Peyton Manning. Other than that, they would have crucified me. The fan base would have absolutely crucified me if I didn't find Peyton Manning. So that's what the Browns have got going on with Shedeur Sanders right now. Like if Shedeur shows anything over the last few weeks, they will get crucified for not giving him a chance.
So he said he would have been crucified from the fans if he didn't move on from Tebow?
No. And I might not remember the exact words correctly here, but yes, he was implying the fan base would crucify me for moving on from Tim Tebow if I did it for anybody besides Peyton Manning.
Gotcha. He's probably right about that. I'm sure he is right about that. Although he was dying to move on from Tebow, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah, well, thank God for Joe Ellis coming down the hallway and knocking on the door and saying, what do you think? Let's get this done. And it's like, okay, sounds good. Because the last thing he wanted to do was keep Tebow. But, I mean, I guess that's where they're at because at the time, Peyton Manning, couldn't feel his fingers.
Yep.
Would bring the ball back and had no idea where the ball was, like in space.
Dude, think about how bad it had to have been for the Colts to give up on him. Think about how bad the injuries actually were.
Exactly.
They literally thought the dude couldn't play football again.
I remember hearing Peyton tell the story about how he was in like a van going to the airport after his final press conference with like the equipment guys who he loved. Surreal. Like he still couldn't believe it happened. Peyton thought just draft Andrew Luck and I'll work together. I'll be his bridge. He'll just hang behind me for the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, I mean he's a saint there in Indianapolis. They were at the end. If they had any idea that he could be productive, they wouldn't have got rid of him. They loved him. But that's the way things were here in Denver, man.
Sorry, where we go to the mock draft, though. I interrupted you on Shedeur.
Oh, that's all right. You got Fernando Mendoza going 1 to the Jets. You got the Raiders taking Dante Moore out of Oregon. So you do have a couple of quarterbacks, but I don't think this is a strong quarterback class, Tyler. It doesn't hit me like that. Do you think Mendoza can be that guy? I mean, it feels like if you're selected by the Jets, it's just going to be another washout quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, bad organizations turn good quarterbacks bad in a heartbeat. I do think Mendoza's got a chance. I mean, he's got the Madden build, right? He's 6'5", 225. Like he's like a Josh Allen, I don't know how fast he is. I don't think he's particularly fast.
Yeah, I don't think that's his game. I think he can just get around, Big arm has certainly come through in clutch situations. I mean, Indiana football, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then it's got the Broncos at 32 because that's where they sit right now with the best record in the league. Any guess who this mock would have the Broncos taken if you haven't seen it already? A position.
At 32.
At 32.
Inside linebacker.
Wide receiver. Yeah. At 32, you can have a little fun at 32. First of all, 32, you can easily drop back, right? Like, sure. There might be somebody, another desperate team, the Giants or whoever, they want to get a fifth-year option on a guy. You don't really care. It doesn't make that big of a difference to you. So, yeah, 32 you can drop out of easily. I wouldn't even be that critical if they did. You can do some fun things there. It's a good place to get like a running back or a wide receiver, somebody else like that. like the Xavier Worthies of the world where the Chiefs took him. So it's kind of a fun, of course, it's a fun spot to be at. It's not great for, months and months of draft talk here on the radio, but,
Makes for tough speculation.
Yeah, it sure does. Never mind when you don't have a pick at all. We've been through those years where you just don't have a draft pick. But that would be a wonderful scenario if that's they got Chris Bell, a wide receiver from Louisville. Whoever that is. So there you go. Some of the stuff is starting to happen. We'll get into no dumb questions here in a second. But Jared Bednar from last night, you say, well, this shootout stuff is stupid. Wait, where are you on shootouts? Are you a shootout fan or not?
I used to be. I think I'm over it.
Okay.
That being said, I like the finality that it gives the players. I like the finality that it gives the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate ties. So I think you have to figure out some way you have a winner or a loser.
Is NFL the only professional sport that can end in a tie?
Yes. The big America. Yeah.
It is, right?
Yeah. I think even soccer goes to shootouts in the regular season, like the Rapids and stuff.
Football should go to a 2-point-a-thon.
Sure.
NFL,
Agreed.
Go through overtime. Let's go to a 2-point-a-thon.
I totally agree. You're out there already. We'll just go back and forth with the 2-point. That's fine.
Yeah.
Like, do the overtime exactly the way you got it.
Yeah.
If the 10 minutes
you
goes.
get to the end of the overtime.
But set it up at the 2.
Let's go.
Let's go. We'll see if Judkins can remember the plays or not.
I still think a shootout's kind of fun. It is. It sucks this year because the Avs suck at it.
Yeah, they're 0 for 4. They've got 7 overtime losses. 4 of them are in shootouts. They do not have a shootout win. And neither do the Predators. And so 2 teams that have not had shootout wins battled last night. And during it, Wedgwood gets wiped out by a former teammate who's a buddy of his, Philippe Forsberg. And you had the strangest thing ever where the concussion protocol came down to take Wedgwood out of the game. Not after he got run into, but after he took the next shot, which was like whatever, he stopped it. Beyond bizarre. So here's Bedsy on like how to fix this whole thing.
I wouldn't want to keep extending the games longer and longer. One of the reasons being, like, look at the start time last night, and we're going to play another, 3 minutes of overtime or something like that. It doesn't more taxing on more of your top guys, and I don't love the shootout either. I don't know. You could go to a 3-point system and make it more important to try and finish in regulation. I'm just not sure how you do it.
Yeah, he doesn't have an answer.
You know what's funny? You keep making fun of Nathan McKinnon for not being good at shootouts. And this is not a percentage. Percentage is probably a better stat for this, but it's just all-time most goals in a shootout in Avalanche history.
Is it Nate?
Well, he's number 4.
No, it was 1, 2, 3.
Hayduk is 1.
Okay.
Matt Duchene is 2.
All right. Just spell it.
Wojtek.
Oh, Wotek.
Wotek.
Wojtek, yeah. Oh, Wolski, yeah. Volsky.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was strangely good. You remember how good Wolski actually was, Dan?
Why don't I don't even remember him.
Oh, yeah, he was, well, listen, he was here for a few years.
Obviously, he's got 18 shootout goals.
He was bizarrely good at shootouts.
Okay.
Like, the best thing about Wolski were shootouts.
Says he had a season in which he converted 10 of 12 shootout attempts.
No, I remember. Dan, do you remember Wolski being that? It was crazy how good he was.
He was just a good player.
He was a good, solid player. He wasn't like, whatever. But the thing he did best, now that you bring it up, was shootouts. He didn't play that long. How many years was Wolski actually with the Avs, Dan? What are we talking about? 5 years? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So total games he had. Look at total games though. He was. It's quite a few actually. So he was a guy. But the Avs weren't very good during that time period. It's not like. They were okay. It's a long time ago. Wow. Damn, Wolski was like 15 years ago.
How do you say the first name?
Wojtek, I believe.
I think it's Wojtek.
Wojtek. It's like one of them. Wojtek Wolski. It was one of them. I don't know. I'm probably butchering it. Man, that is a blast from the past. Yeah, he was sick at penalty shots.
Okay.
Listen, I don't blame you for not remembering him, by the way. He was just oddly good at that.
Yeah, he's got 18.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Hey, Duke's got 25. Oh, Duchesne and Wojtek both tied at 18, and then Nathan McKinnon with 15.
But you got now what you got to look at if we're going down this rabbit hole. What's the percentage?
Yeah,
though?
that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that would
What's
be
the attempts?
that would be a better stat for sure. I don't have that in front of me.
Yeah, well, the Avs do. The Avs know. And, like, what do you think? They dislike Nathan McKinnon? Of course they don't. Of course, they love Nathan McKinnon. It's that Bedsy hates shootouts, and they are literally throwing shizzle against the wall when it comes to this shootout thing.
By the way, do you guys know who else sucks at shootouts? A superstar legend that's still playing today? Sidney Crosby.
Does he suck at shootouts?
He's awful in shootouts.
Well, maybe it's something where they grew up. Maybe there's something in the air there.
The Cole Harbor curse.
It's the Cole Harbor curse. Who's going to get to the bottom of that story? When's the Cole Harbor Gazette and Telegraph going to do a story on why we suck at shootouts? Wouldn't that be funny as hell, though, if you went up to Cole Harbor and, like, all of a sudden you'd see every single kid up there sucks at shootouts? Like, they can't hit the net, even like in Pee Wee hockey. Like, everybody just sucks. There really is a Cole Harbor curse.
I mean, what did they not? They did not grow up as typical 8-year-olds practicing their shootout goals.
Would that be a ride? As if you just like
They
go down?
They never practiced the triple deke.
They go down in the basement. You know all those photos of like dryers that are hammered, and like you see a dryer in Cole Harbor, and there's never been one puck in it. It's just everything.
No dents on it.
No dents on it at all. Everything's up above to the right or the left. I don't know what it is in Cole Harbor. Nobody can hit a shootout. I don't know what to say. It's a dumb thing. Bedsy hates it. McKinnon sucks at it. Yeah. So there's no real answer. Nor does there need to be an answer, by the way. Because
why can't they just win in overtime?
Yeah, that's another. Well, here's why. Because there's no rules that prohibit you, once you get possession of the puck, from cycling back out beyond the red line to just maintain possession. It's stupid.
Okay, that goes both ways.
Yeah, listen, they need to make more pressure on the 3-on, and the 3-on-3 is stupid too. Okay, it's all dumb.
Fair point on the text line. I'm sure when Nate and Sid were growing up, their teams didn't tie very often.
Yeah, well, there's that.
I'm sure they didn't make
that.
it to. They didn't make it to a shootout very often.
That is a very fair point.
Yeah.
Like, when was the first time Nate had to take a shootout? And the shootout's different than a breakaway one-on-one. A breakaway one-on-one is in the rhythm of the game. It's fast-paced. There's all sorts of things going on. A shootout is stale. It's static. It's stupid. You see guys going like 1 mile an hour, and you technically have to still be going forward. Everything is dumb about it.
I think they should make it. You got 2 seconds to take the shot. Go.
Anything. Well, it's just the advantage is just be more interesting if both the goalie and the skater both started at mid ice. Well, how about this?
I got a dumb question and
Sure.
really no. What are the rules with the shootout? Like, can you literally take as long as you want? Can you circle
Yes.
behind the net 3 times
No,
if you wanted to?
You cannot. You have to be moving forward. You can't stop your momentum going forward.
So you can't go around the net.
No, because you would inherently be going backwards. But you can go. You could go a 10. You could barely move as long as you're inching forward.
Okay.
That's about it. I'm pretty sure. Here's what's a more interesting concept. What penalty or consequence do you have for running into the goalie?
Apparently none.
Yeah, because we saw that last night. There's no consequence.
What if you just left the puck behind you and you just freaking barreled
Exactly. Exactly. What stops you in a critical game if you need a point to put out your Josh Manson is going to be our first guy, and he's going to pretend to fall down, and essentially we just want him to dive into the goalie.
It seems really difficult to hurt a goaltender. Like, that would seem extreme. I realize it just happened.
It was bizarre
But that
seeing
seems
Wedge.
extremely difficult to actually hurt a goaltender.
Dude, Wedgwood got wiped out. Listen, it was goofy how they called down for the concussion protocol, but was that as goofy as Forsberg just falling into him? It was insane. Insane. And it's insane to think, like, how about that's a point for the Avs? If you interfere or you run into the goalie, if the goalie's in the goalie area, I mean, it's probably different if the goalie charged out at you. Okay. But if you're in the goalie area and you run into him, shouldn't you be penalized? Here's Bedsy on that.
Oh, because you knew something was going on. There was no reason for the refs to go over to the penalty box. You know the situation. There's a spotter, and if the spotter sees something, and the spotter was late, he gets run into, then there's another shooter. Like, I don't know how long it takes to decide if, you know, so that was what was really strange. You know, he gets run into, and then he still faces another shooter, and then they come to like when we're shooting, you tell him he's got to go off the ice. It just seemed like the timing of it was strange. I don't think that's, you know, you need to pull him out in that situation.
It was just weird. The whole thing
somebody's
was weird.
failing at their job literally as a concussion spotter.
Tell me about it. What a ridiculous process. Speaking Canadian now. The whole thing was just stupid. I mean, there was only one thing dumber than that last night.
Colorado Wagon. Colorado Wagon.
Jeff Legwold joins us to tell us about the Broncos back at practice to get ready for the Packers next. Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and end with a career. Jeff, good afternoon. Nice weather, huh, man? We've had a nice turn here, and it looks like the weather's going to be good all week, including Sunday. Do you put anything to the remarkable stat, although these teams haven't faced each other all that much, but of 15 meetings, the Broncos are 7-1 at home, and they're 0-6-1 in Green Bay. And then conversely, the success, however you want to look at it from Green Bay's perspective, is the same. What about historical evidence in this very rare matchup do you give any credence to whatsoever?
Yeah, I mean, that's they've always been two of the best home teams over the decades, really. I mean, the Packers had a little blip or a significant blip, before Ron Wolf took the GM job there, and the Broncos have had their blips. But it seems like no matter through the years, no matter who's the quarterback, that they've always been two of the best home teams in the league. And, I don't know what you can attribute that to some places and not others. But, and I think, especially the last 3 decades or so, both teams have had their fair shares of franchise quarterbacks behind center, and that always makes you better at home too.
Is this the toughest game remaining on the schedule?
I think so, in terms of total quality of opponent and, coaching, game planning. I mean, I think LaFleur is one of the best, in-game guys strategically that I look at on a regular basis. And, you got a player like Micah Parsons. I mean, he certainly has to be considered the best, maybe the best talent of any individual player left on their schedule, other than Mahomes. But I do think this is the best team front to back, all 3 units and coaching that they'll see down the stretch here.
Are we on target for Nate Atkins returning?
I don't know what on target is. They didn't put him on IR.
Right.
So they made it sound like the target was 4. But,
right.
He is progressing. He's doing more and more. If that means that he's going to play in a game soon. I can't tell that, but he's moving better than he was a couple weeks ago, and I'd be interested to see. I mean, Prentice is getting a lot of quality snaps, and they like his work. So, I think you would have to have other job description things for Adkins if he's going to be put back in the mix, because I see little Jordan Humphreys snaps taken away from Franklin and Mims, and would Atkins' return take away from what a fullback is, a real fullback is brought to the offense. I find it intriguing. Nix was under center more Sunday than he's been in any game this season, and I think it helped the run game, and I think it helped some of his footwork and other issues. So if you're going to continue in that direction, I think adding Atkins gives you more options in some of the personnel groupings to do that.
Jeff, do you think the offense has done enough in the last couple of weeks to quell the concerns that they're going to hold them back from a Super Bowl?
I wouldn't go all the way. I've seen some sort of, whether he admits it or not, I've seen some concessions on Sean Payton's part, for the team he has in front of him. I thought for a while this year he's been sort of coaching the team he hoped it would be on offense, and I think the last 3 games especially, they've done better at just fitting what they have. That the whole short passing game Sunday was by design. I mean, they went that route, and it was effective, and it may not be fun to look at or all that fun to track statistically, but I think it was the right move in the situation they're in, and they've had him under center, Bo Nix under center more, and I think that's been better for him and for their offense. But I think it's awfully hard to do what you did Sunday in the playoffs and do it consistently, which is drive the field 80 or more yards, three scoring drives, and 2 of them at least 90. I think that's a tough formula in the playoffs against the defenses you see, and you're going to need some explosiveness somewhere at some point. And Sunday the explosiveness was Marvin Mims, but I think that's got to come from the offense at some point. And I think they've got to work the middle of the field better. I mean, all of my charts personally and all the metrics I see, Bo Nix is one of the least active quarterbacks to receivers out of the slot and routes targets in the middle of the field. And down the seams especially. And I think that's a fruitful area against nickel defenses, and I think they got to do better there too.
Well, has Evan Engram been a bust then by that metric?
Oh, he's going to finish second in catches or third in catches. I don't think that's a bust. That he can only line up and catch the ball where they throw it to him. They're low on targets down the seams. I don't know that that's always the receiver's fault if the ball's not going there.
How do you put your finger on it then? Like that's a good question. I didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think they have a comfort level. I don't think Bo Nix has a comfort level through the middle of the field, or as I think I talked with you guys early in the season when I talked to defensive coaches in the off season last summer and into the fall. They all said they believed a lot of defenses were going to force Bo to work outside the numbers. They weren't going to give him those comfortable or the throws he liked in the middle of the field. And the numbers and the charts I do show that's come to fruition. So I think the Broncos, Bo Nix, Sean Payton, have to find a way to create some room in there. Because I don't know that you can just make a great, big, deep postseason run if you're not effective in that part of the field, especially against nickel and dime situational defenses.
Getting ahead of myself here, but since they were just in prime time, what are your thoughts on the Chargers?
Yeah, I mean, they're sort of like the Broncos. They just kind of it ain't always pretty, but they get it done. He's the most pressured quarterback in the league. He gets hit a lot, and and all those numbers say you shouldn't be effective if that's happening to you. I mean, he's also playing with a broken hand now too, but because of it. But he did a lot more than I thought he would be able to, Tyler, if I'm being honest. You've lived the life, but I've known players who played with that type of thing, and that's a tough thing. And I could see him an awful lot sort of testing, how it felt. He'd kind of be working the glove between plays and things, and I couldn't tell if they had shot it up and he was trying to see if he had feeling in parts of his hand or if it was just hurting, because he used it to brace falls and stiff arm people, and if they can get enough from him, I think they're a tough out just because of the way they play. I don't think defensively they've got the chops like the Broncos do or some of these other AFC teams at the top.
Is Phillip Rivers starting for the Colts going against the Seahawks in Seattle more of a Disney story or Final Destination?
Could be half and half. You'd be right on both counts, probably. I mean, I don't know that's it says something for your. I mean, you knew Daniel Jones had a fracture in his leg weeks ago, and to not sort of have any plan B, on top of that is a little odd to me. And, it tells me, and, I may be wrong, I'm not there. So, but just in my time covering the league, it tells me the coach and the GM think they're in trouble, and they're just going to throw the Hail Mary of Hail Marys to try and pull it out. I mean, that team was 7-1 at one point.
Yeah.
And if you go from 7-1 and don't make the playoffs, it's awfully hard to tell the owner, who is sort of new in this power position, the three Irsay daughters, So it's a whole new landscape, and that tells me the GM and the coach aren't real sure where they fit in the landscape.
When Tyler and I were talking about it, we couldn't think of a more prominent person or anybody, maybe you can, who had been out of football and came back.
I looked it up. I'll be curious if Jeff could get the one.
Oh, you got somebody.
I found one that was longer.
Okay.
Same position, Jeff.
Oh, okay. Good quiz right here.
That didn't play at all or played in
Just like the
somewhere else?
longest gap between being out of the NFL and coming back.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have a good handle on 5 years, but that list ain't long. I do know that.
Tommy Maddox was out 1995 to 2001, 6 years. He went to the XFL to try to start a comeback.
Okay.
Then he came back to the NFL, and he actually won Comeback Player of the Year that year.
Wow.
For the Steelers. I think he came back with the Steelers at some point.
Yeah, but his age was actually okay. It's still, he was within reasonable playing age, though, right?
I have no idea.
Well, Tommy was drafted when he was 20 out of UCLA by the Broncos. So I don't.
That's a good get, though. I mean, that's
yeah.
I probably would have thought of that 3 hours from now. Yeah.
All right, Jeff. Any other tidbits on the Broncos that we should be aware of this week before we get into the Packers?
I think it's pretty quiet.
Okay.
So I guess that's a good thing for the local franchise.
Yeah, it's an exciting time, and it's a great opponent to face. It's I can't see huge differences between these two teams, Jeff. They're both really good at like the most important things. The one thing that's stares out, and I'm sure maybe Sean will even be asked about it again. The penalties are just, what do you do? Maybe that's my last question for you. Seriously, well, how do you get these under control?
Well, some of it is functional. If you're going to play more man-to-man defense than anyone else in the league, and they are. I mean, I think they have 4 of the top 6 players in man-to-man snaps this year in the league, all in one defense. You're going to get flagged because I don't think officials know how to, since no one plays this much man-to-man anymore, I'm not sure officials know exactly how to officiate the hand fighting that goes on. So I think that's some of it. But, yeah, you can't be the 3rd most penalized team and the most penalized defense and give yourself the best chance to win the trophy. So I'm not sure beyond technique things, that's all you can do is just make sure your technique things are good for those fouls and all the pre-snap stuff they get, 2 delay of games in the game Sunday. That stuff has to stop. I mean, that's ridiculous that they're in week 14, 15, and they're having delay of games and illegal formations. I mean, come on, ask the umpire or the field side judge right next to you. Am I on the line of scrimmage? I mean, I just don't know that that's the kind of stuff you got to get rid of because that's what will really kill you in the games that matter when every first down is almost like gold.
All right, Leggy, we got to run. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, fellas.
Thank you, Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. It is all about the Packers. The big question of the day coming up next. Tyler, I just can't get over this Phillip Rivers stuff, in all honesty. I guess my big question today, and we'll get to the Broncos and Packers a little bit more, but with Phillip Rivers now reporting to work for the Colts, and I am reading up on this, he will have to restart his 5-year waiting period.
Yeah.
That is wild. I mean, not that that's the biggest deal in the world, but the whole story of this is crazy. What do you think is going to happen here with Phillip Rivers and the Colts, which is it is an amazing story. It is just a flat out incredible story.
It's going to be a disaster. And I say that as a Phillip Rivers fan. I love Phillip Rivers. I don't know if that's like uncool to say as a Broncos fan. Like, are we allowed to like Phillip Rivers around here? Is that allowed?
Yeah, I think so. I think the rivalry is really fun more than anything.
Yeah,
we did find out when it was most heated, it was like Rivers against Jay Cutler, and as it turned out, we had the turd, not them.
Yeah, I mean, Phillip Rivers never wronged anybody. Phillip Rivers never did anything stupid. Phillip Rivers never had any off the field drama. Phillip Rivers was never like a bad dude. Phillip Rivers was a hilarious trash talker. He does not swear. You've never heard the dude swear in your life.
Yeah.
He's annoying. He freaking loves ball. He likes to be in your face, and he's going to get underneath your skin. But would he really want, like, if you take 10 minutes out of your day and go watch Phillip Rivers mic'd up and you don't walk away from that kind of in love with that dude, I don't know what's wrong with you. Like that dude is what football's meant to be.
What did you guys think about him behind the scenes, like in general, whenever he came up when you were a player?
Well, I mean, we didn't have conversations about the human being like that, but just in terms as a football player.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if Phillip Rivers will make the Hall, but he should.
Okay.
He didn't have the success as a team. Obviously, never
got to.
He never even made it. Right. Never even made it to the big show. Certainly didn't win the big show. Yeah. So I think he's fighting an uphill battle. But in terms of talent and impact, longevity, that dude's a Hall of Fame football player. Weird ass throwing motion.
Of quarterbacks that we sports hated as Broncos fans, where does Phillip Rivers rank? Sports hate.
Got to be pretty high just in terms of overall rivalry, right?
I would say.
I mean, arguably maybe at the top of the list.
Is he higher than Mahomes?
Recency bias would tell you no. He shouldn't be higher than Mahomes. He shouldn't be because the
Chargers should be worse.
Because the Chargers never had the success of the Chiefs.
They sure didn't.
I mean, is he higher than Tom Brady? Even though Tom Brady was in the AFC West.
I'd say he is higher than Tom Brady. Here's
so.
why.
I think Tom's higher than Phil.
The Broncos had a lot of success against Tom Brady, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but still, it was Tom and it was Peyton.
I'm talking sports hate, though.
I know.
Okay. Well,
you got to pick a side, right? You had to pick a side between Peyton and Tom. I would assume Broncos fans picked Peyton.
Peyton and Tom was great. It was just 4 years, but it was great.
What I'm trying to think about the all-time good quarterback rivalries.
Like, who was Elway's guy? What was it, Jim Kelly and Dan Marino? I mean, was it just the class of '83, those dudes?
You tell me. I was -2.
I think it was more Kelly and Marino against each other because they were in the same division. So I don't think so. Not really. I don't think they played against each other enough. Boy, I'd be open for conversation about who Elway's who the guy was, the quarterback in the Elway era.
I mean, send it in. Love to hear from you on the text line, on Twitch, wherever you're watching. I would love to hear all-time sports hate, quarterback hate. Like who's at the top of your list? And why? It's got to have a Broncos tie back. It can't be like, oh, I grew up as a Steelers fan and whatever. No, Broncos tie back, quarterbacks.
Well, Rivers does have a classic moment too, because it was with Peyton Manning playing against the Chargers with the keep to leave jump around and showing Phillip Rivers boo, and then Peyton Manning yay and all that, and that was the classic. The scoreboard operator didn't do his job.
Well, have you ever heard Phil talk about coming to Denver?
He loves it.
He loves it.
He loves it.
I mean, he's got all kinds of respect for the organization. He's got all kinds of respect for the fans. I mean, he had the time of his life when he came to Denver. He freaking eats that stuff up, man.
It's so kind of corny, but I think with Phillip Rivers, it's true. He just loves the game of football.
I know.
And he has definitely proved
And the
it.
cool part about it, I mean, listen, Phil's not dumb here. He can't actually think he's going to come back and like be on top of the world playing like he once was. He just truly views this as a chance to play the game that he loves.
Yeah.
He's like, I never thought I was going to do that again. Why would I say no?
Yeah, I mean, somebody reached out. How much is he playing for? That is irrelevant. Phillip Rivers has made a ton of money. He's got 10 kids. He's got grandkids.
That takes a lot of money.
Yeah, from everything I can understand, he's doing just fine. You know, he was working as a high school football coach. I don't know if he's still doing that. He had a great life going on. The concept, too, that he wasn't willing to move his family when they went to Los Angeles, and he worked out a customized van.
Yeah.
That I do think he shared with a teammate. I forget who it was, but I think there was another guy who was living in San Diego, too.
You know who I think it was? I think it was Nick Hardwick.
Oh, man. Good memory. Wow.
I think it was his center, if I remember correctly.
Dude, gold star there.
I
know there was somebody. But that he customized a van so he could watch. So he would leave, but he would watch film, be in communication with the coach, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it was like a Pimp My Ride. Like it was like a $500,000 Sprinter van that he put a giant big screen TV in that he could watch film on the way to LA and on the way back.
90-minute drive both ways, 3 hours a day.
Yeah.
He did that every day, 3 hours a day.
It's nuts. I'm
rooting for him. And you know, the Colts winning doesn't help the Broncos. I mean,
think about it logically though. You're like, if that's just your office, if that van is his office,
yeah,
I was going to be at work anyways during this time period.
Yeah.
If I was in San Diego,
I'm not driving.
I'm just at the office right now.
Kind of.
I'm in a rolling office.
I can stand up. It was one of them. What do you call those type of vans?
I don't know, Sprinter van.
Was it a Sprinter van? That's what it's called.
I think so.
Yeah, they're really cool. Like I would love to. I mean, I never will, but they're really cool.
But what do I really think is going to happen? I think it's going to be a disaster. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers is got like 3 dad bod bellies that it's grown since the last 5 years that he's been in retirement.
I got a fun moment for you. So the Muggles from Indianapolis, Tyler, are an interesting crew. It's small town-ish. For football, NFL, it's small town. And so their media people, they are in love with their team. It was wild to see the Indianapolis media come here to Denver when Peyton was playing against them for the first time. It was like, like a homecoming. Listen to the response. It's hard to hear his answer, but he's asked about his weight. Listen to the response from the media when he's joking about it.
Wait, what do you weigh right now?
Right this second?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Jeez.
I want to ask you a question a little better on playing like Greg, and not what it was when I walked up the field.
Stop it. That's like a sitcom. That's like there's like an applause track that is added in the background. That's actually real. You swear to God that's real.
I swear to God that's real.
That sounds like there was an applause track added in the background. That's amazing.
I'll tell you this.
I'll tell you this though, in terms of his weight, he's going to be fat. He's going to be fat.
Oh,
it's going to be funny to look at. It's going to be like looking at a fat punter or a fat kicker.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to look like.
It's not quite Jared Lorenzen fat though, is it?
No, not quite like that. But I mean, he'll
there,
definitely be the fattest quarterback in the NFL.
It's the oldest and fattest.
I was just watching a video. John Gruden went to Phillip Rivers' house and he was doing a video with Phil's oldest son, and he just wanted to hear his cadence and everything. And Phil's walking in the background holding his youngest baby. It's a baby. Phil's got a baby in his arms, and it's his kid, and Phil's got a giant belly on him.
270? 280? Like that? Like Phil's a tall guy.
Yeah.
He's good 6'5", closer to 6'6".
Yeah, maybe. It could be up there. It could be a solid 270, 275.
Wait, what do you weigh right now?
Right this second.
Liar.
I'm not sure.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I mean, he's well loved. That's an organization that took him on when the other organization gave up on him.
He threw 20 interceptions for the Chargers. They gave up on him after 16 years. He goes to the Colts and they make the playoffs.
And he played great.
They lost to the Bills in the first round, but they haven't been back to the playoffs since. How about that? True story.
What do the Colts have to do to make the playoffs? Do they have to win out?
Let's see here. That's a good question. Let's see what they got to do. Well, the Jaguars are catching a little bit of fire, aren't they? So, and the Broncos have the Jags in 2 weeks. The Jags are 9-4, and Indy's 8-5. But they don't have the tiebreaker right now over the Texans, who are also 8-5. So they need a little help, obviously. But they're close.
They got to win at a minimum 2, probably 3.
They're close. I mean, it's like, listen, the reason why they're doing this and not going with Brett Rippon is because if they got some sort of shot at, and by the way, Richardson could still come back. That is a possibility. He could still come back. Daniel Jones, of course, is done. At Seattle, hosting San Fran. Jeez.
By the way,
home against Jacksonville, and then at Houston. That is a brutal finish for the Colts.
Rough go.
Whoa.
Your first start out in Seattle. Okay, good luck, buddy. You notice what's going on with his number?
No. What?
Well, he's wearing 17.
Okay.
You know who else wore 17?
Is it Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones.
I didn't even think of that. So is he going back to 17, though?
Phil's wearing 17. I guess because Daniel Jones goes on the IR, they're able to give him back the number to somebody else.
That's wild. Oh, that's kind of crazy. I guess it makes sense, but that's really interesting.
Did John Elway not have like a quarterback nemesis? Like even the text line is hard to like. People are coming up with Elway Aikman, Elway Montana, but nobody's got like
really. I wouldn't say either of those guys.
Elway Kozar, somebody said.
That makes a little bit more sense. But
Just because of the drive, was Bernie playing in the drive?
Yeah, well, I think so. So. But here's what you really have to do. It has to be somebody actually in your division. So it's got to be somebody.
I don't think so. I disagree. Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, dude, that's not in division. That's as legit of
okay. All right, fine. Well, let me self-correct. It's either got to be in the division or you got to see him twice a year. And with Manning and Brady, you did basically see him twice a year. You did because you
just see him in big moments a lot.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't associate specifically another quarterback with Elway. I don't. Aikman, I don't know, man. No. Do you? It was easy for me in Buffalo, dude. Like, it was, and I'll tell you, back in the day, it was like Kenny Stabler. Back in the old days with the Broncos, we're going back to Craig Morton and other things, but like Stabler was always kind of like, that guy. But I mean, who were the guys for the Seattle was probably in the Broncos division there for a little bit with Elway.
Yeah.
So it'd be Seattle, Kansas City, Oakland, LA, Oakland, Chargers. Dan Fouts? Was Fouts one of those guys? Was Fouts the equivalent? Maybe. I wonder.
Fouts has got to be on there.
I wonder how many times Elway and Fouts actually matched up. Probably Fouts, actually. Because Fouts was a little kind of, he had a little personality there. He had a little scrappy-do sort of whatever. And they had similar sort of bombs-away styles, too. But I don't know. It's a good question. It'd be a fun one to actually ask John, right? But it would be a fun one, like, who did John match up with the most? Like, who was that guy? But for Broncos fans, Phillip Rivers, that's going to be a tough one to top in terms of, like, your sports hate for a quarterback.
Why do I like Phillip Rivers so much if I'm supposed to sports hate him?
Yeah,
I played against Phil.
I don't know. You tell me.
I love the dude. I think he's great for football.
I do too. I don't know. Because you know what it was? He wasn't a jerk.
Right.
Like he was fun. All of the smack talk, all that stuff was
you're
fun.
right, because even when he's talking smack, he's got a big old smile on his face,
Yeah, I mean, how could you really hate Phillip Rivers? You hate him, you sports hate him because you struggle. Well, I remember when Brandon Marshall, when Brandon Marshall was here, receiver Brandon Marshall, I remember doing, he was on a show that I was hosting one time, and he told me, like, of the things like goals for the year, There was a time when Brandon Marshall said goals for the year, like Pro Bowl and receiving yards or whatever, beat the Chargers.
Yeah.
Like that was that big of a deal. Was Phillip the quarterback when you walked in with Peyton? And he
Oh, no.
He wasn't.
No.
He wasn't in the game then?
That was 2015, maybe.
Yeah, their season had gone. I think he wasn't he?
I don't know. I'm drawing a blank.
I mean, they were not a good team that year. They were not a good team. And it was the last game of the year. I mean, he'd still be with the Chargers in 2015 for sure. But I don't know. Gosh, did he play in that? We'll have to look it up. I don't know, man. I wish him the best of luck. It's going to be fun to watch. So we'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, in terms of what the Broncos are up to, Sean Payton should be addressing the media relatively soon. Dan Tanner has all the updated information with Let's Football Go coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays, they're meant to be joyful. But if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy can be a little bit rough. If ED is putting strain on your relationship, this is the year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by getting and giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship. You remember that first time you failed to perform in the bedroom? Oh, boy. How many guys out there just have a mediocre sex life? Is it just good enough? Maybe the pills aren't working. And with a success rate well over 90%, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can give you and your partner the best gift this season, a renewed and restored relationship. So reach out to them today. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. It's just that simple. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner, we sort of await Sean. We'll see if he does talk while we're still on the air or not, but let's football go.
What does Matt LaFleur, Packers head coach, think about Bo Nix? He was asked, for such a young quarterback, how is he helping Broncos win games when a lot of other young quarterbacks around the league struggle to do that?
Why has Bo Nix helped win games when a lot of young quarterbacks struggle?
Well, I think it's a byproduct of just the collective. I think he's an excellent quarterback, and obviously he does a hell of a job in those 2-minute situations, and they've had quite a few comeback victories. I think 9 of the 11 games they've come back in the fourth quarter, and so I think that obviously deservingly so, he gets a ton of credit for that. But I also think that just when you combine that with the rest of the guys that he has on his offense, obviously Sean does a hell of a job calling plays. He has for a really long time. And then the defense and special teams. I mean, it's just a really good football team.
What do you guys think the rest of the league truly feels about Bo Nix? Like, do they think he's a legitimate guy they have to game plan for? Like, what do you think the other head coaches around the NFL think about when they think of Broncos quarterback Bo Nix at this point in his career?
I think you just heard a little bit of honesty there from Matt LaFleur, right? He's a byproduct of the system as a whole. What was his verbiage? I'm butchering it, but he basically said part of it is it's just the overall package. It's the whole team. You got a great defense. You got a good play caller, and all those things are true. I think the league definitely respects Bo Nix, but I don't think they fear Bo Nix.
It's building, though. You certainly got to take him seriously. One way or the other, it's not an offense to be trifled with, and the Broncos and Sean Payton have earned the respect, and Bo Nix is the quarterback. So it all kind of works together. Nobody's taking the Broncos lightly, that's for sure. I don't know if the Broncos – it is interesting to see the point spread in this game, seeing the Packers as favorites, and thinking like, well, why? Why is this team favorited? So what is the difference? And the difference probably is a belief that Jordan Love is just a little bit better than Bo Nix. It probably is the biggest separator. I can't think of what else is that big of a difference between these two teams, Tyler.
I agree. I mean, statistically, basically got the same thing. You got number 3 defense versus number 5 defense. Offensively, the stats lean slightly in the Broncos' favor.
Slightly, but the Packers are right there, though. It's not like some sort of embarrassment.
I mean,
or something.
slightly, for sure. I think it's like when you do pick them. You look at the coach, you look at the quarterback.
Yeah. So I think in this game, so to answer your question, Bo's getting there, but he's not there. He's certainly.
I do think teams fear Jordan Love.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
Nobody's fearing Bo Nix.
Not yet, but he's on the right path. Next story, Dan.
Who do you guys think's a better play caller, Matt LaFleur or Sean Payton? Right now, this season.
Sean has survived a couple of bad games. It's hard to define. Well, I'd have to look at the Packers' whole schedule here. I mean, I guess LaFleur, I suppose. They've got 9 wins. How many are by they beat Detroit by 14. They beat Washington by 9. Okay. They beat Cincinnati by 9. 4 points in Arizona. They beat Pittsburgh by 10. You see where I'm going here, Tyler? Like when they do win, they're winning relatively convincingly. Like they're not sweating it out. And in their losses, they lost by 3. They lost by 3. Wow, that is interesting. All 3 of the Packers' losses are all by 3 points. And then, of course, there was that crazy game they had against Dallas, 40-40. Probably LaFleur, I guess, but, Sean's getting better at it. I think the bigger question is Sean just going to grind out drives? Is he going to be happy just doing what they did against the Raiders if they can get away with it?
Well, you're doing something right as a play caller when you string together 14, 15 play drives. I think that's far more difficult than finding an explosive play that goes for 50. I mean, that's difficult as well. I just mean the challenge of sustaining that. You're doing something right as a play caller.
Well, you heard Jeff Legwold say it was the most times that Bo Nix has been under center this entire year, percentage-wise. So are we about to see more of that?
Hopefully.
Okay. Next story, Dan.
Guys, Travis Kelce, he's depressed.
What? Why?
He's sad.
He doesn't want to get married in Rhode Island?
No, it has to do with his football team and how much they're
football.
struggling. In fact, I need to change up the music here.
Oh.
Here he is with his brother talking about
dear.
just not being able to find the answers.
Like I've always had the answers in years past, and this year I just can't find them. And I keep thinking if I show up to work and I put in the work and I fix the issues through my practice habits and through perfecting the game plan and my fundamentals and what I'm being taught, and go out there and try and play my ass off for my guys next to me, it's all going to come together like it has in years past. And this year is just not, man.
Oh, poor baby. Well, what's the question?
Well, my question is,
that's great sound, by the way.
Do you
Poor baby.
Do you think this is Travis Kelce's last year? But based on what we just heard, do you think he hangs it up at the end of this season? Can't find the answers.
The dude's productive, man. I mean, I would love to have Travis Kelce down year for a tight end for the Denver Broncos. I think Travis has actually had a pleasantly, surprisingly productive season if you're a Chiefs fan.
He did have something that happened to him for the first time ever in his career against the Texans. Ever. 13 years.
What, a game-losing interception?
More drops than receptions.
Oh, interesting.
2-1. I mean, it's not a huge sample size, but that had never happened to him in his career. So it's a little interesting. There's something going on with him, Tyler. I mean, I'm going to look up the targets they had in that game. Let's see here. How many targets do you think Travis Kelce had just off the top of your head? Just take a guess.
In the game?
Yeah.
I thought you just said it was 2.
Well, he had 2 drops and
So
only
3
1
total.
catch. Well, he could have just had other. I suppose that would make sense, right? No, he had 5 targets. So there must have been just balls that he just couldn't get to or were bad passes or whatever. So he had 1 catch for 8 yards, 2 drops on 5 targets, 1 catch. Yeah, that's not a great game, obviously. And you lose, obviously, in a huge, huge game where Patrick Mahomes was brutal, throwing 3 picks with no touchdowns.
He's got 727 yards on the season.
I don't know.
That's a bad year. That's a Travis Kelce bad year.
Yeah, he's a first ballot guy. No doubt about it. I'm not crying for him. Hey, by the way, was that podcast the deal that he's being paid $100 million for by Spotify? Just checking.
Do you think he just needs to shake it off?
So well done, Dan.
Thank you, Tyler.
The fate of Ophelia. Ophelia had a better season than Travis Kelce, and she drowned in a pond. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, this is from Shefty. NFL Executive VP of Football Operations, Troy Vincent, informed teams today that the CBA agreement between the NFL and the NFL Referees Association ends in May, making this the final season of the agreement. The league now views this as an opportunity to take significant steps to improve officiating pending a union agreement. In fact, the NFL is looking for more access to officials year-round for training and development. Right now, the NFL can't speak to officials from the day after the Super Bowl until May 15th. So accessibility, flexibility, accountability are the league's priorities, and it has been explained that to the union. So do you guys think this would help officiating if the league is able to communicate and work with and train refs year-round?
Seems like it's a no-brainer that you would have that kind of access to referees. I actually don't know how much it's actually going to improve the product, though. I mean, at the end of the day, the only thing that I think would truly improve the product, if there's a relegation system for referees. Like, there's got to be accountability.
I like that.
Without true accountability,
Yeah.
when I go out and if I got a 3-sack game, I'm looking for a pink slip in my locker. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm probably moving cities. Where's the accountability for referees that have bad games?
Well said. By the way, let's go to the podium now. Sean wearing some throwback gear. That looks great. Let's hear what he has to say this week.
All right, back at it with our Wednesday practice. Any questions?
Sean, when Green Bay traded for Parsons, that obviously was a seismic. What was your reaction when that happened, and what kind of challenges did you
Well, look, when a trade happens, you're focused on whatever you're doing. So, two NFC teams make a trade, and it's news. But now, as a player, he's extremely explosive. He's got unique bend and balance for someone at that position. So he's a handful. I mean, he's a rare type player.
Coach, with the way he moves around on the line, how difficult is that for an offense?
Say it again.
With the way Parsons moves around the formation.
Yeah, look, there's not any one spot. That's a good point. He lines up to the right, to the left. You try to chart it. You try to track it. They do a good job looking at their own tendencies, self-scouting, and we've just got to understand where he's at.
Sean, Matt LaFleur was saying today that in that joint practice before last season, you guys got the best of them. Do you agree with that? And how does that joint practice help you? You haven't seen them last year.
It feels like it was 5 years ago. We have the film and we'll look at it, but we're really looking at this point in the season. We got such a volume of tape, with their personnel that we're currently seeing. But I have a hard time remembering last week, let alone the joint practice. I know we had good work, and the teams worked well together. And of course, we would look at that tape, but that's my memory of it.
So you don't remember if you got the better of them, like you said? Or...
I just said that, right?
Okay.
Now, you could say what you want, but I just finished telling you that.
With how well Prentice has been playing and the role that he's taken on, with Nate kind of getting healthy, does that impact how you think about, are you still trying to get out of snaps?
Yeah, we'll based on the game plan and how we see fit. They play different spots, and yet there's certain things that they both can do. So it'd be game plan specific.
Sean, I think only 3 combined offensive penalties in the last 2 weeks. And when you look at the efficiency offensively, how much do you feel that being kind of...
It helps tremendously, and look, it helps when it comes to third down, and you're in a much more manageable position. The minute you get a holding call, if you looked at the statistics of converting on that drive, you really paint yourself in a bit of a corner. So obviously that's the number one thing that comes to mind.
Sean, you've won 10 in a row. You're at home, and yet you're an underdog. How do you...
I don't really pay attention to that until, look, we know we're playing a good football team. And so that's something that we have no control over. We've got 4 tough opponents the next 4 weeks. 3 of the 4 of them are at home. We're counting on our crowd this week, not just at the line of scrimmage, but while they're in the huddle. I go back to a few weeks ago, and that communication that exists from the opponent when they're in the huddle, you'd be surprised when some teams, stadiums have it figured out. The quarterback to the group in the huddle, if that it all gets blurry, you have problems. And I thought our last home game with Kansas City was significant, and I'm counting on it being even at a higher level. So, we're playing a good team.
All right, we'll monitor Sean Payne and Nate Nandy. Obviously, we'll have more reaction to the things he had to say. And, we sort of talk about the relationship with Luke Evans of the Denver Post. His relationship with Chris Thomason is spicy as well, Tyler. That's a fun one, too. I got to give Thomason credit, man. He's just like a...
I just told you. It was a weird follow-up.
So what are you saying? Did you dominate him or not?
I wanted you to say you dominated them. Why didn't you tell me you dominated?
I literally just spent 30 seconds explaining my answer.
I don't remember.
I just told you. You stupid idiot. That's what we should do. Whenever he says something like that, what he's really saying is, you stupid idiot.
Moron.
Is
moron a bad word? Am I allowed to say that?
Well, I think moron's okay.
Okay.
You just did.
Yeah. Yeah, dummy. I just answered the question. Yeah, there's something about Chris and Luca that it's fun. It's like you'd pay admission to just watch these two ask him questions. It just gets him going. He just gets triggered by those two of those guys. It's crazy.
It was a triggering follow-up. That would have triggered me too.
Yeah.
You just asked the exact same question again.
But it also comes from...
I got Sean's back on this one.
Oh, I got you. And it comes from a guy that you've had,
Yeah.
It's kind of a double whammy on that one.
Did you really think I was going to say that we dominated them? Is that what you thought I was going to say?
No, he actually did answer the question. It was a long time ago. I don't remember. Whether LaFleur remembers, which clearly he does, it doesn't matter. I don't really recall it. I do remember that. The Broncos actually did get the better of the Packers in that joint stuff. As much as you can. How much we all take that stuff seriously.
It's a practice.
Yeah, but it's training camp. We always blow it up. We always try to overhype everything that's going on. That's what we got. I loved his. That's a good answer there too with Kliss when he was asked, hey, you're underdogs. I mean, I like his answer too. We don't really think about that stuff, but the truth is we're playing a really good team. And I think that is a good storyline. I don't think that's a bad question either. It is interesting, but I don't blame the coach for not following it. Also, I don't blame the Broncos for being I'm sorry, have we not won 10 games in a row? You're well within your rights to have that attitude.
Yeah, that's the attitude you should have.
Yeah, and they do. And Sean, it won't surprise me if you hear that or words like that leading up to this particular game. All right, we'll keep our eyes on Sean and the rest of the Broncos media. And Nate and Andy, like I said, we'll have more as the afternoon continues. It's PhD on 92.5.
of course we would look at that tape, but that's my memory of it.
So you don't remember if you got the better of them, like you said?
I just said that, right?
Okay.
Now, you could say what you want, but I just finished telling you that.
Okay.
Idiots! Sandwiches, idiots!
Shut up! Shut up! It feels like an Adam Sandler thing. You will listen to every word I say.
Idiots! Sandwiches, idiots!
You moron. Hey, don't forget, it's another Nuggets Ticket Thursday tomorrow. Keywords on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to the Nuggets and Rockets. That is going to be fun. When the Nuggets finally come home, it's the Rockets Magic Rockets. That's pretty awesome. Plus, there's a special Aaron Gordon bobblehead that's really cool. It's the bobblehead also comes with an accessory, a rim, so you can hang Aaron Gordon like dunking the ball. So his bobblehead comes like with him hanging on the rim.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really cool. Keywords start at 6:20 a.m. So stick around for that. You want to throw out the Michigan news? Pretty wild while we were just in commercial break.
Yeah, nuts. I mean, definitely talk about news you were not expected to read here today on December 10th at 2:45 in the afternoon. Michigan has fired head coach Sean Moore. I guess they fired him for cause. Do you have the report on why?
I'm trying to dig it up.
They were 9-3 this year, just for the record. Pretty good football team.
It was an HR thing. It was inappropriate conduct with a coworker or somebody that worked there or something like that. I'll see if I can't get the Dan, if you can find it. But yeah, how about that, man? The firing is set for cause. I got Pete Thamel here. Following a university investigation, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member.
Okay.
Go Big Blue.
Go Big Blue. Where's Harbaugh at?
You think Harbaugh wants to come back? He just compared winning with the Chargers like on the same level as the birth of his children.
It's pretty high. It's pretty high.
You think he's looking to go back to Michigan?
Yeah. So don't sleep with your staff members.
Yeah, stop foolishness.
Don't do that.
Don't do stuff like that. Just, be an adult. So I guess.
Why am I drawing? Oh, Mel Tucker. That's what he went down for,
I was just going to say
right?
Michigan State. Yes.
Yeah.
It was. Tyler, can you seriously?
Mel Tucker's was with like a lady that he brought in to speak to the team about like her history in this particular department.
Right. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it takes to get one of those jobs? And you get one of those jobs. Like, that is really, really hard to get.
And if you're being honest, the real goal is just to get fired once, but you want to get fired with cause. If you get fired once, you're set for life.
Well, you don't want to get fired with cause. You just want to be fired because you suck at football.
Exactly.
You get fired with cause like he did.
Well, now we don't get that payout.
Correct. So quite a story there in college football. What a college football. College football, like Kenny Dillingham said, what a mess. Seriously. Do you even recognize it from when you played?
Who did Penn State hire? I'm drawing a blank.
Oh, gosh. You're going to get me on that one. I don't know. Not sure. Why?
Oh, it was Matt Campbell. That's right. Matt Campbell from Iowa State. I was just thinking about what openings are left, if any. So now Michigan, that's tough for Michigan.
That's a hell of a job, isn't it?
Penn State or Michigan?
Michigan.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, give me the top. Is Michigan not one of the top jobs you could possibly get in college football? It's got to be in the top 10 at least, if not higher.
Probably top 5.
Probably top 5.
Yeah. I mean, outside of the SEC, you've got Ohio State and you got Michigan. That's it.
And you blew that job because you're a horn dog? Wow. Okay.
College football.
You know what? This happens every year. College season kind of wraps up. We get to this time, and it's like we all collectively discover all the warts on college football. And then we all sit here every single year.
It's more like tumors now. Like college football has
Yeah.
like some tumors growing.
But it's
The Big 12.
It's just funny to me doing sports talk this long, Tyler. Every year it's the same thing. Every year it's like, oh, how do we fix it? Isn't this terrible? What's going on here? And I just shake my head the whole thing because I'm just a pro sports guy more than I'm a college guy. And so to me, I look at all the college stuff like I don't really care. I don't really care that Notre Dame, isn't playing. You know what I care about a little bit? I have fun with the colleges that I'm associated with, and it's more fun when they're doing well. Like last year for me, because my older son went to Arizona State, to see Arizona State playing Texas in the college football playoff was like really, really fun. But what's the reward? Sam Leavitt, who was the quarterback then, is just looking for a bigger payday somewhere else after he only got through 7 games this year. So he's just going to cash in. That's not fun. What is that?
It's hard to explain all the complaints that we have with college football. They're all just. I get it. I think they're right. And then juxtapose that with the TV viewership that's going on right now. All the numbers are up. I mean, you just heard your own guy, Kenny Dillingham. He was talking about it just yesterday.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, we got problems, but we don't have problems with dollars. Dollars are coming through the doors. Dollars are making money for the TV.
Well, that is correct.
I mean, dollars are making programs for the programs. It's working.
All right, well, cool, man. I'm fine to turn a blind eye to it. I don't think there is a solution. I don't think you can fix it. I don't think some sort of relegation system would work or a 30-team Super League would be any better.
Oh, that would work.
I don't think so.
Why?
I literally don't think there's a fix to all the issues college football has, period. If one thing makes you feel better than another, fine. I don't think there is, though. This $500 million private equity thing Utah's going to take in, look at what Texas Tech did. They just rolled in the biggest bankroll. They're more or less trying to pay for a national championship.
They found the newest, youngest billionaire.
Well, there you go, right? Like, that's what it's all about. And at least in pro sports, not everything is always equal, but things are more equal in pro sports than college sports. It's more just out on the table. It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Andy, my friend, how are you feeling? What is good?
I think we're where we need to be. I think we're getting there.
All right.
The magic of meds does good things.
Okay. Well, it's good to see you, my friend. And I know you're battling this thing.
Because you sound great.
Listen, I mean, here's what's funny. I'm struggling with this, and this is how your voice sounds all the time. It always sounds like you got a hot loogie out of there.
Fine. Got me. I'm leaving.
See you later.
Tyler's tapping
That's
out.
the fastest I've ever chased him.
He's got someplace to go. Not here.
You do look good.
Good place to be.
Got a haircut.
Oh, then we know where he's going. Am I wrong?
Oh, he was. That was no joke right there.
Yeah, he does, definitely. You know how it is. Normally, he's wearing the clothes that if we all saw him back at our other place, we'd be like, "What, you have a job interview? What, are you trying to get out of here?"
Well, there's a plan right there. You don't lift all those weights and get that haircut for no reward.
Really? Who's down at right tackle? I don't know about.
I don't think that's the reward he's thinking about.
Oh, well, hey.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
come on.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
We know.
I mean,
you don't grow that hair back for nothing. You know what I mean? Because now he's got to get haircuts. He's got to maintain the thing.
Man, was that rocket fuel jet stream on the way out the door? Holy cow.
Well,
man.
Was there a text that said, hey?
No, they kind of got me by surprise. It's just done. That's a wrap. How you doing? What's good? What's on your mind today?
All right, let me
sports
ask you
mind.
this,
What's
on
on your
I want to bounce
sports
it
mind?
off of Nate. I know it's probably something, you know how it is when you do this job. Everybody thinks you're happy to have a day home sick. You're not. There's 1,000 things going on. I don't know, maybe in the summer, which I never seem to get it in the summer, when there's just baseball and we deal with what we deal with, then maybe I can handle one of those.
Yeah.
The whole Philip
I'll
Rivers
tell you
thing.
this. I'll tell you this. I'd rather be healthy and work than be sick and at home.
No, I'm with you because you go to a bad place sometimes. You're like, is this thing ever going to leave? And
you get paranoid.
Especially the thing I've been working with. I'm like, is this ever going to let me just have my job back?
I feel you.
All right. So I got a question for you, and I want to get into it with Nate.
Okay.
Is Philip Rivers, now, I guess I should start here. Is he a Hall of Famer in your mind? surefire, no doubt, going to be in the Hall of Fame?
He never even got to a Super Bowl.
Okay. See, you're kind of more on my side. I think Nate feels like he's a Hall of Famer.
I'd really have to look at some comparative numbers of other quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame that never got to a Super Bowl.
Like the Dan Marino.
Dan got there second year.
I guess, really?
He got there his second year. He lost, but he got there his second year. Like Dan.
Oh, you're right. I forgot.
Dan Fouts would probably, ironically, another Chargers guy would probably be a better comparable.
Mr. Good Luck. Here's why I ask, okay? For those that haven't seen it, the minute he's on the active roster, remember, he's a finalist this winter. So literally next month, they were gonna vote on him.
Yeah.
Does he get to go in or not?
Yeah.
My question is, if he makes it to the active roster and all the tweeting that I've seen today, boy, I think you guys, I don't know if you guys are Nate and Mark yesterday were saying, yeah, they really don't want Brer Rippin to play it down for some reason. Maybe he just doesn't know the system. But the bottom line is, the minute he's on the roster, and that feels inevitable at this point, now he's out of the running for the Hall of Fame.
You reset
another 5-year waiting period for when he comes back.
Yeah.
How many more guys are going to retire? How many more conversations are going to have? How much more of a logjam is there? Is he risking? I guess I got to go look at his numbers. He's probably ultimately going to get there, but I think, and I'll tell you why I think this. I will never forget, and I think you were in town when he retired, right? Remember when Shannon Sharp retired and it felt like everybody's like, there's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
That guy's going to this, that, and the other.
Not
well, guess
true.
what happened?
How many years did it take? Quite a few, right?
Yeah, because Tony Gonzalez started picking up his game. He started adding to his numbers. He started making what Shannon did. Like, Shannon was the guy that I think in the new era of tight ends, Kellen Winslow's there too, but that's where everybody's like, all right, the tight end's the receiver now, right? And then Tony Gonzalez did on and on and on. Like, again, we are in the golden era of passing. We've been in the golden era of passing for a little bit I just think the guy is risking, if nothing else, putting off how quickly he gets into the Hall by coming back to play a couple games.
Well, you know what's funny, though? He's probably not a first ballot. No way he's a first ballot.
I don't know. Do you think?
No, as a first ballot, I doubt it. But
probably because of no Super Bowls.
Eli Manning's not a first ballot. And he's got two
agree
wins.
with you.
So, I mean,
Phillip Rivers is better than Eli Manning.
Okay, cool. Eli Manning has 2 Super Bowl championships.
And the power
better
of the
player.
New York media behind him.
It doesn't matter. He didn't have a better career. You win, and he was the MVP of those Super Bowls, by the way.
Better career, better player.
Okay, so we're just going to discount the legacy of Super Bowl MVPs.
Carried by his defense.
Really? In those Super Bowls, he was not. How do you win the MVP? How do you win the MVP? Yeah.
Because they wanted to give it to a Manning instead of giving it to somebody on the defensive line that actually shut down Tom Brady and allowed them to be able to win that game. What was the most points they scored in one of those Super Bowl victories?
Who made the passes?
20-some?
When they needed the passes, the clutch plays, when they needed it the most.
Eli Manning did, but shutting down Tom Brady is how they won Super Bowls.
All right. Well, there were a couple of interesting passes in those games too there, Nate.
They were good throws.
Yeah.
They were good throws. They were sub-MVP level throws.
Well, all right. So you're an anti-Eli guy, but he does have that on his resume, and Phillip Rivers doesn't. I mean, what's the furthest Phillip Rivers? Listen, it's a moot point. Do you think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer?
Phillip Rivers played in an AFC Championship game with a torn ACL.
Super. How many guys played in games with injuries? Now he's going to play a game in the NFL just being fat. So he's going to do that too.
Sure. He may tear something more than that Achilles.
I know, man. What is going to happen when on the first play he goes to hand the ball off and it's just like kapow, down he goes.
And did you see his answer today? He's like, well, I've been running away from anybody, but I never really did. Bro, come on. Did you see the siege your guy Daniel Jones was under last week? Did you not watch the tape? What you're about to go put yourself in the way of?
Do you think it's going to be epically good or epically bad or somewhere just whatever in the middle?
I would not be. I'm not. This is a Jeff Legwold thing that he taught me a long time ago. I will not be shocked if he gets out there, has to at least manipulate the pocket and pops a hammy at some point trying to do it, because that's what a lot of these guys do. If he thinks he's just going to stand like a statue behind that offensive line, I don't think it's going to go down that way.
Do you think Phillip Rivers would get into the Hall of Fame before, if he has to reset? So if he plays this year, right, it'd be 5 more years. He couldn't get in there till 2030, 2031, whatever it is, right? Do you think he has a better chance to get in the Hall of Fame? If
I'd leave it alone right now. This could be a bad memory. But again, I think there's already set to be debate. And I just think the more guys that retire in the 5 years from now, until we get there could cause you, again, I think probably ultimately he gets in now. He's not as high up the passing list as I thought, but let's be honest about it. The passing list is only going to get more and more ridiculous because nobody's allowed to touch receivers. I mean, Phillip did play in an era. He was in part of the Manning era. He was playing in the era before the NFL changed the rules or they got sick of the New England Patriots mugging all the Colts wide receiver. And then they changed the rules so that these receivers could run free a little bit more.
Is he the number one sports hate quarterback in Denver?
No, Paxton Lynch is.
Who opponent-wise, though? Because Phillip had it going on for a while.
Who's above Phillip?
I mean, Mahomes has to be, right?
Opponents. Oh,
he actually beats them.
Brady? Is Brady more?
Like the Broncos, they beat Rivers enough. So, yeah, I think Rivers, it's like his snide face, I think is what people dislike about him. The not swearing thing that people dislike about Phillip Rivers. But, in terms of, guys that really made the Broncos feel a lot of pain, I don't have Rivers that high on the – he beat him, sure. But did he ever beat him in, a huge profile spot?
Well, I mean, Nate, there were 3 years
there was a time.
From, 06 to 08. 06, 07, 08.
They couldn't beat the Chargers. Couldn't touch them.
Twice, I want to say, they had 3-game leads heading into December. It was Shanahan's last year, remember, was last time.
Those are some of the worst Bronco defenses ever.
Yeah, but that don't mean you don't hate the
Brandon
guy
Marshall.
Such a bad era.
I remember Brandon Marshall telling me goals on his preseason list was beating the Chargers.
Offensively, those were really good Broncos teams. But man, that was when Shanny lost his fastball in the draft.
Kept changing D coordinators and
that's a rough era of Bronco football right there. And what's a shame about it is offensively they were starting to find their way.
All right, here's a question: 303-504-0925. Win. Did people hate Trent Green?
Trent Green.
Well, I know that seems like a weird name, but you got to remember Trent Green, Priest Holmes. They had some really good teams with Trent Green.
Okay, but I'm not saying they didn't, but all right.
Look, you hate the team that's in your way.
Rich Gannon.
It's part of the reason why. Dude, Rich
You
Gannon.
hate Rich Gannon?
Hey, I do hate Rich Gannon. Do you realize
really?
Rich Gannon rolled in here as a Minnesota Viking and beat John Elway one time?
We were
back
having a hard
in the late 80s, early 90s.
We were having a hard time figuring out who Elway's guy was. That quarterback guy. Who was it?
Because he didn't play Marino enough, but they were the two greats of their generation.
And Kelly, you didn't play Kelly really enough.
Listen,
they played each other.
Yeah.
He got his butt kicked by Montana in a Super Bowl, and then Montana joins the Chiefs and does the old,
Bernie
we're in
Kosar?
your building, let me pull a comeback. Nah, they were always beating Bernie Kosar.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think you lost a playoff game to Bernie Kosar.
No.
Dave Craig
will get you fired up.
I mean, there was a time that was in the division. I don't think
Elway was more Bosworth.
Yeah.
He and Brian Bosworth had a thing for a while.
John Elway's greatest rival was
Howie
Dan
Long,
Reeves.
Neil Smith.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What about Fouts? Was Fouts Elway something?
No.
Not really.
What do you think of that, Fouts? I said it. Good luck to you,
Thanks
too,
for having me
pal.
on, guys, and good luck.
Nah, I feel
Screw
like
you,
Fouts had
Beardo.
more of an era before John came into his own.
Yeah. So John didn't really have a guy like that.
No, you're
Not
right.
Really.
Well, listen, the reason why they do the
Mahomes
schedule like
or
they
Rivers.
do nowadays, once they got Manning and Brady in the league, you probably remember this. They didn't want, again, they went all this time, as you guys said, for the kids out there, because we're old men in here. And I know you hate that. I'm not trying to bug you.
I do hate that.
But anyway, for the kids out there that didn't see the previous, they did the schedule different. I don't even remember how it was, but they weren't in this division rotational thing. It basically was based on if you were good, you played a good schedule, right? So now, in order to make sure Elway and Marino, because in the era, you're right, they barely faced each other. They had 3 or 4 matchups against each other. That now you get Burrow has to play. Mahomes and Burrow are going
Jackson,
every year.
all those
Mahomes
guys.
and Allen are playing every year because they're not going to let
That's
these
the thing.
quarterbacks not face each
Yeah,
other.
television's got a bigger voice in all of that now to make sure those games happen.
So you're saying if it was now then you'd be facing Kelly and Marino way more often.
It would be awesome.
Way more often.
It'd be real awesome. Yeah. Because then we'd have a little who was really better. Now, Elway probably wouldn't like it because he definitely, Marino had a bunch of really good players around him. That Miami team I don't know how Miami did not make it to more Super Bowls.
They struggled.
Really
they struggled in the division against the Bills.
So
primarily,
well, there you go.
That was the main reason. I mean, it's sort of like the
Couldn't
Bengals
play in the cold.
You know, they had a great rivalry, and it just went Buffalo's way more than it went Miami's way when it mattered the most, and during the times where Marino was the best. And that's just the way it goes sometimes, which feels similar to this Burrows, Jackson, Allen sort of thing with Mahomes. Like, my God, we are this good, but we got this, we got Mahomes over here.
I mean, Manning and Brady played 1,000 times. Like, they were constantly playing.
Yeah, he switches to Denver, and it didn't matter.
It didn't change.
I think New England was already on the schedule that year, and then because of your place in the division, they played each other every year they were here, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we missed a Manning-Brady year.
Now that you say that, we really should cherish Phillip Rivers here because it was just more fun. It made everything more fun.
Dude.
So maybe we all should be rooting for the guy, right?
That guy.
Are you guys not rooting for
No,
Phillip Rivers?
I'm rooting for
him.
him.
I totally am.
I'm rooting for him.
He's 44.
I'm indifferent to it. Good for him.
It's a great old guy
I don't
story.
hate him anymore.
But you're not going to pull for Sam Darnold and the Seahawks over them. And there's no reason for competitive reasons why we should be afraid of the Colts right now. It doesn't really matter.
You know what would be really funny? What if there's a world where somehow we got a Colts-Chargers playoff game this year and Phillip Rivers went in and played the Chargers in the playoffs?
Yeah, they got to have something up in the stadium as a note to him, right? Did they take that thing down?
Hold on. Actually, guys, so I was looking at his Wikipedia earlier today. Okay?
This is Rivers?
This is Phillip Rivers' Wikipedia page. Listen to this line. What the hell do you do with this? On July 21st, 2025, Rivers signed a one-day contract to retire as a member of the Chargers.
Oh, funny.
What do you do with that?
They rip that up.
Does he have to do it again now?
No, you know what you do?
That's hysterical.
You got to do what you guys did in Chicago. Remember when Mike came back, but the jersey's already up there, so
Right.
you had to throw the curtain over it?
Exactly.
Here's the great thing. There aren't enough Charger fans in
It doesn't
SoFi
even
for anybody
matter.
to even realize, hey, this is going on.
Yeah, it's does he now re-sign with the Chargers after this year and then retire once again as a Charger because now he can't retire as a Charger. He's unretired.
Dude, okay. Who's more hated, Phillip Rivers or Travis Kelce? Is Kelce taking over for Rivers? Has he been the new guy?
Yeah, for now.
And there'll be another new one eventually.
Yeah.
Or is Mahomes more hated?
Yeah, I think Mahomes is more hated than Kelce.
Here's another fun
I don't
little
know,
note
man.
for you.
Kelce drives me crazy.
So you know
Especially
how
if he's doing the talking after that TD the other couple weeks ago?
You know how everybody likes to throw out that stat of this guy was, was in diapers when Phillip Rivers was a rookie or whatever. But here's another crazy note to this. I saw this today on Twitter. 9 of Seattle's defensive starters were not in the NFL the last time Phillip Rivers played an NFL game.
Wow. Which is what, 2017? Like, again, we're
no,
not talking.
No, it was 20. In the playoffs of 21.
Okay.
Yeah, so the 2020 season, he went 11-5. He's been out of the league for 5 years.
The funniest thing is his intro presser is like, hey, man, no COVID.
Well, that's right. It was a COVID year when he was here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
His last moment was COVID in Zoom.
And
so
the
now
thing was,
a bunch of hate.
He was okay that last year with the Colts.
That's the last time they made the playoffs.
They went 11-5. I think they lost to, wasn't it Buffalo in the playoffs
very
by
good
a field
memory.
goal?
They lost to the Bills in the wild card round.
Yeah, in a close game.
Yeah, but if you remember, he had a few throws he could have made at the end of that game to knock Buffalo out, and he just flat missed them.
Think of who they've had, the Colts, and they still haven't made the playoffs.
Right.
They've had other good quarterbacks. They've had Jonathan Taylor. They've had a good defense, and they just never got to the playoffs without him.
This year, that's what makes this year so
crazy.
Wild. They went for it. They traded for Sauce Gardner. They were like, we got this thing, and then it's just gone off the rails to the point where they're gonna play Phillip Rivers.
Is it worse to be 6-0 and not make the playoffs, or 7-1 and not make the playoffs?
I'll give you something that's worse than both of those things. Being Brett Rippon right now.
How does he feel?
Brett Rippon was on the Bengals.
Tyler said, we brought this up earlier. Tyler was like, that dude's just happy to get a paycheck.
And they signed Joe Flacco, and they cut him. And now he's on the Colts, and they're just like, nope, we're going to get a guy that hasn't played a down of football in 5 years. That's a better option than putting you out there.
As long as the check clears, I suppose maybe Brett Rippon's okay. But ego-wise, it's got to be rough.
He's a human with feelings. He feels these things.
Hey, man, the guy won a game here without practice.
There's zero doubt Brett Rippon is the most insulted person in the NFL.
He really should be.
That is definitely true.
By the way, were you ever around? I remember asking Kevin Vickerson, because he was one of my dudes in the locker room years ago. I've told Nate this. Kevin and I used to talk about all sorts of things. Just a real interesting guy.
Great dude.
Matter of fact, yeah. It's a depressing topic, so I'm not going to bring it up. But I had a lot of just wide-spanning conversations with the guy.
Yeah.
He Phillip Rivers, like, I heard Kevin use mafia-style threats when it came to Phillip Rivers. Like, I was like, what? Who is this? Like, we're talking, remember the real life where the guy's talking about I'm going to gut you like a cow and stuff like that to the limo driver that showed up late? That's what Phillip Rivers did to half the Broncos defense. These dudes that were just jovial, you know what I mean? And the next thing, like, they had the blood red, and they wanted a clean shot at that guy so bad.
Well, my former partner on the radio told Phillip Rivers he was going to eat his children.
That's a big meal. That's like going to First Cafeteria where you could just take a little of each, because there's a lot of kids.
Ages,
it's a lot of plates.
They span between ages 2 and 23.
Didn't you guys say yesterday?
That's well spaced, by the way, for 10 kids.
I also didn't know
that's Mrs. Rivers is getting a break in between.
I didn't know the grandfather part. I didn't know that until this week. Yeah. I didn't know that he was a grandfather.
How old's the oldest?
23. Yeah.
Oh,
so
I guess
she's got a kid.
Just say that, but
he said my son will be throwing touchdowns to my grandson. I suppose if they live in the same town.
Will he be coaching?
It's not Colorado school of choice, and nobody's going to a private school. Or maybe they all go to a private school.
He coaches St. Michael's Catholic High School.
Private school.
4A team in Alabama.
Yeah.
They made the Final Four this year.
Yeah.
They were defeated by Jackson. Their quarterback on Rivers' team, on the Cardinals. Yeah, that's a good Catholic team name for you there. One Gunner Rivers.
How long before Phillip Rivers' team and whoever Manning's kids' team meets up in some game of consequence?
Gunner, 46 tutties to 5 picks this year.
Yeah, I'd say he knows the system.
He was running Shane Steichen's offense.
How about that? What are you doing?
That's awesome.
Like, is there checks or something?
They're like chatting every single week.
Does Gunner not cuss either?
I
would assume they are clean-cut kids there, the Rivers kids.
I would
where's
think so.
Gunner in the rotation now?
Of the kids?
Actually, there's probably one foul-mouthed Rivers kid.
There's
one
always a
rebel.
couple of black sheep.
Right?
One kid tatted up, grease-haired back.
Hates sports, really the music, goth-looking, something like that. There's got to be one of those kids, right?
The kid from Wedding Crashers just waiting to unleash on you. He's got one of those.
He's out behind the school going, give me a dang gum cigarette.
Yeah. Smoking. Dogger.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. That is Andy Lindahl, everybody. He's here. And he kind of sounds okay. We're doing a radio show.
Best you're going to get probably till Monday.
Not bad. You sound less like RFK Jr., so we're making steps in the right direction. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and we got so much to do with you here on a Wednesday afternoon. We're going to hear from Sean Payton. We have a firing in college football that has gone down in the last half hour, and details are starting to trickle out. What in God's name is happening in the state of Michigan? We'll tell you why Sharon Moore got canned. That's coming up next.
All right, guys. Well, it's the holiday season. I don't have to tell you that. The decorations all over town are going to tell you that. How's your energy levels? And how's your desire for romance? I got to get my days right as to what it is. This is the time of year where probably you're looking for a little bit of companionship, got some Christmas parties to go to. Maybe there's already a special person in your life, but you're just not feeling the confidence you want to feel to have that kind of relationship. If you are dealing with the problem of erectile dysfunction, it's time to get on over and give yourself a little gift before the holidays. Actually, it'll work out for everybody involved. By going over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go and check them out. If you've tried the pills, if you've tried the herbals, if you've tried other things to see if it would work and maybe get back to feeling your old self and it hasn't, they've got options for you over the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Maybe you put it off and you can't believe, holy cow, it's already December. Time to get in there and get this done so that the new year maybe can be even more merry as you ring it in. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Real easy as to what you need to do. You can call them at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That'll allow you to go ahead if you'd like to and sign up for their services, get that appointment. First appointment's real easy. It's $99. You get a consult from a Colorado licensed medical provider. You also get a T and a PSA test, and after those results are delivered, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't have you feeling like your old self in the office, guess what? You got a free visit. So nothing to lose but the ED. Get on in there today and talk to the good folks at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got 5 locations to serve you all throughout Colorado, all up and down 25, as they said. in Fort Collins and the Springs. Great revamped location in Castle Rock. They really love you to check that out. Also in North and Central Denver. Call them today again, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Breaking news from Ann Arbor today, Andy.
This is nuts.
Michigan has fired football coach Sharon Moore for cause. citing an inappropriate relationship with a staff member.
Whoa, that's not what you want.
Yeah, you gotta keep those members apart from each other. Following a university investigation, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member, according to Ward Manuel, the athletic director at Michigan. That's a guy we know way too much about, Ward Manuel, because of the whole the sign stealing, Connor Stallions, everything else with Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. Now we know that Sherrone Moore has been fired. This conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy. He just completed his second season as the head coach at Michigan after replacing Jim Harbaugh. He was suspended 2 games earlier this season for deleting text messages he exchanged with Connor Stallions. Apparently a guy, you ready for this? This name right here, Andy? Here's your new interim coach at Michigan. Biff Poggi.
Come on, that's not a real name.
Biff Poggi.
Biff is in the character out of Back to the Future.
That's correct.
And what's that last name? Poggi, like pogo stick or what?
Poggi. Biff Poggi.
So not Piggy, Poggi.
Poggi. Make like a tree and get out of here. Francis Xavier Biff Poggi. Well, he's now the interim head coach at Michigan until they hire somebody else to replace Sherrone Moore. So let's see. Our old buddy Mel Tucker.
Yeah.
Trying to have phone relations with the university hired sexual assault advocate.
The last person you probably ought to be getting slick with.
So Mel Tucker got fired for that at Michigan State, and now Michigan has Sherrone Moore and a staff member, which we know the track record of stories like this. We're going to get follow-up information.
Oh, we will.
Yeah.
Now, is there going to be a Coldplay concert involved? Is it still, we allowed to still roll that one out? By the way, did you ever hear the follow-up to that? Where allegedly the other part of the young lady.
She wasn't that young.
Well.
Neither of them were young.
The female
they were in their
HR
silver years.
Person.
Yeah.
Her husband was allegedly there with his side piece as well at the concert. Like, I don't think anybody was being straight up on this deal. I saw that report like 2 months later.
I had not heard that part of it.
Allegedly. Allegedly, I've not seen the follow-up because, quite honestly, I just need all of it out of my feed, but whatever.
That's a fun little note
How
right
about
there. That's pretty
wow,
good.
Look at that. Well, I guess we're good.
Hey, we're eye for an eye, am I right?
Yeah, it turns out he was really angry, but only because they had better seats.
The catering in the suite was better than what we got. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're talking to Nick Kosmider coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. First, let's hear from Sean Payton. The head coach of the Denver Broncos spoke to the assembled media earlier today. I doubt he got any laughs as hearty as those that were doled out to Phillip Rivers from the assembled Indianapolis media earlier today.
I didn't dive in. I can't wait to hear these later.
I mean, Andy, like.
Well, I saw your tweet saying, do we have an 80s laugh track to it? That's bad.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Level media laugh.
Like,
I mean, first ballot.
We're talking
slam
married
dunk.
with children, hyped up crowd laugh track for no good reason.
Like serious Urkel level laugh track for Phillip Rivers. Like again, like he's charming. He's got the Alabama accent, and he's got good one-liners. But it's just like, guys, like this isn't Richard Pryor at the Apollo in 1976. Like, tone it down a little bit.
You want to hear one of them?
Let's have it, Spring. Give us some Phillip Rivers media laugh today as he spoke at his press conference as he was signed to the practice squad by the Colts in Indianapolis. They loved Phil today.
Greg, you good? No, I'd like to ask one. Yeah, 2. What is your playing weight? What do you weigh right now?
Right this second? I'm not sure, Greg. How about that? That's an honest answer.
You may have to cut that.
I'm not sure.
Cut that laugh track and see if it fits for Sean at all today.
Drop.
Just see if you can meld it with Sean somehow.
Yeah, that for the kids that don't know, For the sitcoms that we grew up on,
they were always taped, as we were told at the end, in front of a live studio audience.
The Cosby Show. Yeah. It's taped before a live studio audience. Like, what was Skippy just up to on Family Ties right there?
What did Norm just drop inside Cheers as a follow-up to Sam's comment?
That was a big laugh for Phillip Rivers. That was
for him admitting he doesn't know how much he weighs.
He doesn't know how much he weighs.
Any guy over 40 knows you don't get on that scale. You don't want the bad news.
No, you give it space. We know that.
When I started my little fat guy journey of not being fat back in August, I can tell you this. Got on the old scale there at the men's clinic. I was like, ooh, that's a large number. Even that shocked me by at least 15 pounds.
Can I would you mind if I shared
my weight? Go ahead.
I don't want to share your weight.
I was 248, I'll tell you. I was literally the size of Mike Singletary.
This Spring, give me a little breaking news here this afternoon on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And I've been sitting on this scoop for about a week now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Are you going to break Moser's heart with this? I think you are.
So a lot of people, they in the P1s to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We love you guys. You're here from 6A to 6P. You're listening to the Nuggets games and the Avalanche games. We love you guys. The NFL on Westwood 1. I don't know if you heard. We love football. You're here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You're part of our family, and so you guys are well aware that Andy Lindahl has a nickname that was bestowed upon him by one of the jerks that host the morning show here on Altitude Sports Radio, guy by the name of Mark Moser. And the Moj, he sometimes refers to Andy as Triple X. And that is because Andy has at times been wearing clothing of an XXXL size.
I still don't mind the shirts.
You like a roomy shirt.
I like room to snuggle in movie snacks.
You do like to wear circus tents as clothing. However, and I want to let everybody know. Okay, so last week, Andy and I, we had a television gig. We were calling the 3A state championship game, and one of the things you always got to worry about when you're doing a game on TV is like, okay, what are we dressing? Are we going coats and ties? Are we just going coats and no ties? But in this case, the fine folks over at Altitude Television, shout out to Matt Kroll and company, said, let's go quarter zips. Let's go Altitude branded quarter zips. Okay, and so Matt Kroll said on a group text, he said, what size is everybody? All right?
And then he followed it up. Limiting your choice of sizes.
Yes, which I was going to leave that detail out, but you know what? You're an open book. He let us know that he had nothing larger than an extra large. To which Andy Lindahl said, XL will work for me.
Let's give it a go.
And you know what? We got pictures of you on television.
Yeah, I can see that. I've taken the kids out
of it. You wore the hell out of that single X, my friend.
Yeah, now at one point I think my neck did unzip part of the collar because there's still about another 15 or 20 to go. We're not where we need to be yet, but that's not the point.
The neck size is not the point. It didn't look like just a bag of rocks stuffed into a garbage bag. You looked fantastic in that thing.
I appreciate you.
He's a single X, folks. 1X, Andy Lindahl. I don't want to hear triple X ever again on this station in any day part. 1X, Andy Lindahl.
I might still have to buy 2 X's. Some about that single X.
Doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
You're pulling it
off.
I
like a roomy shirt.
I know that, but again, I thought you looked terrific.
I appreciate it. We had a good camera day. Nobody,
We did.
So much so they were like, we might put you on camera again.
Multiple times. They were throwing us up there.
Let's just get your fat face on for 15 seconds and get this thing the hell off of there. You're not going back on camera.
Like, clearly, they had done the research with the Q rating, and they knew, like, these couple of, like, football calling hotties right here, let's get them back on camera.
I hope so. That's why they gave me the telestrator. You said, with that face, you can have a telestrator. Hey, I got a question for you. And Spring, I need your opinion on this. Maybe I shouldn't be bringing it up, but
1X.
whatever.
1X.
We'll tweet it right at Moser, too.
Yeah.
What do you think of this, pal?
Yeah, take that, guy.
And whiten our teeth before either. Did they pick a bad time to drop a country song yesterday when you don't squeak on out of Nashville with both points?
It was called Colorado Wagon.
Yeah.
Wheels fell off the wagon last night.
Did you guys not just, and they're doing all the stuff, and look, am I jealous? Yeah, a little bit. I'd go to a Nashville studio and have fun like they did. But you dropped the Colorado Wagon song. You better, you better not lose that game, which until Cale Makar and his cherub face decided to snipe one through 9 people, looked like they were on pace to. I don't know, man. I was feeling nervous for him. I'm like, you guys, song's going to be short-lived if you get an L here. Did you not see all this stuff?
No, I missed the Colorado Wagon.
They got
That's probably for the best, Nate.
Okay. Was this happening on Twitter last night?
Oh,
yeah.
They felt like every other tweet.
Single.
Oh, I was just watching the hockey game.
Then they revealed, the single was pregame.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, again, I was more than happy to stay off of Twitter last night. Although I did tweet a little bit at the end of that Avalanche game last night. I had thoughts. I don't read the replies.
Boy, I'll tell you what. I have given up tweeting.
Have you really?
Yeah, because there's a few things I had to say about the power play that through the game probably would not. I feel spicy in the moment.
Are you telling us you're too hot and skinny for Twitter now?
Hot and bothered. Hot and heavy. Yeah, come on. Don't tell me you didn't have a couple thoughts about the power play leading up to Cale finally. How did Cale get it through all the bodies?
That power play was such a pile of suck before they scored the winning goal.
It was. I was ready to
really,
tweet it out. I'm like, if they lose this game because you go 0 for 4 on the power play, I got problems.
That and that move that Cale threw on that McCarron dude, just like that, faked him out of his shoot, well, out of his skates, technically, I suppose. And then it managed to get that thing through. And then so we go, overtime happens. Okay, they don't score. We go to the shootout. Is the new strategy just, I'll go truck the opposing goaltender? What are we doing?
Yeah.
Philip Forsberg.
How is that not some kind of penalty of something?
Apparently, you have to score on the shootout shot
for it to be a penalty?
For it to be overturned or something like that.
So we can't just go truck the goalie, start the next one in order to get the concussion protocol?
Burn one. Just burn a shooter. First one. Especially if you're going up against a good goaltender.
Yeah,
just have him take
Brett
the dude
Burns out there, have him go truck the goalie.
Also, okay, so Wedgwood, he gets flagged by the concussion spotter, but he had already been in for another shot.
He already faced another shot, guy. You're a little late.
Yeah,
and then of
just
course,
let it go.
Who was it that was shooting last?
Landeskog.
Landeskog doesn't score. This is all Moody. What are you holding us up for?
Yeah.
People?
Yeah. 0 for 3. Avs, are they 0 for 4 now in the shootout this year?
Yeah. I don't think I've seen a shootout goal this whole year. You know, the other thing that's crazy is you want to know why nobody says anything to Nate when he talks about no chickpea pasta or only chickpea pasta. Did you see him flatten Natchez when they both went for the puck? He yard sailed Marty Natchez.
His season, 2 assists last night, 900th regular season game. By the way, here's a fun little Nathan McKinnon note for you. He became I believe the 4th player in NHL history to be the first to 50 points in consecutive seasons.
That dude is.
He joined a list. Here's get a load of these other names on the list: Connor McDavid, Sidney Crosby, Mario Lemieux. Heard of him? Pretty good list. That's what we're talking about now. 4th player in the past 30 years to be the NHL's first 50-point scorer in consecutive seasons.
He's so good.
Yeah, he's absurd. The year that he is having is absolutely incredible. That setup that he had on Taves, damn near a goal there in that 3rd period. Good save by Saros.
I don't know how Taves.
Good save.
Saros was a witch last night.
Let's
be honest about it. Nate had a couple shots that I couldn't believe didn't go in.
I mean, they played 30 games and they have 2 regulation losses.
How bored do they look, by the way?
They're so good.
You can't be jacked up for everything.
No.
But again, I didn't know this was going on until Spring pointed it out last night. It's not aware that Dallas is just
Good.
hanging out, not getting any of the attention.
Yeah, they're really good.
I hate them so much.
Yeah, they're really, really, really good. All right, we're going to hear from Sean Payton. His thoughts on Michael Parson. We'll get to that coming up here in just a moment.
Parson.
Thank you very much, Jerry. That's, again, Single X Andy Lindahl, everybody. I'm Nate Kreckman, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Last 4 games, 6 sacks for Micah Parsons. Funny part about that is he didn't actually sack Caleb Williams last week against the Bears. He had 2.5 on Thanksgiving against Detroit. He was dominant in that game. Had 2 sacks against Minnesota and 1.5 against the Giants a few weeks back. So Micah Parsons has been on a heater. This is the time of the year when you want your pass rusher to get going, and Parsons has been playing out of his mind. So Sean Payton was asked about the Packers' star pass rusher, the guy that got traded from the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers right before the start of the season this year. Let's listen to Sean Payton reacting to questions about one Micah Parsons.
Well, look, when a trade happens, you're focused on whatever you're doing. So, 2 NFC teams make a trade, and it's news, but now, as a player, he's extremely explosive. He's got unique bend and balance for someone at that position. So he's a handful. I mean, he's a rare type player.
Great stuff with Chad Brown yesterday. He talked about how the different kinds of sacks that there are for you to be able to go and get the just first move and boom, you got there immediately. The coverage sack, and then the just you didn't give up on a play sack because your motor never stops. And he was just like, Parsons checks every one of those boxes.
Well, and the problem is he moves all over the place.
Yep.
He's outside one play, he's inside the next. Hell, they could line him at corner and blitz him off that edge if they wanted to.
You are always trying to find him on the field. Let's hear from Sean Payton talking about that very concept, how he is lined up all over the place.
Yeah, look, there's not any one spot. That's a good point. He lines up to the right, to the left. You try to chart it. You try to track it. They do a good job looking at their own tendencies, self-scouting. And, we've just got to understand where he's at.
Yep, identify where that dude is on any given play because they're going to line him up all over the place and try to confuse you, and he's going to try and get after it. This is a Packers team right now, Andy. They have won 4 games in a row. They just waxed their entire division top to bottom. Jordan Love has thrown 7 touchdown passes in the last 2 games. They have gotten healthier at wide receiver. Christian Watson is hot. Jayden Reed has come back off of injury. Luke Musgrave is now their tight end after the injury to Tucker Kraft, and he's been pretty good here of late. Even Bo Melton had a 45-yard touchdown last week against the Bears as, Jordan Love had it absolutely clicking against Chicago. Now, that Bears secondary is just a mere shell of what Denver is going to be throwing out there at him. But this game is going to rule because these are 2 teams that are playing at an extremely high level right now. This is, I think, without question, this is the toughest game that the Broncos have faced since going back to the Chargers-Colts back-to-back all the way back in September.
Yeah, and I would say this, if I'm the Denver Broncos, because I know we're getting a bunch of cuts about, what about the spread? Sean was asked about it. He said, I don't know the spread.
Yes, he does.
He does, but he's not going to say he knows the spread. Look, the bottom line is this. If anybody wants to be upset about the spread, it's the Denver defense. We're all excited to watch that Denver defense go against that Packer offense that has still a pretty good tight end in Musgrave.
Yeah.
And a plethora of good receivers, a really good running back, and one of the hottest young quarterbacks in the league.
Also, that running back has killed the Broncos a time or two.
Oh, he knows a little something about putting up some dubs against the Broncos back from when he was a Raider.
Yeah.
So if anybody really wants to play the old chip on the shoulder card, it is the Denver defense. Now, Sean, I think, and we don't need to necessarily play the cut, I think Sean made it. He basically was at the podium again today saying, give me the noise from the Dallas game. Give me the noise from the Chiefs game. We need our crowd.
Which I think they'll get.
Oh, well, yeah, there's no doubt about it.
But here's where I ask you. How many Packers fans are coming to this game on Sunday?
Well, it'll be interesting because I think in the past, here's what makes this hard. If we're just going to talk honestly, which you and I try to do on this show all the time.
Generally.
I think had this game occurred in October or even early November, Bronco fans aren't selling their tickets for anything to any Packer fans. And look, there's a lot of Packer fans. I got one that lives next to me right now. There are a lot of Packer fans already in town, so I'm sure they jumped on these tickets the moment they found out about it.
They have a massive national fan base.
They do.
They're
and
one of those
some
teams.
will travel here too because a lot of Wisconsin people love coming here for a visit, skiing, you name it.
Dope.
Here's the other thing that makes this a little bit tough. Just being honest about it. Probably have a few Bronco fans that know I could probably sell this pair of tickets to whoever.
Right.
And get a lot of money for the holidays. So that's why I say if this thing was about a month or so earlier, I don't think that's so front of mind. Heck, with one of these Packer fans have paid in the past from people that I know, sometimes you pay for a good chunk of your season tickets just selling these to these folks because that's how rabid they are about it.
Anecdotally, tell me if you agree with this. I think when Pittsburgh is here and when Green Bay is here, those are the two with the largest contingent of opposing team fans at a Bronco game.
I would agree with you. I'd also put Dallas close in that category.
Yeah, pretty high on the list too.
Look, every team's going to get a few fans in. For those that haven't experienced the Steelers, Packers, and Cowboys inside your home stadium when games matter.
Yeah.
See, that was what always struck me when I was doing the sidelines at the end of the Manning era was, holy cow, a bunch of people sold tickets to Pats fans in December. A bunch of people,
Yeah.
But again, I get it. Money's money. Sometimes you got to balance out the ledger somehow. So I wish this game would have been played a little bit earlier because, yes, there will be a lot of loud Packer fans. They'll be noticeable.
And they'll all be wearing Carhartts.
Yeah, you'll be able to, and those stupid yellow cheeseheads. When are they going to get rid of the cheeseheads? Ever, never?
Never. They'll be wearing hunting camo or safety orange.
To be clear, I like the Packers. I like to watch them when I'm not watching the Broncos, but the cheeseheads are stupid. We could call my buddy Jeremy, no longer the owner of Jersey Mike the Cow, and tell him to his face, your cheeseheads suck. They had like cheese coasters because he was a Packer fan when we lived together.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, Jeremy Nita, he's a buddy of mine. We go way back. We called him, he used to have a cow. The cow went to a lot of good steaks. But he's a Packer fan. And we would live together and like they lit just this dumb, like stupid, holy cheese, holes in the cheese coasters, koozies.
They embrace it.
Why?
Because cheese is awesome?
Okay.
You're the biggest queso
You're
enthusiast
damn right. I love me some cheese.
I know on the planet. Like if you're
Not
the land
anymore.
where the cheese, you're in a quarter size.
If I have the queso, that's it. No, but seriously, dude.
Yeah, people love cheese.
I get it.
Cheese is good.
It's not appetizing to have a fake, like the Tom and Jerry slice of cheese just hanging around your house all the time. What kind of cheese is that? Swiss? Because it's got holes in it. Is it a Munster?
Yeah, it's a bright yellow.
But it's got the holes in it. Isn't that only Swiss?
It's a good question. I don't know. Is it a Havarti perhaps? Any cheese experts out there?
Havarti. Why do you go to the Havarti?
Perhaps a Munster? If anyone is out there and can identify what is that triangle of cheese, or is it simply a melange of Swiss and cheddar in a single hat that is actually bastardized and there's no cheese that actually looks like it?
I just think for these cheese experts I hear about up there, it's not an accurate depiction because Swiss is a whiter cheese.
You know what a cheese expert actually is called? It's a serious question.
I don't know.
They're called cheesemongers.
Really?
Mongers. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does that curve the motivation to become a cheesemonger? I don't think I want to be, hey, no, I'm a cheesemonger. You get a coat with that?
I'm a monger.
You get a coat with that is like the NFL,
Yes.
Is there a Shriner's hat or some stupid thing that goes along with that as you show up?
Why
would you be a Meister?
Why wouldn't you be a Meister?
Instead of monger, be a cheese Meister.
Meister, I think, that's more of a beer thing, like Meister Brau.
You have cheese with beer.
You do. That's very true. It's an excellent pairing.
By the way,
there.
a texter says on the Game Time app, there's plenty of tickets available.
There you go.
No, not there you go. We don't need a bunch of Packer fans in this game, folks. You need a lot of noise.
Yes, make your noise and tell the guy in the cheese hat in front of you to please sit down.
If you're an opposing stadium, I have every right to ask you to remove the cheese hat politely, don't I?
Will you please take it? Although you could set your beer on top of it. Be like, will
now,
you hold
if
this
you
for
wanna
me?
go with the cheese scully cap or whatever that thing is, fine. The cheese yarmulke, I got no problem with.
Is it harder? What's harder, to become a wine sommelier or a cheesemonger? Which one's harder to actually achieve the status? Again,
Cheesemonger, wouldn't you think?
A monger over a sommelier?
Have you had a lot of bad wine compared to some of the bad cheese you're probably eating? Not every cheese hits the same, my friend.
I've had some bad wine in my day, too. So,
well, that's your fault for buying the boxed stuff.
That's my fault for buying Boone's Farm.
Yeah, that's your fault for being 21 and needing a bargain.
Oh, man, I love a Mad Dog 2020. To this day, I still like a box of wine. That's a classy way to get a buzz. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's a wonderful Wednesday afternoon. We do this radio show for sommeliers and mongers everywhere. We got Nick Cosmatter coming up in 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Hey, I got a Bo Nix stat for you when we come back, and I want to discuss if this is a good thing or a not so good thing. We'll talk about that on the other side on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Congratulations, Eric Winter. Eric is our second chance drawing winner from Avs Ticket Tuesday. He won himself a Joe Sakic bobblehead and tickets to see Colorado and Florida tomorrow night at Ball Arena. Guys, limited ticket packages that include the Joe Sakic bobblehead are still available at coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. All right, Andy. Bo Nix in the victory over the Raiders, the stat line, 31 of 38, 212 yards, no tutties, no picks. Broncos win. 31 completions, 212 yards. Okay, so I went to Pro Football Reference. I plugged this into the old stat head, okay? You know I love this stuff. Since 2000, turn of the century, quarterbacks in games that have completed at least 30 passes while throwing for fewer than 225 yards. It has only happened 13 times since the year 2000. Cue Conan O'Brien.
I was about to say, you know the song is playing in my head, but I don't have the voice to sing it. In the year 2000. Yeah, I can't go high at all.
You were getting close. Before Sunday, those quarterbacks, 30 completions, fewer than 225 yards, they were 0-12.
Really?
Bo Nix is the first quarterback since the turn of the century to put up those numbers and actually win the game. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
31 completions, netting 212 yards, no tutties, and no picks. He is the only one to have actually won the game. Broncos winning it 24-17 over the Raiders. Last to do it was Jared Goff back in September, and the Lions lost at Green Bay. Jacoby Brissett, Phillip Rivers did it back in 2019. Broncos beat the Chargers that day, 20-13. Kyler Murray, Kirk Cousins, Nathan Peterman. Oof. Sam Bradford, Carson Wentz, Joe Flacco, Derek Carr, Flacco again, and, here's a name from the past, Chris Winkie. Round out the list for you right there, Andy. Bo also, by the way, had the highest completion rate in such a game and the fewest amount of attempts with only 38. He completed 82% of his throws last week.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, I'm sure you didn't do a deep dive. Is it just because the guys that threw that much for that, I guess, that little yardage just had a lot of incompletions? Is that what led to it? I mean, it's kind of a wild stat.
Well, I mean, like when Goff did it back in September and the Lions lost to the Packers, his numbers were really close to Bo's. He was 31 of 39 for a tutty and a pick in that loss. But, like, he was 31 of 39. So, actually, the last two to do it were Sam Bradford was 31 of 37 when he did it. But, yeah, there are other examples. Like, Chris Winkie threw it 63 times when he managed to pull it off.
Chris Winkie.
No, I believe also Chris Winkie was 63 years old when he got to the NFL. But yeah,
and they were trying to sign 50-year-old Phillip Rivers at that time.
So what do you make of that stat? Like this Bo Nix performance on Sunday at the Raiders, because like we know efficiency is going to have to rule for this Denver team to do what they want to do this year. But is there such a thing as too efficient?
All right, I may need a little more too efficient. What do you mean?
When you're completing 31 throws.
Yeah.
And
but you're not to 300 yards?
82% of your passes. And you're doing it for a grand total of 212 yards against an actual real-life, living, breathing, ambulatory NFL defense. You're probably not going to win that game.
Probably not, but you probably don't have the Broncos defense, nor does it tell you the story of the offense that you were facing.
In the last four, Packers, Jags, Chiefs, Chargers, are the Broncos going to be able to win games with Bo Nix playing this conservatively.
Well, it depends on what the other team's offense is doing.
Well, these are all good offenses.
No, I know, but this is also a great Bronco defense. It may not allow them to do what they normally do, especially with 3 of the 4 games at home.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So here's the reason why I asked that, because here's the bottom line for me is what decisions would Bo make if that was a tie game and he needed a score? He spent the whole game managing it, and it's not a bad word. They managed that sucker from the start, not to give the Raiders any momentum. I'm sure Sean Payton and the rest of the offensive staff drove it into Bo's head because remember, the Broncos, we keep talking about 2015. Remember what I remember in 2015? Broncos screwed around with Brock Osweiler, ended up after a weekend, frankly, of enjoying the Christmas party too much on a Friday that held over to a Sunday, screwed around with the Raiders, threw a pick late in the game. Raiders ended up beating that Broncos team when they had no business doing that.
Sure.
Right? So I'm pretty sure Sean Payton and everybody else that had any part of Bo's ears said, do not risk anything that could turn into a momentum play that does something stupid to cost us this game. And so I think
even if Sean Payton is breaking down film and saying, you have guys open.
Yeah. And I'm sure, listen,
we've schemed guys open. Cortland Sutton is breaking open in the second level. Please, for the love of God, get him the ball.
But he didn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
See, again, I am curious, what would the decisions have been? What risks might have been taken, even though they weren't high risk? You did a great job of sending us some Dragon Slayer 69 video today that did show that Cortland Sutton was second level open. Troutman was second level open. He did have deeper throws available. And for those that think that maybe we're just making something up, go and find Jason McCourty near the end of the second quarter.
Yeah.
Where he said, Bo's doing a great job. He's passed up on some deep shots in order to keep this game managed. And that's what he did. And he did take a couple of shorter throws instead of, were they high risk? They weren't, but a guy could have broke on the ball, could have made a play, blah, blah, blah. Bottom line is, does Bo change his mind about being aggressive down? Look, man, you said it all week and it played out. That Raiders team sucks.
Yeah, really bad
Don't
team.
give them. Bo knew I don't have to do anything heroic. I just can't be the anti-hero. I can't be the villain.
But these throws we're talking about are not heroic. These are throws that a starting quarterback in the NFL should be making.
They sucked out. What did they have, 3 8-minute drives?
Yes.
To the point where it's like, all right, let's just get this sucker over with, take our dub, and get out of town.
And that's where, like, you look at that performance, you know, like, okay, if RJ Harvey is able to have that kind of game on the ground, if you're able to average over 40 yards per carry, again, you know, Captain Dink and Dunk is okay for what you need to be offensively. It's just the degree of difficult. Basically, every team the Broncos will play the rest of the way is a legitimate good NFL team.
They are. But
and the Chiefs.
But that doesn't mean that they've got a great defense. And I hold up Buffalo as an example.
Mm-hmm.
That Buffalo defense is brutal, man. Brutal.
I would call them middle of the road.
Fair
in the
enough, but
NFL.
it's not like you're facing your defense.
Sure.
I mean, you know, now look, is Bo Nix Joe Burrow? I wouldn't go that far either. But
Bo Nix attempted 3 passes beyond 15 yards all day on Sunday, was 0 for 3.
Okay, but what
underneath? He completed all but 1 throw within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, which, again, for the game you were playing, fantastic.
Right. It worked that day.
Yeah.
And I do think, see, again, I want to be fair to Bo. What does Bo do if Bo knew we don't have 15 play drives in us today because his defense is whatever. He probably makes some different decisions. But because he was playing the game he was given that day, as they say.
Yeah.
He knew I could take this all day. They're not stopping us.
Mm-hmm.
So why risk it? So he didn't. So I got no problem with it. Look, to your point, when you sent me those cut-ups today, I told you, he's going to need, and guys, just to be clear, these were guys out by the numbers, hooking back in. These are all throws between the numbers. throws we know Bo is capable of making.
These are open in-breaking routes.
We're not talking outside the numbers, by the boundary, only 6-7 guys in the league making that throw kind of stuff.
By the way, Cortland Sutton. It's not
Sure,
like you're
his favorite guy.
Yeah, it's not like you're letting it fly for Lil Jordan.
He had another one to Troutman that would have been pretty tasty, and if you even hit it a little earlier in the route, there's no coverage there, but he didn't choose to do that.
And look, you can break down the tape of every single quarterback's performance ever and just say, okay, well, there was more meat on the bone that you probably could have had right there. But
I would say this.
Some of these were significant.
He's going to need to be willing to make 2 of the throws he passed up at least in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to get, like you said, you're not going to face a team where you can just plan on 3 8-minute double-digit play drives that basically salt the game away.
The Broncos had joint practices with the Packers last summer. Denver and Green Bay got together for joint practices right here in Denver.
We went and watched all the practices. We enjoyed ourselves.
We were there.
I think.
Denver. It was lovely. Jordan Love was on the far field, though.
He was. That was kind of annoying.
Yes. But we watched the Denver offense going up against the Green Bay defense. No Micah Parsons back then. But that's the Broncos, this group of Broncos' most recent experience with the Green Bay Packers. Today, Sean Payton was asked about remembering those joint practices.
It feels like it was 5 years ago. We have the film and we'll look at it, but we're really looking at this point in the season, we got such a volume of tape, with their personnel that we're currently seeing. But I have a hard time remembering last week, let alone the joint practice. I know we had good work, and the teams worked well together. And of course, we would look at that tape, but that's my memory of it.
So you don't remember if you got the better of them, like you said?
I just said that, right?
Okay.
Now, you could say what you want, but I just finished telling you that.
It's Wednesday at Packer Week, huh? He's admonishing Chris Thomason again, Andy. Not pleased with the did you get the better of them. You say whatever you want, guy.
Yeah, I will. He did answer the question there, Chris. I appreciate Chris's follow-ups. Don't get me wrong. He's not afraid if he doesn't feel that his question was answered.
Uh-huh.
But Sean did tell him, I don't remember it. And I barely remember it, to be honest with you. That's why I guess I'm Team Sean on this one.
I do remember the Broncos, they had good practices against the Packers.
But like you said, you and I were so locked in on the rookie quarterback battle.
Yeah.
Because remember, for those that don't remember, let's repaint the picture. We were like, yes, finally he's going against a defense that doesn't know his plays. And,
right.
And we'll see all 3 of these guys. Who has the best day? Blah, 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 blah. So we didn't go over the other field to watch too much of Jordan Love.
They were on the far field.
So
yeah, we had the Stiddy, Bo, and Zach Wilson fest directly in front of us.
Yeah. So anyway, I give Sean. I get it. Yeah, I don't. And who cares anyway? The personnel's completely. They did not have a guy named Michael Parsons that plays for them now.
He really hated that follow-up question, though.
Can we make it sound more friendly?
Can I? Let's lower the tension a little bit.
Let's lower the temperature in the room.
And I think there's only one way to do it. Do it with the Phillip Rivers crowd. Give it to us, Spring.
So you don't remember if you got the better of them, like you said?
I just said that, right?
Okay.
Now, you could say what you want, but I just finished telling you that.
I'm not sure, Greg.
Now it seems fun. Now it seems nice.
All right, do me a favor. Right after halfway through Sean's answer, kick that laugh in. And let's just see if laugh. Now, you could say that. Ha, 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 ha.
Mm-hmm.
See if that. You remember if you got the better of them, like you said?
I just said that, right?
Okay.
Now, you could say what you want.
See, now we don't hate each other.
The Cosby Show was taped before a live studio audience.
Yeah, for those that don't know, that laugh came from December 10th, 2025, which is today.
That's today.
As Phillip Rivers was asked, do you know how much you weigh to which he simply, I think even Philip was shocked as to what's so funny. No, I don't know what I weigh. All he said was, no, I don't know what I weigh.
All I
Which
know
if you'd
is
asked me a while
right?
back, I didn't know what I weighed all summer.
all I know right now is Bob Saget's really annoyed with Kimmy Gibbler. And he wants her to get the hell out of his kitchen.
What was the worst sitcom with the worst laugh tracks? Seriously.
Caroline in the City.
Happy Days?
Oh, they went big on Happy Days.
They did.
Yeah, the
Now, I
Fonz
didn't mind the show.
elbow
before
in
all
the jukebox.
I don't know. Are we a young enough show that not a lot of Happy Days supporters are going to show up and storm the castle?
The Happy Days Mafia.
I don't think Leave It to Beaver had a laugh track, right? The Beav was just doing his stuff in silence.
I believe so. Yes. Yeah. Now, when did laugh track? They probably started in the 70s, I'm guessing.
My Three Sons, did that?
Three's Company.
Three's Company.
Somewhere in that era.
Yeah, Three's Company. That's a good one.
Now I have to Google this when we get to break. Nick Kosmider.
The Regal Beagle.
Coming up here in just a moment, we will talk to our buddy Nick Kosmider about this upcoming matchup against the Green Bay Packers and about the Broncos' playoff chances. Got some fun notes on that. That is coming up next.
Playoffs?
All right, guys. Well, it's the holiday season. I don't have to tell you that. The decorations all over town are going to tell you that. How's your energy levels? And how's your desire for romance? I got to get my days right as to what it is. This is the time of year where probably you're looking for a little bit of companionship, got some Christmas parties to go to. Maybe there's already a special person in your life, but you're just not feeling the confidence you want to feel to have that kind of relationship. If you are dealing with the problem of erectile dysfunction, it's time to get on over and give yourself a little gift before the holidays, actually to work out for everybody involved, by going over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go and check them out. If you've tried the pills, if you've tried the herbals, if you've tried other things to see if it would work and maybe get back to feeling your old self and it hasn't, they've got options for you over the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Maybe you've put it off and you can't believe, holy cow, it's already December. Time to get in there and get this done so that the new year maybe can be even more merry as you ring it in. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Real easy as to what you need to do. You can call them at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That'll allow you to go ahead if you'd like to and sign up for their services. Get that appointment. First appointment's real easy. It's $99. You get a consult from a Colorado licensed medical provider. You also get a T and a PSA test, and after those results are delivered, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't have you feeling like your old self in the office, guess what? You got a free visit. So nothing to lose but the ED. Get on in there today and talk to the good folks at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got 5 locations to serve you all throughout Colorado, all up and down 25, as they said, in Fort Collins and the Springs. Great revamped location in Castle Rock. They really love you to check that out. Also in North and Central Denver. Call them today again, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It helps tremendously in look. It helps when it comes to third down, and you're in a much more manageable position. The minute you get a holding call, if you looked at the statistics of converting on that drive, you really paint yourself in a bit of a corner. So obviously that's the number one thing that comes to mind.
Offensive penalties are down. That's been good to see for the Broncos. They largely were in third in manageable situations against the Raiders. Joining us right now, the fine reporter that asked that question earlier today. It is our pal Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com. Subscribe to The Athletic. Get Nick's coverage right there. Best in the biz. Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. Nick, what do you attribute the cleaner play out of the offense to?
Well, I mean, it was certainly, I think, a priority that got harped on coming out of the bye week. Like that was part of the big presentation, going into the prep for Washington was we are not going to be able to improve our efficiency offensively and get to where we want to go if we continue to bog ourselves down with penalties. They were, through the first 10 games of the season, I think they were third in total offensive penalties and second in offensive penalty yardage. And as Sean Payton noted there, it was creating just a ton of third and longs. Last 3 weeks, the Broncos have been a lot more near the middle of the pack. Their average distance to gain on third down has gone from like 7.5 to 6.4, which doesn't sound like a lot, but over the course of a game, is a pretty substantial dip. And it also keeps you from facing third downs in general if you're just staying ahead of things. Like the Broncos had 72 plays against the Raiders and only had 12 third downs in the game. So they're, you're getting into situations where you're not putting yourself in a, get this play converted or punt kind of scenario.
They had that
drive.
1st and 20, and if you remember, it was like 2nd and 18, and the Raiders stopped him for a short gain, and that was the Jamal Adams face mask that was an automatic first down. That was really the only time I remember them being significantly behind the sticks in that game.
Yeah, and even like the one penalty that might have seemed damaging was when they were in the inside the 10 and they get a holding or I believe it was a false start, a 5-yard penalty, and then Bo goes ahead and runs into the end zone after that. So that's been a big part of it. But the other part of this is the overall efficiency of the offense has improved the last 3 weeks. Like if you look at EPA per game, like this has been the best 3-game stretch in terms of offensive efficiency, and 3 out of their top 5 of the season have come the last 3 weeks. Penalties is a part of it, but you've seen Bo Nix go from completing about 60% of his passes all the way up to 70. Again, a real big jump in his efficiency. And part of it is they're limiting how many of these like deep shots that they take. There was a time like early to middle of this year where it almost became like they weren't being very intentional about when they dialed up these shots. And when you're only completing 29% of those, which was bottom 5 in the league in terms of quarterbacks who are qualified for that stat, that was part of what's sending you to a lot of 3-and-outs because throwing an incomplete pass is like same thing as getting stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Like you're setting yourself up to have 2nd and 3rd and longs when you're missing those shots early. So they've dialed back quite a bit the deep shots, and they've traded that for kind of getting into the right plays, keeping the chain moving. And against a Green Bay defense that is about as stingy as Denver's in terms of not giving up explosive pass plays, I think the blueprint that they've kind of created the last couple of weeks is going to be one that they need to use to try to win this game Sunday.
Nick, I noticed today that I believe they opened the practice window and you've got Ben Powers out there. How key would his return be? Because I think Palczewski's done a great job. We haven't talked about Palczewski, which to me is the best thing you got going as an offensive lineman. How bad do you think they need Powers back, though?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just want to have like the best depth that you can going into the playoffs. A lot of times our friend Leggy says it's not about necessarily who's playing the best, it's about who's the healthiest. And so I think getting him back is huge. And because also what that does is they've played a ton of jumbo tight ends, 6 offensive linemen. They've been about the highest in the league in terms of that personnel usage. And I think with all due respect to Frank Crum, I just think Palczewski, a lot more comfortable in that role, where he was playing that 6 tight end or 6 lineman. So if you bring Ben Powers back, it's not as if you'd be telling Alex Belcheski, hey, you're headed to the bench. He's still going to be a big part of what they do because they're using that personnel grouping so much. So I think when you get a guy back like that, it can only help you. You need the depth going into the stretch run of this season, which obviously is, against some really good football teams. You're right. He was out there. We saw him stretch and then, kind of work just behind the offensive linemen with their individual drills today. So, hard to tell exactly how far off he is, but they would love to have him back.
Yeah, I would say get as many healthy bodies as you can this time of year. Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com, joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, the R.J. Harvey-led run game certainly found its footing against the Raiders. This is a stingier Green Bay defense, 7th by EPA per run in the entire NFL. What did you see in that Raider game from the run game that you can kind of say, okay, this projects forward into something that Denver can really hang its hat on?
Well, they were a lot more under center, and they used a lot of heavier sets, and I think really kind of just sort of dictated their will in that way.
Kind of forced it, yeah.
Yeah, in a fashion that you probably are going to need to do. And I think part of that comes with, when Sean Payton looks at that, it's like, okay, it's easy to say, yeah, let's just line everybody up and run. But you still have to have a semblance of disguise to what you're doing, because even if you have heavier personnel sets and yet they know that you're running, or they know the few specific runs that you're using out of those personnel groupings, it's still going to be to your disadvantage to have them know what you're doing. And so I think part of it has been that they've been able to find more ways to throw out of those bigger sets. Like they've been, and that was some of the Raider game too, of like, yeah, they did. Bo Nix completed 31 passes and did not have a single explosive pass play. Yet consistently moving the football, because they're in these sets where, yeah, we know they're in this heavier set, but they're still finding ways to be efficient passing the football. So I think Cortland Sutton said it today. It was kind of interesting of like, yeah, the more that you run this personnel, like, he's like, you guys know we have a lot of different groupings and we send a lot of them out there. I think they laugh about it sometimes too, but now in the season is when they're starting to see that come to fruition of like, okay, these groups, we know exactly what we're good at within these specific personnel groupings. And I just think that the fact that they've been able to be a little more versatile within those heavier sets has allowed you to keep defenses off balance. So I think that would be more of the formula that you would see against Green Bay, is finding ways to do that, because it would also serve to kind of help you mitigate some of what Micah Parsons, some of the damage that he can do.
Nick, why are the Broncos an underdog to the Packers at home?
I don't think I'm the expert to know. Part of it is baked in. I mean, you see the Kansas City Chiefs over their last 4 games. They're favorites in all of their games. Like, how does that really track with the way that they're playing football right now? So that is all to say, like, I don't really know. Now, certainly these are 2 really good football teams, and it's the best team that Denver has faced, if not all year, then certainly since maybe like week 3 against the Chargers. Like, that's the kind of football that Green Bay is playing. So they're an excellent football team, and so that's part of the challenge. I think these teams match up really well. They are very similar. Like Matt LaFleur talked about it today. When he looks at Denver's defense, he kind of sees some of what they do, which is, they have really good players at all 3 levels. They really rally to the ball. They're well coached. It's a pretty young unit on both sides, with some really good veteran players sprinkled in. So there's a lot of similarities, and especially you look at the other side of the ball too. Like, neither one of these teams has a household name at wide receiver. Young quarterbacks. There's some similarities. But as to why they're actual underdogs, given that they've won 11 in a row at home going back to last year and 10 in a row overall, your guess is as good as mine on that one. And when you find that answer, let me know why the Chiefs are favored in their Final Four as well.
Yeah, it is wild. And honestly, I just think a lot of the offensive efficiency numbers, they start digging into that stuff and they look at it. And that's the funny thing about Kansas City. Like, their numbers are still really good, even though like they're kind of butt as a football team. So that's kind of what gets baked into those numbers. Yeah, I was looking at inpredictable.com, which power ranks teams based on the betting markets. Green Bay is number 3 in their ranking. Denver is down at number 11. Which goes to show you like where they would rate them on a neutral field, and as a result, Green Bay ends up being favored on the road at Denver. So all of that said, Nick, this is a Green Bay team that is coming in hot. They have won 4 in a row. They just won 3 games in a row against their division. Jordan Love is cooking. Where do you see Denver having a significant advantage over the Packers?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that they do have like one specific advantage, because I do think these teams are, really pretty evenly matched. The one time, the times that Green Bay has gotten in trouble, whether it's lost games or kind of just barely escaped lesser opponents, which we've seen Denver, of course, do. Is when you're able to kind of slow them down. It's funny, neither of these teams turns the ball over a lot, but neither of them really takes the ball away a whole lot either. So, who can maybe find a way to edge in that turnover battle, I think is going to be pretty critical. These teams are also kind of similar in terms of sack differential. They don't take a lot of sacks, and they get after the quarterback pretty well. So it really is, to me, like you look at it statistically up and down, there's just a ton of similarities to the point that it's going to be the team that can sort of really avoid the big mistake. I think that's what this game is going to come down to. Like, can you avoid putting yourself in a bad situation? And I think, again, and I wrote about this for tomorrow, I think that speaks well to the way that Bo Nix has navigated these last 3 weeks. After Sunday's game, he went up there and was asked kind of about managing, kind of being a game manager, so to speak, when you complete 31 passes for 212 yards. And he's like, kind of wearing it as a badge of honor. Like, all these quarterbacks who find ways to win, it's because they're managing the game at a high level. And I think just the embrace of, like, kind of taking small profits more often and understanding how to keep that going. I think the way that he's played lends itself to how you need to try to win this game. But again, much better opponent than they faced really in the last 3 weeks too. I think even include Kansas City, as good as their defense has been in the past. Don't quite think it's at that same level this year. This is going to be a different task, but I think they have the right kind of way that they're playing to potentially pull this off.
That's Nick Kosmider, everybody. Read his stuff in theathletic.com. Subscribe to The Athletic. Get Nick's coverage because it is fantastic. He also has a podcast that he does with his brother called the Not Another Bucking Podcast that is loaded with good Bronco information. Nick Kosmider, everybody. Thanks, Nick. We appreciate it, dude.
Thanks, fellas. Take care.
All right, always good to have Nick with us here on the show. By the way, talking about the we'll call it sort of dearth of takeaways by this Denver defense. I was reading earlier today, our buddy Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post, one of Nick Kosmider and Jeff Legwold's compatriots out there covering this team, and Parker Gabriel got a question in his mailbag about the lack of takeaways for this team. And Andy, like it's hard to put a finger on why this is the case. Why don't the Broncos take the football away from opponents? He kind of threw out, maybe here's some factors, okay? They play a ton of man. Corners are generally in one-on-one. You don't see as much safety help. You don't see as much zone of guys looking back at the quarterback's eyes. And so, like, as a result of that, it's harder to come up with interceptions in such a defensive system, which I would say this, like, that's not the entire explanation, but there's plausibility to it, certainly.
Well, there is, and you mentioned when you don't have your safeties necessarily watching in zone as much, that's a big factor too. I would throw in a couple other factors. And he's one of my favorite newcomers on the defense, Talanoa Hufanga's hands have got to get better next year.
That too.
That guy's dropped like 4 or 5 picks alone, and 2 of them could have been pick sixes.
Yeah.
The other thing that I don't think we factor in, Nate, and we saw Mahomes do this in the first matchup a lot, how many times do they specifically go after Riley Moss, but generally after these DBs, throwing a ball, trying to get a flag.
Right.
So they don't have to put it in harm's way.
Mm-hmm.
They throw it in the area, hoping that contact is called. And frankly, too often for our liking, it is getting called. And so that's another way that you don't have to force. Again, how do you get picks? How did the 2015 team get picks? You pressure quarterback, and he's going to make a quick decision and put it in arms whether he likes it or not.
Sure.
Throw it against Aqib Talib whether he likes it or not.
Sure.
Teams this year have been like, target Riley Moss, see if you can get the PI, and sometimes that is their big play, and it takes it away. The other thing is the Denver defense, I think, has been so good at getting them in 3rd and long. Sometimes they're just doing something quick to get it out of the quarterback's hands and just lived up. Again, I said it last segment about Bo not pushing the ball so much because he knew what his defense was doing. I think sometimes teams are risk averse because they're not so sure the offense the Broncos offense is going to answer with a scoring drive.
You know, something I just thought about too is as you were saying that, and follow me on this, because this is a weird thing to say as like a negative, but it kind of is in this specific conversation. They're such a good tackling team. Like, fumbles happen a lot when a guy is bouncing off a would-be tackler and then a second guy comes in and hits him when, you know, the ball carrier doesn't necessarily see him coming in and ball jarred loose.
Yeah, no one rallies to the ball here because they don't always need to.
Yeah, you don't have to because generally this is a really good tackling defense. I also just think that I think everything we just said is probably true, and also there's just it's sometimes takeaways are just flat out dumb luck.
Well, and
that's a part of it too.
Sometimes you get 8, right?
Yeah.
They come in bunches.
Yeah.
They got to get 1 though.
Yeah, exactly. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Wednesday afternoon, getting you ready for the Broncos and the Packers. Andy, we got an injury update on some Denver Nuggets that I want to get to before this hour is up. Plus, we're going to hear more from Sean Payton at the podium earlier today, including talking about how his defense is playing of late. What kind of group is Jordan Love and the Packers up against? We'll tell you next. Phillip Rivers is back. Sharon Moore is out. Michigan had to fire their head coach today for a cause because of a, quote, inappropriate relationship with a staff member, close quote. Yeah, don't do that, guy. How about that for Michigan, man? This late in the process, you've already signed your class. Let's see.
Have ya?
Well, you've signed your.
We'll see now.
You've signed your recruiting class, but the portal window is going to be what, in a couple of weeks here?
Right. They can all be like, nah, never mind.
Or
not.
Maybe they're going to be pumped about the new coach. It flat out comes down to dollars and cents generally. By the way, candidates for the job. I'm just looking at ESPN suggestions because look, Andy. This is as desired a job as there is in college football. This is bluest of the blue bloods to go get the Michigan gig. Massive dollars behind this program. Big time dough. Interesting names. I'm just looking at ESPN's list right now. They mentioned Kalen DeBoer, which I would think he's happy at Alabama, but who knows? Jed Fish at Washington. And here's another name for you. Former Michigan defensive coordinator under Jim Harbaugh, Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter.
Well, there you go. It would make some sense.
Sure would. Yeah. And it would get him out of the AFC West, which I think that guy's one of the best defensive coordinators in the game today. So that could be possibly helpful to the Broncos to get him out of
let me
there.
ask you this.
Okay.
Any chance after the debacle that the week has been, they take a flyer? You're going to have to help me with the name. I'm spacing his name, but they take a flyer, Notre Dame's head coach.
Marcus Freeman?
Look, Marcus Freeman's done a heck of a job. Now, I know there's rumors about him possibly jumping to the NFL.
He's always brought up in NFL conversations. Always.
And maybe that's where he goes. But look, you're in a conference. Now, before all the Notre Dame fans get mad at me, and I know there's a big Michigan-Notre Dame rivalry, at least was once upon a time, you don't have this conference problem, and you are in the conference. I'm telling you, 5 years from now, I do believe every college is going to want to be in either the SEC or the Big Ten. It's just how it is. And guess what? Marcus Freeman leads his team to what he thinks is the appropriate record. You're in a conference. You won't be dealing with all the nonsense we've heard out of everybody this week.
Could Marcus Freeman actually take this job? Do you know where Marcus Freeman played his college football?
I do not, because I did not know this job would be open today. Michigan?
The Ohio State University.
Well, okay, but they've done that before. They kind of had, do you realize that Bill Cowher, one of the most glorified coaches in Steelers history, was actually a Cleveland Brown during his playing days? Look, man, money talks.
I don't know. Woo! That'd be huge. That'd be awesome. That guy's eventually got to get an NFL gig, though.
All right. Does not Chip Kelly, does the old LSU coach, does he get a ring?
Brian Kelly?
Brian Kelly.
I don't think anybody wants to hang out with Brian Kelly.
Do you think they're done? Well, look, man, he's had success in that area of the country before.
He has. He certainly. I guarantee you his agent has called Michigan
I promise
today.
you they have.
Right.
Who else is out there that would be interesting?
Oh, I mean, that's just it. You have your pick of the litter right now. You really do. Like, basically, outside of like 10 guys in the country, you can hire whoever you want if you're Michigan. That's what's wild about this.
Is there any way that Mr. Lane Kiffin decides to take a phone call if they decide to call?
That's actually, like, again, like outside of like, I don't know, like what, 10 jobs or whatever it is, I don't know. They might call him, though. Who knows? That would be hilarious. Let's hear from
Michigan or LSU, real quick. Michigan or LSU?
God, it's a great question.
Because LSU's not what it was,
but it's
years ago.
But it's always
it's a blue blood.
I mean,
but you just said it right there.
What did they
Michigan
win a national
is the
title?
Bluest of bloods.
Like LSU just won a national title. What, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? Whatever it was that Joe Burrow did that. Like it doesn't go away quickly. That program has every last asset you could possibly have. Like, basically, Michigan is one of those jobs that you put up there with Ohio State and Notre Dame in that part of the country with with Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Texas. I'll put USC in that conversation of the premier jobs in the sport. How about that? You get that gig, you have it for 2 years, and then you blow it because you're creeping out on a staff member. What are you doing, guy? What are you doing? Those jobs don't come available. Let's hear from David Adelman. David Adelman, who has a pretty damn good job as the head coach of the Denver Nuggets. What's the latest on the injury status of Aaron Gordon and Christian Braun? This is after practice yesterday.
I mean, Jules looks all right. Aaron and Christian it's a slow process. I would imagine they celebrate the holiday without playing, but we'll see. And maybe on that trip, maybe we get them back, maybe we don't. But they both seem good. You know, Christian's in a good spot. He's moving around more, and Aaron's working his way through it. Aaron's injury is one of those you got to be kind of a tedious buildup. You know, you have to be careful with what could happen to the same injury, not to mention other things. So, excited to get both guys back. In the meantime, we have to hold it down for those guys until we get them.
All right, Andy, 7 more games until the Christmas game against Minnesota. So, again, doesn't sound like they're back by then.
How about us having to endure the T-Wolves and the Chiefs on Christmas Day? Goodwill to all.
Very much so. The Nuggets will go on the road. They have a 7-game road trip like he talked about there, and he hopes to get them back when they go on the road trip. So they go Orlando, Miami, Toronto, Cleveland, Brooklyn, the Sixers, and Boston. That's the 7-game road trip that the team goes on right after that over the New Year. So hopefully they're back by then. I mean, I will say this, like defensively, you have noticed not having Aaron Gordon and Christian Braun out there.
Oh, you have. There's
Yeah.
no doubt about that.
Yeah.
You also don't have anybody that apparently we're finding out that can fill those roles coming off the bench, right?
Yeah. I mean, like we're all enjoying the defensive efforts of Spencer Jones. He's good on that side of the court, but
He's a very fun player.
But these are your 2 best
you'd probably
defensive players.
like to take about a third of his minutes away, though.
Yes,
right.
In a perfect world where you would be able to do that. The Nuggets will be back at it tomorrow night in Sacramento. We have got the Western Conference Cup games tonight, Andy. Phoenix is at OKC, and the Spurs are in LA in the late one. By the way, here's a little Cup controversy here for you, Andy.
I saw this.
Oh, Cup Twitter's blowing up on this.
I love it.
The Lakers aren't using the yellow court tonight.
I'm glad somebody stood up and said, no, we're done. We're not burning retinas with the yellow.
Apparently, the players were complaining. They said the court was slippery. They said whatever the yellow paint, there was slippery floor. So the Lakers are just like, all right, get it the hell out of here.
Can we do away with the floors? Look, you got your thing cemented. It is what it is. We know what the days are.
Yeah.
You love the floor?
I do.
Why do you, of all people, love the floors?
I love the floors. You tune in, your retinas burn. You know the game matters, okay?
Do you like light spots everywhere you try to look? When you try to go to bed, you like stubbing your toe on the stairs because you can't see the stair properly?
It's like I'm sleeping across from Kenny Rogers' Roasters. How's life on the Red Planet? That's me.
That is you.
We have the 5 biggest.
You lay on Abby's side of the bed because you can't see anything. You got no sense of space.
I'm putting tomato juice on my cereal. We'll take a break. When we come back, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Broncos injury report. Phillip Rivers has spoken, and Travis Kelce is confused. Do you want to hear it all next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5? We always give you the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL right at 5 o'clock here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Let's just dive right into it. Our pal Mark Springer is on the other side of the glass. He gives us news. We chat about it. It's Sports Talk Radio, folks. Let's go, Spring.
Well, as we typically do on a Wednesday this time of year, we look at the Broncos injury report. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. So here's your Broncos injury updates. Nate Atkins was limited in practice today, coming off of his knee injury. And DJ Jones was a full participant coming off of his ankle injury. For the Packers, running back Josh Jacobs did not practice with a knee injury. Also a hefty list of limited participants for Green Bay today.
I would think, the Packers coming off of a frozen tundra game at Lambeau, physical game against their division rivals. It's probably a pretty damn slow start to the week for the Green Bay Packers, Andy. That's not exactly like recovering from a game on the road at Allegiant Stadium where you held onto the football for 39 minutes. And what's wild is when you look at this injury report, the Packers injury report is like, 3 times the length of Denver's?
Oh, easily, dude.
It's huge.
Maybe even 4. That is ridiculous. Broncos have the 4 players on there, as Mark mentioned, but it might be 16 for the Packers, if you want to count it real quick. 4, I got 8. Yeah, I think it's literally 4 times longer.
My goodness. Yeah. So, yes, they are. Here's the thing. Basically, to Spring's point, Josh Jacobs is the one guy that did not practice. Everybody else was limited today. It's big install day, obviously, on a Wednesday, but I would think probably slow start to the week for Green Bay.
You know what's wild, too? This is the other thing that I think is very interesting about that line again, and we'll talk to the Sandman tomorrow when he joins us for his usual hour on Thursday. He's told us that the Packers have got a little bit of an altitude problem in their head.
Mm-hmm.
There's just something about coming to altitude that they don't love. So you just got frozen in a game at home, and now you're coming up to altitude. Now it'll be a warm weather welcome, as we're seeing in the forecast right now.
Mild, to say the least.
Yeah, usual December in Colorado football.
Right. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Sean Payton talking to the media today. I want to hit this cut because this is a classic right here. Sean Payton was asked about how is his relationship with Packers head coach Matt LaFleur? How has it been over the years? Here's Sean.
Good. Yeah, good. I would say, we're at the combine, league meetings, that kind of thing. But, I think good. Good.
Hopefully better than it is with Robert Saleh.
I was going to say, are we sure? Because LaFleur's, he's a part of the...
Yeah. He and Saleh are tight as tight.
The Shanny crew.
Right.
The Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, Matt LaFleur, to your point, Robert Saleh, right there. Are we sure they're bros? I don't know.
I don't know if hanging out at a couple of, insurance conferences, which is the NFL coaches meetings, is making them bros, but I don't think they, I don't think Sean moves down a couple seats if LaFleur's got to take the one next to him at the bar, or whatever.
I thought that, did you notice, by the way, LaFleur wearing no winter cap during a 15-degree game last week up there at Lambeau? And that guy, he liberally applies the hair product on there. His head, it must have been rock hard in that cold.
Yeah, how you don't go with a Scully or whatever the heck they call him now, I don't know.
A nice knit cap?
Listen, is he married?
Warm yourself?
Do we know? Is he, is it?
Good question. I don't know.
Is it his own little dating app when he puts the hair out there on a national game? I don't know.
He is, by the way, typically on the Reddit polls that are rating the NFL head coaches.
Love him.
He always does quite well.
And everybody, yes.
Remember the one we had where Fangio was in 32?
Nobody was shocked. Somehow he came behind Belichick, didn't he?
He did. Yes.
And see, we all thought that Fangio was done dirty, but now look who Bill's dating. And look, I guess we know Vic's dating somebody, but we've never seen the
LaFleur. LaFleur is married.
Well, then I don't know what he's doing. Put a hat on.
His wife's name is Brianne. They have 2 sons, Luke and Ty. LaFleur was the best man. I'm looking at his Wikipedia. The best man at Robert Saleh's wedding. There you go. As the two became close while working as graduate assistants at Central Michigan and with the Houston Texans, where they were colloquially known as the, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word, the Urine Boys, but a different word for it.
Yeah, probably a good call. So
Well, that was under Brian Kelly.
That was,
and they hated Brian Kelly.
So if Luke LaFleur is entering the lineup, what sport is he playing if I had to give that to you?
Luke LaFleur.
Or is Luke LaFleur the latest bro country artist?
Oh.
Who's likely more bro country, Luke or Ty LaFleur?
Yeah, bro country artist or
Luke
is
LaFleur
he?
is very
That's
illiterate.
That's got NHL defenseman written all over it.
Illiteration?
Too.
Wait, help me out. It rhymes.
Alliterate, not illiterate.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not right. What means not reading?
Illiterate. Yes, illiterate means you can't read.
Yeah.
Which I believe you once declared on this show, and the other is alliterate, which is the words are starting with the same sounds.
Luke LaFleur.
Luke
bro
LaFleur.
country artist. I can't read. Ty LaFleur, left fielder for your Colorado Rockies. Circa 2030.
By the way, they got an assistant GM today.
Hey, great. It's all coming together. Is it hot stove yet?
Oh, it's stoving today.
Yeah.
Oh,
Have
man.
we even fired up our stove pipe yet?
Pete Alonso signed with the Orioles today.
People are...
God, he would have been a good Rocky.
Yeah, that should have been your Chris Bryant deal, by the way.
He would have been a fun one here.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso.
His back's perfectly cromulent, isn't it?
Just rocking 45 homers a year like it's a home run derby over at Coors Field? Hell yeah.
Breaking windshields.
Give me Pete Alonso here all day long. Instead, he signed with the Orioles. Dodgers got Edwin Diaz. Anyway, go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, I got Colts news. So Riley Leonard was a full participant in Colts practice
Riley
today.
Leonard, get out of my face. You're ruining this story. Beat it, nerd.
I don't know who the backup's going to be if Riley were to start.
Is it Brett Rippon or is it Phil Rivers?
Who will they elevate?
Yeah.
It'll be Phil Rivers.
The practice squad. Shane Steichen saying today that they're going to see how the week goes. And at the end of the week, they will make the decision on whether Riley Leonard starts, whether Phillip Rivers starts, who the backup will be, all that good stuff. Phillip Rivers talking to the media today. He was asked by Greg Doyle, who covers the Colts for Indy Star Sports. He was asked, how fat are you? Here's Greg.
What is your playing weight? What do you weigh right now?
Right this second? I'm not sure, Greg. How about that? That's an honest answer.
And I believe he doesn't know.
He would have had to have taken a physical, though.
But that doesn't mean he looked at the scale. They may not even have put him on the scale.
They
Who
just
knows?
wrote it. They just wrote it down.
They're just like, whatever. Let's put back the height and weight of what he was.
Don't need to know my BMI or anything like that. Just get me out there. Just clear me so I can go and tear my Achilles.
Here's the weight that they worried about. How's that arm looking?
Exactly.
How much that arm weigh?
God, man.
Let's put a radar gun on that throw that you're about to deliver.
You know, Andy, like we always in football, we're always just like, oh man, like bye week, you rest up a little bit, you come back, you come back nice and fresh. I mean, Phil's got 5 years of not taking any NFL hits. He probably feels great.
I'm glad you went to that point. He probably does feel great.
Yeah.
But does he got to get a guy to just hit him that's one of his team? You can't take your first hit, which I got to imagine is going to feel like being naked at the polar plunge when you get rocked by some defensive lineman.
Up in Seattle.
You cannot take your first hit on game day, can you? He's got to get one of his guys to give him a pretty good shot, doesn't he?
Spring and I were talking about this yesterday because, Andy, you and I, we both know enough former NFL players, and we've heard these comments before of just like, the first time I went back and stood on the sideline, I couldn't believe I ever did that.
Some of the toughest guys I've ever known have told me that.
And they're like, it's frightening out there just how fast it's all moving. Now, Phil Rivers was as tough a quarterback as we've ever seen, but he's 44.
Yeah, and they're moving fast at you, bro, with high velocity.
And he wasn't fast to begin with.
Right. And by the way, if you think they're going to go easy on you, let me show you the tape of the Eagles-Chargers game where every Philly guy was trying to somehow smack the broken hand with pins in it of Justin Herbert.
Oh, there's no planet in which Seattle is okay with losing to 44-year-old Phillip Rivers.
And by the way,
They
if
wanna
you
kill
want to
him.
go maybe look it up, they got a pretty good pass rush.
Yeah, not too bad. So
May want to watch this one from the sideline if you can.
head coach at St. Michael's High School.
I promise you none of those high schoolers hit him as hard as what's going to show up Sunday. Does he get his 20? What did you say, 23 is the top kid? Does he get him to hit him at least?
Yeah, his oldest
Someone's
kid's
got to
23.
hit him.
Yeah.
Has he still got the Madden Cruiser thing he was using to get from San Diego up to L.A. when he didn't want to move?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what Phil's got going on these days. He's just is he kind of viewing this, by the way, just like, all right, I coached my high school football season. They lost in the playoffs in Alabama. Got eliminated in the state semifinals. 13-1 season for the Cardinals. I looked it up on Max Preps. I'm a Max Preps whiz these days, Andy. So is Rivers looking at it of just like, okay, well, I could go home and hang out with my 10 kids and my grandkid, or, hey, this is a good way to get out of the house for a couple of weeks.
All right, let me ask you this. 'cause
Is this
I'm
like
sure
Phillip Rivers' version of like a bros like golf trip?
I'll ask you this. Does he believe, as we started the show talking about, that if he at least makes it to the Super Bowl, everybody's got to shut up about the Hall of Fame resume? In the back of his head somewhere, is he still remembering, I never made it to the Super Bowl? Look.
I'm
Colts
sure.
Once upon a time had the top seed.
Oh, he's well aware of it.
So
yeah, he's a competitive dude. I firmly believe this. Like, I don't think Phillip Rivers is just coming out of here
He doesn't
for a
think
nice
this is going to go badly, right? Or he wouldn't have
heartwarming
done
story. Exactly. He wants to win. And Phillip Rivers is a competitive psychopath. Again, there's a guy that played an AFC championship game with a torn ACL. Like, this is a tough dude. So he wants to come out and win football games right now. To your point, yeah, I don't think he's acknowledging the possibility of failure. I think Phil Rivers thinks he can still go out and ball.
And if he can at least get to the Super Bowl, the one thing that people say is missing on, at least getting to one. Remember, Dan Marino got to one.
By the way, Warren Moon never got there. Dan Fouts never got there.
Yeah, well, but we don't worry about Dan
Thanks for
Fouts
having me
in
on,
these
guys.
parts.
Good luck.
Screw Dan Fouts and his glorious beard.
Rivers has better career numbers than any of those dudes do.
Yeah, but it's a different time.
I think he's a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame. Top 10
I
passing
think
yards.
he's messing with some stuff right now. I think he'll get in.
Top 10 touchdowns.
I don't think he'll be first ballot. Do you think he would have got in? Let's say none of this. And for those that don't know, how about this?
Mm-hmm.
He has to actually get onto the active. If he gets on the active roster,
then the clock
he
resets.
is off the Hall of Fame semifinal ballot for 2026, of which he's on right now.
I think he's a shoo-in. I think he goes straight to Canton. He's one of the best quarterbacks of his generation.
See, I don't think he gets the. I think he kicks it around a couple. I could see Eli going in the same class, but neither being first.
I could see it. Yeah, to your point, I could see it taking
2-3 years.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's not a Peyton Manning.
No, and nor is he a Tom Brady.
Right. But he's a tier below them.
What about Aaron Rodgers?
Rodgers should be first ballot. Yeah, a 4-time MVP.
No, I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's got a Super Bowl.
Yeah, go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, speaking of old guys, Travis Kelce talking on his New Heights podcast. He had one catch for 8 yards in the loss to the Texans. He had 2 big drops on the Chiefs' final drive where they had a chance to tie the game at 17. Here's Travis Kelce reacting to his poor performance.
Obviously, looking at the playoffs late in the season right now, it's not looking too great for us right now. It's a crazy league. Anything can happen, and that's the little bit of hope that I have. But man, this is a tough reality to be in. It's a feeling, especially dropping the ball late in the game like that when we were on our last chance to make something shake.
I hear you.
You put in all this work to be there for your guys, and I just wasn't that. I wasn't that.
Sounds like the radio version of Straight Outta Compton right there. My gosh.
Travis, you don't have to swear to be cool, okay?
Well, and on top of it, not only dropped the ball, he deflected it on interception. Look, I'd feel bad for you. You got your rings. You've had a hell of a run. You're about to go marry the most famous woman in the world.
Speaking of,
you're good.
Chances of making the postseason. I mentioned this to Spring yesterday because the Broncos haven't technically clinched a playoff spot yet.
Right.
I read this today because the Athletic, they do the playoff probabilities. Denver has a 98% chance to make the playoffs even if they lose all of their last 4 games.
That's pretty good.
Which also, I'm the guy that's like, oh, somebody print that scenario out for me. I want to read it. I want to know what would be required for a team for the 2% chance they may not make it. I need to see everything that could the infinitesimal chances of what would have to go down for Denver to not make the playoffs.
Boy, you don't want to go in on a 4-game streak, though.
Yeah, sure. No, of course not. Nobody does. No.
Yikes.
No.
11-6 all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Man, and think about that. How much has this season changed?
I know, right? Yeah. It gets a little tougher over these last 4. It's going to be fun. By the way, a Broncos win over Green Bay paired with a Patriots loss against Buffalo gives Denver a 67% chance at the 1 seed. Now, if you flip it, if the Broncos lose to the Packers and the Patriots beat the Bills, Broncos' odds of capturing the top seed drop to 17%.
All right.
So this is a huge swing game.
I want to do a little editing on the air. I'll slip in a 5th story.
Okay.
I want to talk about Spring picked out a great 5th story. I want to talk about it, though.
Okay.
Not just give the headline. Did you see, speaking of the 4 down the stretch, who missed some practice today because of an ankle injury? Trevor Lawrence.
I did see that, actually.
So something to monitor.
He was limited. I think he was limited.
Because they're up next.
Yeah. That's good. That's good stuff right there. Next up, Spring.
High five. And finally, okay. Andy, well, let's put a pause on the CBA.
Yeah, because I definitely want to talk about that.
No, we need to talk about this story.
Okay, so the New York Giants parted ways with assistant defensive line coach Brian Cox last week. A decision interim head coach Mike Kafka refused to elaborate on. However, information is now beginning to leak out. The firing, which occurred during the team's bye week, stemmed from Cox's reaction to a last-minute change in seating arrangements on the flight home from New England. Assistant coaches, typically seated near the front, were relocated to the back of the plane, a move that apparently triggered some frustration and apparently a lot of frustration from Brian Cox.
Brian Cox's reaction to the change, although the details are murky, according to The Athletic, ultimately became his last strike. He has been with the Giants for 4 years. He was fired, apparently because he flipped out over having to go all the way and sit in the back of the plane.
Well, you know what the difference of that is, though.
What's that?
You lost a first-class seat, and now you're back in coach. You're going to make a huge deal about it. And I had said to you in the break, I do wonder if this really was Kafka, because I can't imagine the guy has any power. He's not going to be around next year,
the
right?
Interim coach, right.
So I'm pretty sure Amara or Tish saw said meltdown and probably was the one that decided, yeah, we're done with your services.
So according to other reports, Cox's job performance had been considered substandard.
Of course it had.
Of late.
Yeah.
In addition to apparently some serious frustration from the Giants defensive coaching staff over the interim defensive coordinator. So, yeah, there was a lot of frustration coming out of what's been going on with the Giants. He's been there for a long time. Remember, he was on Hard Knocks a few years ago. Yeah. And Brian Cox, by the way, Brian Cox, one of just the meanest SOBs you were ever going to see on an NFL field. Just a classic neck roll linebacker out there. I would imagine if Brian Cox throws a fit on a plane over his seating arrangement, it's probably pretty uncomfortable for a lot of people.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
That's a big angry man.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Especially, and again, I've been on these flights. I wonder if they were trying to move some clients up.
Oh, the old, yeah.
Sorry, we took you to watch that. Here's a first-class seat for the ride home. Please keep spending your money with us.
Excuse me, Mr. Insurance Executive.
Right. Now, I don't know. I can't say for sure, but I can tell you on all the Bronco flights I took,
yeah,
there were a select number of, we'll say, elite clients that got to go on that flight.
Sure.
Because you're not dealing with the airport. It's charter, baby.
Although I would say this, like if I'm the Deal and Doug of, East
Sure,
Rutherford, New Jersey,
yeah.
and I'm on that plane, that's a pretty good show. It gives you a story to tell your friends when you get home.
But I'll sign right up again. I just want another one of these next year. How Italian is that guy that you just described? Big old puffy chest hair, medallion the size of a satellite dish.
Hey, I got a Kia
Hey,
Sorrento
you should have
for
seen
ya.
what I saw go down, man. The Fajou was flying. That's terrible. Vic's going to text us now. Sorry, Vic. Everybody else
Vic
on the
Lombardi's
Italian
already mad at this show
Listen,
this
I'm
week.
Irish. Every shots we get taken on a day, just shut up. Just deal with it.
Kreckman and Lindahl, we're gonna keep it rolling here. We got to continue to talk about this Broncos matchup against the Green Bay Packers. How do they make Jordan Love as uncomfortable as humanly possible? We'll tell you next. So we knew more details would be coming out in the firing of Sherrone Moore, the now new former head coach of the Michigan Wolverines, the guy that replaced Jim Harbaugh a couple of years ago. Sherrone Moore was fired today by the University of Michigan for apparently an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Well, where was this story going to go next? According to Dan Wetzel of ESPN, reporting with Pete Thamel, let's see, the City of Saline Police Department assisted in locating and detaining former University of Michigan football coach Sherrone Moore. Mr. Moore was turned over to the Pittsfield Township Police Department for investigation into potential charges. Saline is, it's in Michigan, but Sherrone Moore has apparently been detained by the authorities. We are seeing other unsubstantiated reports coming across social media about apparently what Sherrone Moore may have done. This is not going to end well for him. This is a bad, bad look. So that's kind of what we can tell you right now. Again, we're sort of waiting for more of these details to just be confirmed by assorted different media outlets. But Sherrone Moore, don't do what you're doing right now, guy. Dude, he blew the Michigan job.
He's crashing out now.
Yeah.
Apparently. He's crashing out.
Yeah, it's going poorly for him. Not good. Not good, Bob.
You had said we were going to find some stuff out later this week. Well, I didn't think later this week would be later this afternoon.
I didn't know that we would already have law enforcement involved.
Yeah.
Hey, Stoney's on Lincoln is the best place to watch Thursday night football. Hey, Sherrone Moore's free tomorrow night. Atlanta and Tampa are going to be playing, and with all of their TVs, Stoney's will have Nuggets and Avs games readily available as well. Nuggets in action against Sacramento. Avalanche taking on the Florida Panthers. Grab a Dew and a brew. That is a Tullamore Dew, Irish whiskey, and a cold beer. Hang out with Tyler Polumbus and enjoy the best sports bar in Denver. We'll see you at Stoney's on Lincoln tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. All right, Andy. 4 games to go.
4 games to go.
Packers, Jags, Dog Butt Chiefs, and the Chargers.
3 of the 4 playoff teams as we sit today.
Yeah. By the way, I'm still just waiting for all of my flowers for having been telling you since the summer that the Chiefs were not going to win the AFC
Hey, we're not
West.
there yet, pal.
Oh, they're done.
Oh, I agree.
They can't win the division.
Dude,
they're eliminated.
That receiving core, I don't feel bad for Patrick Mahomes. I respect the hell out of the generational talent that he is.
Oh, he's a great player.
I cannot believe how bad those receivers should all be cut for what they did to him the other night. How many passes did they just drop?
It's brutal.
It's unreal.
4th down drops.
Not that I'm sad about it. Let me make it clear. I'm not sad at all, but
10-0 in one-score games last year. What are they now? 1-6 in one-score games?
Can go quickly.
Catches up to you, man. It catches up to you quickly if you're going to play every game that tight. This is going to be a talking point in the offseason about the Broncos. We are going to look at it and we're going to go, ooh, you're going to have to start winning games more convincingly.
Yeah, you're going to need to not let everything be a one-score deal.
Exactly, because the Kansas City Chiefs are the prime example of it right now of like it will always even out on you. But yeah, the Chiefs are done. And then you get the Chargers in Week 18. And that Chargers team is tough, man. They are tough, and they play Denver well. Jesse Minter typically has a good plan on here. This is going to be good, man. These last 4 games, Trevor Lawrence is balling out of his mind right now. Jordan Love is playing really, really well. Like the quality of quarterback play that the Broncos are about to go up against is really, really good. Like this next month of football with the Broncos, like Andy, this is must-see television right here. This is like, okay, for all of the perceived lack of respect that has come down your way, even with a 10-game win streak and being 11-2, like the Broncos can either shut up all of their critics or get the fraud label thrown at them more than it ever has all season long based upon what happens here in the next 4 games, which is exactly like, as a Broncos fan, this is what you want to see right here. It's all in front of this team.
It is.
This is awesome.
Like you said. Now listen, if they win 1-score games all the way to the Super Bowl, I do not care.
Who gives
right?
a rip? You get a trophy for it.
You do. So what? But yeah, you know what? Again, you may want to start this week by not letting things be a 1-score game, because when you got a team like the Green Bay Packers and the talent they have on offense, they could very easily do to you what you've done to a few of these teams down the stretch. And remember, look, we're all asking why are the Broncos underdogs at home? Well, let's go back to the last time you faced them off. Now, listen, I don't think it's fair, whatever. I think this defense is really good. But, Nate, let's just go back. When the Colts had all their stuff, what happened? Colts won. When the Chargers were thriving with both their tackles, or no, not both of them, but they at least still had Joe Alt and had all their most of their eggs in the basket, what happened? The Chargers won. So that's why there's some national doubt in this team. Look, it goes back to what you talked about. Bo Nix and the Broncos offense, can it continue to be as risk-averse as it was on the Raider game and still get this thing done down the stretch to, what do you think they need? At least 2-2? What do you think the Patriots will do down the stretch? Because all they got to do is match the Patriots record.
I think if Denver wants to,
because they need to be the number 1 seed for me to really believe you're going all the way to the Super Bowl.
If they want to get the number 1 seed, I think the Broncos, I think they have to win out. The schedule for the Patriots is one of the easiest in the NFL the rest of the way. Like, if New England can take care of business at home against Buffalo this week in a big-time rivalry game in the AFC East, like, they'll pretty much be able to cruise to the number 1 seed. So I think the Broncos are gonna have to just keep it cranking and go 4-0 if they want to get the number 1 seed. Now, look, a number 2 seed, nobody's kicking that out of bed. Okay, that's great, but a 1 seed is something different.
Yeah, I just think with this defense to be optimal, if you're really going to pull the 2015 equation out, then you got to have the home crowd advantage that Sean Payton, again, if you missed it earlier today during his press conference, Sean Payton said, Denver fans, he wants you there, he wants you loud, he wants you disrupting their offense. And with that defense, you got a chance to really do it. 3 of these last 4 games are at home. It's a big deal. So, yeah, you wouldn't be upset with it. Listen, the Broncos are so far ahead of schedule in my mind, no matter what.
Yes.
I'm not going to be complaining about anything. But again, you're this far into something that could be special. Now the pressure's on to actually make it special.
I looked at this ranking earlier today. The Athletic put this together. This is just an interesting way to look at it, okay? This is best records against the current playoff field. So how have you fared against the other 13 teams that are currently in the NFL playoff field? You know who actually has the best record by win percentage in the NFL against playoff teams?
Buffalo.
I'll just tell you because you'll never be able to guess it. The Chargers.
Really?
By win percentage, the Chargers are 3-1 against playoff teams. Now, here's the goofy part of it. Their point differential in those games is -8 because they got destroyed in Jacksonville back in mid-November.
Wow, you've had some weird stats today.
That's a weird one, isn't it?
That is, yeah.
Yeah, that's a weird one. The Rams have the second best record at 5-2, more wins, but not the best percentage-wise. They're +68. Green Bay is 2-1 with a +14 point differential. Chicago is 2-1 with a +5 point differential. Denver is number 5 on this list. The Broncos are 2-1 with a +4 differential. You ask yourself, why are they 2-1? Because the Colts aren't actually in the playoff field right now.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
They have lost their way out of it. New England is number 6. They're 2-1 as well against playoff teams. They are +1 in terms of point differential. Again, take it for what it's worth. You only have to win every game by 1 point, but that's what you're looking at right now. The Broncos are, again, they're the team that plays snug football games.
Do you see it changing, though? Does it feel like Sean Payton is managing the game through his quarterback as well? Or we'll take our 1 score and we're going to bet you can't drive the field on our defense at the end.
Unless the turnover dam breaks.
Sure.
I think they're all close the rest of the way.
Oh, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
The Jacksonville one is the one that's interesting to me. Because Jacksonville, now, look, Denver's been living in this weird zone for quite a while. Is Jacksonville really, really ready for the big time?
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
We'll see.
Yeah.
And you could ask the same about the Broncos, but guess what? The Broncos have had the Super Bowl dynasty in their division for 3 years. They're used to dealing with this crap.
You know the weird thing that has really helped Jacksonville out? Getting Jacoby Myers from the Raiders.
Really?
He has really helped their offense. Like they needed a reliable veteran. Like we saw it with Myers with the Raiders. Like when you watched him, you're like, well, this guy's nothing spectacular, but like he gets open and he makes catches.
He gets to the sticks and he'll make the catch when you throw it to him.
Exactly. So, that Jags team has just been inconsistent at best in terms of their receiving game when they were relying on, Thomas and Travis Hunter, but like they've kind of found something a little bit here with Jacoby Myers. That's kind of helped out their offense a little bit. The thing that's goofy about Trevor Lawrence is it's like, yes, he's playing really well right now, but like Trevor Lawrence does this sometimes. He'll put together like 3-4 game stretches where you're like, oh, he found it. And then he might just completely crap the bed.
This might be his most up and down year ever with a first-year head coach.
Yep.
He's always been pretty good with a first-year head coach, minus Urban Meyer. But, yeah, this has been wild. So, I don't know, but this is the time of year they're all rounded into form. As you said, if you get through this stretch 4-0, I don't know how anybody doesn't think the Broncos may be going Super Bowl dancing.
So Sean Payton today was asked about how Bo Nix has played under center. Nix took more snaps from under center last week against the Raiders than any other game this week. Broncos were largely playing jumbo, a lot of multiple tight end sets out there, a lot of 22 personnel with 2 tight ends and 2 backs in there. Okay. How has Bo Nix played under center, Sean?
Yeah, I feel like I can't recall last year that transition being a big deal. And so last week we were in some heavier personnel groupings. And so, each game's different relative to when we look at, gun runs, under center runs, try to self-scout ourselves enough to where there's enough play action, maybe under center or drop back. I think that, I think that hasn't been a big learning curve. I think it's gone pretty smooth.
I know it helped the run game last week.
Well, Jeff Legwold's told us on countless occasions he believes putting Bo under center helps his footwork too.
Yeah.
That he doesn't get into the Wild West stuff that you got to drop back and keep a rhythm to it and work the pocket that way, that he does believe it helps keep his feet planted underneath him and leads to better passes.
Yeah. So I don't see this really changing all that much. I think largely this is going to be a heavy personnel team the rest of the way. Now, how successful it's going to be against defenses that are better than the Raiders, this is a good opportunity to find out this week. The Packers certainly are better defensively than the Raiders are. But this is also like at this time of year with the kind of defense that you played, anticipating that eventually we'll live in a world where the weather is cooling down, although it's certainly not happening
Not
anytime
the next 2
soon
weeks here, it doesn't
around here. But eventually you will probably have to play some version of cold weather football. Do it with the bigger personnel, do it with ball security, and hope that your defense can win games for you and hopefully force some turnovers. Strip sacks, that'd be good, guys. Strip sacks, do more of that kind of stuff.
Tackle the football like Vaughn used to talk about.
That's right. Help us out a little bit. Andy, you want to dive into this note on the referees' collective bargaining agreement? You got a tease for me? You want to tease it up?
Well, here's the deal. They're being asked to do something, and I can't understand in the modern NFL, in 2025, why this would even be a pushback. So I'll tell you the one thing that they're worried could be the sticking point with the refs next.
Hey guys, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. It's the holiday season, and there is a great selection of auctions for you to go and bid on at roller.bid. That's Roller Auction's website, guys, roller.bid. Have you been into a hardware store recently? Have you seen the price of new tools? Out of control. If you have a handyman or a do-it-yourselfer on your Christmas shopping list, might I recommend Roller Auction's Reconditioned Power Tools Auction, which is available to be able to bid right now. Guys, go scrolling through this. The selection of Makita power tools that they have available to bid is absolutely fantastic. I'm looking at a chainsaw. Here's a circular saw. No bids on these items as of right now. Sawzall, a nice reciprocating saw if you want to go in that direction as well. Go to roller.bid and check out this great selection of Makita power tools. I love Makitas. I'm sometimes a Milwaukee guy, but I'll go Makita as well. Very good selection of power tools right now at Roller Auction's website. That's roller.bid. And guys, before you go and bid, make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. If you sign up to bid right there, you are eligible to win Avalanche Blues tickets, New Year's Eve catered suite tickets, courtesy of your friends at Altitude Sports Radio. Sign up to bid, roller.bid/altitude. Wrapping it up here on a Wednesday afternoon. Hope you're all driving safely out there. Hey, don't forget, it's another Nuggets Ticket Thursday tomorrow. Keywords on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to the Rockets and Nuggets and a special bonus Aaron Gordon bobblehead. Keywords start at 6:20 a.m. tomorrow morning. So wake up, tune in right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. at the 20s after every hour. Just make sure you're listening. Text in the keyword along with your first and last name, and you're entered to win Nuggets Rockets tickets plus a nice AG bobblehead. By the way, they got the Sakic bobblehead tomorrow night at the Avalanche game. Do you realize, by the way, right now, Andy, Nathan MacKinnon is on a 66-goal pace. He did not score last night. He did have 2 assists in the shootout loss to the Preds, but he is on a 66-goal pace, which, fun thing to watch going throughout this season. The single-season franchise record, going back to the Nordiques era, 57. That record belonging to the great Michel Goulet. In the Avalanche era, that record belongs to the Moose. Mikko Rantanen, 2022-23. Mikko had a 55-goal season. That was the year after the Cup, I believe, when Mikko went for 55 goals. So he has the Avalanche record. Goulet has the franchise record. MacKinnon is right now on pace to be able to break that record. So fun thing to keep an eye on. By the way, in the Hart Trophy race, MacKinnon, right now I'm just looking at BetMGM, minus 210 to win the Hart. Heavy favorite over Connor McDavid at plus 280. Jack Eichel is a 16-1. Nikita Kucherov is at 19-1. Connor Bedard and Macklin Celebrini are both at 20-1. Kale's down at 33-1. He's going to run away with the Norris, obviously.
By the way, have you seen any of the updates on what's going on with the Italian hockey arena for the Olympics?
Oh, I ranted about this yesterday, buddy.
With the shorter rinks now, smaller space. Did you see that they may cost Bedard a chance to play because they don't know if he'll be physical enough for the shortened space?
I don't think the shortened ring, I don't think the 3 feet's going to make a big deal. I'm worried about the quality of the ice.
No, that's a great call, too.
They're supposedly finishing the arena 3 days before the women's hockey tournament starts.
Yeah, they got to stop. Man.
What are we
Just
doing?
don't do this.
What are we doing? If the ice is bad at all, get them the hell out of there.
No, I'm with you.
And the NHL and the NHLPA need to protect their players on this one.
And your ticket holders, period.
Because here's what's tricky, and I ranted about this yesterday, but here's what's tricky about it is when you put it on the players, that's crappy to put that pressure on them because they don't want to disappoint their fans. They don't want to disappoint their home nation. They don't want to have to look at Canada and be like, well, I'm not going to represent you because I don't want to risk my injury. No, this has to be, the Players Association has to be all on this, and there has to be a collective decision made that this is safe and in the best interest of the players in the league.
I agree with you. All right, let's talk some officiating.
Yes.
It's been a point of contact. So if you missed it, the league today was informed by the Players Association, or everybody was informed by the Players Association, that the CBA with the referees comes up later this year, or comes up next year.
End of the season.
So they've got a few things they'd like to change before they get a new CBA all hammered out. But one of the first points that jumps out to me, I love increased training and development, maybe developing a deeper bench, getting more practice squads. Longer time periods, Nate, to decide if a person is good at this job or not and a chance to get them out. Like, again, you don't want to make the quick 6-month decision.
Mm-hmm.
Take a couple seasons to decide, has your work been consistent enough that we want you up here, okay? But the one I think is hilarious is the very first point they talked about. More flexibility in postseason. I'm sorry, that's not the one I wanted. Basically, there's a dead period. It's shortening the dead period when the league cannot contact the officials, which currently lasts from after the Super Bowl until May 15th. They want to be able to get in touch with officials, get them training, getting them out there, get them back working on the craft prior to May 15th. I got to ask you right now, Nate, especially when it comes to the officiating, which has been such a huge topic the last couple of years, 3-4 years. It is time for full-time officials. Some of these guys and gals are making near $1 million. That's a full-time job. To me, everything about the NFL is full-time now. This is not when you started the league. This is not the 70s, 80s, or 90s where a lot of these guys and gals are lawyers. I get that you've got executive jobs and incomes, but especially with what is going on with you taking the gambling money. You've got to be better trained at this stuff. You cannot allow these things, or these officials have to accept there's somebody watching over you. Every game needs to have a Hawkeye type person, the war room watching the game, ready to step in and fix your mistakes, period.
I think that's the biggest thing they need.
And I don't think you should be able to complain about it.
They're doing a better job
Right.
of it, without a doubt. But
again, for those that missed it, we saw it in the Buffalo Steeler game a couple weeks ago where they were about to call a wrong face mask, which from behind, to be fair to the officials, from the angle behind, it looked like the player got his mask yanked. They found another angle, and right before they were about to make the call to the field, where it showed no, the collar was grabbed, and it was actually a teammate to grab the face mask. They buzzed to the official before he could even finish his call. He started to say personal foul,
and he stopped.
Paused, said correction,
I saw this.
and said there is no penalty.
Yeah.
That is how it's got to work.
Yep.
Period.
Yep. Absolutely.
But still, there's no reason why the officials should not be. It is a full-time job. Period. If you're going to get paid near $1 million, they're $1 million, and frankly, that's probably what you should be paying these people, then it needs to be a full-time job.
Here's my question, though, and I have no idea what the answer is. Is that going to make him any better?
Look, to your point, no. What you need, I'll go back to the point I made to Scott Hastings. I think you were in here the day that I said it. You at least need former college players that can keep up with the speed of the game.
Sure.
I've said this before, and people thought I was being mean. I'm not being mean, but I've seen it up close. You cannot have a bunch of old guys that can't even get out of the way for their own safety.
We talked about it so much about it in terms of player health, but like bigger, stronger, faster, more freakishly athletic becomes harder to officiate.